Ye Mingjin, the cherished disciple of the Wudang grandmaster, was adopted by the Ye family and entered into an arranged marriage. However, on the day of her wedding, she was shocked to discover that the groom had been replaced. Her originally intended fiancé was now her disabled elder brother, Ji Yizhao. In her wedding attire, she publicly slapped the heartless scoundrel and delivered a prophetic admonition, causing quite a stir. The rumors in Haiqing spoke of the exquisite yet capricious Ji Yizhao, who was both disabled and notorious for his disdain for women. Many anticipated a chaotic union, yet they were taken aback by his profound affection and indulgence toward his new bride. To Ye Mingjin, her faux husband appeared strikingly charming and endearing, showering her with tender care. He not only aided her in confronting her adversaries, but also assisted her in searching for her mentors and family, compelling her to reciprocate his kindness and transforming their sham marriage into a genuine partnership. Eventually, the scoundrel fell to his knees, pleading for forgiveness, but Ji Yizhao merely frowned and remarked, "Mingjin, my leg hurts." The June skies of Haichang were perpetually cloaked in rain, with dark clouds layered thickly overhead. Delicate raindrops cascaded onto umbrellas, eventually pooling into glistening beads that danced to the ground, cleansing the world. As Ye Mingjin stepped out of the school gates, she walked through the gentle drizzle and lifted her gaze to see a familiar car. Habitually, she approached and opened the door, only to be met with the acrid scent of smoke that made her instinctively cover her mouth and nose as she coughed lightly. Through the swirling smoke, the handsome man within exuded a disheveled charm. As if roused from his reverie, Ji Yizhao extinguished his cigarette and rolled down the window, inquiring, "Did the smoke choke you? Are you all right?" Ye Mingjin shook her head, tucking her umbrella away. "Why are you smoking? Is something wrong?" Ji Yizhao pinched his brow. "It's nothing, just a bit." He trailed off, and Ye Mingjin smiled, interjecting, "Are you feeling a bit nervous?" "I am too." As a third-year student, she felt a twinge of anxiety about their impending marriage and whether she could fulfill the role of a wife, a lady of the Ji family. Having seemingly found clarity, Ji Yizhao admitted, "Yes, I am nervous." After a brief pause, his gaze flickered as he proposed, "Shall we go get our marriage certificate first, then have a meal?" Ye Mingjin was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be after the wedding? "Obtaining the certificate first will simplify many matters, with legal protection," Ji Yizhao explained. Both families agree on this. Being well-versed in law, Ye Mingjin understood that a marriage certificate held more legal weight than the wedding ceremony itself. It was a significant step that neither family had bothered to inform her about beforehand. Gazing at her wrist, she noticed the red string tied around it, adorned with 3 aged coins that glimmered from frequent handling. She gently fiddled with the coins. "I didn't bring my household registration book." "I have it," Ji Yizhao said, handing her an envelope. "Your mother had it sent over." Ye Mingjin opened it, retrieving the household registration book and flipping to her page. The words "adopted daughter" shone brightly, narrating the envy and jealousy of outsiders, while she alone understood the bittersweet reality behind them. Her fingers lightly brushed over those words as she fell into contemplation. While obtaining the certificate was beneficial, it would also grant her the legitimacy to no longer be tied to this household registration. The car glided smoothly to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Ji Yizhao handed her the flowers and gifts he had prepared earlier. Their interaction mirrored their usual encounters, exchanging gifts, chatting, and dining, except this time, it included the acquisition of a marriage certificate. As it was not a particularly special day, there were few others present, and everything proceeded smoothly. Yet, Ye Mingjin felt an odd detachment regarding both the certificate and the wedding to follow. She couldn't help but wonder whether her emotions were erratic or if the circumstances were indeed unusual. When the red certificate was finally in her hands, she gazed at the photograph of the two of them. Beneath the crimson backdrop, she wore a sky-blue t-shirt, while Ji Yizhao donned a black suit, their smiles perfectly aligned yet lacking genuine warmth. As she admired the marriage certificate, Ji Yizhao's voice broke through her reverie. "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Are you having second thoughts?" Ye Mingjin turned to him, noticing his evident distraction. Ji Yizhao regarded the striking yet overlooked girl from the Yi family for a long moment before forcing a smile. "Because our marriage certificate feels a bit rushed." He seemed to have more to say, but ultimately chose silence. "It's fine," Ye Mingjin replied lightly, glancing at the certificate. It was bound to happen sooner or later. She had always known their union was a marriage of convenience between the Ji and Yi families. Yet, unlike many such arrangements, they shared a familiarity and affection. Even without passion, they could cultivate a steady, enduring relationship, hand in hand until the end. As her gaze lingered on the marriage certificate, she gently traced their names with her fingers. Suddenly, her fingers froze, and her usually calm voice betrayed a hint of astonishment. They misspelled your name. The name corresponding to Ye Mingjin was not Ji Yizhao, but Ji Yizhao. The drizzle intensified suddenly, and a flash of lightning tore through the dark sky, illuminating Ji Yizhao's conflicted face. The rumbling thunder followed, and Ji Yizhao glanced at the marriage certificate before turning to look out the window, his voice faltering. "Oh, that's the name on my household registration. Yes, it's my name." He had not looked at Ye Mingjin even once. "Ah," Ye Mingjin replied distantly, her gaze shifting from Ji Yizhao's face to the rain-soaked window. The car was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Ye Mingjin suddenly felt disinterested in the forthcoming plans and eventually said, "The rain is heavy, please take me home." "All right." Ji Yizhao finally turned to the ethereal girl beside him, understanding her request. "It's best you rest early, we have a wedding tomorrow." The vehicle redirected from their intended dining destination toward the Yi residence, and the newlyweds sat in silence, lost in their thoughts. Ji Yizhao observed Ye Mingjin through the reflection in the window, watching her absently toy with the coins on her wrist, her delicate fingers lost in contemplation. After a long moment, he inhaled deeply, attempting to refocus on messages on his phone. When the car came to a halt, Ji Yizhao gazed at the girl exiting the vehicle, his heart a tempest of emotions, and he couldn't help but call out, "Mingjin." Ye Mingjin opened her umbrella, her amber eyes clear and bright. Confronted by those eyes that seemed to pierce through to his very soul, the words Ji Yizhao had intended to speak twisted on his tongue before ultimately transforming into 4 simple words. "Take care of yourself." Ye Mingjin nodded. "You too." Watching her unhesitatingly depart beneath her umbrella, a wave of bitterness washed over him, prompting him to reach for a cigarette. Yet, even his favorite smoke, which had long been his solace, could not quell the lingering bitterness it only intensified. What he truly wished to convey was, "Mingjin, I'm sorry for tomorrow." But the last vestige of his reason would not permit it. Yi residence. Upon entering and putting away her umbrella, Ye Mingjin was met by the butler, who approached with an air of arrogance, stating, "Madam and Miss have gone to an event, you should rest well." Ye Mingjin nodded and turned toward the kitchen. Based on past experiences, when attending banquets, the housekeeper would not specifically prepare meals, leaving her to fend for herself. Fortunately, accustomed to such circumstances, Ye Mingjin swiftly utilized the ingredients available in the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of fragrant and visually appealing chicken noodle soup. Satisfied and well-fed, she enjoyed a peaceful night. The following morning, as usual, Ye Mingjin prepared to go for her morning exercise, only to be stopped by the butler, who informed her, "Madam says today is the traditional wedding ceremony, and you should eat first." On the dining table lay a simple Western breakfast of milk, bread, bacon, and sandwiches. However, none of these were to her liking. Observing the housekeeper making steamed dumplings, Ye Mingjin took a steamer of freshly prepared dumplings and leisurely fried an egg, drizzling a small dish of vinegar beside it. As she finished her meal amidst the housekeeper's anxious glances, 3 individuals entered carrying 2 boxes, claiming to be there to do the bride's makeup. Various makeup tools were laid out alongside the traditional phoenix crown and bridal attire adorned with sparkling sequins, adding a festive atmosphere to the early morning. Seated in a chair, Ye Mingjin allowed the makeup artist to shape her brows and enhance her eyes, amidst continuous exclamations of admiration. "Oh my! Miss Yi, your skin is simply exquisite. So fair and delicate, I have never seen such a flawless complexion. You hardly need any makeup to achieve a stunning effect." Disregarding such commercial flattery, Ye Mingjin regarded the lengthy makeup process as a form of meditative practice. Witnessing the impressive results of the makeup artist, after more than 2 hours of effort, could not contain her pride, exclaiming, "This effect is simply remarkable. Quickly, let's take some photos to commemorate this. Our bride is so beautiful, the groom will surely be awestruck when he lifts the veil." Ye Mingjin gazed at her reflection, unable to conceal her astonishment. Was this truly her? Her once serene and aloof visage had gradually been transformed with vibrant colors, revealing layers of enchanting beauty that resided deep within. Once the makeup was completed, dressed in the splendid bridal attire and crowned with the phoenix headdress, Ye Mingjin resembled a celestial being descended into the bustling mortal realm. Amidst the praises of onlookers, a familiar voice interjected with a smile. "Mingjin looks truly beautiful all dressed up." Turning towards the voice, she beheld a middle-aged noblewoman in a deep burgundy gown descending the stairs, her expression complex. "Mother," Ye Mingjin called softly. Su Wanyu gazed at her strikingly adorned foster daughter, her heart filled with a bittersweet nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, Mingjin has grown up so much. When I brought you back from the orphanage, you were merely 7, now you are a young lady preparing for marriage. Seemingly touched by poignant memories, she pressed her hand to the corners of her dry eyes and cautioned, "Upon entering the Ji family, you must show filial piety to your in-laws. Your words and actions must adhere to decorum. Do not be as reckless as you are at home, for we must not tarnish the Yi family's reputation." "Mother, please don't lecture me," chimed in a girl in a pink princess gown, her cheeks round and rosy. "After all, she's not your biological daughter. Raising her for so many years is enough. If you really can't bear to part with her, perhaps you should just not marry her off." "Mingzhu, what nonsense are you speaking?" Su Wanyu shot a stern glance at her precious daughter before tenderly placing the red veil over Ye Mingjin's head and saying, "Come now, let me escort you to the car." As the veil fell, everything before her turned crimson, and Ye Mingjin felt an inexplicable sense of festivity in her role as the bride. Accompanied by her foster mother, she entered the vehicle, and, as the engine roared to life, she realized that aside from her bridal attire, the atmosphere felt much like her usual school days. Reflecting on her appearance today, she wondered how Ji Yizhao would react. After all, in the year of their acquaintance, she had never donned such bold makeup. Gently lifting the veil to gaze out the window, she observed the unfamiliar scenery rushing past. After a smooth drive, the car came to a stop, and the door opened to reveal someone coming forward to greet her. "The bride has arrived." Ye Mingjin was led into the hall, ascending the steps to a plush red carpet that extended to a certain room. Sitting beside the bed, she heard the guide say, "The bride will wait here. Do not wander. The groom will come to lift the veil." As the footsteps faded away, Ye Mingjin raised her hand to massage her neck, feeling the weight of the crown on her head, prompting an impulsive desire to conclude the wedding and shed the elaborate attire. Gently lifting the veil to survey the room, she noted the abundance of large red decorations adorned with the character for double happiness, creating a more festive ambience than that of the Yi family, enhancing the celebration of her wedding. Choosing a comfortable position, Ye Mingjin settled in and focused on her breathing as a form of endurance training. Time flowed quietly like water. In a state between waking and dreaming, she suddenly heard a noise. Startled, Ye Mingjin straightened up, unconsciously clenching her hands. Her heart raced like a startled deer, filled with excitement, akin to a spring breeze stirring vibrant flowers into bloom, swaying in joyous celebration. The footsteps drew nearer, then ceased. The veil was gently lifted. Typically calm and composed, Ye Mingjin found herself holding her breath, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a smile as they followed the veil, revealing a slender, elegant hand. Next came softly pursed lips, a nose as refined as a mountain silhouette, eyes like dark, shimmering glass, and a face that was exquisitely pale yet radiant. A handsome stranger clad in traditional attire sat in a wheelchair, his gaze filled with astonishment as he smiled warmly, his voice languid and enticing. "Hello, my little bride." Ye Mingjin's smile faltered at the corners, her body instinctively leaning back slightly, her eyes reflecting a chill of wariness. "Who are you?" Chapter 3. Mingjin, are you striking me? The slender, pale fingers clutched the veil and shook gently. The man slightly tilted his head, his brows and eyes exuding an unintentional allure. "I am the groom of today, your husband." A tremor coursed through Ye Mingjin's heart. Her right hand instinctively pressed against the copper coin on her left wrist as she struggled to maintain her composure. "My groom is Ji Yizhao, and he is my legal husband. Is this what you mean?" The man produced a marriage certificate from his pocket, unfolding it to present to Ye Mingjin. "I'm Ji Yizhao." Ji Yizhao, the name corresponding with Ye Mingjin on the marriage certificate, the very name of her legal husband. As Ye Mingjin stared at the certificate in silence, Ji Yizhao turned to signal his assistant to bring forth a document bag. "Here are my relevant details. You may verify." Ye Mingjin's fingers quivered as she bit her lip and accepted the bag. Upon opening it, she discovered Ji Yizhao's identification card, passport, and household registration. The household registration featured Ji Yizhao, alongside a page for Ji Yizhao. A tempest surged within her heart. The feelings of betrayal and calculation overwhelmed her. In an instant, she felt a throbbing pain in her head, wishing to retreat far away from this harsh reality. Yet, another voice within her whispered, "Ye Mingjin, did you not sense it already? The thread of fate between you and Ji Yizhao has never existed. Ye Mingjin recalled Ji Yizhao's peculiar explanation when they registered for marriage yesterday, the chilly and awkward atmosphere at the Yi family gathering today, and the hurried and perfunctory nature of this wedding. She struggled to maintain her calm. "Where's Ji Yizhao?" "At the hotel." Ji Yizhao glanced behind him, and his assistant promptly approached with a tablet, displaying the surveillance feed for Ye Mingjin. In a bustling banquet, Ji Yizhao mingled triumphantly, chatting with guests, accompanied by a female companion dressed as a princess. The last shred of hope within her shattered. The betrayal was stark and complete. Ye Mingjin could no longer suppress her fury and stood abruptly to leave. Just as she reached the door, Ji Yizhao called out, "Little bride, do you know where the hotel is?" "I do not know." She knew nothing. The so-called family had assured her that everything would be taken care of, that she only needed to be at ease as the bride, to wait for her groom to unveil the veil after her makeup was done. This was their arrangement. With trembling fingers, she began to fiddle with the copper coin on her wrist. "I would like to know." Ji Yizhao's gaze shifted from her face to her wrist, and he sighed lightly. "Allow me to have someone escort you." Ye Mingjin's fingers hesitated for a moment. "Thank you." As she left, exuding the presence of a bride emerging from an ancient painting, Ji Yizhao's eyes darkened, his voice languid yet authoritative. "Have someone follow closely. Let her make a scene, but do not let her come to harm." Assistant Han Shuang's eyes flashed with surprise, yet he promptly responded, "I have been explicitly instructed to ensure Miss Yi suffers no harm." "It is Madame." Ji Yizhao glanced back at his assistant. "Do not make that mistake again." The cold tone carried a warning that sent chills down Chang Ye's spine and made his palms sweat. "Yes, I will ensure Madame suffers no harm." In the hotel, where the union of the Ji and Yi families was being celebrated, the atmosphere was lively. Guests included distinguished families from the same social stratum, business associates, and notable figures from various fields. Upon learning that the two families' children had obtained their marriage certificate, the bonds seemed more solid than those of mere engagement, prompting even more fervent congratulations. Initially, Ji Yizhao mingled with guests alongside his father, later transitioning to a more independent role as he navigated the crowd with a glass of red wine, establishing his own connections, particularly when he noticed the young woman beside him, adorned in a princess gown and crown, the cherished youngest daughter of the Chen family. He inadvertently became the focal point of attention in the room. As the atmosphere grew lively, someone jokingly asked, "Ah Xiao, when will it be our turn to drink your wedding wine?" Miss Chen blushed shyly at Ji Yizhao, but received no reply. Nearby, a member of the Qiao family remarked, "Hey, I thought I was attending Ah Xiao's wedding today. I was surprised to find out I was mistaken." As the laughter echoed, several familiar friends nodded in agreement, expressing their initial shock, having believed that Ji Yizhao was marrying young. The few close friends knew he had a university girlfriend, though Ji Yizhao had kept her well protected from their eyes. While curiosity lingered, the circle understood that their marriage partners were typically chosen for the benefit of family and career, making a fleeting romance with a university student merely a diversion. Hence, despite curiosity about Ji Yizhao's girlfriend, no one was inclined to investigate further. To liven the mood, they began discussing where to gather for drinks after the banquet, garnering widespread agreement. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Everyone turned to see a bride in a traditional red gown and phoenix crown burst into the room, her stunning beauty reminiscent of a character from historical drama, captivating the entire assembly. Behind her, security struggled to contain the situation, while several men intervened to prevent any mishaps. Ji Yizhao stood there awestruck, gazing at the exquisite bride in her traditional attire, softly uttering, "Mingjin?" Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Ye Mingjin swiftly approached Ji Yizhao, her fists clenched tightly. A torrent of questions surged within her, yet she could only manage to utter 3 words. Why? Indeed, why? If they deemed themselves incompatible, they could have parted ways without marrying. Why must they conspire to deceive her in such a treacherous manner? Ji Yizhao observed the bride adorned in her finery, radiant in her vibrant red gown, her beauty accentuated, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. His heart stirred, his fingers trembling as he held the glass of red wine. Surveying the onlookers, their curiosity and anticipation evident, Ji Yizhao suppressed his own tumultuous emotions and smirked. Why? It is simply because the Ji and Yi families are united. You are quite well suited. With the conversation initiated, he found it easier to continue. My elder brother is unwell, as his younger brother. I must assist. Yes, just like that. Ye Mingjin repeated his words. Just like that? What do you wish for? Ji Yizhao gazed into her enchanting eyes, feeling inexplicably agitated. This past year, I've taken you to dinner and given you gifts without ever crossing any lines. What more do you desire? Ye Mingjin stared at him, her expression resolute and stubborn, akin to a child defending their case. You were the one who said you liked me and wanted to give it a try. Indeed, I said to give it a try. Ji Yizhao downed the wine in his glass, a smirk curling his lips. Who knew you would be so dull, so rigid and cold like a nun? I am a normal man. I wouldn't embrace celibacy at a young age. You and my brother are perfect together. He is incapacitated and has no need for. The sound of a slap echoed abruptly, interrupting Ji Yizhao's words and silencing the laughter of the onlookers. He covered his burning cheek in disbelief. Ye Mingjin, you struck me? Chapter 4. You shall face retribution. Being slapped in public is an embarrassing affair. Being struck by a woman adds an element of scandalous gossip. Under the gaze of countless curious eyes, Ji Yizhao felt the weight of their judgment, and the flames of humiliation and anger ignited within him, and he instinctively raised his hand. As she met Ye Mingjin's pair of reddened, glistening apricot eyes, his pace slowed, ultimately halted by her raised hand. Her fingers tightened around his wrist, her voice cold and resolute. Ji Yizhao, we are breaking up now. You are unworthy of me. Ji Yizhao stood there, feeling as though Ye Mingjin's words were countless needles piercing his heart, the pain so intense that he forgot the fiery ache on his face. Asha, did it hurt? The current lady of the Ji family, Song Yuetru, hurried forward, cradling Ji Yizhao's rapidly swelling face with concern, her gaze towards Ye Mingjin ablaze with fury. Fearing that Mrs. Ji would explode and jeopardize the alliance between their families, Su Wanyu, his foster mother, immediately stepped in to pull Ye Mingjin aside, reprimanding sharply. Ye Mingjin, is this how I've taught you? You have no decorum, barging in like a shrew and resorting to violence. Know your place, despite having heard such admonishments for many years. Her words still pricked Ye Mingjin's heart. She gazed at her foster mother, who had changed her demeanor towards her since Ye Mingju's birth, and coldly replied, I am acutely aware of my identity as a foster daughter of the Yi family, never daring to overstep even a fraction. I yield and do not compete for anything that Mingju desires. I consented to the arranged marriage you established, but you cannot bully me like this. Swapping grooms is a deception. Ye Mingjin's gaze shifted from her foster mother, Su Wanyu, to Mrs. Ji, then to Ji Yizhao, her voice calm, yet turbulent like a stormy sea, firmly maintaining her composure. If you dare to act, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Though her words were clear and reasonable, the Yi family was unprepared for such defiance. They had grown accustomed to her forbearance, her obedient demeanor. Regardless of how coldly they treated her or how harsh their demands were, she had never shown fierce resistance. She merely moved to the school dormitory and reduced her time with them. Thus, this time, they naturally assumed she would not dare to retaliate, let alone consider any so-called consequences. But who could have anticipated that a cornered rabbit would bite? That this usually indifferent foster daughter would create a scene at such a bustling and festive marriage banquet? As the atmosphere grew awkward, Ye Yizhao, her father, had to approach with a stern face, attempting to assert his authority over his foster daughter. Mingjin, you are truly out of line. Ye Mingjin stepped back, creating distance from her foster father, her clear apricot eyes shimmering with a weighty intensity that left Ye Yizhao momentarily speechless. Her gaze swept over the Yi family, then the Ji family. Each person met with a quiet scrutiny before she opened her lips to speak. The heavens have a cycle, and good and evil bear their own consequences. You will reap what you sow. Her voice, usually light and detached, struck a chilling note that resonated through the hall. The stunning bride in her resplendent red attire, uttering words of retribution, created an atmosphere fraught with an unsettling fear. In the grand banquet hall, silence enveloped the crowd. Ye Mingjin paid no mind, turning to leave, only to hear Su Wanyu's frantic voice call after her. Ye Mingjin, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you can curse us and simply walk away? Absurd. Quickly, seize her and take her back. The security personnel, previously instructed to detain her, reacted swiftly, rushing to intercept. However, as they approached, Ye Mingjin deftly turned, her wedding dress flowing like water as she evaded capture with a grace that felt almost illusory. Despite several security guards advancing, They ultimately failed to apprehend the disruptive bride, instead finding themselves injured in the chaos. The banquet descended into disorder, and the guests, while shocked, could not help but gossip among themselves about the spectacle they had witnessed, news spreading rapidly. Ji Yizhao, citing the need to attend to his facial injury, left the banquet hall. As the Yi and Ji families scrambled to salvage their dignity, they overlooked a gentleman observing from a corner, captivated by Ye Mingjin's ethereal presence. He excitedly pulled out his phone to make a call. "I have wonderful news. I just saw someone with remarkable martial skills." At the hotel entrance, the bride, adorned in her elaborate attire, attracted considerable attention, some even filming her with their phones, concocting melodramatic captions to garner views. Little did they know, the events surrounding her were far more outrageous than any narrative they could fabricate. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Ye Mingjin headed straight for the car that had brought her there. The driver respectfully opened the door, and she stepped inside, only to discover that someone else was already there. Her legal husband and today's groom, Ji Yizhao. Their eyes met, assessing one another. Ji Yizhao offered her a packet of wet wipes to clean her hands. Ye Mingjin was taken aback by his thoughtfulness, accepting the wipes to slowly clean her hand that had struck Ji Yizhao from fingers to palm. She then heard a soft question from beside her. "Did you feel better?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Not really." Although she had struck the unfaithful man and disrupted the banquet, leaving her feeling somewhat relieved, it did not suffice. After she finished cleaning her hands, Ji Yizhao handed her a cup of warm tea, asking, "Shall we continue when we return?" Observing the chaos at the hotel entrance, Ye Mingjin cradled the warm tea, a sense of tranquility washing over her as she shook her head. "No, it's pointless to continue here. I have many other matters to attend to, such as retrieving the blessings I sent out to ward off disasters." As the car began to move, she could not help but inquire, "Where are we going now?" Ji Yizhao replied, "Home." "I have no home," Ye Mingjin murmured, gazing at her hand which had inflicted pain. Her voice faint. "Please take me back to school." Compared to the Yi family, the dormitory where she had lived for over 2 years felt more like home. "Returning to school dressed like this?" Ji Yizhao smiled enigmatically. "That hardly befits your identity." "Identity? Again with the identity. What identity?" Ye Mingjin's voice trembled, laced with a hint of anguish. "I no longer want the identity of a foster daughter of the Yi family. I will repay the Yi family's debts immediately." Ji Yizhao regarded the small bride before him, her beautiful apricot eyes tinged with red from her agitation, resembling a kitten ruffled by the wind, inciting an instinctual urge to comfort her. His long fingers stirred as he retrieved their marriage certificate from his pocket, letting out a soft sigh. "Do not forget your identity as Mrs. Ji." Ye Mingjin stared at Ji Yizhao as he waved the marriage certificate in front of her before returning it to his pocket. Her heart a tumult of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally said, "I do not wish to go to that new house." The new house had witnessed her being foolishly plotted against, waiting in vain for so long, leaving her feeling uneasy. Moreover, she was curious about her legal husband's reaction. If he were to refuse, then she would have a valid reason to return to school. To her surprise, Ji Yizhao nodded. "Very well, we shall not go." Ye Mingjin gazed out at the passing scenery, perplexed. "Then where are we headed now?" "To our own home," Ji Yizhao answered. Ye Mingjin scrutinized his captivating face and then glanced at his legs, slowly raising the hand that had struck Ji Yizhao, rotating her wrist. "Do not deceive me. I am quite formidable. You cannot best me. Is that so?" Ji Yizhao observed her slender, delicate hand, a smile flickering in his eyes, his voice innocent and soft. "Then I must tread carefully." Ye Mingjin let out a soft hum, her vigilance gradually easing as she turned to gaze out the car window, unable to suppress the ripples of emotion stirring within her. Our own home. These 6 words, seemingly simple yet somewhat jarring, carried a hint of poignancy. During her time at the Yi residence, Ye Mingjin would often remind her, "Ye Mingjin, this is my home. You were merely taken in by my parents out of kindness. This is not your home. The orphanage is." Yet the orphanage was not her home. She once had a home with her master, until misfortune struck and she lost it. Now, someone was telling her to go to their own home. What would that home be like? Chapter 5. In the bath, the scenery outside the car window rushed past, familiar yet distant, while her reflection in the glass, adorned in bridal attire, appeared somewhat disheveled, causing Ye Mingjin's thoughts to drift. From last week's 20th birthday to yesterday's marriage certificate, and to today's wedding. She reminisced about certain moments spent with Ji Yizhao over the past year, reflecting on her years of quietude, seeking stability while searching for her master. She deduced that her master was somewhere, unmoving, but could not pinpoint the exact location, possibly due to some restriction preventing others from finding him. Her heart felt as though it were weighed down by layers of dark clouds, making it hard to breathe. Taking a deep breath, Ye Mingjin attempted to maintain her composure, but her nose tinged with acidity, and her eyes grew warm, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the clouds, causing tears to pour forth. Without the heart-wrenching cries of despair, her weeping was silent, her tears flowing quietly like a clear spring, trickling down her cheeks and collecting at her chin before falling. Unbeknownst to her, this silent sorrow made her appear like a small creature nursing its wounds, eliciting sympathy from those around her. Suddenly, a handkerchief appeared before her. Ye Mingjin glanced down at the pale fingers offering it, accepted it without turning, and merely raised her eyes to catch a glimpse of the man in the reflection of the window, her voice softened by tears. "Thank you." Ji Yizhao responded, his gaze shifting from her face to the driver, commanding in a low voice, "Drive slower." The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Ye Mingjin's tears to soak the handkerchief and the heavy clouds in her heart to gradually dissipate. After the storm of tears, the moon shone bright. As Ye Mingjin began to calm, she felt the dampness of the handkerchief in her grasp, surprised that she had wept so freely in front of a man she had just met. She was also astonished that someone still used such a traditional item. Apologetically, she showed the handkerchief to Ji Yizhao. "It's wet. I'll return it after I wash it." "All right." Ji Yizhao observed the girl before him. Her nose slightly reddened from crying. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, washed by tears, appeared even more luminous, radiating a tranquil serenity reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Feeling a bit uneasy under Ji Yizhao's gaze, Ye Mingjin attempted to change the subject. "Are you really his brother?" She only knew of the young master Ji Yizhao and had never heard of an elder brother. Ji Yizhao replied, "Same father, different mother." "Oh." Ye Mingjin lowered her eyes, fiddling with the copper coins on her wrist, realizing she had delved into a rather delicate piece of gossip and decided not to pry further. However, Ji Yizhao continued, "After my mother passed away, I was sent abroad at the age of 10. This is my first time back." A simple sentence, yet laden with meaning, concealing untold tales of familial strife. Ye Mingjin gazed at the copper coins on her wrist, picturing a 10-year-old child alone in a foreign land, her thoughts drifting to her own experiences in the orphanage, unable to suppress a sigh. "You must have had a tough time." Ji Yizhao was taken aback by her response. He swallowed hard. For all these years, everyone believed he was living lavishly abroad, forgotten by the world, yet no one had ever cared whether he struggled or not. Indeed, his little bride was still so kind-hearted. He contemplated the many hardships he had endured, but after much reflection, the painful words he had intended to share transformed into a simple response. "I'm fine." Fine. He had persevered until now. Fine, there was still time for everything. Those two words concealed unspoken bitterness and fatigue, prompting Ye Mingjin to glance at him, a flicker of sympathy arising in her heart. For a moment, they exchanged silent glances. Finally, Ji Yizhao broke the silence. "Your bracelet is quite unique." Ye Mingjin looked down at her bracelet, a serene expression crossing her face, a smile brightening her eyes. "I made it myself." "A crafty girl." Ji Yizhao smiled in return. The coins looked quite aged. 15 years old, Ye Mingjin reminisced fondly. "I've had them since I was a child." Ji Yizhao gently stroked the pendant hidden beneath his clothing, glancing at the coins. "Are there only 3? "Yes," Ye Mingjin replied, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. 3 lives, all things. This light-hearted and intimate topic softened the atmosphere between them. The car journeyed into a villa area. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ye Mingjin looked up to see the elegant characters of Donglibin, her gaze sweeping around to appreciate the villa's simple pastoral decor, which she found quite pleasing. Turning to Ji Yizhao, who was being assisted from the vehicle, her newlywed husband whom she had only just met a day ago, Ye Mingjin took a serious tone. "According to the law, the person who registered with me is not you, which amounts to a fraudulent marriage, rendering it legally invalid." Ji Yizhao raised his gaze to her, inquiring, "So?" Ye Mingjin continued, "Do you want a divorce?" Ji Yizhao countered, "Do you?" Ye Mingjin nodded. "If possible, I would certainly want it immediately." Before she could finish her thought, Ji Yizhao interjected, "Can we maintain the current situation for now?" Ye Mingjin blinked, responding earnestly, "I'm of no help to you. Is that so?" Under Ji Yizhao's scrutiny, Ye Mingjin nodded firmly, analyzing calmly. "I am merely the adopted daughter of the Yi family. Mingzhu is the true daughter of the Yi family. Isn't there a saying in your circle? It is only those who are neglected who will enter into such unions." As her words left her lips, recalling the implication of her statement regarding her lack of favor, which struck a chord with Ji Yizhao, Ye Mingjin quickly added, "I'm referring to myself." "You're not wrong. I've never been favored," Ji Yizhao replied, tilting his head slightly. "But how do you know you are of no help to me?" "What help?" Ye Mingjin queried. "I do not wish to involve you in my family's disputes," she replied cautiously. In the face of her guarded gaze, Ji Yizhao slowly caressed his knee, his eyelashes lowered, exuding an air of innocence and vulnerability. "Could you help me experience a normal life, please?" Ye Mingjin's gaze shifted from his legs to his face, observing his downcast expression, which evoked sympathy. Considering how he had allowed her to disrupt the banquet earlier and had not gone to the new house, but instead indulged her emotions by bringing her here, her heart felt both pained and softened, and she nodded slightly. "I can postpone the divorce for now, but we need to establish some ground rules." "All right," Ji Yizhao readily agreed. Ye Mingjin contemplated for a moment before articulating the three stipulations: non-interference, peaceful coexistence, mutual assistance. Listening to these 12 words, Ji Yizhao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "As you wish." Uncle Lin, the butler, approached with a beaming smile, carrying a tray with 2 cups of tea. "Young master, young madam, the tea has arrived." Ji Yizhao took 1 cup and handed it to Ye Mingjin, lifting the other for himself. He gazed at her, adorned in her bridal attire, his eyes shimmering with warmth, his voice low and softly enchanting. "Today marks our wedding. Let's toast with tea instead of wine. May my little bride have all her wishes fulfilled, free from worries." Ye Mingjin was momentarily taken aback, clinking her cup with his, offering her own blessing. "May young Master Ji achieve all he desires and enjoy happiness and health." The tea was at the perfect temperature, its fragrance rich and inviting, prompting Ji Yizhao to drink it down in one swift motion, reminiscent of indulging in fine wine. Following closely behind, Ye Mingjin placed the empty cup on the tray, only to hear Ji Yizhao suggest, "Let me show you to the bedroom. You can change into something more comfortable." The latter part of his statement stirred a flutter of anticipation in Ye Mingjin, and she gazed at him with eager expectation. Under her earnest gaze, Ji Yizhao maneuvered the wheelchair towards the staircase corner, where Ye Mingjin discovered a small private elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the elevator doors opened, and Ye Mingjin proactively pushed the wheelchair forward, guided by Ji Yizhao to a specific room. The door bore the auspicious character for happiness, and upon opening it, she beheld a space adorned in her favored minimalist, natural pastoral style, from the curtains to the linens and furnishings. "Please tidy up, and then we can have dinner together," Ji Yizhao instructed as he prepared to leave in the wheelchair. "If you need anything, just call for me." "All right," Ye Mingjin responded, beginning the gradual process of shedding her elaborate wedding attire. Sitting at the vanity in a t-shirt and trousers after removing her makeup, she noticed her hair was somewhat disheveled after taking off the crown, prompting her to head straight to the bathroom. The sound of running water drowned out Ji Yizhao's entrance, as well as the ringing of her phone. Curious about the phone on the bed, Ji Yizhao wheeled over, and upon seeing the caller ID, the warmth in his eyes turned icy. His beautiful lips pressed into a thin line as he glanced towards the bathroom. Hesitating for a moment before answering the call, the familiar yet loathed voice rang out, "Ye Mingjin, I'm drunk. Come pick me up from nightfall. I can forgive you for hitting me today. Now, immediately. As long as you come and apologize, I'll forgive you." Ji Yizhao scoffed, a note of derision in his tone. "How presumptuous." Following a brief silence, the impatient voice of Ji Yizhao erupted. "Who are you, Ji Yizhao? Where's Ye Mingjin? Put her on the phone." Ji Yizhao gazed toward the bathroom, listening to the sound of the water, and with a calm yet chilling demeanor, he replied, "She is in the shower." Chapter 6. Priceless. The wedding night, those 5 seemingly simple words detonated like a bomb on the other end of the line, igniting Ji Yizhao's fury. "Ji Yizhao, how did you end up with Mingjin's phone? What are you planning to do with her? I warn you, don't do anything reckless." Ji Yizhao glanced at the bathroom, His eyes warm, yet his voice dark and defiant. The wedding night is priceless. Ji Yizhao, you lunatic. You, a cripple, still dreaming of the wedding night? Hilarious. The sound of crashing objects echoed from the phone, revealing Ji Yizhao's escalating rage. You should know that Ye Mingjin is mine. I was the one who dated her for a year. I was the one who went to get the marriage certificate with her yesterday. Ji Yizhao's expression turned cold, jealousy surging within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart the person on the other end of the line. Yet, rationality prevailed, and he chuckled derisively. So what? As his gaze wandered around the room that now belonged to him, listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, he stated now, her legal husband is me. I am the one who will stand by her side for a lifetime. Indeed, even if his little bride had once been in a relationship with Ji Yizhao, now she was his wife. No matter the time or place, he had every right to stand beside her and the justification to handle any unwanted attention she might attract. As he pondered this, the sound of water in the bathroom abruptly ceased. Ji Yizhao ended the call and proceeded to block the number entirely, placing the phone back where it belonged. He exited the room and instructed his assistant waiting at the door, send a second gift to Ji Yizhao. We wouldn't want him to keep worrying about someone else's wife. Understood, the assistant replied, preparing to make arrangements. Ji Yizhao, whose earlier demeanor had been somber, suddenly turned back to glance at the bedroom, his face lighting up with a smile as warm as spring. Xiao Jin, come out when you're ready. Dinner waits. At the nightfall bar, Ji Yizhao, unaware that his elder brother had prepared an extravagant gift, was listening to the busy signal on the phone, realizing he had been hung up on. And in a fit of rage, he smashed his phone against the wall. With a loud crash, it shattered into pieces, much like his heart felt in that moment. Ji Yizhao grabbed a bottle of liquor and drank deeply, yet he could not escape the swirling thoughts in his mind. She is in the shower. She is spending her wedding night with Ji Yizhao. She is Ji Yizhao's legal wife. She will share her life with Ji Yizhao. It was undeniable that he had met her first. They had been in a relationship. They had even gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Yet, how could this be happening? Ji Yizhao drank heavily, trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol, but no matter how much he consumed, the reality remained etched in his mind. He was taken aback by his own emotions. He had known the outcome all along and had even allowed himself to revel in the situation. Yet why did he feel so uncharacteristically unsettled now that events had unfolded as planned? That earlier call had been less about his friends urging him and more about his own desire to see her. He wanted to summon Ye Mingjin on their wedding night, to satisfy himself, and to embarrass Ji Yizhao. But he had not anticipated that the one answering the phone would be the very person he despised. As he slumped on the sofa, wallowing in his misery, his close friend, Qiao Sihong, pushed the woman in his arms forward and said, "Go, keep Ji Yizhao company." The woman, alluring and graceful, approached and leaned in, calling out Ji Yizhao, only to be shoved away by Ji Yizhao. "Get lost." The woman, now sprawled on the floor, looked up at her benefactor with a pitiful gaze, calling out Xiao Xiao. Xiao Sihong chuckled as he pulled the woman back into his embrace, addressing Ji Yizhao. "Ah Xiao, women are like clothes. As long as you can pay, you'll always find someone who knows how to please you. If the tedious woman is given to that cripple, why not? You said they are quite the match, haha. You know nothing." Ji Yizhao, with his vision blurred by drunkenness, twisted his face in anger. "She was mine. I worked hard to win her over. And before we even got close, Ji Yizhao snatched her away. He made me look foolish today. I refuse to accept this." "Refuse to accept? That's easy enough." Xiao Sihong teased, caressing the woman in his arms, and enjoying her soft sounds, continued. "Just find a chance to get back at him." "Get back at him? How?" Ji Yizhao took another swig of liquor. "That cripple hardly ever goes out and doesn't live with us. How can I get back at him?" Xiao Sihong took a sip and turned to the young master of the Chu family beside him. "In a few days, it's old Master Chu's birthday banquet. We could let him embarrass himself there." Before Ji Yizhao could respond, the previously cheerful Chu Mingho suddenly waved his hand. No, don't even think about it. If you ruin my grandfather's birthday banquet, my uncle will kill me." The Chu family's uncle was the most favored child of old Master Chu, a person of considerable influence in Haicheng who could not be crossed. The thought of that uncle sent a shiver through Xiao Sihong, and he quickly responded, "We would never ruin the old man's birthday banquet. It would just be a little incident after the event. Just a harmless prank among peers. No one would be held accountable." Nevertheless, Chu Mingho couldn't help but worry. "I heard that Ji Yizhao is a reckless madman. We should be cautious." Besides, if anything truly happens, he instinctively touched his leg, grimacing, my uncle wouldn't hesitate to break my legs. Seeing his friend falter, Xiao Sihong, unwilling to risk offending the Chu family's uncle, suggested, then let's target someone else. After all, they're just a fake couple. Ji Yizhao is probably seething with anger and might even enjoy watching his wife embarrass herself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yizhao immediately protested, no, don't touch her. Xiao Sihong chuckled. Even if the underappreciated adopted daughter of the Yi family becomes the young mistress of the Ji family through marriage, her understanding will still remain limited. It's entirely normal for her to make a mistake at a banquet and drink the wrong beverage. Young Master Ji, you have the perfect opportunity to play the hero and rescue her. What a stroke of luck. After a slight pause, he added, moreover, in such matters, she is the one at a disadvantage as a woman, and to protect her reputation, she would not publicize it. Even if the esteemed young Master Ji were to find out, he would have to swallow his pride in silence. Upon hearing this suggestion, Ji Yizhao fell silent, lost in thought. Undoubtedly, he was intrigued. If Ye Mingjin were to encounter a mishap at the banquet, and he came to her aid, she would undoubtedly be grateful. Such a scenario would provide him an opportunity to rekindle their relationship. Capturing her affection would not only rectify his past regrets, but would also irk Ji Yizhao. Truly a double victory. Noticing Ji Yizhao's growing enthusiasm, Xiao Sihong summoned a young lady. The newcomer was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of aloofness akin to a rare flower on a distant peak, starkly contrasting with the sycophantic women who typically surrounded them. Xiao Sihong, smiling, gestured toward the inebriated Ji Yizhao, go, and attend to young Master Ji well. Initially, Ji Yizhao intended to dismiss her as he had done before, but upon seeing this woman, particularly her cool demeanor that reminded him of Ye Mingjin, he felt an inexplicable urge to keep her close. Thus, the words of refusal morphed into an invitation. Since he could not have the real thing, he might as well find a similar diversion to ease his longing. Little did he know, the woman would later send a message stating, the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 7. Ji Yizhao, why are you so kind to me? In the Dongli courtyard, the decor was simply natural, yet radiated a joyous atmosphere, adorned with vibrant red double happiness characters and festive pairings, showcasing meticulous attention to detail. As Ye Mingjin descended the stairs, she unexpectedly met Ji Yizhao's gaze, who was seated in his wheelchair, his delicate features illuminated with a gentle smile. Have you finished preparing? Then let us dine. With his words, Uncle Lin and Aunt Yang promptly began serving the dishes from the kitchen. As Ye Mingjin approached, she discovered that the meal consisted entirely of her personal favorites. Her palate leaned toward a hint of sweetness and sourness, accompanied by a touch of spiciness. She could not handle anything too fiery, yet delighted in a mild, fragrant heat. Dishes such as sweet and sour fish, garlic ribs, and spicy chicken appeared on the table, each home-cooked and tantalizing, igniting her appetite. Ye Mingjin could not conceal her surprise as she looked towards Ji Yizhao, who served her a bowl of mushroom soup. Do you like these dishes? If you desire anything else, just tell Aunt Yang. The experience of having decisions made entirely based on her preferences felt somewhat foreign. In the Yi household, she had never been permitted to voice her opinions. Decisions were invariably made by Ye Mingzhu or other family members. Although she could indulge freely at school, it was a different kind of thoughtfulness that left her with a gentle stir in her heart. The meal was filled with warmth and joy, with Aunt Yang particularly delighted. What else does the young mistress like to eat? You need only say, and I can prepare it. Ye Mingjin smiled softly. Everything is delicious. Thank you, Aunt Yang. She had heard Ji Yizhao mention that Aunt Yang and Uncle Lin had been with him for many years, and in this moment, their care for her was undoubtedly a reflection of Ji Yizhao's influence. Unable to resist, Ye Mingjin looked across the table at Ji Yizhao. You should eat more as well, to replenish your strength. Very well. Ji Yizhao's eyes sparkled like stars, and under Aunt Yang's watchful gaze, he consumed an extra half bowl of rice. After the meal, Ji Yizhao suggested a stroll in the garden to aid digestion. This was a routine for Ye Mingjin, and she readily agreed. Upon entering the backyard, she discovered that it was not filled with flowers, but rather a sprawling bamboo grove. The pebble-paved path featured a specially designed wheelchair ramp, and the rockery and pavilion surrounded by lush bamboo created a naturally elegant atmosphere, much to Ye Mingjin's astonishment and delight. Turning to Ji Yizhao in his wheelchair, she asked, why aren't there any flowers in such a large garden? Ji Yizhao smiled back at her. Little Jean, you can arrange it as you wish. Whatever you want to plant or how you want it done, just tell Uncle Lin. Once again, she was in charge, as if she were truly the mistress of the house. Ye Mingjin surveyed the flowerless garden and then glanced at the handsome, yet frail man in the wheelchair, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she suddenly inquired, Ji Yizhao, why are you so kind to me when we are merely pretending to be married? Indeed, she felt that Ji Yizhao's kindness exceeded her expectations. As a child, her master had indulged her, yet he was strict in her training. In the orphanage, she often faced bullying, and later, others sought to befriend her only because her strength made her someone that other children dared not provoke. Upon arriving at the Yi family, apart from the first year when they treated her kindly, she soon became an outsider once they had their own children. To avoid being an eyesore, she rarely returned home, spending most of her time at school. At school, apart from her 3 roommates, she had no particularly close relationships. She was inherently a reserved and slow-to-warm person. But over time, after some adjustment, they had developed a bond of care for one another. However, her encounters with Ji Yizhao, marked by gift-giving and meals together, felt more like a routine than the genuine warmth she now experienced with Ji Yizhao. Even if Ye Mingjin did not dwell on it, she recognized that Ji Yizhao's attentiveness required considerable thought. The meal's dishes and the home's decor were almost entirely tailored to her preferences. Moreover, Ye Mingjin held a saying close to her heart, no good deed comes without a reason. Such unprovoked kindness seemed implausible. There must be an underlying motive. Thus, she understood that she needed to discern what Ji Yizhao sought from her. In this way, she could reciprocate his kindness and remain free of any debt of gratitude. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes reflected earnest determination, causing Ji Yizhao to feel an unexpected pang of tenderness. Is this enough? He pondered her experiences over the years and sighed, his gentle demeanor radiating warmth as he spoke in a voice that stirred the heart. No particular reason, simply because, little Jean, you deserve it. Ye Mingjin blinked, somewhat perplexed by his words. No one had ever told her that she deserved such cherished and special treatment. This notion felt profoundly alien to her, igniting an impulse to reciprocate immediately. Perhaps her confusion was too apparent, for Ji Yizhao chuckled softly. If you don't understand, then don't think too deeply. Just remember, I am your husband, and I wish to treat you well. Could it truly be so? An unexpected husband who offered her such heartfelt kindness? Ye Mingjin found it difficult to comprehend, yet resolved not to dwell on it, for she had discovered a solution. At the very least, for every ounce of kindness Ji Yizhao extended toward her, she would return double. As long as he did not impose unreasonable demands, she would willingly continue to treat him with kindness. As they continued their stroll, they explored the villa. Within just half a day, Ye Mingjin had familiarized herself with every corner of the house, including its inhabitants. Ji Yizhao's actions clearly indicated that he regarded her as part of the family. As Ji Yizhao would say, she was the mistress of the house and thus entitled to make any decision and go anywhere she pleased. This feeling of being wholly trusted left Ye Mingjin both astonished and slightly apprehensive, yet it was tinged with sweetness. She thought, even if they were but a pretend couple, if Ji Yizhao continued to treat her well, she would surely ensure his safety and happiness for the rest of his life. After their walk concluded, Ye Mingjin returned to her room to prepare for some rest. Seated before the vanity, she suddenly realized that all the cosmetics were her favorites, one she had always used. Ji Yizhao had truly put great thought into this. He had meticulously grasped all her preferences and habits. It felt as if they were not a couple brought together by mere coincidence, but rather that he had long prepared himself to marry her, having invested considerable effort. As her fingers gently caressed the coins on her wrist, Ye Mingjin fell into contemplation. At least for now, she sensed no malice from him, nor did she perceive any ominous signs for the future. Perhaps it was best to observe the situation quietly. Just as she had once calculated that she had no fated connection with Ji Yizhao, she now found herself intrigued about how things had come to this point, unwittingly walking into what she had presumed to be a den of wolves, only to be met with an abundance of genuine indulgence instead. Having tidied herself, Ye Mingjin realized she had not checked her phone for the latest messages, only to discover it was completely out of battery. In the haste of her wedding, she had forgotten to bring her daily necessities, including her charger. Ultimately, Ye Mingjin decided to seek assistance. She opened the door to find Lin Shu, only to see the opposite door swing open as well. Chapter 8. Couple's Attire. Nightmare. Ji Yizhao maneuvered his wheelchair over, his eyes filled with concern. What is it? Ye Mingjin shook her phone, explaining, I wanted to find Lin Shu to see if he has a charger. Ji Yizhao's gaze shifted from her phone to her newly donned cool pajamas, his eyes flickering. Let me find one for you. He turned and returned to his room, instructing, You wait here. Following closely behind, Ye Mingjin discovered that this was, in fact, a study. The spacious room contained a desk surrounded by 2 full bookshelves, while another side held an identical desk and an empty bookshelf, as if prepared for future use. Ye Mingjin pondered for whom this space had been arranged, quietly observing the study from the sofa as Ji Yizhao located a charger. To her surprise, she found that Ji Yizhao's charger was the same black and white model as her own. Thank you, she said, taking the charger and bidding farewell. I'll return it once it's charged. No rush, Ji Yizhao replied, his gaze lingering on her. I'm just next door. Feel free to find me if you need anything. All right, Ye Mingjin responded as she left, while Ji Yizhao watched her with a gaze as gentle as water before turning back to his computer. His expression once again turning cold as he resumed his work. The executives in the video conference were utterly astonished. Their curiosity piqued about the woman who had just made their boss so tender and caring. They were bursting with gossip, yet knew better than to ask directly. Thus, Han Shuangxiang, the personal assistant, became the target of their inquiries. Within a minute, he received a barrage of messages, all asking, who was the woman who had managed to soften the demeanor of their notoriously cold boss? Everyone was aware that he despised women, having not a single female employee within the company, not even in the role of assistant. The sudden emergence of such a remarkable woman naturally stirred great interest among them. Without his permission, Han Shuangxiang could not divulge any information, just as he was grappling with how to respond to the flood of queries. Ji Yizhao concluded the meeting with a hint of pride and joy in his voice, stating, That was my wife. You may refer to her as Madam. You will have the opportunity to meet her. With that, he exited the conference interface, leaving the stunned executives in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Han Shuangxiang was bombarded with yet another wave of questions. How did the boss return home with a wife? Who is she? What on earth is going on? Simultaneously, many executives began to stir with excitement, eager to travel to Yunqing for business training. In her room, Ye Mingjin, after charging her phone, checked her messages. There were reprimands from her mother, threats from Ji Yizhao, and a trending video of her in her wedding dress rushing out of the hotel to get into a car, accompanied by various sensational headlines. Today had been a roller coaster of experiences. After deleting and blocking unwanted messages, Ye Mingjin thought she would be restless, but instead, the fragrance of her nightgown lulled her into a gentle slumber. In her dreams, she found herself back in her sophomore year, the day she first met Ji Yizhao. It was Ye Mingju's birthday, and everyone was fawning over the birthday girl, except for Ji Yizhao, who approached her with concern, offering her food. He consistently sought opportunities to draw closer to her, inviting her to dinner, gifting her presents, and eventually confessing his feelings. When she declined, he merely said, Let us give it a try as I like you. The scene shifted abruptly to the carefree Ji Yizhao with another woman, declaring that he had played enough and finding her cold and uninteresting. You should marry someone else, he remarked. Ye Mingju added, You're married now. Don't linger at my home. In her dream, Ye Mingjin felt utterly isolated, with no one to care for or want her. It was as if she were trapped in a boundless, dark wilderness, surrounded by voices yet utterly forsaken. Suddenly, someone broke through the darkness, stepping into the moonlight, smiling as they reached out to her. Ming Xiaojin, it's time to go home. She vaguely sensed someone gently comforting her, yet she remained immersed in her dream, unable to awaken. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Mingjin made a concerted effort to open her eyes, only to find the familiar yet strange figure of her legal husband, Ji Yizhao, in the dim light. Their eyes met, and she momentarily lost her grasp on reality, unable to discern whether she was in a dream or awake. She began, wanting to ask Ji Yizhao why he was there. Before she could voice her question, Ji Yizhao spoke. I heard some noise, so I came to check. Did you have a nightmare? Ye Mingjin pondered for a moment, realizing it could indeed be classified as a nightmare, and gave a slight nod. Ji Yizhao's warm hand gently stroked her hair, his voice soothing like a clear spring under the moonlight. It's all over now. Things will get better. Ming Xiaojin, we'll be fine. Perhaps it was the gentle magic of his words that calmed the unease stirred by her dreams. she softly replied, allowing herself to drift back into peaceful slumber. When she next opened her eyes, playful sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains. As she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, her mind took a moment to register that she was now married and in her new home. Drawing back the curtains revealed a rare, clear sky, mirroring her current mood, as if the storm had passed and given way to sunshine. After preparing herself, Ye Mingjin descended the stairs, where the butler, Lin Shu, greeted her with a polite and warm smile. "Good morning, young madam. The young master is already waiting for you." "Good morning, Lin Shu," Ye Mingjin replied, turning to see Ji Yizhao seated at the table. As she approached, he inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Ye Mingjin considered his question and nodded. It was fine. Ji Yizhao pushed a plate of dumplings toward her. "Try Aunt Yang's cooking. If there's anything you're not comfortable with, just let Lin Shu know, and we can make adjustments." "Everything is great," she said, and, out of courtesy, she served Ji Yizhao a bowl of clay pot congee. To her surprise, when she handed it to him, his eyes sparkled with delight, almost overflowing with joy, as if they were sprinkled with countless stars, beautiful and captivating. Ye Mingjin felt a momentary daze, unable to discern whether it was his alluring appearance or his simple satisfaction that enchanted her. Just a bowl of congee, and he was this happy? With a hint of skepticism, she offered him a portion of pan-fried dumplings, only to witness once more his unabashed joy. His lips curled into a smile, and Ye Mingjin suddenly realized that her seemingly fictitious husband possessed an unexpectedly endearing quality. Thus, a mundane breakfast transformed into one of Ji Yizhao's most cherished moments, all thanks to Ye Mingjin's genuine care. Meanwhile, Lin Shu and Aunt Yang observed nearby, their eyes glistening with excitement. It seemed that their young master had finally found his happiness. The breakfast was filled with joy and satisfaction, and the couple proceeded to take a stroll in the garden as a customary way to digest their meal. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, infusing the cool air with its unique freshness. Ye Mingjin couldn't help but take a deep breath and stretch her limbs, when Ji Yizhao's voice broke through the tranquility. "According to tradition, we should visit the elders of the Ji family today. Would you like to go, Xiaojin?" Turning to meet Ji Yizhao's gaze, she heard him continue. "If you prefer not to go, we needn't. It's no big deal." The possibility of encountering Ji Yizhao loomed ahead. Ye Mingjin hesitated momentarily, but upon reflecting that not going might negatively affect Ji Yizhao, she resolved, "Let us go." The simplicity of her words belied the weight of the decision. Ji Yizhao gradually relaxed his clenched fingers, his dark eyes glimmering with amusement. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ji family, the meeting gift should be rather generous. "I'll go earn you some pocket money." A smile unconsciously blossomed on Ye Mingjin's lips. "All right." Chapter 9. Ah Xiao, come meet your sister-in-law. In the Ji family villa, Mrs. Ji Songyuru noticed her husband preparing to rise after breakfast and hurriedly approached to adjust his tie, while gently reminding him, "Go, according to custom. Today Ji Zhao and his new bride should come to pay their respects. Perhaps you should delay your trip to the office a bit. Wait for them." Ji Wei was scoffed. Who knows if they will even come? After the disgrace of yesterday, how could he still have the face to show up? Despite his words, he took a seat on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone while casting glances toward the entrance. Song Yueru chuckled softly. "Although it has been many years since I last saw Ji Zhao, I believe he is a sensible child. Even if the new bride seems rather fiery, he will certainly find a way to come. Could you wait until 10 with me?" she asked, glancing at the empty doorway, then at the time. With a smile, she prepared a cup of hand-ground coffee for Ji Weigua, adding comfortingly, "Even if they do not come today, it could simply be that the young couple has been delayed. I can send someone to invite them later." "Invite them?" Ji Weigua's expression darkened immediately. "As an elder, I should invite a younger generation to come? What kind of decorum is that? Wasn't he yesterday embarrassing enough? I'm not waiting." After a few sips of coffee, Ji Weigua intended to leave for the office when he suddenly heard a voice at the door. "Young master, you're back." Song Yueru's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly concealed her displeasure and turned to the entrance where she saw a swaying figure enter. It was their beloved son, Ji Yizhao. As he approached, the smell of alcohol wafted off him, and Song Yueru quickly exclaimed, "Ah Xiao, how could you drink so much? Even if you were humiliated yesterday, there is no need to drown your sorrows in drink. Others may not know, but your father and I understand you." As she spoke, her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. The anger Ji Weigua had harbored dissipated, transforming his disappointment into concern as he gazed at Ji Yizhao. You should rest. If you can't endure this minor setback, how will you take over the Ji family in the future? Mrs. Ji wiped her eyes, which were dry of tears, and hurriedly assisted Ji Yizhao. You should return to your room and rest well. If you need anything, just call for someone. They will come to serve you. Ji Yizhao, nursing a splitting headache, rubbed his temples and, oblivious to his mother's words, allowed the servants to support him upstairs. Once he had ascended, Song Yueru let out a silent sigh of relief, glanced at the time, and approached Ji Weiguo, adjusting his coat softly. Xiao has truly been hurt this time. He has endured so much for the sake of the marriage, only to be publicly humiliated by his new bride. Yet, I still believe Ji Yizhao is a good child. They will surely arrive soon. Let them come or not. Ji Weiguo snapped, his anger palpable. If they wanted to come, they would have arrived by now. There is no need to wait. Song Yueru lowered her gaze, concealing a fleeting delight, then raised her face with a demeanor of gentle propriety. Guoge, please don't be angry. They are still children. Why don't you head to the office? I will wait for them. With a dismissive grunt, Ji Weiguo adjusted his coat and prepared to leave, only to be interrupted by the butler, who entered hurriedly with a complex expression. Sir, madam, the eldest young master and his young bride have arrived. Upstairs, in the bedroom, Ji Yizhao lay on his bed, his head pounding. The honking of cars outside only heightened his agitation. Unable to find relief, he rose and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains, his face aflame with anger as he shouted, Can you all be quiet? Don't you know I'm trying to rest? His words were abruptly cut short as he beheld the scene below. His assistant, Chang Yi, opened the car door and a wheelchair ramp extended, revealing Ji Yizhao seated in the chair. To Ji Yizhao's astonishment, it was Ye Mingjin who was pushing Ji Yizhao's wheelchair. Ji Yizhao's gaze fixed on Ye Mingjin, his headache overshadowed by a surge of jealousy that urged him to rush outside and pull her hands away from the wheelchair. Perhaps sensing his stare, Ye Mingjin lifted her eyes momentarily before lowering them again, completely disregarding him as if he were an inconsequential stranger. At that moment, Ji Yizhao also glanced over. Their eyes met, and Ji Yizhao distinctly saw a taunting smile curl at Ji Yizhao's lips. As if dissatisfied with Ji Yizhao's reaction, Ji Yizhao appeared to say something to Ye Mingjin, who leaned in with a look of concern, their interaction exuding a sense of intimacy and ease. Yet, this was merely a sham marriage, and they had only known each other for a day. How could it have evolved into this? Jealousy gnawed at Ji Yizhao like a swarm of insects, relentless in its torment, prompting him to draw the curtains shut, yet offering no relief. In a living room below, Ji Weiguo's expression softened slightly as he settled into the sofa, adopting the posture of a dignified elder. Song Yueru, beaming with joy, remarked, See, I told you they would come. Though they are a bit late, it is understandable for newlyweds. As Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin entered, she warmly welcomed them, inquiring about their well-being and urging them to sit down and rest. Thank you, Aunt, Ji Yizhao politely responded, followed closely by Ye Mingjin, who echoed, Thank you, Aunt. Their harmonious exchange evidently pleased Ji Yizhao, who gazed at her with increasing admiration. Ji Weiguo observed his son, whom he had not seen in over a decade, and was struck by the resemblance to his late wife, eliciting a complex mix of emotions. Nonetheless, he solemnly stated, I thought you would not come today. Father, what do you mean? Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin exchanged glances before he continued. It is only right to pay respects to our elders, especially since you and Anne have found me such a wonderful wife. I must express my gratitude. Both Ji Weiguo and Song Yueru were taken aback, scrutinizing Ji Yizhao's expression, weighing the authenticity of his words. After all, they were all too aware of the circumstances surrounding this union. Ignoring their scrutiny, Ji Yizhao added, Xiao Jin does not mind my disability and is willing to care for me for a lifetime. You can rest assured. Turning to Ye Mingjin, his eyes sparkled with affection, his voice imbued with tenderness. You are so wonderful, and as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ji family, my father and aunt must have prepared a particularly generous meeting gift for you. Be sure to express your gratitude. Ye Mingjin nodded, lifting her gaze toward Ji Weiguo and Song Yueru, seemingly awaiting the revelation of the lavish gift. Ji Weiguo, under the watchful eyes of the newlyweds, felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment, for he had prepared nothing. He turned to Song Yueru, anticipating her to have made arrangements. Song Yueru, seething with frustration, realized she had prepared nothing either. Not only had she always held disdain for the couple, but she had never expected Ji Yizhao to bring his bride along. Moreover, she had not anticipated that the very girl who had caused a scene at the wedding would willingly accompany Ji Yizhao today. After all, they should have loathed them, certainly detesting the groom and bride manipulated into this union. How could they adhere to the custom of visiting their elders? But now, she found herself outmaneuvered, endeavored to maintain a cheerful facade as she swiftly interjected, "Well, giving cash gifts is rather kitsch. So, I thought it would be more appropriate to gift you a house directly." Meeting Ji Weigua's gaze, she continued, "Since Azai has just returned to the country, it would be nice for them to have a place to stay, right? Therefore, I would like to present them with that apartment in the northern district as a wedding gift." Ji Weigua found her reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, praising her thoughtfulness. However, beneath her smile, Song Yuru's heart was bleeding, for Ji Weigua added, "Additionally, there's a shop on West Street, which I shall also gift you as a wedding present." It felt as though two knives were plunged into her heart. Yet she forced a smile to accept the thanks from Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin. "Thank you, father. Thank you, aunt. This special gift is truly thoughtful." The family appeared to be in joyful harmony. Suddenly, Ji Yizhao raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed softly. Ye Mingjin quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Ji Yizhao frowned slightly, revealing a hint of the frailty typical of an ailing person, his throat feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ye Mingjin hurriedly offered him some tea to soothe his throat. Just as she spoke, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. Ji Yizhao was descending, his face vaguely marked with injury, fists clenched, his gaze fierce. Ji Yizhao's pale complexion broke into a smile, exuding a brotherly affection as he remarked, "Yizhao has arrived. It's a perfect opportunity for you to meet your sister-in-law." In Chapter 10, the meeting gift, a true source of discomfort, Ji Yizhao tilted his head slightly, as if addressing a long-lost close friend, and asked, "Have you prepared a meeting gift for your sister-in-law?" "No need," Ye Mingjin replied, calm and poised, embodying the demeanor of a long-established sister-in-law. "As the elder sister-in-law, how could I accept a gift from my younger brother?" Ji Yizhao smiled at her, with a glint of affection in his ink-black eyes. "What do you wish for? I shall buy it for you, dear wife." Such tenderness in his gaze could easily draw one into its depths. Ye Mingjin lowered her eyes and replied softly, "All right," though their actions were devoid of excessive intimacy. An undeniable closeness permeated the air, one that outsiders could not intrude upon. Observing their affectionate exchange, Ji Yizhao's face turned a shade paler, his eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. Yet, he feigned indifference, attempting to joke, "Only a day into marriage, and your bond seems so strong. Surely, brother and sister-in-law are not hiding anything from us, right?" Ha! He intended to mock them for their perceived premarital indiscretions, but Ye Mingjin simply frowned slightly, casting him a cold glance, ignoring his taunt. Ji Yizhao regarded him with a piercing gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Perhaps it is destiny that brought me and Xiaojin together, leading to love at first sight and a lifelong partnership." Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles, a pair of divine soulmates. Seated, Ji Yizhao felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest, wrought by Ye Mingjin's contrasting treatment of him and Ji Yizhao. Her indifference towards him and warmth towards Ji Yizhao sparked within Ji Yizhao a realization. She treated him like discarded refuse, while she cherished her new husband. The notion of being treasured, it seemed absurdly ludicrous. Jealousy intertwined with anger surged within him like a wild beast, desperate to act. His gaze drifted to the freshly brewed coffee brought by the servant, and as he reached for it, the scalding heat caught him off guard. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, the cup slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the coffee table, right in front of Ye Mingjin. She swiftly turned to evade, feeling a hand grasp her waist, urging her to move quicker. Her hand brushed against the slender yet powerful arm of the man behind her. Turning to look, she saw the frail yet striking figure of Ji Yizhao, his eyes filled with alarm, as if she were a precious porcelain doll, vulnerable to harm from the spilled coffee. Surprised by Ji Yizhao's intense reaction, Ye Mingjin paused, allowing herself to be enveloped in his embrace. He scrutinized her with trembling concern, asking, "Did you get burned? Let me see where it hurts." Ye Mingjin, taken aback by his level of anxiety, reassured him, "I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly all right. I didn't get burned." After confirming her well-being several times, Ji Yizhao finally relaxed slightly, yet his worried gaze remained fixed on the hem of her sky-blue dress, now stained. Noticing the small splatters of coffee, she intended to say she would wash it later. However, at that moment, Ji Yizhao stood up, an expression of guilt on his face. I apologize, it was my clumsiness. I shall take sister-in-law to clean up. His eyes were fixated on Ye Mingjin, nestled in Ji Yizhao's embrace, the term sister-in-law laden with meaning, tinged with barely concealed malice. Very well, Ye Mingjin acknowledged, feeling a sense of embarrassment at having found a legitimate reason to extricate herself from Ji Yizhao as hold. I will go tidy up. The words were directed towards Ji Yizhao, but also acknowledged the presence of the two senior members of the Ji family. Song Yu smiled kindly. That's perfect. You can familiarize yourself with the surroundings, making it easier to come home in the future. Ye Yizhao. She encouraged him to stay a few more days, as it was a rare family reunion. Ji Yizhao expressed his gratitude for her kind intentions. Yet his eyes remained glued to Ye Mingjin, unwavering. Song Yu chuckled softly. Look at Gua. Azai is indeed a sentimental child. It seems he is quite taken with our new daughter-in-law, gazing at her so intently, even when apart. This match is truly auspicious. Ji Weiguo regarded Ji Yizhao, his feelings unexpectedly complex. Though he did not know his eldest son well, he was certain he was not particularly sentimental. Yet, observing the interaction with the Yi family's daughter, it seemed he indeed held affection for her. Of course, it was also possible that he was merely putting on a show, performing for their benefit. However, recalling Ji Yizhao's reaction during the coffee incident, Ji Weiguo felt it was less of an act and more a genuine display of concern. Now that they were married, Ji Weiguo was about to assume the role of a guiding elder when a sudden scream interrupted him. The sharp cry, accompanied by a loud thud, emanated from the direction of a restroom. Both Song Yu and Ji Weiguo exchanged puzzled glances. What has happened? Ji Yizhao, maneuvering his wheelchair, rushed towards the sound, closely followed by his assistant, Han Shuangjiang. 5 minutes earlier, Ji Yizhao had entered the restroom with Ye Mingjin, leaning against the door with a sardonic smirk. What is this? Pretending not to know me after just one day? Ye Mingjin ignored him, focusing on washing her hands. She had no intention of cleaning the stains on her dress here, as doing so would only make them appear worse. Noticing her disregard, Ji Yizhao's expression darkened as he stepped closer. Ye Mingjin, you have a heart as cold as ice. Look at the bruise from yesterday. You have nothing to say to me? He leaned closer. If you admit your fault, I won't pursue it any further, all right? As he drew nearer, Ye Mingjin took a step aside, her demeanor calm and composed. Ji Yizhao, I am now your sister-in-law. Please recognize your place. Sister-in-law? Ji Yizhao laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, his bloodshot eyes brazenly scrutinizing her. What can that crippled brother of mine offer you besides his face? He cannot give you happiness. The dynamics between men and women are far simpler than you think. If you yearn for that exquisite pleasure, remember to seek me out. I guarantee your satisfaction. Ye Mingjin's expression remained placid, though disappointment flickered in her gaze as she regarded Ji Yizhao. I never realized you were like this. What do you mean? Ji Yizhao licked his lips, his fingers trailing from his slightly swollen cheek to his Adam's apple, exuding a hint of deliberate seduction. So you're that disgusting, he remarked. Ye Mingjin gazed at him with crystal-clear eyes, unmasking her disdain without reservation. Such a gaze, such words, were characteristic of Ye Mingjin. Ji Yizhao's playful demeanor faltered, and a surge of anger welled within him. What did you say? Ye Mingjin, did you just call me disgusting? How could you say that about me? He found it impossible to accept such an evaluation from Ye Mingjin, and even more so, he struggled with the thought that he was inferior to Ji Yizhao. Wasn't that crippled man disgusting? How could you care for him so tenderly? As his indignation grew, Ji Yizhao lunged at Ye Mingjin with a sinister grin. Let me show you what true disgust looks like. Tell me, if I were to take you right here, would Ji Yizhao find you disgusting? Don't worry, I won't think any less of you. Standing at 6 feet tall, he towered over the 5'5" woman, his stature granting him an undeniable advantage, enabling him to act as he pleased. Chapter 11. The Little Fairy, quite ruthless as Ji Yizhao approached with a wicked grin. Intent on embracing her, Ye Mingjin stepped back gracefully, evading him like flowing water. Like a bamboo that stands firm amidst a storm, she seized his wrist and spun around, bending his arm into an oddly beautiful angle. The speed was so swift that Ji Yizhao believed he was hallucinating. Yet the sharp crack followed by bone-deep pain caused him to emit a wretched cry. He collapsed to the ground, trying to turn his head to see Ye Mingjin, but found himself utterly immobilized. Any movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, and he could bear it no longer. Cold sweat poured down Ji Yizhao's face, and the dizziness from his hangover vanished in an instant. Ye Mingjin, you actually hit me again, with a loud bang. The restroom door burst open. Ji Yizhao, his eyes bloodshot, scanned the scene, his gaze moving between Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao. Does it hurt? Ji Yizhao felt his arm throb even more painfully and retorted angrily. Does it hurt? You try it. Xiaojin, Ji Yizhao said, looking at Ye Mingjin, his previously menacing dark eyes now filled with concern. Does your hand hurt? Ye Mingjin paused slightly, then slowly shook her head, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. It doesn't hurt. His words brought an inexplicable sense of clarity to her heart. After washing her hands, she saw Ji Yizhao had already grabbed a tissue to hand to her. As she reached for it, he unexpectedly began to wipe her hands. No need. She started to refuse, but then heard him ask, Are you hurt anywhere? Ye Mingjin shook her head slowly no. His slender, pale hands delicately cradled hers, wiping them with utmost care, as if handling fragile treasures. With her satisfactory response, Ji Yizhao's expression turned serious and focused, to the point that Ye Mingjin, who was not accustomed to such intimacy, forgot to withdraw her hand. Goodness, you too. Ji Yizhao sprawled on the ground, recalled his earlier misguided response, and witnessed the affectionate interaction between them, causing his eyes and ears to ache. He bared his teeth in frustration and shouted, Ji Yizhao, you lunatic, what are you pretending to be kind for? Ah, it hurts. The latter part of his exclamation was drowned out by a sudden surge of pain in his arm, leaving him too weak to speak further. As he glanced toward the doorway, he managed to cry out, Mom. Ah Xiao. Song Yu-ru rushed forward, her eyes wide with shock as she approached her son, whose arm was twisted unnaturally. What happened to you? Who did this? She glared fiercely at Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao, surveying them before her gaze settled on Ye Mingjin, laden with deep threat and urgency. What on earth happened? Ye Mingjin was about to respond when Ji Yizhao, who had been wiping his hands, interjected. My brother turned too quickly and bumped his arm, then slipped and fell. We wanted to help him up, but he is too proud and stubborn, unwilling to burden me, a cripple, or Xiaojin, a girl. Right, brother? This was the first time he addressed Ji Yizhao as brother, a term that sounded exceedingly jarring and even repulsive to Ji Yizhao. He glared back furiously, ready to retort. But as he met Ji Yizhao's pitch-black, unfathomable eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. The exquisitely beautiful face wore an innocent expression, yet those eyes, gazing back at him, were as frigid as depths of ice. It seemed that uttering a single wrong word would lead to his utter ruin. Ji Yizhao felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Under that icy scrutiny, he abruptly realized he could not admit to being beaten to such a degree by Ye Mingjin. He could not afford to lose face. Therefore, despite his immense reluctance, he could only concede to Ji Yizhao's narrative. I accidentally fell. Really fell? How could you fall like this? Song Yu-ru still seemed unconvinced, pressing for details. Stop nagging. We need to get a medical attention. Ji Wei-guo frowned at the chaotic scene before him and directly called for an emergency medical team. It was at this moment that Ji Yizhao, citing the need to avoid causing further chaos, suggested they take their leave. Ji Wei-guo gazed at Ji Yizhao for a long time, then glanced at Ye Mingjin for a few seconds before giving a slight nod. Go ahead. He had heard Ji Yizhao use the term brother, which he regarded as a good omen of brotherly affection. At the very least, it indicated that this son, whom he had not seen for over a decade, was still somewhat accepting of their family. This thought brought Ji Wei-guo a sense of reassurance, feeling that many matters were still under control. As the newlyweds departed, Song Yu-ru, her face filled with anxiety while awaiting the emergency medical team, wore a solemn expression. Turning, she forced a smile, surprised that the couple seemed to be getting along well. I never expected. Expected what? The implication was clear, especially considering the tumultuous events of the previous day. Today, they appeared so cordial while visiting the elders, which indeed caught them off guard. Ji Wei-guo's expression remained cold. This is for the best, let them be. How absurd. Ji Yizhao contorted on the ground, grimaced as he lifted his head, inadvertently straining his arm and gasping in pain. After a moment to collect himself, he muttered, "That cripple is ruthless and cunning. How could Ye Mingjin possibly be his match? He would be so calm. After all these years spent abroad, I refuse to believe he doesn't harbor resentment." As for Ye Mingjin, her fury had already been revealed when she slapped him in front of so many guests yesterday. Yet, what shocked Ji Yizhao was that after a year of acquaintance, he had never realized the seemingly cold and aloof Ye Mingjin was so fierce. "Ah Xiao, remember, Ye Mingjin is your sister-in-law," Song Yuru said, both pained and furious. "She already embarrassed you yesterday. Whatever she does from now on has nothing to do with you. You should focus on nurturing your relationship with that young lady from the Chun family, being the pampered heir destined to inherit the family business." It was only natural for him to seek a match from a similarly prestigious family, ensuring both compatibility and strength through unity. Ji Yizhao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "When will the emergency medical team arrive? I'm in excruciating pain." He was unwilling to admit that witnessing the warm interaction between Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao stirred layers of regret within him. In the car, Ji Yizhao handed Ye Mingjin a red envelope containing agreements for properties and shops. In response to her puzzled gaze, he smiled gently. "This is for the young lady of the Ji family. You should accept it. This is all part of our family assets." Ye Mingjin blinked, seeming to grasp the meaning behind his words. "All right." Seeing her accept the envelope, Ji Yizhao asked, "Were you scared just now?" "Not really," Ye Mingjin replied, feeling that the incident was nothing to fear. "It didn't frighten me. I was scared," Ji Yizhao said softly, his dark eyes glistening with moisture. The corners slightly reddened as if stained with blush, adding a touch of allure, while also revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Ah." Ye Mingjin thought to herself that she hadn't noticed this. Ji Yizhao continued, "I was worried something might happen to you." Ye Mingjin recalled his earlier rush and the concern he had shown after she accidentally spilled coffee on him, worrying whether he had been scalded. Although she did not fully comprehend the depth of his anxiety for her, she could feel the sincerity and affection in Ji Yizhao's concern, which was unmistakably genuine. Gazing at the man before her, her thoughts swirled in an intricate dance, yet the words that escaped her lips were merely a simple thank you. Ji Yizhao looked at her with gentle eyes. "Xiao Jin, we are married. You need not be so formal." Ye Mingjin replied, "But it is not real." "Indeed it is," Ji Yizhao corrected her at once. In her clear gaze, he added, "We have a certificate." Ye Mingjin blinked and nodded. Yes, they were indeed a couple on paper, albeit a false one. Ji Yizhao slowly caressed his knee, his fingers curling inward, murmuring, "Xiao Jin, I know I'm a burden, but rest assured, I will not hold you back. If one day you come to like someone else, then could you try to like me?" Ji Yizhao's hand formed a fist, his nails digging into his flesh, yet his expression remained consistently frail and innocent. "Please tell me. I promise I will not complicate matters." He cast his eyes downward, concealing the madness and fury within. His heart felt as though it were a wild beast, desperate to escape, yet it was firmly confined, maintaining a facade of calmness and innocence. Like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, he awaited Ye Mingjin's response. Time seemed to flow with excruciating slowness, each second stretching into eternity. Just as he felt the cage within him might burst open, he heard her clear voice utter the simple yet unexpected word, "No." "Huh?" The reply took Ji Yizhao by surprise, compelling him to lift his gaze. Sunlight filtered through the car window, illuminating his little wife, who rested her chin on her hand and gazed out, saying, "I don't want to like anyone else. It's too troublesome." Such a response was unexpected. Ji Yizhao's expression shifted, and he found himself unsure whether to feel joy. When he looked at Ye Mingjin again, the previously suppressed fury had vanished without a trace, leaving only boundless tenderness in his gaze. His heart felt as if a gentle breeze had swept through, warming him and creating ripples of comfort. He suddenly wanted to ask, "Hey, could you try to like me?" But what emerged instead was his habitual indulgence. "All right, I will defer to you." He presented her with a cup of warm tea, his long, fair fingers harmonizing beautifully with the porcelain cup. "Have a sip first. We can eat when we get home." According to the initial plan, they were supposed to have lunch at the Ji family residence. However, plans often change unexpectedly, and who could have anticipated Ji Yizhao's injury? Ye Mingjin felt a bit parched, accepted the tea, and after savoring its aroma, drank it all in one go. Before she could ask for a refill, Ji Yizhao poured her another cup. As she sipped leisurely, enjoying the current ease and comfort, a sudden ringtone interrupted. Ye Mingjin glanced at the caller ID and answered. Instantly, a brash voice filled the car. My mom wants you to come over early tomorrow. Ye Mingjin took a sip of her tea and replied calmly, I have class tomorrow. What class? You still have a mind for classes? After that embarrassing incident, do you really think you can show your face again tomorrow? The voice on the other end was laden with sarcasm. Ye Mingjin remained unfazed. I'll return next weekend. Suit yourself. Come or don't. Who cares? The call ended abruptly with a huff. Ji Yizhao had not intended to eavesdrop, but Ye Mingju's voice was too loud for him to miss. He refilled Ye Mingjin's cup and inquired, Are you going to school tomorrow? Yes, she replied. I have class. Ji Yizhao said. Then I will pick you up after your afternoon class. Ye Mingjin paused in her tea-drinking action. You needn't bother. It's quite far. Besides, I live on campus. That's fine. Ji Yizhao gently stroked his knee, a bittersweet smile blooming on his face. Just let me know when you wish to return, and I will come to fetch you. After a brief pause, he added, Rest assured, as long as you do not wish it, I will not appear unannounced to embarrass you. Seeing his cautious demeanor stirred an inexplicable feeling within Ye Mingjin, tinged with a hint of guilt. She sensed that Ji Yizhao was not in a proper state and needed some guidance. So she earnestly said, Ji Yizhao, do not underestimate yourself. You are quite wonderful. The self-pitying, frail beauty looked at her with surprise, his eyes filled with anticipation. What is so wonderful about me? Ye Mingjin set her teacup down, thoughtfully enumerating. You are good-looking, have a good temperament, and treat me, your pretend wife, very well. Is that so? Am I really that good? Ji Yizhao's pale cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as if brushed with rouge. Ye Mingjin was taken aback by his bashfulness and softly replied, His dark eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and enchanting. Ji Yizhao's eyes crinkled with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, my lady. I will strive to do even better. The car continued its smooth journey back to Dongli Garden. Upon entering, Aunt Yang greeted them with a beaming smile. Young master, young madam, you are back. Shall we prepare the meal? Ji Yizhao looked at Ye Mingjin with a smile, clearly awaiting her decision. Under his gaze, Ye Mingjin felt slightly uncomfortable, but managed to say, All right, please, Aunt Yang. No trouble at all. Aunt Yang replied cheerfully as she headed to the kitchen to prepare the dishes, while Uncle Lin, the butler, also came to assist. By the time Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin sat at the dining table, the meal was ready. The flavors were tailored to Ye Mingjin's liking, subtly seasoned with a hint of spice. Ye Mingjin savored her meal contentedly and noticed Ji Yizhao eating little. So she placed a piece of grilled pork neck on his plate. You should eat more. It will be good for your health. Ji Yizhao smiled and nodded, enjoying the food she had served him. After the meal, they maintained the customary ritual of taking a walk to aid digestion. The midday sun shone brightly, dispelling the previous days of dreary rain, and the atmosphere felt lively and warm. Since the villa was nestled among the mountains and forests, it remained refreshingly cool. As they strolled, Ji Yizhao shared the intricacies of the villa's design and layout with Ye Mingjin. She had previously gleaned some details, but today learned even more thoroughly, visiting the training room and gym, before finally circling back to the study. Ye Mingjin had caught a glimpse of the study the previous night while borrowing a charger, and upon re-entering today, it felt somewhat familiar. Ji Yizhao pointed to an empty desk, saying, This desk is for you, and the bookshelf behind it is also yours. No need to add more. For me? Ye Mingjin exclaimed in surprise. Won't it disturb you? Ji Yizhao chuckled softly. Of course not. As long as you wish. You can come in any time. Ye Mingjin found this level of treatment somewhat hard to believe. After all, in her family, the study was a forbidden zone, filled with important documents that she was not permitted to access freely. Yet now, this man she had only known for 2 days, her legal husband, was offering her half of the study. He had even prepared a desk, bookshelf, and various items for her. This made her feel as if she were being indulged and cherished, as though Ji Yizhao held her delicately in his palm. Turning her head, she found Ji Yizhao gazing quietly at her. Their eyes met, and his gaze was as gentle as water, devoid of any evasion, allowing her to observe him openly. Unable to resist, Ye Mingjin asked, Is there anywhere in this villa that I am not allowed to go? Everyone harbors their own secrets, and every house contains areas that should not be entered lightly. Ye Mingjin was acutely aware of her position, despite being legally married to Ji Yizhao. They remained but a false couple, and she was prepared to maintain her boundaries and respect their mutual independence. Just as they initially agreed upon, Ye Mingjin felt that Ji Yizhao's actions diverged from her expectations. She still hoped for certain boundaries between them, and she harbored a subtle desire for Ji Yizhao to impose some restrictions. After all, there ought to be some matters or places within the household that were off-limits to her. Ye Mingjin quietly gazed at the man before her, awaiting his response. She noticed the smile in his eyes softening further, his gaze towards her reminiscent of how one might regard an innocent child posing a question. He slightly tilted his head and said, "Xiao Jin, you are the mistress of this home. You may go wherever you please." This answer caught Ye Mingjin somewhat off guard. It felt rather expected, given Ji Yizhao's attitude towards her over the past couple of days. She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet the surging joy within her was impossible to conceal. The sensation of being trusted and indulged without reason was something Ye Mingjin had not experienced since parting ways with her mentor, and now she was encountering it once more. She could not discern whether she felt more touched, excited, or something else entirely. The amalgamation of emotions uplifted her spirits. She looked at the man in the wheelchair, suddenly curious about the boundaries he placed on her. In that moment, she made a whimsical decision and directly asked him, "This afternoon, I wish to visit the Yi family. Will you accompany me?" The little theater, generosity, ex-fiancé, Ji Yizhao is the most magnanimous male protagonist I have ever encountered. Even if Xiao Jin has someone she likes, she can let go without hesitation. What a broad-minded individual. Ji Yizhao, who said I would let go? Ex-fiancé, did you not say that if she had someone she liked and told you, you would ensure not to complicate matters? Ji Yizhao, I meant to ensure that I wouldn't complicate things to the point of eliminating that person. Xindatsu. Chapter 13. As long as the missus likes. It is acceptable. Ji Yizhao blinked and promptly provided a clear response. All right. Ye Mingjin, seeing his unhesitant answer, could not help but inquire. You do not wish to ask why? Her enchanting eyes sparkled, and Ji Yizhao, with a captivating smile, replied, as long as the missus likes it, it is acceptable. Whatever she enjoyed doing, he was willing to accompany her. At the Yi residence, after hanging up the phone, Ye Mingju's face was a mask of unabashed anger, wholly unbefitting that of a 13-year-old girl. She hurled her phone onto the sofa, her made-up face contorted with frustration, exclaiming, Ye Mingjin is simply too arrogant. She says she won't come tomorrow and will wait until the weekend. Isn't it customary to return on the morrow? To not come on the very day of her return? Doesn't she realize how many people will be laughing at us? Truly, a wolf raised without gratitude. Ye Mother Su Wanyu hurriedly approached to console her precious daughter, saying, Mingzhu, do not be upset. It is not worth your anger. With a sigh, she continued, Mingjin is no longer who she once was. She has grown wings and, naturally, is no longer obedient. Alas, she is not our biological child, making it difficult to unite as one. Fortunately, we still have Mingzhu. Otherwise, I truly do not know how we would cope with the sorrow. Upon hearing her mother's words, Ye Mingzhu's mood improved slightly. Although she was accustomed to being praised while belittling Ye Mingjin, she still relished it. Moreover, as the daughter of the Yi family, she felt particularly elevated. She had always looked down on Ye Mingjin, who was merely a child from an orphanage, without their family. She would have never had the opportunity to experience such a good life. Thus, her attitude towards Ye Mingjin had always been exceedingly poor. Even though Ye Mingjin was now married, to Ye Mingzhu, it made no difference. Ye Mingjin remained the adopted daughter of the Yi family, still subject to their whims. However, she had not anticipated that her request for Ye Mingjin to return would be outright rejected. For Ye Mingzhu, this represented a challenge to her lofty authority. And how could she endure that? Her expression darkened, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, losing interest in the lavish spread set before her. Seeing her daughter's lack of appetite, Su Wanyu personally served a bowl of nourishing chicken soup, saying, Mingzhu dear, have a sip. This is your favorite black-bone chicken soup. To her surprise, Ye Mingzhu took a sip and grimaced, spitting it out. Pa, what kind of soup is this? It tastes horrible. Su Wanyu replied, this is your favorite black-bone chicken soup. Last time you drank 2 bowls of it. Mommy remembers. Ye Mingzhu sniffed the soup in her hands, her little face scrunching up in distaste. That is not true. The soup I drink does not taste like this. It is truly dreadful. Seeing her pour the soup aside, Su Wanyu's expression darkened. She turned to the kitchen maid and inquired, what happened? The young lady found the soup unpleasant. Did we miss any ingredients, or is there an issue with the cooking? Find out immediately. The maid's expression shifted continuously under Su Wanyu's intense gaze until she stammered, "Madam, it might be because the soup previously was made by the eldest young lady herself." The maid, having some trepidation regarding the less favored eldest young lady of the Yi family, had initially disregarded her, treating her as she did others. However, one day, the eldest young lady had looked at her with a deep gaze, warning her of impending danger and advising her to avoid crowds when going out. The maid thought the eldest young lady was merely being superstitious and ignored her. Yet, after encountering a car accident due to mingling in a crowd, she became particularly fearful whenever she saw the eldest young lady. In truth, she felt a sense of reverence. Consequently, even though others in the household did not treat the eldest young lady well, she did not dare to show her feelings too clearly, as she sensed that the eldest young lady was extraordinary. Over the years, whenever the eldest young lady returned home on weekends, she would make soup infused with various herbs, resembling a medicinal dish. The maid dared not interfere too much, only tasting a little of the remains, discovering the flavor to be exceptionally rich and delicious, without any trace of medicinal taste. The eldest young lady never sought praise for her efforts, and thus the maid, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, had not mentioned that the particularly tasty soup was not her handiwork, but the eldest young lady's contribution. Upon hearing the maid's words, Su Wanyu's expression darkened considerably. Ye Mingjin, infuriated, slammed her bowl and chopsticks down, exclaiming, "I'm done with this. I won't drink it." Su Wanyu quickly added several dishes to Ye Mingjin's bowl, soothingly saying, "Mingjin, if you do not like the soup, eat more of these dishes. They are all your favorites." Ye Mingjin picked up a piece of steamed meat, took a bite, and once again tossed her chopsticks aside, shouting, "Disgusting. Absolutely dreadful." Seeing her lovingly prepared soup and dishes being so adamantly rejected by this young lady, the maid could only suppress her anger, her hands clenched tightly, anxiety gnawing at her. This was a matter of her livelihood. Su Wanyu, distressed that her precious daughter had eaten nothing, tried various methods to coax her into eating even a little. Yet, Ye Mingjin adamantly refused to oblige. "What do you want to eat? Just tell mommy, and I will have someone prepare it for you, all right?" Su Wanyu gently coaxed. Ye Mingjin blinked and suddenly declared, "If you want me to eat, then have Ye Mingjin come back to cook for me." Su Wanyu was taken aback, replying, "Ye Mingjin? She is already married. How can she come back to cook for you? Mingjin, dear, just eat a little of this. I will have the maid learn the recipe from her, all right?" But Ye Mingjin would not listen, shouting, "So what if she is married? She is still a member of the Yi family. She was raised by the Yi family. What is wrong with her coming back to make soup? Does she really think she is some lofty young lady or a noble woman?" However, she was merely a worthless object that no one desired. Seeing that her mother seemed disinclined to agree, Ye Mingjin resorted to her trump card, rising angrily and storming upstairs, declaring she would not eat. If she did not come to cook, she would simply starve. Su Wanyu, watching her beloved daughter leave without consuming anything, felt a pang of heartache. After much internal conflict, she ultimately decided to call Ye Mingjin. "Mingjin, could you spare a moment to come back? It is nothing urgent. Your mother simply misses you. Can you return this afternoon?" "Good, good. I will wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Su Wanyu, beaming with joy, instructed the housekeeper to prepare the necessary ingredients, as Mingjin would be returning in the afternoon. Ignoring the housekeeper's astonished expression, Su Wanyu hurried upstairs, calling out to Mingjin, "Mingjin, you will be able to enjoy the soup this afternoon. Have a little something first. Do not let yourself go hungry." 2 hours later, the sound of a car echoed from outside. The butler reported, "Miss Mingjin has returned." Chapter 14. Little Jean is wonderful in every way. The black limousine had just halted at the entrance when Ye Mingjin dashed out, loudly exclaiming, "Ye Mingjin, why are you so late? Hurry up, I am starving." Her expression was filled with reproach and longing, as if Ye Mingjin had committed some grave offense against her. Just as her words faded, the car doors slowly opened, and Han Shuang, dressed in a suit, descended. He then moved to the rear door, which opened again, revealing a long ramp extending outwards. Following this, Ye Mingjin appeared, gently pushing a wheelchair. "Hurry up, Ye Mingjin. I haven't eaten since lunch. I am starving." Ye Mingjin continued, only to see the handsome man in the wheelchair slowly turn his head, his deep, inscrutable eyes locking onto her. That single glance rendered the once brazen Ye Mingjin speechless, causing her to instinctively step back. Despite his striking appearance, The intensity of his gaze felt venomous, as if he could strike at any moment, sending a chill down her spine. She quickly shook her head, convincing herself she must have misinterpreted his expression. Stealing a glance at the man in the wheelchair, she found him engaged in conversation with Ye Mingjin, his demeanor tender and focused, as though her prior fears were nothing but a figment of her imagination. Su Wanyu, witnessing the newlywed couple's arrival, could hardly conceal her astonishment. A fleeting look of shock crossed her face before she smiled. Ah, Mingjin has returned. And with her husband as well? At that moment, she struggled to recall her foster daughter's spouse's name, opting for a smile to ease the awkwardness. Su Wanyu was aware that the young man who had courted her foster daughter for a year was Ji Yizhao, yet she had scarcely paid attention to the eldest son of the Ji family, who had spent most of his time abroad and remained relatively unnoticed. After all, in their eyes, this son was merely a pawn in a marriage arrangement. More critically, she had never anticipated that this son-in-law would accompany Ye Mingjin home. As they entered the living room, Su Wanyu hastily instructed the servants to prepare coffee. Just as everyone settled down, they noticed the fruit platter on the table was in disarray, remnants left by Ye Mingjin, who had not bothered to tidy up. Or rather, they had not intended to clean it at all, as they had not anticipated that the son-in-law would accompany Ye Mingjin. They assumed she would return alone, a situation they found unremarkable since Ye Mingjin often behaved this way, and thus saw nothing amiss. However, fate had other plans, and who could have foreseen that Ye Mingjin would not be returning alone today? Su Wanyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly ordered the servants to tidy up and prepare a fresh fruit platter. Mingjin, how could you come home with your husband without giving us a heads up? Look at how unprepared we are. Su Wanyu feigned displeasure with Ye Mingjin, subtly voicing her dissatisfaction. After all, the dynamics surrounding the arrival of a son-in-law were vastly different from those without one. Even her initial intention to chastise Ye Mingjin for the chaos at the wedding banquet would have to be shelved in the presence of her new son-in-law. Yet she remained incredulous. How was it that this son-in-law had come back with Ye Mingjin? What startled her even more was that he spoke on Ye Mingjin's behalf. Little Jean has classes tomorrow, so we came back early today. Oh, is that so? Su Wanyu smiled, though her mind was in turmoil. Everyone was well aware of the machinations surrounding their marriage. In such circumstances, how could the feelings of two individuals, brought together by misfortune, flourish? Yet, to her surprise, she observed a different reality. Her initial expectation was that Ye Mingjin's tumultuous outburst would have offended the Ji family and Ji Yizhao, resulting in a strained relationship. Thus, she believed Ye Mingjin would rely solely on the Yi family for support, suppressing her grievances to endure. Therefore, even upon learning of Ye Mingjin's return in the afternoon, they remained indifferent, with Ye's father out on a date, as usual. But this scene was indeed unexpected, leaving her feeling an unfamiliar sting. Su Wanyu gazed affectionately at Ji Yizhao. I heard you just returned from abroad. Are you adjusting well to life here? Ji Yizhao's expression remained distant and indifferent. It's all right. Su Wanyu continued, if there is anything you need, or if you feel uncomfortable, please let us know. We will help you. Ji Yizhao replied politely, thank you. Su Wanyu desired to inquire about his experiences abroad, but seeing his disinterest, she turned her attention to Ye Mingjin, half seriously saying, though Mingjin is not my biological child, I brought her home from the orphanage. She may have picked up some undesirable habits, and can be quite willful. Please do not hold it against her. Be patient. If she misbehaves, let me know, and I will educate her. There's no need, Ji Yizhao said, his brow furrowing as he looked at Ye Mingjin. Little Jean is wonderful. In every way. Is that so? Observing that her son-in-law seemed quite fond of Ye Mingjin, Su Wanyu felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She was unsure whether to feel joy or dismay, striving to maintain her composure. Please stay for dinner. What do you like to eat? I can have them prepare it now. You may not know, but Mingjin is an excellent cook. She can make you some delicious soup to try. As the servants brought coffee, neither Ji Yizhao nor Ye Mingjin touched their cups. Su Wanyu's words went unanswered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ji Yizhao then asked Ye Mingjin, shall we go take a look at your bedroom? Ye Mingjin nodded, sure. It was only when they reached the staircase that Ye Mingjin suddenly recalled a significant issue. Her bedroom was on the second floor, and there was no direct elevator. This would make it quite difficult for Ji Yizhao in his wheelchair. As she began to voice her concern, she noticed Ji Yizhao pressing a button on his wheelchair, and suddenly 3 folding wheels extended from the sides, as if the wheelchair had sprouted legs. Han Shuang, who had been following closely, maneuvered the wheelchair to the base of the stairs, and with the aid of the small folding wheels, they successfully ascended the staircase. This remarkable feat astonished not only Ye Mingjin, but also everyone present. Noticing the wonder and surprise in Ye Mingjin's eyes, Ji Yizhao's lips slowly curved into a smile as he softly said, "I will show you properly at home." Ye Mingjin nodded, and to be cautious, she stayed close to his side, a silent form of protection. This gesture prompted Ji Yizhao to subtly grasp her sleeve. Ye Mingjin, taken aback by his unexpected need for reassurance, ultimately did not resist. Instead, she instinctively held onto his fingers as they navigated the bumps of the wheelchair. Ye Mingjin held no particularly special thoughts. In the fleeting moment when their fingers brushed against each other, an electric sensation surged, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. She instinctively yearned to withdraw her hand, but was unexpectedly grasped by that slender, elegant hand. Raising her gaze to meet the owner of the fingers, she was met with a pair of mesmerizing, joy-filled dark eyes. A faint blush tinted the man's pale face, as if blushing rouge had been delicately applied, adding a touch of enchanting allure. Was he truly so bashful and elated merely from their fingers intertwining? Ye Mingjin found herself perplexed. Yet, she couldn't help but perceive a certain charm in this handsome, timid faux husband. What was happening? Chapter 15. Is the Ye family facing bankruptcy? Having ascended the stairs without incident, Ye Mingjin restored the wheelchair to its original state and led Ji Yizhao to the bedroom. Ye Mingjin's room was modest in size, adorned with a simple decor that belied the grandeur expected of a young heiress. The room housed only the essentials: a bed, a small sofa, a writing desk, a bookshelf, and a potted plant by the window. Ji Yizhao inquired if there were any belongings that needed to be taken away. Ye Mingjin tidied her desk and packed her personal items before gesturing to the books on the shelf, suggesting they should all be taken along. As her words fell, someone stepped forward to assist with the packing. Perhaps due to the commotion, Su Wanyu and her daughter Ye Mingzhu, who had not previously appeared, entered the room. Su Wanyu was reluctant to engage with them, believing the son-in-law to be cold and unapproachable, and her adopted daughter not particularly considerate. Thus, she preferred to avoid unnecessary interactions. However, the noise upstairs compelled her to check on the situation. "Mingjin, what are you doing?" Ye Mingjin replied candidly, "I am moving my belongings." "Why are you moving them?" Su Wanyu, racking her brain to dissuade her, pleaded, "Mingjin, this house is spacious, and your things hardly take up any space. It would be convenient for you to return and stay, wouldn't it?" She was aware that since the arrival of her biological daughter, her affection for the adopted one had waned. Over the years, she seemed to have paid little heed to Ye Mingjin. Even in the recent alliance with the Ji family, her actions were dictated by familial interests, despite a flicker of guilt within her. Yet, for reasons unknown, the upheaval caused by Ye Mingjin today ignited an inexplicable panic within her. It felt as if, should Ye Mingjin leave today, she might never return, severing the tenuous bond they had shared for over a decade. Although she had never showered Ye Mingjin with affection, the thought of that connection being entirely extinguished felt detrimental from any perspective. Having an adopted daughter in the Ji family could only serve to strengthen the ties between the Yi and Ji families. Thus, Su Wanyu desperately hoped to instill a sense of lingering attachment in Ye Mingjin. As Su Wanyu pondered how to retain Ye Mingjin, she was caught off guard when Ye Mingzhu spoke up. "What do you want to take from our home? You've eaten and drunk from us, and now you wish to take our belongings?" Ye Mingjin, "I've never seen such an ungrateful parasite." Ye Mingzhu's indignation was palpable, as she portrayed Ye Mingjin as a treacherous ingrate. "Mingzhu, do not speak so recklessly." Su Wanyu wished fervently to silence her precious daughter, but it was too late. A wave of embarrassment washed over Su Wanyu, especially when she noted the cold, sardonic expression on her handsome, brooding son-in-law's face, making her feel as though her dignity was being trampled into the ground. "Mingjin, disregard Mingzhu's words. She's still a child, speaking thoughtlessly. Our family would never concern itself over mere possessions," she insisted, forcing a smile. "Take whatever you wish, we lack nothing." Ye Mingjin looked at Ye Mingzhu and reassured her. "Rest assured, I will not take anything that belongs to your family. I will only take my own." She retrieved a box from beneath the wardrobe, opened it, and presented it to Su Wanyu. "These are the things you have given me throughout my life." The box, square and somewhat aged, resembled a gift box from years past. Inside were various trinkets and decorations from her childhood, all bearing the marks of time, yet preserved impeccably. This was everything Ye Mingjin had received since arriving at the Yi family at the age of 7. Initially, the family had doted upon her, showering her with gifts. However, ever since Ye Mingju's birth the following year, she felt as though she had gradually faded into obscurity, transforming from the Yi family's cherished daughter into a caretaker for Ye Mingju. She had become an outsider, needing to demonstrate her worth to remain in the family. The fact that the esteemed daughter of the Yi family possessed only this meager collection of childhood mementos astonished everyone present, and it pained Su Wanyu deeply. Ji Yizhao's exquisite features darkened with a hint of disdain, his lips curling into an unabashed smirk. Is the Yi family facing bankruptcy? What bankruptcy? Do not speak nonsense. Ye Mingju retorted passionately. My family's business is thriving. Ji Yizhao's gaze shifted from her to Su Wanyu, his sarcasm unwavering. The treasures of a Yi family's eldest daughter are so meager. One might assume bankruptcy is imminent. Ye Mingju, feeling wronged, vehemently defended the Yi family. She is not a true member of the Yi family. My mother took her in out of pity. She should be grateful for a meal, yet she remains insatiable. Does she truly think of herself as a young lady? She is merely a beggar from an orphanage. Without my mother, she might have starved long ago. Mingju, do not speak so carelessly. Su Wanyu, while acknowledging her daughter's sentiments, opted for a more subdued approach in front of her son-in-law, who appeared unapproachable. She endeavored to project warmth as she gazed upon Ye Mingjin. Mingjin, you must understand that Mingju is still a child, speaking without thought. In my heart, you have always been my elder daughter. Ye Mingjin calmly handed her a bank card. This is what you gave me when I first arrived for pocket money. Along with my expenditures over the years, I estimate it to total around 300,000 to 400,000. This card contains 60,000. Mingjin, what does this mean? Su Wanyu stared at the bank card, about to refuse it. Yet Ye Mingju could no longer contain herself. Ye Mingjin, what do you mean by this? A monthly allowance of 10,000, and you have the audacity to return only 60,000? Ye Mingjin ignored her outburst, her clear almond-shaped eyes fixed on Su Wanyu as she spoke softly. Since Mingju was born, I've had no pocket money and minimal other expenses. Is that so? Su Wanyu replied, bewildered. I was unaware. I never gave you pocket money. Indeed, she had no knowledge of this, as she had never truly cared. In the first year after adopting Ye Mingjin, the Yi family had genuinely treated her well, providing her with various treats and delights. However, once her biological child arrived, all that affection was redirected to the long-awaited daughter. As for the adopted daughter, Ye Mingjin, she seemed to become an overlooked presence. But she hadn't meant for it to happen. Had she truly never given Ye Mingjin any pocket money over the years? Now, her biological daughter received a monthly allowance of 10,000. How had Ye Mingjin survived without any? Su Wanyu felt incredulous as Ye Mingjin opened the wardrobe and pointed to a row of little girl's clothing on the left. These are bought for me by you. These are all things I bought myself. Ye Mingjin indicated the clothing on the other side and the books on the shelf. I won't take much from the Yi family. That cannot all be your own purchases. Ye Mingju immediately countered. How did you earn money? By selling yourself? You claim you had no allowance since my birth. How have you managed all these years? Do not feign innocence. You are merely an ungrateful wretch. Ye Mingjin gazed at her with a melancholic expression, his fingers delicately toying with the copper coins on his wrist. Ye Mingju, be mindful. Harsh words can return to haunt the speaker. Suddenly, Su Wanyu recalled the words Ye Mingjin had spoken at the wedding, and her countenance shifted. Mingjin, don't take it to heart. Mingju is just a child and speaks without thinking. No more. The chilling tone interrupted Su Wanyu's defense. In a separate scene, the brooding and sympathetic Ji Yizhao observed Ye Mingjin's meager possessions after 10 years of careful collection and inquired of Han Shuangjiang. Has the Yi family not gone bankrupt? The chief assistant immediately understood, responding with a serious demeanor. The process is ongoing. Bankruptcy will ensue shortly. Chapter 16. If you do not intervene, I shall take action. The crowd turned to see the man in the wheelchair, speaking earnestly. Xiao Jin, take what is necessary. For the rest, we shall procure anew. After a slight pause, he added, new home, new belongings. Ye Mingjin comprehended his intent and nodded. Very well, I shall make a note. Assistant Han Shuangjiang promptly assured. There is no need for you to exert yourself, madam. I shall document your desires. Thank you. Ye Mingjin retrieved a box from the bookshelf. Then let us take these certificates. Initially expecting to relocate numerous items, she discovered that 2 suitcases were scarcely filled. Before departing, she rearranged the potted plants on the windowsill and adjusted the room's decor. Seeing the impending departure, Su Wanyu grew anxious. Mingjin, we are family. Do not be so distant. I assure you, I will not disturb your belongings. I will clean daily until you return. Ye Mingjin bowed politely. Thank you for your care over the years. Suddenly, Ye Mingzhu stepped forward to block her. Do not leave yet. Prepare the soup before you go. Mingzhu, Su Wanyu gently admonished. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not being foolish. Ye Mingzhu protested defiantly. Was it not always this way? Each time you returned, you ensured everything was ready before leaving. The ingredients are prepared. It merely requires simmering, and it shall not take long. Su Wanyu, caught in a dilemma, glanced at Ye Mingjin. Mingjin, perhaps we could share a meal before you depart. A low, clear laugh interrupted, as Ji Yizhao fixed his dark gaze upon the Yi mother and daughter. So Xiao Jin, you are merely a servant in the Yi household? Of course not. Su Wanyu quickly interjected. Do not heed Mingzhu's childish words. She is still young, speaking without restraint. Indeed, we all cherish Mingjin. Mother, I am no longer a child. Ye Mingzhu interjected, unwavering. Am I wrong? It has always been her duty. Why can she not fulfill it now? I do not care. I want to drink the soup she makes. Su Wanyu felt cornered. She wished to avoid conflict with her new son-in-law, yet she did not want her beloved daughter to go hungry. She turned pleadingly to Ye Mingjin. Mingjin, you see. Mingzhu has grown accustomed to your soup, perhaps. Habits can be altered beginning today, Ji Yizhao replied, slightly tilting his head, his tone both coaxing and firm. Xiao Jin, please place your things in the car. I shall speak with Madame Yi for a moment. All right? You. Ye Mingjin could not conceal her concern for Ji Yizhao, fearing he might be mistreated here. He offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I promise it will be brief. You may go ahead. Very well. Ye Mingjin decided to trust him, but reminded, call me if anything arises. Today at the Yi residence had been the most peaceful occasion for Ye Mingjin in a long while, as someone stood up for her. In reciprocity, she would not allow Ji Yizhao to suffer indignities. As Ye Mingjin departed, Ji Yizhao's smile gradually faded. He lowered his gaze to the armrest of the wheelchair, deftly manipulating it to reveal a hidden compartment. Unable to contain herself, Su Wanyu asked, son-in-law, do you have something to discuss with me? Mother, Ye Mingzhu whined, tugging at her arm. What will happen to my soup? She hasn't even started it. I demand her to prepare it. Suddenly, 2 darts whizzed past Ye Mingzhu's cheek, embedding themselves in the vase behind her with a shattering thud. Su Wanyu instinctively shielded the terrified Ye Mingzhu, her heart racing as she gazed at Ji Yizhao. Son-in-law, what are you doing? Do you realize you nearly harmed someone? This is attempted murder. Madame Yi, Ji Yizhao toyed with the darts in his hand, his dark eyes brimming with menace, his words chilling yet unwavering. Xiao Jin is the young mistress of the Ji family. You must become accustomed to this. I understand. Su Wanyu trembled, cradling the quaking Ye Mingzhu. But do you comprehend your actions? You are harming others within my household. Can you bear the consequences? The silver darts twirled between his slender fingers, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Madam, I am merely disciplining the child. If you do not take responsibility, I must intervene. Ji Yizhao's cold gaze bore into them, his voice devoid of warmth. I do not tolerate disrespect toward Xiao Jin. He did not elaborate further, as the dart in his hand grazed the butler's face, embedding itself into the sofa behind him. The handsome man in the wheelchair rested his chin on his hand. An innocent curiosity mingled with excitement in his expression. Where would you like me to strike? Years ago, when Ji Yizhao had been disabled, he had used these darts to channel his emotions, and over the years, he had honed his aim to perfection. The butler stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Terror etched across his face as he beheld the dart in Ji Yizhao's fingers, paralyzed with fear. The air seemed to thicken, punctuated only by the muffled sobs of Ye Mingzhu clinging to her mother. After observing their distress, Ji Yizhao sighed, his expression unchanging. Has no one decided to resist? How dull. He pressed a hidden mechanism, causing the darts to flash red and return to their compartment. Ji Yizhao lifted his chin slightly, and assistant Han Shuangjiang promptly delivered an envelope to Su Wanyu and her daughter. What is this? Su Wanyu inquired cautiously, her gaze uncertain. A gift, Ji Yizhao replied, as he watched their expressions shift upon opening the envelope. It pertains to the termination of a guardianship, relocating your household registration. Is there an issue? Flipping through various photographs featuring Ye Mingjin, Su Wanyu trembled, attempting to defend. These are merely childish pranks. Ji Yizhao's gaze drifted toward the door, spotting Ye Mingjin's silhouette. Urgency flickered in his eyes as he coldly stated, "Feel free. I believe many will find this of interest." Without allowing Su Wanyu to utter another word, he turned the wheelchair and moved towards the exit. As he reached the doorway, he met Ye Mingjin's gaze. Ji Yizhao's expression radiated warmth and charm. "Are you all set?" Ye Mingjin nodded, scrutinizing him with concern. "Are you unscathed?" "Indeed." Ji Yizhao smiled like the warm spring sun. "Shall we return home?" "All right." Ye Mingjin assisted him with the wheelchair, her curiosity piqued by the weeping sounds emanating from the living room. Ji Yizhao remarked, "They feel remorse for the years past and are reflecting." "Really?" Even Ye Mingjin, typically composed, was taken aback. The thought of Su Wanyu and Ye Mingjin feeling remorse seemed unfathomable. Yet, seeing the sincerity in Ji Yizhao's eyes, she couldn't help but smile. Regardless of its authenticity, it was of little consequence. Ye Mingjin instinctively took over the duty of pushing the wheelchair. Ji Yizhao turned to observe her once more, his eyes filled with curiosity. "So, Xiaojin, you can cook?" Ye Mingjin pondered briefly. "Yes, a little." In her beautiful eyes sparkled fragments of laughter, and her voice carried a hint of soft anticipation. When might he have the pleasure of savoring Xiaojin's culinary skills? Under his expectant gaze, Ye Mingjin replied, "I shall prepare it for you tomorrow." "Very well," Ji Yizhao said, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Ye Mingjin's heart fluttered, and she couldn't help but think, perhaps I should treat him better in the future. At Donglibin, the newlywed couple had just entered when they were approached by the butler, Uncle Lin, who presented an exquisite golden-embossed invitation. "Young master, young mistress, the Shu family has sent an invitation to the old master's birthday banquet." Chapter 17. Dangers and Disasters. Passionate possession. Ji Yizhao accepted the beautifully crafted invitation from Uncle Lin. Indeed, it was an invitation to the old master of the Shu family's birthday celebration. This invitation was of great significance, distributed to numerous high society families, and many sought various means to gain entry, often without success. However, for Ji Yizhao, this might not be an entirely fortuitous event. He had just returned from abroad a few days prior, and many were still unaware of his identity. Ordinarily, if a member of the Ji family were to attend such a banquet, it would likely be his father, Ji Weigua. Even if a younger generation were to attend, it would presumably fall to Ji Yizhao, the young master of the Ji family. Yet, unexpectedly, this valuable invitation had found its way to him. Unease hung in the air, and contrary to Ji Yizhao's silent contemplation of the invitation, Uncle Lin wore a look of approval. The fact that their young master could attend such a significant banquet so soon after his return indicated that he must have swiftly established connections within Haicheng's elite circle, a promising sign indeed. Uncle Lin enthusiastically remarked, "Young master, shall I arrange for someone to assist you and the young mistress in tailoring attire?" "Yes," Ji Yizhao replied softly. Returning the invitation to Uncle Lin, "Let us eat first." Dinner was once again prepared according to Ye Mingjin's preferences, a table laden with delectable dishes. As Ji Yizhao picked a piece of sweet and sour fish, deftly removing the bones while engaging in casual conversation, he mentioned the invitation to the old master's birthday banquet, scheduled for the upcoming Friday evening, and expressed his hopes that Xiaojin would accompany him. Ye Mingjin paused momentarily, her hand lightly brushing against the copper coin on her wrist. After swallowing her food, she replied, "That banquet could be dangerous. Perhaps it will be better not to attend." Ji Yizhao placed the deboned fish in her bowl. Curious, he asked, "Is it life-threatening?" "Thank you," Ye Mingjin replied. "It's not life-threatening, but it could bring trouble." As Ji Yizhao began to peel a shrimp, his expression was focused and earnest. His long, thick eyelashes cast shadows over his porcelain skin, exuding an air of fragility, while his voice held a stubbornness that refused to yield. "Having just returned from abroad, I need to connect with others. I cannot afford to offend the Shu family." He paused, then suggested, "How about this? I will attend the banquet alone, and you need not come." Ye Mingjin gazed at the bowl, now devoid of fish bones, then looked up at the man who was meticulously removing the shrimp shell. "I will accompany you." Ji Yizhao placed the cleaned shrimp into her bowl, his demeanor serious. "It's not safe. I will bring along 2 more people." Ye Mingjin dipped the peeled shrimp in sweet vinegar before returning it to Ji Yizhao's bowl. her lips curving into a smile. But I must accompany you. We were invited as a couple, and I am quite capable. I can help shield you from any misfortune. Ji Yizhao's slender fingers curled slightly as he gazed at the beautiful yet aloof girl before him, repeating in his mind, "How is she so wonderful?" The thought that this lovely, gentle, and kind girl was his little wife filled him with an unexplainable pride, accompanied by a sense of protectiveness. Fearing that someone might take her away, he placed a piece of cumin-roasted lamb chop into Ye Mingjin's bowl, unable to suppress a smile. "Ming Xiaojin, why are you so kind to me?" Ye Mingjin blinked, finding the question somewhat familiar. Recalling a past conversation, she countered, "Is that all it takes?" "Yes," Ji Yizhao replied. "No one has ever treated me this well." Since his mother's passing, he had faced various calamities and harms from different people. Yet no one had ever offered to shield him from his fortunes. Only two individuals in this world had been willing to do so. His mother, who had shielded him from a fatal blow during a car accident, sacrificing her life for him, and Ye Mingjin, who had promised to protect him in critical moments. He understood that Ye Mingjin was a woman of her word. Once she made a promise, she would undoubtedly fulfill it. Ye Mingjin, observing the man before her, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears of emotion, couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was simply because he deserved it. Recalling his earlier words, she offered him the same response. Ji Yizhao suddenly lifted his gaze, his exquisite features illuminated by her words, making him even more radiant. His deep, bottomless eyes resembled a spring, rippling with layers of enchanting laughter. Ye Mingjin found his smile utterly captivating, causing her to bury her head and eat with fervor. Throughout the meal, Ji Yizhao's gaze remained gentle, his lips curled in a smile, as if Ye Mingjin were a helpless infant in need of his utmost care. As the meal approached its conclusion, Ye Mingjin, unbeknownst to herself, had overeaten. However, she did not wish to accompany Ji Yizhao for a stroll in the garden. Citing the need to organize her belongings from home, she ascended the stairs directly, watching the slender, graceful figure vanish at the stairway. Ji Yizhao gradually returned his gaze to the space where she had been seated, a tender smile gracing his lips. After the smile, an unguarded fervor and possessiveness flickered in his glassy eyes. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to tell Ye Mingjin, "Ming Xiaojin, you are so wonderful. I cannot bear to let you go." He was reluctant to allow her to bear the burden of misfortune. He wanted to shield her from all calamities. Ji Yizhao's aspirations were both simple and profound. He wished for Ye Mingjin to always remain by his side, from this moment until the end of his life. Yet, such words remained unspoken, for he feared that voicing them would frighten away the precious girl he had worked so hard to keep. Taking a slow, deep breath, Ji Yizhao reassured himself that things were already quite wonderful. Being able to see her daily, to converse and dine with her, was more than enough. As for everything else, he must not overwhelm her with fervor. He would take his time, step by step, and proceed with caution. Upstairs, Ye Mingjin placed her belongings in the bedroom, while some certificates and textbooks found their way to the study. Ji Yizhao had previously mentioned that one half of the study, including the desk and bookshelf, belonged to her. Ye Mingjin organized the desk and shelves, arranging her certificates and a portion of her textbooks. Though she had many more books yet to bring, Ji Yizhao had already sent someone to procure them, so she felt no urgency. While tidying her room, Ye Mingjin discovered her charger, recalling that she had yet to return the one she had borrowed. As she headed to return it, Ji Yizhao presented his phone to her, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Shout, Jean. Shall we add each other as friends?" "All right," Ye Mingjin replied, unable to refuse. Thus, on the second day of their marriage, the young couple added one another as friends and exchanged good-night wishes. The night passed without dreams. When Ye Mingjin was awakened by her biological clock, it took her a few moments to adjust her eyes and remember that this was her new home after marriage. Once she was ready, she made her way downstairs, greeted warmly by Uncle Lin. "Good morning, young mistress." "Good morning, Uncle Lin," Ye Mingjin responded with a smile. Noticing Uncle Lin's gaze lingering on her, she awkwardly explained, "I'm going to exercise in the garden." "Ah, very well," Uncle Lin replied with a smile. "After your workout, you can come back for breakfast." "Okay," Ye Mingjin agreed, albeit somewhat unaccustomed to Uncle Lin's attention, before stepping outside for her morning exercise. Little did she know, Ji Yizhao was watching her from upstairs, through the window, his gaze fixated on her graceful figure as she practiced in the morning light. His nightgown was slightly open at the collar, revealing a pale neck adorned with a red string. Suspended from the string was a copper coin, resting delicately between her elegant collarbones. With slender, elongated fingers, she gently grasped the copper coin, caressing its surface as her deep-set eyes shimmered with an intensity reminiscent of a turbulent underwater volcano, revealing layers of fervent and unwavering light. One day, Ming Xiaojin inadvertently glimpsed the copper coin on the chest of the enigmatic Ji Yizhao while pulling aside his clothing. "You possess a copper coin too? Where did it come from?" Ji Yizhao gazed at her with a look of melancholic longing, retorting with a question of his own. "What do you think?" Just then, ex-fiancé interjected eagerly, "I know." Under the subtly amused gaze of Ji Yizhao, ex-fiancé, with tears welling in his eyes, corrected himself. I also want to know." Chapter 18. Embrace science. Deliver a surprise. June's sky, much like a child's countenance, transforms unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, the sun's brilliance is overshadowed by thick, ink-like clouds, threatening a downpour. As Ye Mingjin stepped into the dormitory, the heavens unleashed a torrent of rain, and the sounds of her classmates, still racing from the downpour, filled the air with laughter and shouts. Upon entering dormitory 521, she was met by the gaze of Chun Qingming, who was applying her makeup by the window, and, with a tone of assurance, she inquired, "You weren't caught in the rain, were you?" Ye Mingjin nodded, observing her friend's vibrant makeup and striking red lips. "The rain is fierce outside. It may ruin your meticulous appearance." "Don't worry, I still have over an hour before my class," Chun Qingming replied, playfully tossing her long waves of hair. "It should let up by then, right?" "Perhaps it will ease," Ye Mingjin responded. Just as she spoke, the dormitory door swung open once more, and a drenched girl dashed in, heading straight for her bed to grab a towel. "The rain fell too suddenly. I barely made it," she exclaimed. "Lucky, Xiao. Her next class is in the same building, so she didn't have to step outside." Noticing that Ye Mingjin remained completely dry, the girl couldn't help but express her envy. "Jin, how is it that you didn't get wet at all? Our classrooms are not far apart." Countless times had it been proven that Jin was a hidden gem, making comparisons seem futile. Chun Qingming chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as Ye Mingjin organized her belongings. Gu Xiaoyu, with a round face puffed up in indignation, asked Jin, "Why are you tidying up? Don't tell me you're going to be like Qiao and not return for days?" Their other roommate, Li Beiqiao, had recently packed her things and announced she wouldn't be staying on campus due to family matters. With a gentle smile, Ye Mingjin replied, "Yes, I have some family matters to attend to, so I'll try to return home every day." Initially, she had thought of this as a mere facade of a marriage, never anticipating it would alter her lifestyle. However, during breakfast, Ji Yizhao's sorrowful plea, stating she was the only one close to him in the country and asking if she could come home more often, softened her heart, and she agreed under his mournful gaze. Chun Qingming feigned a gasp, sashaying over to Ye Mingjin. "Come clean. Are you abandoning us for another dog or planning to cohabit with your boyfriend?" Her flirtatious gaze sparkled as she added, "Listen to your sister. Don't let a man have everything too easily." "Indeed," Ye Mingjin nodded earnestly. Chun Qingming found her simple response unexciting and lamented, "Ah, the sour stench of love is truly unbearable." Gu Xiaoyu, preparing a shower, protested, "You both have handsome, wealthy boyfriends, while I'm the pitiful one doing long-distance tutoring tonight." As her words settled, she caught Ye Mingjin's clear gaze and, startled, stammered, Jin, "Why are you staring at me?" As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Ye Mingjin's wrist, where a crimson string bore 3 aged copper coins. At that moment, Ye Mingjin's alabaster fingers were delicately toying with the coins. Under Gu Xiaoyu's anxious scrutiny, Ye Mingjin suggested, "Xiaoyu, why not surprise your boyfriend?" Ye Mingjin selected the textbook for her upcoming marriage law class and, holding an umbrella, announced, "I'm off to class at the West Building." Watching Ye Mingjin depart with a graceful swish, Gu Xiaoyu's face paled, and she turned to Chun Qingming, asking, Ming, "What did Jin mean by that?" With tears brimming in her eyes, she exclaimed, "I just saw her fiddling with that copper coin." While outsiders may not understand, the sisters in their dormitory knew, well, that whenever Ye Mingjin toyed with the coin, her hints invariably came to pass. Chun Qingming, having witnessed the event, offered her sincere advice. Why not deliver a surprise this weekend? Gu Xiaoyu, with tears streaming down her face, slammed her book onto the table, her voice choked. If he dares to betray me, I'll make him pay. After her outburst, unease crept in, and she couldn't help but send a message in their group chat. Most diligent you. Most steady Jean. Jean, tell me honestly, have you predicted something? Most divine Jean, don't overthink it. I merely observed that you two haven't communicated much lately, which is a scientific deduction. Trust in science. Most charming Meng. Yes, let us trust Jean's scientific reasoning. Most diligent you. Sobbing emoji. Most handsome Xiao. Most charming Meng. Most handsome Xiao. Jean suggested Xiao surprise her boyfriend this weekend. What are your thoughts, Xiao? Most handsome Xiao. I can cover the travel expenses. Most charming Meng. Agreed. Xiao should go surprise him. Most diligent you. Wailing emoji. Ye Mingjin observed the messages in the chat and quietly tucked her phone away. The marriage law class was one she cherished, and she intended to specialize in it. Thus, she listened intently. After class, Chen Qingming messaged the group, mentioning that they would dine at the second canteen. This was a customary practice among their dormitory. Despite attending different classes, they would gather for meals. Just as Ye Mingjin settled down with her food, her phone buzzed with a message. Ji Yizhao, have you eaten lunch yet? Ye Mingjin replied, I'm just about to eat. Ji Yizhao inquired about her meal and sent a photo of his work lunch. After a moment's thought, Ye Mingjin snapped a picture of her own lunch and sent it back. Ji Yizhao, it looks appetizing. How does it taste? Imagining Ji Yizhao's eager and curious expression, she couldn't help but smile as she responded, you should come try it sometime. Ji Yizhao, great. Will you be back tonight? Ye Mingjin, I won't be returning. I have an evening elective class. Ji Yizhao, what would you like for dinner? Aunt Yang will bring whatever you want. Ye Mingjin, no need. I'll eat at the canteen. Just as she finished her response, Gu Xiaoyu approached with a tray, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she announced, I want to be able to deliver the surprise this weekend. My boyfriend said their school is locked down. Seated across from her, Chen Qingming inquired curiously, Isn't Feng City open now? Gu Xiaoyu laughed, their school is strict. They just reinstated the lockdown yesterday. Oh. Chen Qingming exchanged a glance with Ye Mingjin before pulling out her phone to make a call. What are you up to? Just checking in on you, my dear agent. Are you eating? I'm at the canteen. No, with my roommates. He is not here, has some matters to attend to. I heard Feng University is on lockdown. Do you know anything about that? Could you please verify for me? What? You come a Haicheng? I was aware. We could have had a meal together. Sure. Send me the details. After ending the call, Chen Qingming turned to Gu Xiaoyu and said, I'll have someone confirm. Gu Xiaoyu poked at her fried rice with her chopsticks, murmuring, he wouldn't lie to me. They must be locked down. I want to be dining with you tonight. Chen Qingming discreetly shifted the topic. Ye Mingjin noticed a message from Ji Yizhao pop up on her phone. The food at home is delicious and can be custom-made for you. With a smile, she replied, I won't be eating in the canteen for dinner. Gu Xiaoyu sighed, feeling once again like a solitary soul amidst the affection of others. Both of her friends had dates, and with Xiao not around, she truly felt like an outcast. After finishing their meal, Gu Xiaoyu intended to head to the library, while Ye Mingjin and Chen Qingming decided to return to their dormitory together. Chen Qingming took out her phone, opened a video, and was captivated, exclaiming, wow, such impressive skills. She then handed her phone to Ye Mingjin, saying, Jean, can you help me find someone? She looks familiar, but I can't quite place her. Ye Mingjin looked up curious and saw Chen Qingming pointing at a bride in a red traditional outfit skillfully engaged in combat in the video. In a playful interlude, a conversation unfolded about the essence of metaphysical predictions. Chapter 19, Promising Prospects and Better Men. Ye Mingjin, recognizing the figure in the video, inquired, what about this person? Chen Qingming replied, my brother wants to find her. He must have set his sights on her potential. Ye Mingjin, puzzled, questioned potential for what? For acting, of course. Chen Qingming clarified, my brother is a top-notch talent agent. If he is interested, it's surely for a role. She wants to go, Ye Mingjin stated decisively. Chen Qingming was taken aback. Jean, how did you know? She really won't? Ye Mingjin affirmed with a steady nod. Could you persuade her? Chen Qingming asked helplessly. You don't know. My brother is incredibly troublesome. He is a persistent nag. Ye Mingjin shook her head, dismissing the idea. Chen Qingming, still eager to salvage the situation, proposed. How about you introduce me to her? I might recognize her, and I could talk to her. Ye Mingjin regarded her, her eyes bright and clear. Do you think you can convince me? Of course not. Chun Qingming quickly retorted, but then her expression shifted from amusement to shock. Wait, is that you? You're the one? Chun Qingming glanced between Ye Mingjin and the bride in the video, disbelief washing over her. Jin, how could you? Did you get married this weekend? A flicker of guilt crossed Ye Mingjin's face as she replied, yes. You actually got married? Chun Qingming's expression changed from shock to sadness. Such a significant event, and you didn't invite us? Are we not the close friends we've been for 3 years? In truth, Ye Mingjin had intended to invite her dorm mates, but her adoptive mother had outright refused, saying, don't invite people from outside our circle. It might lead to awkwardness. Ultimately, it was decided that they would be invited privately post-wedding. The entire event had been orchestrated by her adoptive mother, leaving Ye Mingjin without a say. Reflecting on it now, she felt fortunate for not having invited them. It had merely been a farce. I'm quite relieved I didn't invite you, she confessed. Her demeanor calm, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chun Qingming, piecing it together, cautiously asked, so what about Ji Yizhao? The mention of Ji Yizhao stirred a bitter pang in Ye Mingjin's heart. We've parted ways, she replied. Chun Qingming, determined to gather more information, patted Ye Mingjin's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. There are better prospects ahead. I'll find you someone better. Ye Mingjin couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Don't let love wound you. It's not worth it, Chun Qingming advised earnestly. Finding a suitable partner is far more common than you think. What kind of man do you desire? I can help. Ye Mingjin suddenly recalled a certain delicate and pitiable man, pondering, not just yet. All right, Chun Qingming affirmed, her expression resolute. Whenever you're ready, let me know, and I'll introduce you. Okay, Ye Mingjin replied, returning to Ji Yizhao's message. Then I'll trouble you for that. Ji Yizhao, sweet as honey. Reading those 4 words, Ye Mingjin felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. After her afternoon class in litigation law concluded, Ye Mingjin received a message from Ji Yizhao. Are you done with class? Just finished. The moment she sent her reply, she received a prompt response. I'm outside. Can you come over once you're done? A simple request, yet it conveyed a humble tone that starkly contrasted with Ji Yizhao's previous demeanor. This subtle shift felt like a rainbow emerging after the rain, lifting Ye Mingjin's spirits and softening her expression, which had previously been marked by chill. As she hurriedly tidied her belongings, she replied, I'll be there shortly. Just as she prepared to leave, a tall and robust male classmate approached her, beaming, Hey, what is your next class? Let me help you carry your things. Nearby, others began to whistle, clearly amused by the boy's overtures. Ye Mingjin, disregarding the spectators, politely declined, I don't have another class. Thank you. I can carry your bag. The boy insisted, extending his hand. Ye Mingjin slung her backpack over her shoulder and, with another polite expression of gratitude, declined, Thank you. But it's not necessary. Amidst the disappointed gazes around her, she stepped into the rain with her umbrella. The persistent boy, unwilling to relent, picked up his umbrella and followed. Which dorm do you stay in? Let me walk you there. Ye Mingjin turned to him. No need. I have things to do. Goodbye. Having encountered such tenacious suitors before, she knew that expressing her disinterest was sufficient. Regardless of their persistence, she remained true to herself, and in time, they typically withdrew. By her sophomore year, with her relationship with Ji Yizhao becoming more apparent, others began to recognize her as taken, and even those who once pursued her eventually gave up. Thus, she regarded today as relentless suitor with an air of indifference, waiting for him to tire of his pursuit. The fine raindrops fell silently on her umbrella, gradually forming beads that rolled off. As she walked through the hazy rain towards the school gates, her demeanor brightened upon spotting a familiar vehicle, eliciting an involuntary smile. She hurried over, and as she approached, the car door swung open, revealing a long, slender hand belonging to a man, who held the umbrella for her and ushered her inside. Unbeknownst to her, the boy who had followed stood behind, seething with anger and disdain, capturing her image with his phone. Once inside, Ye Mingjin was greeted by Ji Yizhao, who handed her a towel. Wipe your hands, don't catch a chill. It's just a light rain. I'm fine, she replied. But as she wiped her hands, she noticed Ji Yizhao was earnestly drying the droplets from her skirt. The fabric, dampened by the rain, deepened in hue, transforming from a soft azure to a richer green, reminiscent of misty mountains in Jiangnan, elegant and distant. After finishing, Ji Yizhao unfolded a small table from the side of the seat and took a thermos from Han Shuangjiang. Opening it revealed a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 2 servings of rice. In astonishment, Ye Mingjin watched as Ji Yizhao handed her a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Aunt Yang made this. Let us enjoy it together." Though initially startled by the 2 servings of rice, she couldn't help but respond, "You don't have to join me. It's more comfortable to eat at home." Ji Yizhao placed the towel on the table and began to ladle soup into a small bowl, remarking, "It's nice to share a meal with you." A tremor of unexplainable emotion coursed through Ye Mingjin, who feigned ignorance of his meaning and focused intently on her meal. Ji Yizhao brought the soup to her and gently remarked, "Aunt Yang's soup. I wonder how it compares to Xiao Jin's culinary skills." Ye Mingjin suddenly recalled that she seemed to have promised Ji Yizhao to prepare soup for him. Chapter 20. If your leg is supposed to be fine, why are you still in a wheelchair? Swallowing the food in her mouth, Ye Mingjin sincerely apologized to Ji Yizhao. "I'm sorry, I promised to make you soup today, but I forgot." Ji Yizhao tenderly served her some dishes. "It's all right. I understand you're quite busy at the moment. We can talk about it when you have time." Ye Mingjin nodded. Indeed, with the final exams approaching, she had been rather occupied lately. After a brief pause, she added, "How about this? After my classes tomorrow, I'll go home and make you soup in the evening." Ji Yizhao's eyes sparkled with joy. "That sounds wonderful." True to her word, Ji Yizhao came merely to accompany Ye Mingjin for dinner, and reluctantly left after handing her a bag of fresh fruits. Carrying the bag of imported fruits back to her dormitory, Ye Mingjin found herself alone. Gu Xiaoyu had gone to tutor, Chun Qingming was busy with a project, and Li Beiqiao was absent from the dormitory. Alone in her room, Ye Mingjin felt an unexpected twinge of boredom. This feeling struck her as peculiar. She had been accustomed to solitude before. However, after experiencing the warmth of companionship over the weekend, returning to solitude felt particularly isolating. Fortunately, she had an elective course in the evening that would make her time in the dormitory more fulfilling. The elective course was appreciation of Chinese and foreign films, where the teacher selected various excellent movies for professional analysis. Tonight's film was the classic The Shawshank Redemption. The captivating story and stellar performances held Ye Mingjin's rapt attention. Yet, as she watched the protagonist endure humiliation in prison, her thoughts wandered. She suddenly recalled the frail man in the wheelchair, remembering his words about going abroad alone after his mother passed away when he was just 10. How could a child, neglected at home, survive in a foreign land? The thought was disheartening, especially considering the prevalent xenophobia in foreign environments. How did he manage to endure? Unconsciously, Ye Mingjin began to play with the copper coin bracelet on her wrist. When she first met Ji Yizhao, she had read his fortune. Now, calculating his fate again, she couldn't help but frown. As she continued to manipulate the coin for divination, the results remained astonishing. Looking down at the copper coin, she was certain that there was an anomaly in his fate. According to her readings, the disaster of bloodshed he faced should have passed, and his leg should have healed. Yet, why was he still in a wheelchair? Ye Mingjin contemplated asking Ji Yizhao about his leg, but ultimately deemed it inappropriate to call or message him, as it concerned a matter of life and death for him, possibly a source of deep sorrow. It was better to inquire in person. Consequently, when Ji Yizhao later sent her a message to ask about her elective course, she merely provided a brief update without delving deeper into the topic. They exchanged good night wishes before drifting into dreams. As dawn broke, Ye Mingjin was roused by her biological clock. After finishing her morning exercise and heading downstairs, she received a message from Ji Yizhao. "Good morning, Xiao Jin. Have you gotten up yet?" Ye Mingjin replied, "Just finished exercising." Ji Yizhao's response came swiftly. "Perfect. Take a longer walk and meet me at the school gate." Surprised by the message, Ye Mingjin wondered if Ji Yizhao had come to see her again. Despite her speculations, she felt it was unlikely since Ji Yizhao, being a distinguished young man, wouldn't need to visit her so early. Perhaps he had something special to discuss. With her mind racing, she quickened her pace. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted the familiar black limousine in the distance. Her spirits lifted as she jogged toward it. The door opened to reveal the stunning face that never failed to astonish her. Momentarily distracted, Ye Mingjin asked, "What brings you here so early? Is there something you need?" Ji Yizhao handed her a towel to wipe the sweat from her workout, and then offered her wet wipes to clean her hands. He then unfolded a small table beside the car and retrieved a large thermos. This thermos was different from the one he had brought the night before. It was brand new, adorned with a charming illustration of kittens fishing, exuding a youthful charm. Ye Mingjin admired the cute thermos and watched as the handsome man diligently prepared breakfast for her. A whimsical thought crossed her mind, a diligent little housewife. Noticing her smile and sparkling eyes, Ji Yizhao glanced at the thermos and remarked, "Isn't it adorable? I bought it last night. They say girls love this kind of thing." Ye Mingjin couldn't help but question, "Who says girls like this?" Ji Yizhao, instead of answering, countered with a question, "Does Xiao Jin not like it?" Ye Mingjin blinked, and under his expectant gaze, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "I like it." Ji Yizhao quietly sighed in relief. He took out some dumplings and shrimp dumplings, explaining, "I asked the shopkeeper what kind of thermos would be best for my little wife, and he recommended this one." He then poured sweet vinegar into a small dish, handing her chopsticks with care. Ye Mingjin continued, "I think this kitten is mischievous, just like you, which is why I bought it." As she savored the dumplings, she couldn't quite see the resemblance between herself and the kitten. But since Ji Yizhao had put so much thought into the gift, she chose not to dampen his enthusiasm and refrain from arguing. Enjoying her delicious breakfast, Ye Mingjin offered him a shrimp dumpling. "Don't just take care of me. You should eat too." "All right." Ji Yizhao's eyes sparkled with joy. After they finished their meal, he produced several packed lunchboxes for Ye Mingjin. "These are for your roommates." Ye Mingjin was pleasantly surprised by his thoughtfulness, accepting them with a smile. "Thank you on their behalf. These are from you, so no need to thank me," Ji Yizhao said, taking a moment to examine her and advising, "Make sure to take a shower and change your clothes when you get back so you don't catch a cold." "I know." Ye Mingjin felt like a child under his care. As she stepped out of the car, she paused, turning to Ji Yizhao. "Does your leg still hurt?" Ji Yizhao touched his knee, shaking his head with a smile. "Not anymore." Ye Mingjin scrutinized his expression for a few seconds and said, "Let me take a look when I get home." "All right." Ji Yizhao watched her leave with a smile, but then absent-mindedly touched his leg, his expression gradually becoming complex. If his wife found out about his leg. In the passenger seat, Han Shuang glanced worriedly at his boss, awaiting further instructions. Ji Yizhao observed Ye Mingjin's figure disappear into the campus, his face shifting through a myriad of complex emotions before settling into a smile, the glint in his eyes deepening. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Xiao Jin cared for him. How wonderful! Chapter 21. A boat full of sweet dreams. Pressing the Star River in the 521 dormitory, Ye Mingjin returned with breakfast to find Chen Qingming slumped over the table, yawning wearily. Jin, you seem so energetic." "I'm exhausted. I spent all night working on a proposal and just submitted it. I don't even feel like eating." Ye Mingjin opened the breakfast box on the table. Chen Qingming wrinkled her nose at the delicious aroma, instantly revitalized, spotting the dumplings and shrimp dumplings. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you go out to buy breakfast today?" As she reached out to grasp a delicate soup, dumpling, and tossed it into her mouth. A burst of savory juice filled her senses. Chen Qingming couldn't help but exclaim, "I feel rejuvenated." Jin, where did you acquire this deliciousness?" Ye Mingjin, rummaging through her clothes, replied, "A gift from someone." "Who?" Chen Qingming blinked, inquiring, "It's not from some scoundrel trying to win you back, is it?" Ye Mingjin chuckled lightly. "No, you can eat without worry." Just then, Gu Xiaoyu, freshly washed and ready, entered and exclaimed, "Oh, it smells divine. Is it a gift from a suitor?" Ye Mingjin reiterated, "No, just enjoy your meal." She and Ji Yizhao were merely pretending to be a couple, so he was certainly not a suitor. Gu Xiaoyu took a bite of a shrimp dumpling, exclaiming, "Starting the day with such a sumptuous breakfast is pure bliss." "Too bad Xiao isn't here to share it." As the two indulged in their feast, Ye Mingjin slipped away to the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged in fresh attire, she overheard Gu Xiaoyu suggest, "Shall we head to the second cafeteria for lunch? They're serving clay pot rice today." Chen Qingming stretched lazily and replied, "I'll take a nap first and skip lunch. I have an appointment." Ye Mingjin, recalling Ji Yizhao's recent demeanor, pondered, "I'll have to assess the situation." Gu Xiaoyu lamented her own unrequited feelings, feeling like a solitary soul despite being in a long-distance relationship. After drying her hair, Ye Mingjin casually inquired, "Are you planning to visit Wind City this weekend?" Gu Xiaoyu, with a shrimp dumpling in her mouth, replied, "Their campus is closed. I wouldn't be able to see anything." As Chen Qingming prepared for bed, donning her pajamas, she hesitated for a moment before telling Gu Xiaoyu, "It's not closed." "What?" Gu Xiaoyu questioned, bewildered. I checked. Chun Qingming clarified, Win City University is not locked down. The entire city has reopened. Gu Xiaoyu appeared taken aback. Disbelief etched across her features. Are you saying my boyfriend has been deceiving me? How could he? Why would he lie? Chun Qingming shattered her illusions. If he is lying, you'll find out soon enough. After a brief pause, she added, remember to bring him a surprise. Don't let him know in advance. Sometimes, surprises can turn into shocks. But if it weren't for the desire to surprise, many truths would remain obscured. Although the truth can be harsh, it is preferable to being deceived while remaining blissfully unaware. This is a lesson many understand, yet some refuse to unveil the veil of deception, fearing they cannot bear the cruelty of reality. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gulped down water as if it were wine. She then firmly placed her cup down, declaring, I only have one class this Friday afternoon. After it ends, I'll surprise him. If he dares betray me, I'll make him regret it. With a determined huff, she gathered her books and left for class. Chun Qingming yawned, watching Gu Xiaoyu storm away with concern, wondering if she would be all right. She will be, Ye Mingjin assured. Out with the old, in with the new. Chun Qingming savored this phrase, giving her a thumbs up. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Jin, what about me? Am I in the cards? When will I have my romantic destiny? Ye Mingjin gazed at the charming girl on the bed. Recalling how the first time she read her fortune, she found her fate did not align with her appearance, making it difficult to discern. Now, facing Chun Qingming's inquiry again, and reflecting on the clients she had introduced, Ye Mingjin gently fiddled with the coins on her wrist. Then, under Chun Qingming's watchful gaze, she declared, your romantic fate is encapsulated in a line of poetry. A boat full of clear dreams presses against the starry river. Chun Qingming contemplated this phrase, her thoughts drifting to a certain handsome youth, her cheeks warming as she playfully scolded, Jin, what a lewd thing to say. I'm going to sleep. Just as she buried her head under the covers, she lifted it again, insisting, you mustn't tell anyone about this. All right, Ye Mingjin replied obediently, unaware that she had just unveiled the fate of a pair of lovers. As class concluded and lunchtime approached, Ye Mingjin received a message from Ji Yizhao, stating he was waiting at the entrance. She had grown accustomed to this routine, walking briskly to the school gate, where a prepared meal awaited her. Together, they shared a delightful meal at a small table, discussing school matters and future plans. After their satisfying lunch, as they prepared to part, Ji Yizhao asked, shall I pick you up at 3:30 today? It suddenly dawned on Ye Mingjin that she had promised to return home to prepare soup for him. She nodded, then remembered a pressing question. How did you know I finished class at 3:30? Ji Yizhao retrieved a paper from his folder, revealing her class schedule. Ye Mingjin couldn't help but laugh. You even acquired this? Ji Yizhao carefully tucked the schedule away. I'll follow this to avoid disturbing you. Hearing him express concern about interrupting her, Ye Mingjin felt a surge of warmth, saying, you don't need to worry about bothering me. Just speak to me directly about anything, and I can arrange my time accordingly. Ji Yizhao gazed at her with bright, earnest eyes and nodded. Okay. In her afternoon class, Ye Mingjin attended a session on marriage law, where a specific case led to a lengthy discussion with the professor, causing her to leave later than planned. When she finally reached the car, it was already past 4. Spotting Ji Yizhao waiting, she apologized. Sorry for keeping you. I was discussing a case with my teacher. It's fine, Ji Yizhao replied. You take your time. I was just here handling some paperwork. His demeanor was so sincere and focused that it created an illusion for Ye Mingjin, as if no matter how late she returned, he would always be there waiting. It felt as though no matter where she wandered, he would be right behind her, forever by her side. Her heart fluttered slightly as she asked, what kind of soup would you like for dinner? Ji Yizhao, ever obedient, replied, you're the chef. I'll leave it to your discretion. What do we have at home? Ye Mingjin inquired. Only the basics, Ji Yizhao suggested. Shall we visit the supermarket? You can select the freshest ingredients. Considering that she hadn't been to the supermarket in quite some time, Ye Mingjin nodded. Yet, glancing at Ji Yizhao's wheelchair, she hesitated. Can you manage? Ji Yizhao nodded, smiling gently yet resolutely, of course. Wherever you go, I can accompany you. The car swiftly arrived at the mall. As Ye Mingjin pushed Ji Yizhao toward the supermarket on the second basement level, they passed numerous shops. Upon nearing a luxury jewelry store, a familiar voice caught their attention. Turning to look, they saw Ji Yizhao's brother, Ji Yizhao, with a woman purchasing jewelry. Ji Yizhao's expression tightened. but he maintained a calm demeanor as he subtly glanced at Ye Mingjin. Noticing her unperturbed expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they passed the shop, Ji Yizhao called out, "Where are you two headed?" Having been spotted, they could no longer pretend not to see. Ye Mingjin halted, pushing Ji Yizhao to a stop. Ji Yizhao approached with confident strides, his eyes surveying them both before he remarked with a hint of amusement, "What a coincidence, running into you here." His gaze swept across their fingers, and he suddenly remarked, "Brother and sister-in-law have been married for several days, yet still no wedding ring? How about this? Allow me to purchase one for you. Feel free to choose any style you fancy. I shall cover the expense." His eyes lingered on Ji Yizhao, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. With his elder brother, just returned, perhaps financial constraints were at play. As a younger brother, he was willing to lend a hand. Ji Yizhao replied with a gentle and innocent demeanor, "Thank you for your kind offer, but it is unnecessary. We already possess one." Ji Yizhao's gaze fixed intently on Ye Mingjin, asserting, "Brother need not be modest or feel burdened. I am particularly close to my sister-in-law. I have given her many gifts before. If Mingjin desires anything, she need merely speak up, and I shall fulfill her wishes." The shift from sister-in-law to Mingjin subtly restored a semblance of the Ji family young master that Ye Mingjin recognized, starkly contrasting with his disheveled state from the previous night. It was as if he had completely forgotten that incident, now exhibiting such composure before Ye Mingjin. Ye Mingjin lowered her gaze and exchanged a glance with Ji Yizhao, calmly stating, "There is no need. We already have one. Zhao bought it long ago." The name Zhao was the first time Ye Mingjin had addressed Ji Yizhao in such an affectionate manner, the simple two syllables sounding almost like a love confession. Ji Yizhao's eyes sparkled like a galaxy, radiant and filled with laughter as he gazed at Ye Mingjin, saying, "Little Jin is correct. Is that so?" Ji Yizhao felt a pang in his heart upon hearing her address Ji Yizhao, yet he remained unconvinced. "If you already possess wedding rings, why are you not wearing them? Surely you are not lying?" He raised his gaze to Ji Yizhao, insisting, "Brother need not be modest. We are family. It is only right to buy a gift for sister-in-law. There is a lovely new diamond ring earlier. How about I purchase it for Mingjin?" Before Ji Yizhao could respond, Ye Mingjin suddenly pressed her lips together and coldly replied, "We have rings, but I have no desire to wear them. Does that concern you?" Her words left no room for dignity, nor did they offer any leeway. She turned to Ji Yizhao and said, "Let us hurry to the supermarket. It will take some time to simmer the soup, and we should not delay." "All right," Ji Yizhao happily agreed, suddenly finding the word "we" to be so melodious. Even Ji Yizhao appeared somewhat softened as he remarked, "Then we shall not bother our younger brother further. Tonight, little Jean will prepare soup for me. We must go buy ingredients." Ji Yizhao's expression abruptly chilled. Ye Mingjin was actually cooking soup for Ji Yizhao. He had spent over a year with her and had never tasted the soup she made. In fact, he was completely unaware that she could even cook. Watching the couple happily head towards the underground supermarket, Ji Yizhao found himself inexplicably compelled to follow. He felt as though he was subjecting himself to torment, yet he remained unwilling to change his course of action. He trailed behind them, not far away, merely a few steps behind. He observed Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin selecting ingredients as if they were a perfectly normal couple, discussing seasonings in hushed tones, ultimately making decisions together. Han Shuangjiang pushed the shopping cart behind them, placing items inside as they decided, appearing so natural and harmonious. Yet this scene stung Ji Yizhao's eyes and ached in his heart. The supermarket bustled with shoppers. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome couple, many could easily deduce their romantic connection. The attractive duo drew attention, with some stealing glances or snapping photos, while others exclaimed, "Indeed, the heavens are fair. When one door opens, another must close." Alas, such a stunning man was confined to a wheelchair, and it was unfortunate that such an ethereal beauty ended up with a disabled boyfriend. Yet, they did indeed seem well matched. The couple remained oblivious to the scrutiny of onlookers, occasionally whispering to each other about their purchases, disregarding the attention they attracted, including Ji Yizhao, who followed closely behind. They eventually selected large bones, various seasonings, fresh fish, shrimp, and vegetables. Throughout, Ye Mingjin pushed Ji Yizhao's wheelchair, while Han Shuangjiang carried 2 heavy bags of ingredients to the checkout. They laughed and chatted as they left, gradually disappearing into the distance along the expansive road. Ji Yizhao stood there, motionless, A woman beside him called out sweetly, Ji Yizhao, Ji Yizhao? Only then did Ji Yizhao seem to awaken from a dream, realizing what he had been doing. Upon grasping the situation, his expression grew even darker. He turned to face the woman beside him, frowning slightly, his eyes revealing a measure of scrutiny and dissatisfaction. He had once thought this woman bore a resemblance to Ye Mingjin. Yet now, with both women present, the counterfeit was glaringly apparent. The difference between the imitation and the original was stark. He felt averse to seeing her again. With a cold huff, Ji Yizhao turned and walked toward his car. Noticing the disappointment and discontent in his gaze, the woman wore an expression of grievance. Biting her lip as if unwilling to endure humiliation, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked, I do not know what I have done to displease Ji Yizhao. If my presence annoys you, I shall refrain from pursuing you further, so you need not see me and feel unhappy. Ji Yizhao gazed at her tearful, defiant visage, suddenly reminded of Ye Mingjin's expression on their wedding day. There was an uncanny overlap between the two. In that moment, his heart softened. With a low sigh, whether in self-comfort or to console her, Ji Yizhao simply said, forget it, let us go. Even if Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin appeared so affectionate before him, what did it matter? A marriage built on calculations could not foster true happiness. They were merely pretending to be loving in front of others. Ji Yizhao was utterly convinced of this notion. He believed he understood Ye Mingjin well. She was aloof and slow to warm up. After nearly a year together, she had only gradually lowered her defenses, allowing him to approach her and accept his identity as her boyfriend. Now, Ji Yizhao had only known her for a few days. How could they be genuinely harmonious and loving? It was all an act for the public eye. With these thoughts, Ji Yizhao felt significantly more at ease. As he recalled the imminent banquet at the Chu family residence, his spirits lifted further. The opportunity for revenge was finally approaching. Chapter 23. The Incident at Dongli Bun. After Ye Mingjin returned, she entered the kitchen to prepare soup for Ji Yizhao. The ingredients were carefully selected and purchased, while the medicinal herbs were those she had brought back earlier. Ye Mingjin skillfully simmered the herbal bone soup. Aunt Yang watched her every move, eagerly inquiring about the purpose of each herb as they exchanged culinary insights with enthusiasm. Ji Yizhao gazed at the busy duo in the kitchen, his focus on Ye Mingjin, his eyes shining with warmth, as if imbued with a layer of tenderness. He took out his phone and captured images of the girl immersed in her task. Accidentally, he snapped numerous photos and recorded several videos, documenting the entire process from her beginning to the completion of the soup. This was the first time his little wife had made soup for him, a moment worthy of commemoration. Thus, with excitement bubbling within him, Ji Yizhao unusually posted his very first moment on social media. The essence of life is pure joy. Image. The photograph showcased Ye Mingjin's back as she diligently prepared the soup in an apron. Her face was not visible, yet her graceful figure and delicate, fair hands were apparent, adorned with a red cord holding a copper coin on her dainty wrist. With the posting of this moment, countless likes and comments swiftly followed. Boss, have you been hacked? As Ji Yizhao's chief assistant, Han Shuangjiang promptly liked the post, and upon witnessing the misunderstanding, immediately commented to assist his employer. Congratulations. Boss, your wife is both beautiful and virtuous. Following this comment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Boss, is this the legendary lady? From just her silhouette, it's evident that she is a stunning beauty who excels both in the parlor and the kitchen. Congratulations, boss. Although we haven't met, I believe your lady is both beautiful and virtuous. Meanwhile, Han Shuangjiang's phone was inundated with messages, primarily to confirm 2 points. First, that their boss had indeed not been hacked, and second, that the woman in the photograph was their lady. They also indulged in some gossip about her. Ji Yizhao listened with a smile as Han Shuangjiang praised his young wife, his good mood lasting through dinner and into a comforting bowl of soup. After satisfying their appetites, the couple strolled through the garden. Once their walk concluded, they bid each other good night. Ye Mingjin returned to her room to freshen up, while Ji Yizhao unexpectedly added a meeting to his schedule. As he entered the study for the meeting, he did not forget to bring along a bowl of aromatic bone broth. Thus, during a high-level video conference, an unusual scene unfolded. The typically strict Chairman Ji was actually drinking soup. Observing the incredulous expressions of his colleagues, Ji Yizhao feigned nonchalance. Though pride seeped through as he stated, "It's made by my lady. She says it's to nourish my health and includes some medicinal herbs. It's quite delightful. With a mock sigh, he pretended to lament. Alas, with such strict oversight, I must indulge. The executives present felt not only as if they were consuming a hefty portion of dog food, but were also astounded by the evident transformation in their boss's demeanor post-marriage. This was not the Ji Yizhao they once knew. His current demeanor of sipping soup and sighing seemed almost a display of grandeur, perhaps a subtle boast. The hastily convened meeting was devoid of urgent matters, merely refining recent business arrangements. By the time Ji Yizhao finished his soup, the meeting had drawn to a close. In high spirits, he lifted his gaze to see Han Shuangjiang approaching, his expression grave as he whispered, "Boss, there has been an incident involving the lady." In her room, Ye Mingjin had completed her evening routine and leaned against her bed, intending to browse a few videos on her phone. Suddenly, she noticed that the messages in their 521 beauty group had exploded to 99, with many mentions of her. Quickly, she opened the chat and began to read from the beginning, swiftly grasping why her 3 roommates were so agitated. It turned out that someone had posted on the school's confession wall about a high and mighty beauty being kept by someone. Unfortunately, that high and mighty beauty was none other than her. Ye Mingjin. The post was made by a boy who claimed to have feelings for her. He expressed his admiration for her, but after confessing, she had firmly rejected him. Heartbroken, he quietly followed her, wishing to protect her from afar, only to witness a scene that shattered him. The seemingly aloof beauty was indeed being kept. The post included photos of Ye Mingjin getting into luxury cars, along with timestamps indicating she would enter the vehicle at the school gate and remain inside for an hour or two, occasionally emerging with various items. The timing of the post coincided with everyone's post-dinner entertainment, causing it to gain immense traction. With compelling evidence, it quickly drew a barrage of comments and insults. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. She looks aloof yet. Huh, how superficial. I know this beauty. She is gorgeous yet treats others with disdain, acting all high and mighty. Who would have thought this was merely an act? I checked that car. It's worth millions and is a limited edition. Whoever can afford such a car must be quite the old man. It's disheartening to see her succumb for money. This kind of immorality should be eradicated. A beautiful college student trading her integrity for a wealthy old man? This is a grave distortion of values. I always thought it was my looks that held me back. Now I realize that beauty rejected me due to my lack of wealth. I believe my maturity was lacking. Now I see she ignored me because I didn't possess such lavish vehicles. In no time, propelled by this narrative, numerous past suitors who had been rejected or ignored began to comment, lamenting that they had been outdone by a wealthy old man. They expressed their indignation, attributing their failures to a lack of money and cars. Some even posted their photos, questioning the inadequacy of their appearances, drawing considerable attention, with several expressing interest in pursuing them. The post became extraordinarily popular, while the criticism of Ye Mingjin intensified. Even those who attempted to defend her found their comments swiftly buried. The 521 dormitory, although comprised of only 4 individuals, was a mixed group from different majors. Consequently, their schedules rarely aligned, save for a few elective courses. However, they were quick to catch wind of the forum news. When Ye Mingjin appeared, her roommates were all agitated, eager to offer their support. Most diligent Yuzai, I'll ask a senior to help see if we can get the administrator to delete the post. Most stylish Mingzai, I've already asked Xinghe to trace the IP address of the poster. We'll get that post taken down. Most handsome Qiaozai, most divine Jinzai, do you know who did this? Most divine Jinzai, I can. Most handsome Qiaozai, send me the address, I'll take care of it. Others may have been aware, but Ye Mingjin understood that Li Beiqiao was a person of few words yet decisive actions, capable of causing serious repercussions. When she said she would handle it, it meant she would indeed take care of it. Chapter 24, 3 Become a Tiger. Awaiting your plea, Ye Mingjin promptly replied, "You all keep busy. I'll handle this." Although the 4 girls were not from the same major, upon closer examination, both Ye Mingjin and Li Beiqiao were pursuing degrees in law, albeit with different focuses. Ye Mingjin had chosen civil and commercial law, while Li Beiqiao specialized in criminal law. Ye Mingjin remembered a particular evening when they held a tea gathering in their dorm, discussing their reasons for choosing their respective majors. Chen Qingming was set to inherit her family's business, hence her choice of finance. Gu Xiaoyu opted for education to save on tuition. Ye Mingjin wished to understand the rules of life to better equip herself with legal knowledge, thus her choice of civil law. In contrast, Li Beiqiao mentioned that her uncle had encouraged her to study law, particularly criminal law, to understand what was illegal and what should be avoided. Ye Mingjin was aware that the weight referred to the severity of her actions. She had witnessed Li Beiqiao's past brushes with danger and sensed a unique bloodlust from her. She had once attempted to divine Li Beiqiao's fate and discovered a stark contrast between her fate and her countenance. Ye Mingjin had encountered two such individuals, both residing in her dorm. Fate can change, and the divine will remains unknown. She kept this secret to herself, silently guarding it. Over 3 years, the bond among the four deepened significantly. Ye Mingjin often offered subtle suggestions to her roommates, helping them navigate potential pitfalls. With Li Beiqiao, she was especially cautious, unwilling to let her involvement lead to further bloodshed. Ye Mingjin could easily deduce the location of the forum poster and knew how to track them down. She would settle the score when the time was right. The following morning, after exercising and having breakfast, Ji Yizhao inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Ye Mingjin nodded. "Yes, it was fine." Ji Yizhao took a spoonful of porridge and raised her eyes to her, hesitating to speak. After finishing the sumptuous breakfast, as she accompanied her to the school gate for farewell, Ji Yizhao gently said, "Xiao Jin, remember that you are the young mistress of the Ji family, my wife. No matter what happens, you can tell me, and I will handle it." Ye Mingjin was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded and smiled in response. "All right." Waving goodbye, she approached the school entrance, only to find many people pointing and whispering about her. She could even hear someone deliberately voicing disdain and insults. Ye Mingjin chose to ignore them and proceeded to her dormitory, as usual. Upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory building, while contemplating how to confront the individual who posted the defamatory remarks, she suddenly felt something whistling from above. Looking up, she saw a bottle of mineral water plummeting down. Just as it seemed poised to strike her, Ye Mingjin swiftly sidestepped. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered upon impact, splattering water everywhere like a burst balloon. Fortunately, she evaded it in time, though a few drops splashed onto her skirt. Ye Mingjin furrowed her brows, sensing another attack coming her way. Raising her gaze, she spotted another bottle of water being hurled from a window. With a slight pursing of her lips, she bent down, extending her hand to meet the incoming bottle. As her fingers brushed against it, she pivoted in the direction of its trajectory, dissipating its force. Then, with a swift motion, she sent it back along its original path. The fluidity of her movements was akin to flowing water. With a loud bang, a piercing scream echoed throughout the surrounding dormitory buildings. A shrill female voice cried out, "It hit someone. Ah, there's blood. Ah, someone's going to die." Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones cannot be endured. Ye Mingjin stepped into the dormitory building with an impassive expression, deeming her act of self-defense a success. However, those gathered to witness the spectacle, or who considered themselves crusaders of justice, did not share her sentiment. After the initial shock, their fervor only intensified. Soon, the video of the aloof beauty striking someone skyrocketed to the forefront of the campus forum. If her previous situation of being supported by someone was merely a matter of personal character, this act of violence crossed into the realm of legality. Moreover, Ye Mingjin was the belle of the law department. Did this not imply that she, of all people, should know better than to break the law? The comments began to overflow with righteous indignation, transforming each commentator into a self-appointed champion of justice, eager to denounce her. Not only was the belle of the law department being supported, but she also assaulted someone. Her character is deplorable. She must be expelled. How can the belle of the law department, who should know the law, violate it? Hitting someone is illegal. What should be done? If there's an issue, call the police. Is anyone reporting this? We need the police to handle it quickly. I believe the school should intervene. It has set such a poor example. What will happen if this continues? I simply don't understand. So young and beautiful, why not pursue a legitimate path instead of shortcuts? Now, she can't bear criticism and resorts to violence. This must be addressed seriously. The number of comments continued to rise, with some individuals incessantly replying, causing the post's popularity to soar to an uncontrollable level. After all, to many, a person of questionable character who not only fails to amend their ways, but also grows increasingly arrogant in their misdeeds, deserves immediate consequences. With the post gaining traction, many uninformed netizens were swayed by the comments and gradually joined the crusade against Ye Mingjin. Occasionally, a few positive remarks appeared, asserting that the situation was misunderstood. that someone had thrown the bottle at her. Yet, these were swiftly countered by vitriolic responses. She deserves it. She should be punished severely. Harming innocent people is unacceptable. The double standards were evident, yet under the deliberately amplified emotions, the lines of right and wrong appeared blurred. The power of the internet was as fierce as a tiger. Some called for the school administration to take action against Ye Mingjin. Others went so far as to declare that if the school failed to act, they would withdraw and escalate the matter online, seeking national judgment for netizens. The campus forum of Haiqing University buzzed with fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Ji Yizhao, who was on his way to the company, received a call from the school. The caller briefly outlined the situation Ye Mingjin was facing, expressing concern over her negative influence and the overwhelming popularity of the related posts. Finally, the caller inquired, "Young Master Ji, should we suppress this matter? Or how should we handle it?" Ji Yizhao pondered for a few seconds before responding, "Let it be. Let her learn a lesson. We can address it when the heat escalates further." His intentions were clear. He aimed to push Ye Mingjin into a corner, allowing her to realize just how significant he was. He wanted her to understand that when real trouble arose, it was he who could resolve it. Since the situation was just beginning to unfold, if he acted immediately to suppress it, she would not grasp the depth of her predicament. Thus, he decided to wait, to apply more pressure until she reached a point of profound despair. Only then would he extend his hand to rescue her, allowing her to truly appreciate the value of his timely assistance. After a brief pause, Ji Yizhao added to the caller, "Give her a hint that she can reach out to me if she needs help." He left Ye Mingjin a lifeline, hoping she would come to recognize his worth and subsequently regret her actions, eventually seeking his aid. Ji Yizhao planned to ensure that when Ye Mingjin came to him in remorse, he would educate her thoroughly, requiring her to apologize for her actions and impose additional demands. He wanted her to understand that seeking help was not easy, that there were no free lunches in this world. He aimed to instill in her the realization that he, Ji Yizhao, was the man she could truly rely upon, not the crippled Ji Yizhao. "Ye Mingjin, I am waiting for you to seek me out." Chapter 25. A clash and a turnaround at Haiqing University. The forum post remained vibrant, while Ye Mingjin sat calmly in class, diligently attending to her studies. The lesson was on civil litigation law. When the professor inquired if anyone had questions, a student raised their hand and stood, asking, "Professor, if someone is being supported, does that count as selling themselves or engaging in prostitution?" The moment the words left their lips, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Many turned to Ye Mingjin, eager to witness her reaction. To their surprise, she remained serene, focusing intently on the professor, seemingly awaiting his response. The professor, clearly aware of the online gossip regarding Ye Mingjin's situation, subtly searched for her among the students. Locking eyes with her, he noticed the clarity and sincerity in her gaze, devoid of any guilt or anxiety, leading him to question whether the rumors were indeed unfounded. "Professor," the student pressed again, "does that count?" The professor regained his composure and replied earnestly, "That is merely a matter of ethics. It does not count." Just as it seemed the matter would conclude, the same student, with a mischievous grin, posed another question. What if someone throws a bottle of water at another student and injures them? Would that be considered intentional harm? Scanning the room, the professor noticed Ye Mingjin still composed and attentively gazing at him before he said, "Based solely on your statement, it is difficult to determine. We must analyze the circumstances surrounding the incident to reach a conclusion." The student appeared dissatisfied with this answer, eager to continue the debate. Suddenly, Ye Mingjin raised her hand and stood, declaring, "Professor, I have a few questions as well." Without any factual basis, false information has been disseminated online, damaging another's reputation and attracting significant attention. This likely falls under the interpretation of the Supreme Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate regarding the handling of criminal cases involving defamation through the use of information networks. After a brief pause, she asked, "If a full bottle of water is thrown from a tall building onto someone below, does it constitute an act of throwing objects from heights or intentional homicide?" The question was direct and incisive. The professor shifted his gaze from Ye Mingjin to the visibly astonished students, feeling a few more strands of his dwindling hair fall out. He cleared his throat and said, "Today, we are studying civil procedure law. These issues pertaining to criminal law can be discussed after class, or I can arrange for you to speak with our criminal law professor. Now, let us continue with our civil procedure content." The anticipated debate was abruptly extinguished, leaving those eager for conflict dissatisfied. while others who considered themselves champions of justice felt their cause was unacknowledged. Naturally, seeing Ye Mingjin assert herself without a hint of guilt caused some to waver in their stance. During this time, someone recorded the exchange and posted it on the campus forum, further amplifying the incident's visibility. Unlike before, the comments on the video began to split into two factions. Some commenters began to reflect calmly. I'm suddenly thinking that perhaps the situation isn't as rumored. Let us wait and see if the class flower makes a comeback. You don't fear retribution if you've done nothing wrong. I see how composed the class flower is in her fierce retorts. We shouldn't jump to conclusions based solely on appearances. Let us wait for her comeback. In fact, I witnessed the entire incident this morning. Someone from above threw a bottle intending to hit the class flower, and she merely retaliated. Is what's being said from above true? If so, the one who initiated the attack is equally despicable. Wouldn't it be considered self-inflicted? As the tide of comments began to shift, a wave of responses quickly emerged, claiming that the class flower must have hired an army of internet trolls. Some even suggested that Ye Mingjin was merely a stubborn duck, repeatedly insisting that they awaited justice's judgment upon her. The debate remained unresolved, and another post soon surfaced. The result you desired has arrived. Upon opening it, a photo of Ye Mingjin from behind was accompanied by the caption, "Just now, the class flower was called to the office by the department head." You can imagine the reason. This post acted as a potent stimulant, inciting excitement among those who clamored for fairness and justice or who were simply eager for entertainment. They believed that the morally questionable Ye Mingjin was about to face consequences, a cause for widespread celebration. In the department head's office, Ye Mingjin entered, saying, "Director Huang, you called for me?" The department head looked at her with a grim expression and said, "Ye Mingjin, I am truly disappointed in you. I never expected you would engage in behavior that tarnishes the school's reputation. Moreover, not only have you failed to correct your mistakes, but you have also escalated matters by retaliating violently against others. Your actions have shamed our class and even the entire school. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of the public outcry? The school is still managing the situation carefully. If it were to reach the outside world, how would the nation perceive our institution?" Director Huang Ye Mingjin attempted to explain. "You need not elaborate." The department head waved his hand in disappointment and sighed deeply. "Initially, the school intended to expel you, but I managed to plead on your behalf and secured an opportunity for you." After a brief pause, he continued, "It's merely a reprimand. You will need to publicly acknowledge your mistakes, express your intention to amend your ways, and avoid associating with those of dubious character. Focus on being a good student. Your academic performance is commendable. How could you resort to such shortcuts? At your young age, engaging in such behavior is unwise. Do not make me worry for you any longer." Ye Mingjin observed the department head, who appeared genuinely concerned for her well-being, and finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Director Huang, what exactly is my issue?" The department head looked at her in astonishment, a mixture of pity for her misfortune and anger at her lack of awareness, his voice tinged with sorrow. "You truly do not recognize your own shortcomings? You dare to ask me?" Ye Mingjin, do not presume that your beauty and academic prowess grant you immunity. Wealth can procure many young women. It is not exclusive to you. As a woman, you must learn self-respect and self-love and recognize the reality of your situation. Before he could finish, the phone rang, interrupting his speech. He glanced at his phone with an irritated expression, then quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, "Principal, hello. You wish to see Ye Mingjin? Certainly. I will bring her right away." After hanging up, the department head turned to Ye Mingjin, his expression nuanced. "Let us go. The principal is waiting for you." As Ye Mingjin followed him out, the department head paused, turned to her with a meaningful look, and said, "Ye Mingjin, cherish your blessings. You once had protection. Men enjoy women's pleas for mercy. You can seek help, but if you don't, you will be the one to suffer. Once the principal decides your fate, opportunities will be scarce." Ye Mingjin blinked, contemplating the implications of his words, yet remained silent. From afar, she spotted the principal bidding farewell to someone, his demeanor warm and respectful. Ye Mingjin squinted toward the departing figure, feeling a sense of familiarity, though she could not quite place where she had seen them before. What could this person want with the principal? Filled with curiosity, she approached, only to find the principal scrutinizing her with a complex expression. Chapter 26. Support and Retribution. Ye Mingjin approached, still puzzled, as the principal regarded her with an intricate gaze and inquired gently, Are you Ye Mingjin? Ye Mingjin politely replied, "Hello, principal." The principal returned to his office, gesturing toward the sofa, and both the department head and Ye Mingjin took their seats. "The reason I called you here today is to understand the situation better," the principal stated, looking at Ye Mingjin. "Is what has been said on the forum true?" "No," Ye Mingjin replied. "The statements are fabrications based on mere images." "Very well," the principal nodded. "I believe that you are not that kind of person. You may return now." "Is that it?" The department head, who had prepared for a rigorous interrogation, was taken aback. Ye Mingjin, who had steeled herself for a confrontation, was equally astonished. "Principal, this." The department head began, but Ye Mingjin stood and bowed to the principal, saying, "Thank you, principal." As Ye Mingjin left with a light step, the department head remained visibly shocked, looking at the principal in disbelief. "You let her leave just like that? Isn't that inappropriate?" The principal took a sip of tea and asked, "What is inappropriate?" The department head replied, "You haven't announced any consequences. How can we explain this?" The principal, savoring the aroma of the tea, inquired, "Explain what?" The department head sighed, shaking his head. "This behavior tarnishes the school's image. It has caused a significant uproar, and the students are all indignant." "What image?" The principal set down his teacup, turning to the department head with a penetrating gaze. "What is wrong with her riding in her own car and dining with her family?" The department head gasped in shock. "Her family? Surely, that cannot be true." Noticing the department head's incredulous expression, the principal leisurely sipped his tea and smiled. "Do you really think I just met anyone? They came with a household registration book." After a prolonged moment of disbelief, the department head finally murmured that Ye Mingjin is the unacknowledged adopted daughter of the Ye family. "The unacknowledged adopted daughter of the Ye family?" The principal scoffed. "Not anymore. Are you aware of Ji Yizhao Technology? Ji Yizhao Technology, a globally renowned high-tech company, is celebrated for its production of precision instruments and is highly esteemed by enthusiasts of sophisticated devices." The department head nodded knowingly. The principal, exhaling deeply, remarked that just moments ago, the chief assistant of Ji Yizhao Technology had expressed the intention to donate a library. Upon sensing the curiosity of the department head, he added that the motivation behind this generous act was the bookish nature of student Ye Mingjin. The department head was momentarily taken aback by this startling revelation. When had Ye Mingjin acquired such a formidable ally in Ji Yizhao Technology? While he pondered this perplexing matter, the principal imparted a sage piece of advice. One must keep their eyes wide open in life, lest they offend those who should not be crossed. As a prestigious, century-old institution, Haicheng University must protect its students with utmost care. The department head, awkwardly wiping the cold sweat from his palms, contemplated whether he should report this situation to young Master Ji. Ji had suggested waiting a few days to observe how things unfolded. While he sought solace in this thought, he later discovered that all posts regarding Ye Mingjin had mysteriously vanished from the campus forum. Simultaneously, the forum emphasized its regulations, stating that as a century-old institution, it could not tolerate rumors that tarnish the university's reputation, and any defamatory actions would face legal repercussions. The crowd was astir with speculation. Some believe this was a result of corporate interference, suggesting that the hidden forces behind Ye Mingjin were at play, while others argued that the school's intervention indicated the rumors surrounding her were baseless fabrications. A fierce debate ensued, with some unwilling to relent, but they found that their posts disappeared shortly after being published, as if swallowed by the void without any notification of deletion or censorship. Just as one was prepared to channel their frustration into a furious keyboard battle, a new sensational gossip emerged regarding a certain tall and handsome male student from the law department, dubbed the Master of Time Management. The post, shared by the user gossip expert, contained numerous chat logs revealing this young man's charming exchanges with multiple female students, adeptly juggling his roles as their boyfriend or husband without crossing lines. This revelation incited outrage among many, with boys lamenting their lost romantic prospects and girls denouncing his behavior as excessively promiscuous. In no time, the identity of this young man was uncovered, and the more one dug, the darker the revelations became. Ultimately, it was found that his forum account belonged to the very individual who had accused the aloof campus beauty of being involved with a wealthy benefactor. The sudden twist left many in disbelief, especially those who had previously criticized the campus beauty alongside him. As discussions turned back to the original post, a chilling realization dawned upon many. Was this not an attempt to ensnare the campus beauty into his web, only to turn on her when rebuffed? This comment swiftly garnered the most likes, awakening a multitude of readers. Meanwhile, it came to light that several of the most vocal critics of Ye Mingjin were intricately connected to this so-called master of time management, revealing that they were all cut from the same cloth. Gossip swirled like a tornado, leaving the audience in a state of uproar. Some even began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Ye Mingjin, who had unwittingly become the target of a public shaming simply for rejecting a suitor. In a group chat, the most astute among them expressed gratitude for the assistance received, noting that the situation had calmed down. Another mentioned that their senior had yet to intervene. A playful exchange ensued, hinting at a potential secret admirer. Ye Mingjin's thoughts drifted to Ji Yizhao, but she hesitated, doubting his involvement given his usual remote engagement with campus affairs. However, as she reflected on the department head's words regarding someone protecting her, another possibility emerged in her mind. She habitually reached for a coin, only to halt mid-motion, suddenly intrigued by the idea of seeking answers directly. Upon stepping out of the school, she recognized a familiar vehicle. Not far off, Han Shuangjiang approached with a takeout bag in hand. The moment she laid eyes on him, she felt the pieces fall into place. As the car door swung open, she greeted the man with a smile, sharing the news of the forum's slander against her and her relief at its resolution. In a playful exchange, she inquired about how she might express her gratitude. When Ji Yizhao teasingly asked if it involved a more intimate gesture, she pondered seriously, contemplating the suggestion. His warm laughter filled the air as he handed her a cup of her favorite milk tea, a gesture that, while simple, spoke volumes of his attentiveness. As she savored the delightful drink, she couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she found herself in trouble at school. Ji Yizhao assured her that he would handle it. When she jested about possibly getting into a fight, he confidently declared that the fault would lie with the provocateur, promising to take care of everything. Ye Mingjin burst into laughter, the warmth of his support enveloping her. She felt a sense of joy and security, realizing that having someone like Ji Yizhao in her corner was a true blessing. Upon returning home, the cheerful demeanor of Aunt Yang greeted them as she announced her new culinary creation for dinner. Ye Mingjin, feeling increasingly at home in this lively household, was met with further surprises as Uncle Lin informed them of visitors bearing gifts. Ji Yizhao explained that the evening's attire had arrived for Ye Mingjin to try on, heightening her curiosity. Genie, a renowned international haute couture brand, is celebrated not only for its exquisite and innovative designs, but also for the uniqueness of each piece, as every garment is crafted in a single color, ensuring that one never has to worry about encountering a duplicate. This exclusivity has made it a beloved choice among numerous socialites and heiresses. Upon opening a gift box, a long gown in sky blue adorned with diamonds emerges. When Ye Mingjin tries on the dress, it accentuates her ethereal and refined demeanor. Another gift box reveals a matching necklace and earrings in the same color palette. Those within the circle know that the founder and chief designer of Genie was once a prodigious jewelry designer, who shifted to fashion design due to unforeseen changes in her life. After Genie gained acclaim in haute couture, it occasionally pairs its clothing with corresponding jewelry inspired by the designs. Both the clothing and the jewelry are produced in globally limited editions, with many prominent families and even royal members queuing up for appointments. It is rumored that orders are booked up to 3 years in advance. That night, as Ye Mingjin dons the ensemble, complemented by the matching earrings and necklace, she appears as if she has descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of purity that invites reverence. Presently, clad in the gown and adorned with the jewelry, Ye Mingjin possesses a graceful figure and an air of elegance that is perfectly balanced, as if the attire were custom-tailored for her. She turns to Ji Yizhao and inquires, "Do I look good?" "Indeed," Ji Yizhao replies, his eyes filled with unmasked admiration, a beauty unlike any he has previously encountered. This seemingly simple yet profound compliment causes Ye Mingjin to smile radiantly as she gazes into the mirror. Even she herself is unsure why Ji Yizhao's praise elicits such joy within her, softening her previously aloof demeanor and adding a touch of warmth and nobility, radiating a vibrancy befitting her youth. Ji Yizhao, admiring the exquisite girl before him, remarks, "I feel something is still lacking." The Genie staff promptly inquires, "Mr. Ji, what modifications do you suggest? I will note it down and provide immediate feedback." Ye Mingjin turns to look equally awaiting an answer. Ji Yizhao retrieves a velvet box from his pocket, gazing at Ye Mingjin with deep affection, and says, "If you wear this, it would be even more perfect." Upon opening the small box, 2 silver rings rest inside, their surfaces adorned with tiny diamonds forming a flowing pattern reminiscent of moonlight. Under the glow of the lights, the rings shimmer faintly, reminiscent of scattered stars. Ji Yizhao takes the woman's ring, his gaze intense. "Let me place this ring on your finger." As Ye Mingjin observes quietly, he adds, "Those who know we are married will surely care about the presence of a ring." It is well known that most married individuals wear rings on their ring fingers, a detail particularly valued in their circle. Ye Mingjin gazes at the handsome man in the wheelchair, holding the ring with an expression of anticipation and focus. Gradually emerging from her surprise, her gaze inadvertently drifts to his pale neck, observing the subtle movement of his Adam's apple, betraying his own nervousness. Under Ji Yizhao's tender, anxious gaze, Ye Mingjin slowly extends her hand. Her delicate, fair fingers extend before him, causing Ji Yizhao's heart to race. With his cool, slender left hand cradling Ye Mingjin's petite hand, his right hand trembles slightly as he holds the woman's ring, an amalgamation of excitement and trepidation. With a sense of solemnity, he gently places the ring on her ring finger. Sighing softly in relief, Ji Yizhao then offers the men's ring from his palm to Ye Mingjin. Simultaneously, he extends his own hand, filled with hope, saying, "Little Jean, would you please help me wear this as well?" As Ye Mingjin picks up the men's ring and examines it closely, she discovers an engraving on the inside. Specifically, the inner circle bears the capital letters J and Z, with a heart nestled between them, symbolizing their mutual affection. Realizing the significance of the initials, which represent the last letters of their names, she gazes into Ji Yizhao's eyes, and as she slips the ring onto her own finger, Ji Yizhao exhales a breath he had been holding. Just moments ago, when Ye Mingjin adorned him with the ring, he had been unable to contain his breath. Now, having successfully placed the ring, an immense joy swells within him, only to be abruptly dampened when he notices Ye Mingjin removing the ring. Ji Yizhao's heart sinks, his expression of joy freezing in place. A wave of sorrow washes over him. Does little Jean not wish to keep it on? Or is she merely going through the motions? Ji Yizhao feels as though the flicker of joy in his heart has been extinguished by a sudden downpour of cold water. Chapter 28. Surprise and warning. The sudden deluge extinguishes the flame of joy. It appears he had set his expectations too high and envisioned a more beautiful reality. While dreams are abundant, reality often proves to be starkly different. Ji Yizhao finds himself feeling somewhat pitiful. With his dark eyes lowered and his butterfly-like eyelashes trembling, he strives to adjust his thoughts, only to hear Ye Mingjin's light laughter, as I suspected. Turning towards the sound, he sees Ye Mingjin, who had just removed the ring, now gazing at the woman's ring in her hand, a playful smirk gracing her delicate features. I had a feeling it would be like this. Inside the ring, just like Ji Yizhao's, are the capitalized initials of their names, with a heart in between, albeit with the letters switched. Her ring bears Z and J. As Ji Yizhao contemplates her words, he watches as Ye Mingjin places the ring back upon her finger, nodding in approval. Quite nice. Ye Mingjin indeed favors the understated elegance of the rings. The delicate diamonds resonate more with her than larger stones. For her, a large diamond feels cumbersome, while this one is perfectly suited. This exquisitely crafted wedding band, which also bears their initials, is clearly not something that could have been hastily prepared. When Ye Mingjin inquires if the ring was newly made, Ji Yizhao's eyes glisten with emotion, his fair ears tinged with a hint of red. It was ordered long ago. I simply didn't have the opportunity to present it to you. Ye Mingjin nods, her gaze inadvertently softening as she notices his ears. Her suspicions are confirmed. The ring could not have been made in haste. However, she refrains from asking how long ago it was ordered, just as Ji Yizhao remains silent on the matter. Much later, when the topic arises again, Ye Mingjin laments not having asked more questions. Had she done so, she could have uncovered many truths sooner. But that is a tale for another time. With the wedding rings exchanged, everything feels perfect. After changing out of her gown, Ye Mingjin hears Ji Yizhao say, "If anyone dares to slander you, I will step in as a shield." That might not be wise, Ye Mingjin replies, stroking the ring on her finger thoughtfully. "If I put you in front, wouldn't that tarnish your reputation? It's of no concern. Ji Yizhao responds, offering her a cup of warm tea. I'm not afraid. Indeed, he is not afraid. In fact, he revels in it. He wishes nothing more than to proclaim to the world that Ye Mingjin is his wife. Yet he understands the importance of restraint. He respects her wishes and opts for a gradual approach. Perhaps they can start by announcing it at school? After dinner, the young couple takes their customary evening stroll. Neither is particularly keen on conversing, and their dialogue meanders casually. However, the presence of one another transforms the experience entirely. The moonlight cascades gently upon the earth, harmonizing with the silent passage of time, and unbeknownst to them, a subtle warmth seeps into their hearts as they walk side by side. As their walk concludes, and they bid farewell, Ji Yizhao invites Ye Mingjin to see his study. Curiosity piqued, she steps inside and discovers that her half of the desk is neatly arranged with her commonly used writing materials. The adjacent bookshelf displays a collection of books identical to those she had at the Yi family home, each positioned with meticulous precision. With her eyes brimming with delight, she caressed the books and laughed. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought you had simply relocated that bookshelf from over there. Ji Yizhao gazed at her with a tender indulgence, watching as her alabaster fingers glided over the spines of the books, stirring ripples in his heart. In that moment, he pondered that even if she desired the entire world, he would go to any lengths to fulfill her wishes. At Haiqing University, Ye Mingjin maintained her composure, attending classes without a hint of distraction. Observant classmates noticed the ring adorning her ring finger and whispered amongst themselves, speculating if it was a new tactic to fend off suitors. Upon returning to her dormitory, Ye Mingjin swiftly organized her books for the next class. Suddenly, Chen Qingming approached her, grasping her hand to scrutinize the ring. Oh, this style resembles that of Els, doesn't it? She inquired. I don't know, Ye Mingjin replied honestly. It was a gift from someone. Chen Qingming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jin, does this mean you are taken? Ye Mingjin nodded slightly, acknowledging the implication. That's quite a rapid development. Chen Qingming exclaimed, thumbs up. Where are his qualities? Is he good to you? Ye Mingjin considered Ji Yizhao's attributes. Handsome yet with a tragic background. He should be reasonably well off now, she mused. As for how he treats me, he's quite different from Ji Yizhao. Having a comparison, she realized that Ji Yizhao's kindness often felt like a matter of routine. Their gifts and dates adhered to a fixed schedule and process. Over the course of more than a year, Ji Yizhao had made many requests typical of a boyfriend, particularly regarding intimacy. However, she was slow to warm and firmly believed that excessive closeness before marriage was inappropriate. Each time Ji Yizhao's needs went unmet, he would draw away, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Although she appreciated the warmth of his gestures, she ultimately encountered calculation and betrayal. As for Ji Yizhao, she thought of the exquisitely handsome man and could only recall his countless kindnesses. He was considerate and indulgent, declaring that she deserved the best. Yet he asked for nothing in return. He treats me exceptionally well, Ye Mingjin affirmed. Seeing you so sweet and happy makes me envious, Chen Qingming remarked, playfully tousling her hair. When can I meet him? Ye Mingjin grabbed her backpack, saying, let me ask him and arrange a time. Okay, I'll await your good news. Chen Qingming gestured an okay and picked up her own bag. I have a class in the second teaching building, so we can head there together. As they left, Chen Qingming asked, are you staying in the dorm tonight? No, Ye Mingjin replied. I'll be heading home for the next few days. With a teasing smile, Chen Qingming remarked, Jin, your returning home daily isn't because of that clingy little puppy at home, is it? Ye Mingjin blinked and pondered how to respond when someone nearby scoffed, declaring, if you're not staying at school every day, why not just withdraw from the dorm? Flitting about like a butterfly is infuriating. Chen Qingming retorted. What others do has nothing to do with you. Your face looks like a swollen pig's head. Take care of yourself first. I wasn't talking about you. Mind your own business. The girl shouted, covering her face. I simply can't stand someone who acts all virtuous while being so improper. Ye Mingjin recognized the bruised girl before her, the one who had splashed water on her and was now facing retaliation. Grasping Chen Qingming, Ye Mingjin coolly regarded the girl. Are you envious of how well I am doing? Without waiting for a response, she pulled Chen Qingming away. Just simmer down. After taking a few steps, a faint remark followed. Do no evil, or it won't be long before. Chapter 29. Deity, hand in hand, do no evil, or it won't be long before. Chen Qingming looked at Ye Mingjin in astonishment, hesitating slightly. Jingjin, are you implying? Though she did not finish her sentence, Ye Mingjin understood her unspoken question. She did not deny it, but cast a fleeting glance behind her. This reaction caused Chen Qingming to gasp in shock. How could this be? Ye Mingjin stated, those who bring upon their own suffering shall not survive. Chen Qingming turned to glance back at the girl, still loudly protesting against being meddled with, but ultimately chose not to inquire further. She understood well that some matters were best left unspoken. In the past, her curiosity had piqued, but Ye Mingjin had said that some secrets should remain undisclosed. She could surmise that Ye Mingjin had shared all that was safe to divulge, and any additional details were not meant for discussion. Although Chen Qingming lacked knowledge in this area, she was aware that every profession had its own set of rules, defining what was permissible and what was not. Reflecting on Ye Mingjin's earlier words, she couldn't help but ask, so, when you warned her against doing evil, were you cautioning her? After a brief pause, Chen Qingming sighed, hoping the girl would heed her advice. She won't, Ye Mingjin replied, just as the weeping girl behind them exclaimed. Do you really believe you are someone of importance? What evil have I done? I am here, and I will not be bullied by you. Otherwise, it is utterly unjust. Chen Qingming shook her head in disappointment. As the saying goes, heed the counsel of others, and you shall prosper. Clearly, this student is not that type. Chen Qingming turned to Ye Mingjin again, inquiring. Was your earlier mention of evil directed at you? Ye Mingjin softly affirmed. Then you must be cautious, unless it's absolutely necessary. Perhaps you should avoid coming to school for your own safety. Ye Mingjin smiled gently, assuring her, do not worry, I am fine. Yet, Chen Qingming remained anxious. How about this? I can arrange for someone to follow you, just in case. I'm truly fine, Ye Mingjin replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I have someone to protect me. As she spoke, the image of that handsome man floated into her mind. Despite his delicate and endearing nature, Ye Mingjin felt assured that no matter the situation, he would always devise a thoughtful way to safeguard her. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Chen Qingming chose not to press further. Although they attended classes in the same building, they were not in the same classroom. They waved goodbye at the stairway and parted ways. Originally, there was another class scheduled for the afternoon, but it was unexpectedly canceled due to the professor's sudden obligations. While Ye Mingjin was organizing her belongings in the dormitory, she received a message from Ji Yizhao stating he had arrived at the school gate. A smile crept onto her lips, and her steps became lighter. Upon entering the car, Ji Yizhao had already set up a small dining table. As he prepared to retrieve the food, Ye Mingjin chimed in, I have no classes this afternoon. Noticing the surprise in his eyes, she continued, shall we go home to eat? With a smile dancing in his eyes, Ji Yizhao nodded, that sounds perfect. Closing the thermos and folding the small dining table, Ji Yizhao addressed the driver, home, please. In the passenger's seat, Han Shuang opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. Stealing a glance at his boss, he felt that certain perceptions were about to shift. The once unwavering and decisive employer now appeared less resolute. Earlier, when collecting the food from the company, Ji Yizhao had clearly stated the plan to dine with his wife before heading back to work. Yet here he was, opting to return home once more. Sighing, Han Shuang thought, has our boss, who was once so unyielding, now compromised his principles? Upon further reflection, it seemed the boss's principles were indeed influenced by his wife. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Yang Yi displayed immense enthusiasm upon witnessing her young master and mistress returning home for lunch. By the time they arrived, a feast of colorful and aromatic dishes awaited them. Satisfied after their meal, the couple strolled leisurely to aid digestion, then both retreated to the study. Ye Mingjin settled into a wrought-tan chair by the bed with a book, while Ji Yizhao occupied the desk opposite her, engrossed in work. Two individuals, each engrossed in their own tasks, coexisted in a state of natural harmony, unperturbed by the presence of the other. Occasionally, Ji Yizhao would take a call or work on his computer, even participating in a video conference at one point. Yet, Ye Mingjin remained indifferent, quietly engrossed in her book, which would draw Ji Yizhao's gaze from time to time. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow that enveloped her, imparting a gentle radiance that rendered her almost ethereal. Ji Yizhao gazed at her in serene tranquility. She was his Mingxiao Jin, the light he had discovered amidst the abyss of darkness, his salvation in the winding journey of life. She was an angel in his heart, a deity to whom he would gladly offer everything. Eventually, This leisurely time was interrupted by a knock on the door. Han Shuangjiang respectfully announced, "Boss, madam, the Shujia banquet is in 2 hours, and it takes half an hour to get there. Shall we depart in an hour?" "Very well." Ji Yizhao softly inquired of Ye Mingjin, "Shall we change our clothes?" As non-essential guests, they needed to manage their time carefully for the evening's event, aiming to remain discreet. "All right," Ye Mingjin replied, setting aside her book and stretching lazily before they exited the study, only to encounter the waiting makeup artist. As they stepped out, Ye Mingjin instinctively reached to push Ji Yizhao's wheelchair, only to be gently halted by him, directing Han Shuangjiang to take over. Wearing a stunning evening gown adorned with diamonds, Ye Mingjin nodded as she joined Ji Yizhao in the car. Another vehicle followed closely behind, its occupants discreetly armed. Ye Mingjin understood this was precautionary, a response to the dangers she had previously mentioned, just in case. The banquet hall for the Shujia Patriarch's 70th birthday was lavishly decorated, exuding a festive yet strictly guarded atmosphere. Every guest was required to present their invitation for identity verification before entry. Upon disembarking, Han Shuangjiang took over the wheelchair, while Ji Yizhao extended his hand to Ye Mingjin with a smile. The setting sun cast a warm, orange hue upon Ji Yizhao's already exquisite features, enhancing their softness and beauty. Momentarily dazed, Ye Mingjin hesitated before placing her hand in his long, graceful fingers. Ji Yizhao tightened his grip around her delicate hand, feeling his heart race as the tips of his ears flushed crimson. In truth, this marked the second intimate hand-holding since their marriage. The first had occurred at the Yi family residence, a brief moment of connection. This time, however, it unfolded before a gathering crowd. The joy and excitement within Ji Yizhao were palpable, evident in the rosy tips of his ears and the upward curve of his lips, as well as the twinkling mirth in his striking dark eyes. As the couple appeared hand in hand at the banquet, many were taken aback by their stunning presence. Ye Mingjin dazzled in her sky-blue gown adorned with rhinestones, while Ji Yizhao complimented her with a gray suit. Their cool-toned attire, coupled with their exquisite beauty, made them seem like celestial beings stepping into the bustling world of mortals, captivating all who beheld them. However, the unfamiliarity of the striking couple, particularly the young man in a wheelchair, sparked intrigue and astonishment among the guests. Whispers of curiosity rippled through the crowd. Who were these individuals? Their attendance at the Shujia Patriarch's birthday celebration suggested a remarkable status. The sight of the handsome young man in a wheelchair led many to speculate about his lineage, wondering who had such an unfortunate fate. Amidst the hushed conversations, a derisive laugh interrupted, questioning how these two could possibly attend the Shujia banquet, suggesting that their invitation must have been illicitly obtained. Small theater principal, Assistant Han. It seems the boss has abandoned all principles. Young Master Ji. No, I have principles. Assistant Han. What are your principles now? Young Master Ji. Mingxiao Jin. Being force-fed a dose of dog food. Chapter 30. A Battleground. I am yours beside him. The prominent actress who accompanied the wealthy patron inquired with a smile. Do you know them, young Master Qiao? Qiao Sihong replied with open disdain. They are the eldest son of the Ji family, who just returned from abroad, and the adopted daughter of the Yi family. The actress was unaware of the significance of their identities. However, the wealthy patron, who had previously attended the wedding banquet uniting the Qiao and Yi families, was taken aback, lost in thought. He recalled the day when the Yi family's adopted daughter burst into the wedding venue, adorned in traditional bridal attire, and struck the Ji family heir. As he considered Qiao Sihong's mention of the recently returned Ji family heir, confusion washed over him. When had the Ji family acquired another son? Wasn't Ji Yizhao the only heir? Did this adopted daughter of the Yi family once have a connection with the second Ji son, and now find herself with the newly returned eldest son? What was even more surprising was how these two relatively unknown youths could possibly have the standing to attend the Shujia Patriarch's birthday celebration. Regardless of their speculations, the awkwardness and perceived insignificance of the duo dampened any interest in forming connections. Those who had attended the joint banquet between the Yi and Ji families recounted tales of the adopted daughter of the Yi family donning wedding attire and fiercely confronting the Ji heir, even invoking ominous prophecies of retribution. Eager gossipmongers found themselves captivated, directing their attention toward Ji Yizhao, who was engaged in jovial conversation with friends. The narrative of two men vying for one woman was common, But the tale of two brothers competing for a single woman was even more scandalous. With all three characters present today, one could anticipate an entertaining spectacle. The atmosphere of rivalry was always thrilling, and the guests exchanged knowing glances as they watched Ji Yizhao, eager for his reaction. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Ji Yizhao suddenly felt a prickling sensation, turning to find many faces adorned with malicious grins. His eyes fell upon Ye Mingjin, resplendent in her sky-blue gown. His expression shifted, shadowed by clouds of unease. Ji Yizhao had received news that the issues involving Ye Mingjin at school had been resolved. The previously tumultuous posts on the campus forum had vanished, and all related parties had suffered exposure of their own scandals, overshadowing Ye Mingjin's original post. Moreover, Haicheng University had taken no action against her, even offering her protection. Ji Yizhao, aware of the school's tendency to safeguard exemplary students, was taken aback by the extent of their defense. He found it hard to believe. Later, the department head had mentioned that this student had familial support, even donating a library in her name. The Ye family would never fund such a venture for Ye Mingjin, so the only possible benefactor could be someone else. Ji Yizhao considered a particular individual but was reluctant to accept the truth. If his suspicions were correct, it meant Ye Mingjin preferred to seek assistance from someone she had only recently met, rather than turn to him. Did she truly believe he was inferior to Ji Yizhao? It was a blow to his pride. Initially, Ji Yizhao had hesitated to act against her, but seeing Ye Mingjin's obstinacy only fueled his resolve to teach her a lesson. As the waiter guided them to a corner table far from the main seating, Ji Yizhao scoffed coldly and resumed his light-hearted banter with friends. Having attended countless banquets with his father since childhood, Ji Yizhao understood that ignoring them at this moment would serve as the finest punishment. In this circle, relationships were maintained through mutual benefit. While Ji Yizhao represented the Ji family, Ji Yizhao, having been away from Haicheng for over a decade, only represented himself. Were it not for revenge, how could Ji Yizhao have possibly received an invitation from the Shujia family? With a cold, indifferent gaze, Ji Yizhao dismissed the curious spectators, who soon returned to their socializing, disappointed at the lack of drama. Situated near a drafty corner, where the air conditioning chilled the atmosphere, Ji Yizhao scanned the room before leading Ye Mingjin to a more sheltered spot. "Let's sit here." "All right," Ye Mingjin agreed, taking her seat as Ji Yizhao plucked a honey tangerine from the fruit platter, beginning to peel it with deliberate slowness. His fair fingers, contrasted against the vibrant orange, appeared delicate and refined. Out of the corner of her eye, Ye Mingjin noticed his alabaster hands meticulously removing the peel and then the segments, her surprise mounting. Did Ji Yizhao not eat the segments as well? When he eventually presented the peeled tangerine to her, she was both astonished and delighted. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. "For me?" Ji Yizhao smiled silently, responding without words. Ye Mingjin smiled as if she had suddenly received a delightful gift, taking half of the orange segment from Ji Yizhao's hand, leaving him the other half. With a swift motion, the orange segments were in her grasp, and Ji Yizhao said, "It's all yours. The orange segment belongs to you." "So do I." Ye Mingjin seldom indulged in oranges, as she disliked the tedious task of peeling them. Yet today, someone had removed the bitter pith for her, allowing her to relish the fruit without effort. She found today's oranges exceptionally sweet and resolved to protect him with all her might tonight. After savoring the orange, as a gesture of gratitude, Ye Mingjin picked up a cherry. Ji Yizhao shook his head, indicating his hands were occupied, urging her to enjoy it instead. With a playful blink, Ye Mingjin raised the cherry to Ji Yizhao's lips. The cool sensation at his mouth prompted him to part his lips, surprised, as he hesitated to consume it. The joy in his heart sparkled like fireworks, bursting forth in delightful blooms. "Do you not enjoy cherries?" Ye Mingjin inquired. "I do," Ji Yizhao replied, savoring the cherry slowly, discovering its extraordinary sweetness, with the juice flowing delightfully to his heart. Reluctantly, he spat the pit into a dish, only to be greeted by a strawberry upon lifting his head. His cherished little wife remarked, "You must enjoy strawberries, right?" "Indeed," Ji Yizhao replied, a smile gracing his features as he took a bite. While the banquet was filled with socializing and drinking, the two of them were lost in their enjoyment of food. Some guests, upon witnessing their scene, displayed disdain, remarking how inappropriate it was to be so engrossed in eating at such an important event. Yet many others watched with envy, admiring Ji Yizhao for having such a beautiful and considerate wife despite his disability. Not far away, Ji Yizhao's expression oscillated between contempt and envy, ultimately reddening with jealousy that surged like a raging river. How could Ye Mingjin be so kind to Ji Yizhao? He had never received such treatment from her. He had longed to share food with Ye Mingjin, but she had never given him the chance. Each time he offered her something, she would take it herself, and the notion of feeding him had never crossed her mind. As Chu Mingho navigated through the crowd towards them, following Ji Yizhao's gaze, he clucked in admiration, "Oh, your older brother and sister-in-law are truly affectionate." Noticing Ji Yizhao's fierce glare, he quickly added, "Don't shoot me daggers. I merely came to remind you that my grandfather and uncle will arrive soon. Please, do not cause any trouble. We must not ruin grandfather's birthday celebration." With a swift hand gesture across his throat, he hurried toward the entrance to welcome the guests. "Ah, are you two enjoying the food? Did you come here just to mooch?" A stranger's voice suddenly interjected. Ji Yizhao looked up, and upon recognizing the person, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes before transforming into a facade of indifference. "Just a joke," Qiao Sihong exclaimed, raising his glass in enthusiasm. "Greetings, Ji Yizhao. I am Qiao from the Qiao family. You may call me Ahong. Allow me to toast to you." He presented the filled glass towards Ji Yizhao, only to have it intercepted mid-air by a delicate hand. "I'm sorry, he is unwell and cannot drink," Ye Mingjin stated, placing the glass back on the table. Qiao Sihong's eyes glinted with intrigue, his gaze fixating on Ye Mingjin with a smirk. How could Ji Yizhao find such an ignorant partner? It seems she requires some training in etiquette. Ji Yizhao's expression darkened, his gaze sharpened as he grasped Ye Mingjin's hand, stating firmly, "This is my beloved. You may refer to her as sister-in-law or Mrs. Ji. Is that so? I must say, I didn't notice." "Huh, sister-in-law is indeed a stunning beauty. Your elder brother is truly fortunate." He lifted the glass again, offering it to Ye Mingjin. "Since Ji Yizhao cannot drink, would you take his place?" Yet Ji Yizhao swiftly interjected, "She is allergic to alcohol." Is Ji Yizhao unwilling to give his brother face? Qiao Sihong's gaze darted between Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao, slamming the glass down onto the table. "As the sole heir of the Qiao family, I am not without standing. In this coastal city, I am someone of note." Ji Yizhao turned to Ye Mingjin. "What do you think, dear? Which is more important, face or life?" "Life," Ye Mingjin replied decisively. Ji Yizhao chuckled softly. "I share your sentiment." Qiao Sihong, noticing their united front against him, smirked coldly. "Well, it seems you both are quite the pair. I hope you remain unconcerned about face in the future." No sooner had he spoken than a stir rose among the crowd. The guest of honor had arrived. Qiao Sihong hurriedly joined the throng, rushing to greet the esteemed guest. Old Master Chu, clad in a festive red tang suit, was over 70 yet appeared sprightly, radiating warmth and kindness. Accompanied by his 3 sons in tailored suits and a daughter in a deep red gown, the spotlight shone brightest on his youngest son, Chu Yin, whose handsome visage and charming demeanor captivated the attention of many women present. As Old Master Chu made his entrance, numerous prominent figures approached to extend their congratulations. Although only a select few would manage to converse with him, the allure of building rapport with the Chu family was undeniable. The crowd surged toward the front, while Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin merely exchanged glances before continuing their playful feeding of one another. This only served to highlight their stark contrast, making them exceedingly conspicuous. Amidst the greetings, Chu Yin casually surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly before he leaned towards Old Master Chu, whispering something. Upon glancing in their direction, Old Master Chu's expression shifted ever so slightly. The guests, following their gaze, spotted the newlywed couple indulging in their meal, the very duo they had wished to disregard. "Surely, Old Master Chu and Fourth Master are not yet acquainted with them?" someone remarked. "I know these two. The girl is a foster daughter of the Yi family, and the other is the eldest son of the Ji family, who just returned from abroad." As one guest took the initiative to engage Old Master Chu in conversation about them, another chimed in, "I wonder how they got an invitation. They seem inexperienced in such gatherings, arriving merely to feast rather than offer congratulations." Someone else added, "I recently attended the union of the Ji and Yi families. The bride and groom were absent, but this Yi foster daughter slapped the second young master of the Ji family." With these words, the crowd began to murmur, either raising their voices to draw the attention of old Master Chu and fourth master, or simply sharing gossip. So the Ji family has an eldest son? I had not heard of him before. Wasn't he there one a decade ago? Almost forgotten. The Yi family's foster daughter is audacious, marrying the eldest and slapping the second. What began as a birthday celebration gradually morphed into a gossip fest. Despite old Master Chu maintaining his genial demeanor, his gaze fixated on the young couple in the corner, revealing a growing complexity beneath his affable exterior. The onlookers became increasingly animated, while the Ji and Yi couples found themselves in an uncomfortable predicament. Ji Yizhao was astounded to see his eldest son and daughter-in-law present, questioning their entitlement to be there. Hearing the whispers about them reaching old Master Chu, his expression darkened. His gaze shifted from surprise to anger as he regarded Ji Yizhao, filled with disdain. Ji Yizhao will forever be a source of shame. He wished he could pretend not to recognize him. Beside him, Mrs. Ji's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, though her face betrayed deep concern as she gently said, "Do not be angry just yet. I believe Zhao must have his reasons." Reasons? He scoffed. What reasons could he possibly have? I did not know how he acquired an invitation, but attending such an event should be about networking, not merely eating. He glanced at Ji Yizhao, then back at Ji Yizhao, lamenting, "He is truly a hopeless case." Madame Ji hastily remarked, "I believe Zhao longs for meaningful social interactions as well. However, he has been away from the country for many years and is not well acquainted with the current environment. If he is unfamiliar, then he should not have come." Ji Yizhao struggled to maintain his composure, yet his voice betrayed his ire. Knowing his ignorance, he ought to have begun his learning at smaller gatherings. Yet here we are, starting today. How many people are unfamiliar with him? He has utterly disgraced the Ji family. I could just find a hole to hide in. Madame Ji sighed heavily, ultimately murmuring, "Guo, please do not be angry. If it comes to that, I can have Xiao take him away." Ji Yizhao cast a glance at Ji Yizhao, then at Ye Mingjin, and a bitter smile escaped his lips. What a wonderful son and daughter-in-law. He held no expectations that this son would elevate his standing, but he had never anticipated that within mere days of returning home, his eldest son would bring such disgrace upon him. And this daughter-in-law, having already embarrassed him on their wedding day, now was dragging the family name through the mud in front of the Chu family. What is the Chu family? They are the unassailable power in Haicheng. From this day forth, where could Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin possibly go? The upper echelons of society have effectively blacklisted them, and the Ji family has become a laughingstock. Madame Ji gazed at Ji Yizhao with a smile in her eyes, feeling an unprecedented affection for him today. And Ye Mingjin, they were simply a perfect match. This union was indeed flawless. After today, let us see which elder in the company dares to mention Ji Yizhao again, or who would claim Ji Yizhao could maintain his poise. As the situation grew more chaotic, she would have Ji Yizhao take Ji Yizhao away, drawing a stark contrast in their fates. The Ji family was not the only ones in distress. Not far away, Ye Yizhao and Madame Yi wore expressions of dismay. Ye Yizhao remained silent, while Madame Yi, after a moment of contemplation, raised her gaze to meet the inquisitive stares of the onlookers. She sighed deeply and said, "Mingjin was indeed once our adopted daughter. However, as children grow, they develop their own thoughts, and, as parents, we can only guide them so far, especially since our bond is merely one of nurture." As more ears perked up, her tone grew increasingly melancholic. As the saying goes, the heart is separated by the belly. An adopted child is indeed separated by that very barrier. Look, she has already changed her household registration right after marriage and has severed our adoptive ties. Once she had felt indignant about this, yet in this moment, she believed that the relocation of her household registration and the dissolution of their relationship was truly for the best. Now, Ye Mingjin was no longer a member of the Yi family. Henceforth, her actions bore no relation to them. Chapter 32. Special Treatment. A turn of events. Madame Ye's words left the attendees in shock. Who would have imagined that the beautiful adopted daughter of the Yi family could be so ungrateful? You have raised her for over a decade. How could one so easily sever ties? Some could no longer contain their sympathy for Madame Yi. With reddening eyes, she shook her head, as if the sorrow in her heart rendered her speechless. The more she struggled to articulate her feelings, the more pitying glances she received, fueling a desire to chastise the ungrateful daughter. Someone remarked, like parents, like children. A child is a continuation of their parents, no matter how one raises them. certain inherited traits remain unchanged. In a single phrase, they attributed Ye Mingjin's reprehensible behavior to her biological parents. Of course, when her biological parents finally appeared, this statement would take on an entirely different connotation. Madame Yi sighed again, feeling wronged. All we can do is our best. I won't say more. It pains me to see her display such lack of decorum after all these years of nurturing her. In mere moments, those who initially wished to see the Yi family's disgrace found themselves filled with sympathy instead. Their gazes toward Ye Mingjin transformed into disdain and contempt. After all, an ungrateful wretch like her was indeed detestable. Having been raised for over a decade, she not only changed her household registration upon marriage, but also severed their adoptive bond. Did she truly believe she had ascended to some lofty heights? The eldest son of the Ji family, a figure they had never heard of before, could offer her what kind of future? Simultaneously, this revelation instilled a sense of wariness among those in the circle who had adopted children, fearing their own sons or daughters might turn against them as well. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ji Yizhao handed a peeled orange to Ye Mingjin, saying, "Eat these first. Save room for dinner later." "All right." Ye Mingjin nodded, blissfully enjoying the seedless fruit. Ji Yizhao took a nearby damp towel and gently wiped his fingers. Then, extending his hand toward her, he said, "Give me your hand." Ye Mingjin, somewhat perplexed, complied. Ji Yizhao delicately placed the damp towel over her hand, meticulously cleaning each finger as if she were a fragile treasure. The gentle caress felt like feathers brushing against her skin, eliciting a fluttering anxiety within her. She considered withdrawing her hand, but heard Ji Yizhao's soothing voice, "Be good, hold still, it will be over soon." With a hint of resignation, Ye Mingjin averted her gaze, just as someone approached them, respectfully announcing, "Mr. Ji, Mrs. Ji, the master requests your presence. Please wait, we will be there shortly." Ji Yizhao continued to attend to Ye Mingjin's fingers with utmost care before finally taking her hand and following the attendant toward the guest of honor. As they approached, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to witness how this obliviously naive young couple would be received. To have displeased the patriarch of the Chu family and the fourth master, the consequences would be dire. Some began to shake their heads in lamentation. What a pity. She's quite lovely but lacks sense and decorum. Upon reaching the front, Ye Mingjin addressed the guest of honor. "Old sir, may you have blessings as vast as the East Sea and a longevity surpassing that of the South Mountain." A proper blessing indeed, accompanied by a suitably wrapped red envelope, was presented before the elder of the Chu family. The elder, unable to hide his excitement, took it with both hands and gently squeezed it. It was thin, seemingly just a piece of paper. Yet in his eyes, it was a genuine treasure. He tucked the envelope into his pocket, patting it gently, exclaiming, "I truly appreciate this gift." Ji Yizhao presented a small wooden box, blessed by the master of the Chuanfu temple, saying, "May you always wear a smile and enjoy family harmony." The elder accepted it, opened the box, and gazed at the sandalwood bracelet within, smiling broadly. "Wonderful. I cherish all your gifts." He handed the wooden box to his favored son, Chu Yin, gesturing to Ye Mingjin. "Come here, dear child. Let me have a look at you." As she stepped forward, he grasped her hand, his expression a complex mix of appreciation. "Are you well?" Ye Mingjin smiled softly. "I am well." The elder gently patted her hand, sighing, "That is good, very good." Turning to Ji Yizhao, he inquired, "You haven't returned in over a decade, have you?" "Indeed," Ji Yizhao replied obediently. The elder glanced at his leg, pursing his lips. "Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out or speak with the yin." Ji Yizhao politely responded, "Thank you, sir." The elder's words and actions left the onlookers utterly astounded. They were taken aback by the elder's demeanor toward Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin, exchanging bewildered glances filled with astonishment and confusion. No one present knew how the long-lost eldest son of the Ji family and the neglected adopted daughter of the Yi family garnered such favor from the patriarch of the Chu family. Or was there an extraordinary bond between them? Yet if their relationship were truly remarkable, how could they occupy such a corner position? "I saw your seating arrangement earlier." The elder turned to his most cherished son, a yin. The unspoken words were clear, and Chu Yin immediately replied, "Rest assured, father, I will take care of it." Before long, Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin's seats were moved to the front row. Their placement was even ahead of both the Ji and Yi families. Upon witnessing this arrangement, The expressions of the guests present visibly altered. Not long before, they had scorned and derided these two seemingly inconspicuous, audacious young individuals. Yet now, they found themselves musing over the true identities of these two, who had somehow garnered such exceptional treatment from the Chu family. Some attempted to cling to their previous disdainful remarks, but many adopted a skeptical stance, increasingly doubtful of their prior beliefs. To broach the subject of how these two, lacking in reputation and status, managed to secure invitations would be nothing short of self-deprecation. Whispers of the age-old adage that one person's success can elevate those around them began to circulate, suggesting they might be basking in someone else's glory. There was a degree of plausibility to this theory, yet envy and resentment simmered beneath the surface. How did they possess such fortuitous luck to encounter an opportunity to align themselves with the Chu family? After coming to terms with the preferential treatment afforded to Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin, the crowd's gaze turned towards Ji Yizhao, their expressions tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. It was clear that Ji Yizhao would feel the sting of this comparison more acutely than anyone else. After all, the once silent Ji Yizhao returned from years abroad, accompanied by his newlywed wife, and was personally greeted by the esteemed elder of the Chu family, while Ji Yizhao, an active figure within social circles, found himself lacking even the basic qualification to approach. Such a stark contrast was indeed disheartening. Ji Yizhao was undeniably affected. He watched in disbelief as Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin's seating was shifted from a corner to a prominent position near the main table, as if their fortunes had suddenly reversed in an instant. He struggled to comprehend the reason behind this transformation. After all, Ji Yizhao had been abroad for over a decade. Could it be that Ye Mingjin had ties to the Chu family? If she did, how could he have remained oblivious? Just how many secrets was she keeping from him? Ye Mingjin, you have put me in such an awkward position. How could I possibly be lenient towards you now? I shall bring you down from your heights and revel in your and Ji Yizhao's subsequent misfortune. Chapter 33. Jealousy and Unexpected Incidents. As the lively gift-giving and congratulatory segment concluded, the elder of the Chu family exited, cheerfully encouraging everyone to indulge in food and merriment, while reminding Chu Yan to take good care of Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao. The three sons and one daughter of the Chu family began to entertain the guests, mingling and socializing with them. Chu Yan approached Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao, his first inquiry regarding the source of their invitation. The invitation he had extended certainly did not correspond to their prior seating arrangement. Ji Yizhao replied, "It must have been a twist of fate." Chu Yan scrutinized Ji Yizhao's expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. Was someone trying to stir trouble? Ji Yizhao refrained from contesting this assumption, and Chu Yan's previously radiant demeanor turned frosty as his keen gaze swept across the gathering, daring anyone to act out of line. Ye Mingjin inquired, "Uncle, is Qiao Qiao not coming?" The frost on Chu Yan's face melted away, replaced by a warm smile. "She has a last-minute engagement, but will arrive shortly." After a brief pause, he added, "Everything is all right, I hope?" Ye Mingjin casually fiddled with the coins on her wrist, replying, "No worries, she'll be here soon." Chu Yan nodded. "If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you, uncle," she replied. "No need for thanks. I remember your kindness," he said, surveying the room. "Please, enjoy some dishes. This establishment offers several signature items. Today is the elder's birthday celebration, and he will not tolerate any disturbances." As delectable dishes were served one after another, Ji Yizhao offered some lobster meat to Ye Mingjin, eager to gauge her preferences. It is often said that it takes 21 days to form a habit, but some habits require far less time. Within just a few days, Ye Mingjin had grown accustomed to Ji Yizhao's attentiveness, responding in kind with similar gestures of care. Ji Yizhao entered, and the sight that greeted him was the jarring image of the two sharing food. Suppressing his irritation, he raised his glass and remarked, "Brother, it seems you have been keeping a low profile. When did you become so familiar with the Chu family?" "Not familiar," Ji Yizhao responded, placing a piece of lobster meat in front of Ye Mingjin. Ji Yizhao pressed on, "It certainly appears that your relationship is quite good." "You've misjudged," Ji Yizhao replied, offering Ye Mingjin a piece of steamed fish, dipping it in sauce before placing it in her bowl. Ji Yizhao, feeling ignored, took a deep breath and gently admonished his female companion beside him, "Drink less, so you don't feel unwell again. You're already lovely. There's no need for further enhancement." His companion playfully rolled her eyes at him, chuckling. It's not that dramatic. I can handle an entire bottle of red wine. Ji Yizhao gazed at her with affectionate intensity. Be good. Just this once, drink a little less for my sake. I would be heartbroken otherwise. The companion, feeling a mix of shyness and pride, glanced at Ye Mingjin and took a delicate sip of red wine. As Ji Yizhao spoke, he discreetly observed Ye Mingjin, keen to discern her reaction. During their past relationship, she had strived to fulfill the role of a devoted girlfriend, adhering to the principles they had mutually established regarding loyalty and care. While Ji Yizhao maintained a reputation as a socialite, Ji Yizhao remained discreetly involved with others, basking in his own self-satisfaction without revealing the truth. There was a time, however, when he had drunkenly requested Ye Mingjin to pick him up from a bar, where he was seen embracing another woman and pouring drinks down her throat. Ye Mingjin had stood there expressionless, quietly watching, only to ask, Ji Yizhao, can we leave? His inebriated brain had momentarily faltered. Leave? I'm right here. Without uttering another word, she had turned and walked away. Witnessing her departure had jolted him into clarity, and it took him 2 weeks of coaxing to reconcile with her. Since that incident, Ji Yizhao had never allowed Ye Mingjin to witness him with other women again. Now, as he sought to gauge her response, he found her utterly indifferent to his interactions with others. His gaze shifted from her face to her hand, where he noticed a simple diamond ring, a matching piece to Ji Yizhao's. A shadow of displeasure crossed Ji Yizhao's face. Brother, let me toast you. Glancing at a nearby waiter, he raised his hand, prompting the server to approach politely. Sir, miss, how may I assist you? Ji Yizhao instructed. Pour a drink for this gentleman. The server reached for the wine, only to be interrupted. Ye Mingjin rose gracefully, declaring, I'll handle it. Her delicate hand glided across the beverages, finally selecting a glass of fresh orange juice for Ji Yizhao. You should drink this. Very well, Ji Yizhao accepted with a smile. What will you have, Mingjin? Ye Mingjin poured herself a glass of grape juice. This one. Ji Yizhao's impatience flickered in his eyes as he mockingly retorted. We are all drinking wine. Brother would not deny us this courtesy, would he? Your sister-in-law prefers juice, Ji Yizhao replied calmly. Ji Yizhao frowned. Women can drink juice. But as a man, you should drink wine. Ji Yizhao turned to Ye Mingjin, adopting an obedient demeanor, as if to say to Ji Yizhao, I heed my sister-in-law's wishes. Ji Yizhao regarded them both, unwilling to admit it, yet unable to deny that they were indeed in sync, reminiscent of a harmonious duet. His gaze traversed between the two, then scanned the original guest list at the table, delivering a pointed remark. Brother, your relationship with the Chu family appears quite favorable, as those seated here are certainly not ordinary. Ji Yizhao, savoring a sip of juice, replied earnestly, Perhaps it is due to Mingjin's presence that our fortunes have flourished. So, it is because of Ye Mingjin? A sudden wave of frustration washed over Ji Yizhao, akin to striking a pillow. He was both angered and vexed, yet found himself unable to retaliate, ultimately channeling his discontent into socializing. Ji Yizhao accompanied his companion through the crowd. When dessert was served, a waiter stumbled and collided with Ji Yizhao. As Ji Yizhao's hand rested on his wheelchair, a figure in a sky-blue attire intervened, extending a hand to redirect the waiter. With a thud, the server fell to the ground, and Ye Mingjin shielded Ji Yizhao, the dessert splattering onto her gown. The waiter profusely apologized as he was escorted away, while other staff members rushed to clean up the mess, one offering to assist Ye Mingjin in changing her attire. I accompany you. Ji Yizhao was about to keep her company when he was interrupted. Are you Xiao Zhao? Ji Yizhao turned towards the voice, where an elderly man with graying hair looked at him with excitement, murmuring, Xiao Zhao, I am Uncle Pan. Your mother brought you to my home to play when you were little. A friend of his mother's. He was one of the few people Ji Yizhao could connect with. Ji Yizhao hesitated slightly and said, Hello, Uncle Pan. Please wait a moment. I will accompany my partner first. No need to accompany me, Ye Mingjin interjected. You stay here. I will be back shortly. Ji Yizhao remained unconvinced. Let me go with you, just in case. There will be no issues, Ye Mingjin replied, her bright apricot eyes blinking reassuringly. I will return safely. Seeing her confidence, Ji Yizhao relented. Then be careful. All right. Once I finish, I will come back. I will wait for you here, she said. Call me when you're done. Okay, I understand. Ye Mingjin followed the waiter upstairs to the lounge. Miss, you can freshen up here or change into a spare gown. the waiter said politely before departing. Ye Mingjin stepped inside, and the door closed behind her. The scent of incense enveloped her, soothing her mind and body. She leaned against the sofa, feeling a bit drowsy, when suddenly the door swung open and closed again. Someone had entered. Chapter 34. Wishes fulfilled. Revenge in the banquet hall. Guests mingled, engaging in conversation, forging connections, discussing business, or seeking future opportunities, creating a lively atmosphere. Ji Yizhao, upon seeing Ye Mingjin leave with the waiter, felt his hand tremble slightly around his wine glass, tightening his grip unconsciously. He longed to accompany his father to meet the fourth master of the Shu family to investigate the relationship between Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin. However, while his father introduced him to the second master of the Shu family, he had not been given a chance to speak. He was merely acknowledged before being pushed aside. With matters weighing on his mind, Ji Yizhao hastened his interactions, appearing distracted as he conversed with guests alongside his father, drawing subtle criticism, especially after learning that the Ji family had an esteemed eldest son who was favored by the Shu family. Those engaged with him adopted a more courteous demeanor, preparing to discreetly investigate the background of this prominent figure. Estimating the timing, Ji Yizhao separated from his father, telling his female companion that he had urgent matters to attend to before departing alone. Finding the waiter, he ascended the stairs to a certain lounge. Standing at the entrance, Ji Yizhao instinctively adjusted his clothing, but the thought of his impending actions momentarily halted him. The upstairs lounge was tranquil, a stark contrast to the bustling banquet hall below. This feeling of seclusion heightened his anticipation, stirring excitement within him. The waiter stood silently, opening the door and gesturing for him to enter respectfully. The lounge was dimly lit, the curtains effectively blocking out light. Ji Yizhao stood at the threshold, acclimating to the darkness, which felt like an eternity. Amidst the dimness, he heard the soft sounds of a woman, intensifying his torment. Gradually, he discerned the lounge's layout, particularly the direction of a large bed, becoming increasingly clear. The curtains swayed gently with the breeze, allowing a sliver of orange sunset to filter through, resembling a warm yet ambiguous light, drawing those with ulterior motives further into its embrace. In this hazy glow, Ji Yizhao caught sight of a graceful figure on the bed, adorned in a diamond-studded evening gown. Perhaps due to the sunset's orange hue, the originally azure gown appeared altered, yet amidst the delicate whispers, Ji Yizhao's heart raced uncontrollably. From the moment he first laid eyes on Ye Mingjin in that evening gown, he was captivated, igniting a cascade of thoughts thereafter. Throughout their time together, he had never taken her to an evening event, nor had he seen her in formal attire. But now, having witnessed her beauty, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for their premature separation, lamenting the fact that such an enchanting Ye Mingjin was not his partner. He truly regretted not experiencing her allure sooner. However, he quickly reassured himself that she would ultimately be his. Even if she was not brought by him, he could still take her away. Ji Yizhao swallowed hard, slowly stepping forward, softly calling Mingjin. The figure on the bed did not respond. Seemingly too absorbed in her own world, her silhouette subtly rising and falling, conveying unspoken emotions. Ji Yizhao reached out, his fingertips burning with intensity, stirring his heart. A surge of desire welled within him, as if something ferocious sought to break free. The air was laced with a captivating fragrance, caressing his senses like feathers, further igniting his urgency. He called Ye Mingjin's name softly, inching closer to kiss her, cautious yet earnest. This woman, the most elusive to him over the years, stirred profound emotions within him, and she lingered in his thoughts even after he had resolved to let her go. His blood surged, desire intensifying as Ji Yizhao, overwhelmed with excitement, finally embraced the woman he had longed for. Mingjin, call me Yizhao. In the exchange of words, the anger Ji Yizhao had accumulated in the banquet hall dissipated, leaving only a sense of ease and boundless energy. Finally possessing her brought him a dual victory over Ji Yizhao, a feeling that overwhelmed his mind as he envisioned Yizhao weeping in despair. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Ji Yizhao engaged in lively conversation with a man claiming to be Uncle Pan, not only learning about each other's identities and their connection to his mother, but also gaining insight into the current power structures among the prestigious families in Haiqin. The elder praised Ji Yizhao, surprised by his eloquence and unique perspectives. After concluding their exchange, Ji Yizhao attempted to call Ye Mingjin, but there was no answer. He dialed 3 times, growing anxious as his expression shifted. He immediately sought out a waiter to inquire about the location of the changing rooms. "The lounge is upstairs," the waiter replied. "Take me to her," Ji Yizhao said, worry filling his eyes. As Han Shuangjiang pushed Ji Yizhao towards the stairs with the waiter, Qiao Sihong approached briskly, asking with a smile, "Where are you headed? To the lounge upstairs? Perfect, I'll join you." Ji Yizhao regarded him warily. "What business do you have there?" Qiao Sihong paused, laughing. "What can one do in the lounge? Of course it's to rest." He glanced around the room and shrugged. "It's just past intermission. It's time to take a break." Ji Yizhao chose not to engage further, dismissing him. Qiao Sihong smirked, observing him with a casual demeanor, hands stuffed in his pockets. Nearby, Xu Mingho, noticing their ascent, hurried through the crowd, a tense expression on his face as he addressed Qiao Sihong. "Ahong, don't act recklessly." Qiao Sihong chuckled. "Of course not." He surveyed the guests and added, "My grandfather and uncle specifically arranged their seating. It is certainly not ordinary." He was well aware of his family's dynamics, accustomed to their lofty demeanor and the way others sought to ingratiate themselves. His grandfather was kind-hearted, but would not casually engage with a junior in such a significant setting. Adjusting seating arrangements was an uncommon occurrence. His uncle, with his charming yet indifferent demeanor, rarely showed concern for anyone except for a particular wild girl. Therefore, Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin must not be disturbed. Qiao Sihong, unaware of these details, casually replied, "Got it. I'm serious." Xu Mingho's expression grew more serious. "They cannot be disturbed. My grandfather rarely displays such warmth. Don't put me in jeopardy." "Mingho," Qiao Sihong replied, his smile fading as he focused on Xu Mingho. "The show has already begun. What we need to do now is not to stop it, but to manage the aftermath." Xu Mingho's eyes widened in alarm. You will get me killed. My uncle will truly break my legs." Qiao Sihong patted his shoulder. "Then let us keep this a secret. Just don't let your uncle find out." After the conclusion of his words, he quickened his pace to catch up, lest he miss the exhilarating scene due to Ji Yizhao's interference. They hurried along, unaware that someone had stealthily followed them from behind. Chapter 35. Caught in the act. Embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, and even the wind turned a tad cooler. Ji Yizhao, along with Qiao Sihong and their companions, stood outside a resting area, their expressions varying. Through the door, muffled sounds of moans could be faintly heard, creating an awkward atmosphere for those outside. Qiao Sihong glanced at Ji Yizhao's expression and inquired the waiter, "What is going on? Who is inside, indulging so openly?" The waiter, visibly embarrassed, shook his head and stammered, I don't know." Qiao Sihong chuckled, "Brother Zhao, I trust it's not sister-in-law inside." Ji Yizhao maintained a stoic demeanor, asking, "Are there other lounges? Let us find them." Recalling the perilous predictions made by Ye Mingjin, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. An inexplicable sense of frustration and regret welled up within, making it hard for him to breathe. If anything were to happen to Xiao Jin due to his arrangements. His fingers gradually tightened into a fist, nails digging into his palm without causing him pain. The thought of such consequences was too daunting to ponder. Qiao Sihong, lacking the patience to await the outcome of other lounges, suggested, "Let us check each lounge, starting with this one." With a slight pause, a smile crept onto his lips as he gestured for the waiter to open the door. As the door swung open, the dim room revealed nothing clearly, but the nauseating blend of pungent odors and incense wafting out was enough to churn one's stomach. The expression on Xu Mingho's face turned grim. Regardless of the identity of the person inside, such behavior during their grandfather's banquet would certainly land them on the Chu family's blacklist. He whispered to Qiao Sihong, "Is it them?" Qiao Sihong regarded him with a sardonic smile, offering a non-committal reply, "Who knows?" Xu Mingho, anxious, held his breath, silently praying that the individuals inside were not who he feared. Otherwise, he felt a twinge of pain in his leg. The two people on the bed, caught in their fervor, were about to express their displeasure when the lights suddenly illuminated the room. With a shriek, the woman quickly curled into the corner of the bed, burying her face in her knees, too ashamed to face anyone. Ji Yizhao surveyed the unexpected crowd, particularly spotting Qiao Sihong and Xu Mingho, and yelled, "Get out." He intended to grab something to cover himself, but was startled by a shadow darting in front of him, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. As Ji Yizhao glimpsed the gown discarded on the floor, all semblance of calm dissipated. Fueled by rage, he seized a pool cue from the entertainment area and maneuvered his wheelchair to the bedside, bringing it down fiercely upon Ji Yizhao. The cue was sturdy and delivered a satisfying impact. Accompanied by a resounding thud, Ji Yizhao let out a cry of agony as blood streamed from his head, creating a horrifying sight. Without pausing, Ji Yizhao swung the cue at Ji Yizhao's arms, legs, and every exposed part of his body. After a relentless barrage of blows, the onlookers finally remembered to intervene. Xiao Sihong was astounded by Ji Yizhao's swift action from his wheelchair and the ferocity of his assault. Chu Mingho, growing increasingly anxious, realized the chaos had escalated beyond control, fearing for Ji Yizhao's life. Once they wrested the cue from Ji Yizhao's grasp and pulled his wheelchair away, they found Ji Yizhao wobbling unsteadily, struggling to remain upright. Yet, despite the brutal onslaught, he fought to open his bloodied eyes and grinned at the woman curled in the corner, exclaiming, "Mingjin, don't be afraid, I don't want you. I want you." He believed such a display would surely move Ye Mingjin. The woman he had been with would surely not be accepted by Ji Yizhao and would willingly seek refuge in his embrace. His eyes widened in anticipation of her reaction, only to witness her slowly lift her head. Then he heard Ye Mingjin speak, "Young Master Ji, do you really want me?" Ye Yizhao blinked, struggling to comprehend, convinced that the blood obstructing his vision was to blame for his confusion. How could this person not resemble Ye Mingjin? "You call me what?" Ji Yizhao attempted to wipe the blood from his eyes, but winced in pain, gasping. Had his arm been broken? He used his other hand to wipe his face, fixating on the woman with whom he had just shared intimacy, growing colder with each passing second, yet burning with rage. "It's you. How could it be you? Where is Ye Mingjin?" The realization struck him hard. The woman was one of the club girls he had recently favored, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ye Mingjin. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. How could it be you? Unable to reconcile with the reality, Ji Yizhao felt dizzy and weak. The woman, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Young Master Ji, you sent someone to pick me up. How could I?" Ji Yizhao swayed before collapsing onto the bed. How could he have brought this woman here? He had no such capability. Someone must have schemed against him. As Ji Yizhao lay unconscious, Chu Mingho rushed forward to check for a pulse. There was still breath. Although alive, his state was dire. Gazing at the battered Ji Yizhao, Chu Mingho turned to the instigator, Xiao Sihong, and asked, "What now?" Xiao Sihong found himself at a loss for words, racking his brain for a solution. "His injuries are severe. We need to get him medical attention." Everyone knew that medical assistance was necessary, but in their current predicament, how could they exit? The banquet hall below was still filled with guests, and parading a bloody Ji family heir would be tantamount to a public spectacle. "Of course, I know he needs medical attention," Chu Mingho replied, his expression darkening. "How can we leave without being discovered?" Xiao Sihong's resolve began to wane, suggesting, "Perhaps we could discreetly call your family doctor?" "No way," Chu Mingho retorted. "My uncle would find out." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Sihong proposed, "What if we quietly have a driver take him out?" Chu Mingho scoffed, "My uncle would know." Xiao Sihong furrowed his brow, brainstorming desperately. "How about I find someone to bandage him up quietly? Any unusual comings and goings, my uncle will know," Chu Mingho replied, his face filled with despair. "Forget it. I'll find someone and beg my uncle for forgiveness later." Outside, a calmed Ji Yizhao dialed Ye Mingjin's number once more. After a few rings, she answered, "I'm on my way." Her familiar voice inexplicably soothed his anxiety. Ji Yizhao asked, "Xiaojin, where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." "In the lounge at the end of the hallway." "Good." As Ji Yizhao was pushed by Han Xuanjiang, he saw the lounge door at the end swing open. The girl he was worried about peeked out, waving, "Over here." As he approached, Ji Yizhao casually inquired, "Were you busy earlier?" "I called, but you didn't answer." Ye Mingjin glanced at her phone. "Oh, I didn't notice it was on silent." Ji Yizhao took in the pristine appearance of Ye Mingjin, noting that the stains on her gown had been expertly dealt with. "How did you manage to clean it?" he asked, impressed. Xiao Qiao came by and mentioned there was a stain remover in this lounge. Ye Mingjin held up a small bottle with a smile. "It's quite effective." Lifting the previously stained hem of her skirt, she asked, "Can you tell?" "Not all." Ji Yizhao gazed at the vibrant girl before him, his eyes softening with tenderness and a hint of yearning. Suddenly, he asked, "Xiaojin, may I have a hug? Just for a moment." Jida, Xiao's pursuit of love plan, First hold hands, then embrace. Chapter 36. Comfort. Heartache in his deep, obsidian eyes flickered traces of fear and unease, and the exquisitely sculpted features bore a subtle plea, making it seem like refusing him would be an egregious offense. Ye Mingjin felt a flash of surprise, but ultimately could not bring herself to deny him. Slowly moving forward, she stepped into his outstretched arms, allowing him to envelop her in an embrace. Seated in her wheelchair, she gently embraced her slender waist, a delicate balance of tenderness and strength. These two seemingly contradictory words perfectly encapsulated the nature of Ji Yizhao's embrace. Ye Mingjin was uncertain of the events that had transpired during their time apart, but sensed that he might require such support. Particularly, she could faintly perceive the subtle tremor in his arms. He held her tightly, as if clinging to the last vestige of a lifeline, fearful that she might slip away. After a prolonged silence, Ji Yizhao finally spoke. There has been an incident in the lounge. Ye Mingjin blinked, puzzled by the intensity of his reaction to the news. His voice was low and fragile, tinged with a hint of fear. I thought it was you. Understanding the implication of his words, she noticed Ji Yizhao raise his gaze towards her. His eyes reddened as if adorned with a crimson liner, exuding an inexplicable allure. I was frightened. His voice trembled, his eyes brimming with emotion, reminiscent of a startled little rabbit. I see. Ye Mingjin pondered how best to comfort this frightened creature, but he spoke before she could. Xiaojin, please console me. Ye Mingjin directly inquired. How would you like me to comfort you? You decide, Ji Yizhao responded, his voice growing even more subdued. Yet he managed to smile, reminiscent of a gentle soul reluctant to impose. Anything is fine, Xiaojin. From his demeanor, Ye Mingjin sensed a trace of melancholy. It reminded her of childhood moments when her master would offer her solace. Slowly, she lifted her hand and placed it upon Ji Yizhao's head, gently stroking his hair, striving to soften her voice as she spoke. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's all right, I'm fine. Her attempt at comfort was somewhat clumsy, yet Ji Yizhao felt as though her small hand caressing his head was soothing his wounded heart. He gradually closed his eyes, savoring the happiness of that moment. All the hardships he had endured over the years were worthwhile, for he had finally found her and stood by her side. Not far away, Han Shuangjiang observed his boss's sudden transformation with a twitch of his lips, his heart racing, but eventually returning to normal. It's fine. One gets used to it after seeing enough, he thought. He wondered how the current demeanor of his boss would be perceived by the upper management, let alone those who had diligently studied his character. Han Shuangjiang longed to inform everyone that their boss possessed a dual personality, one for his wife and another for everyone else. When Ji Yizhao, successfully consoled, descended the stairs hand in hand with Ye Mingjin, they noticed the guests at the banquet casting curious and gossip-laden glances their way. Ji Weigua approached them with a stern expression, scrutinizing them before asking, Where have you been? Xiaojin's dress got dirty, so he went to the lounge to clean it up. Ji Yizhao replied, surveying the room. Has something happened? Nothing, Ji Weigua replied, his brow furrowing, his expression complex. Moments earlier, a scandal had erupted, claiming that someone had been caught in a compromising situation in the lounge, resulting in a violent confrontation. The identity of the individual remained a mystery, but given their respective resources, it was only a matter of time before the truth emerged. Seeing that Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin were unharmed provided Ji Weigua with some relief, yet he still scanned the venue, noting the absence of Ji Yizhao. His companion had mentioned departing early, but as a father, he felt a pang of worry. The absence of his eldest son, who had previously been in a relationship with Ye Mingjin, caused him unease, fearing that the scandal involved them. If that were the case, the Ji family would not only suffer public humiliation, but also risk tarnishing their company's reputation, an eventuality Ji Weigua could not permit. The banquet concluded successfully, yet the guests left with new fodder for gossip. The world of high society was rife with scandal, and the tale of a man injured at the Eldermister Shu's birthday celebration was particularly sensational. Although the man was discreetly escorted out through a back entrance, the whispers of the incident spread like wildfire. Later, Ji Weigua and his wife would learn of their son's injuries, the cause of which he refused to disclose, knowing that revealing the truth would lead to scandal. They were left to silently endure the humiliation of the situation. However, upon visiting the hospital and seeing their beloved son bandaged and injured, their hearts ached, and they could only think of the scandal they had heard at the banquet. At Donglibuan, the young couple returned home, and Ji Yizhao reluctantly released Ye Mingjin's hand, a joyful and affectionate smile illuminating his face. Xiaojin, once I change, meet me in the study. I have a gift for you. Chapter 37. The Gift. The wish. The term gift always carries an ineffable magic, imbued with the giver's intentions and unspoken hopes. Ye Mingjin gazed at Ji Yizhao with curiosity and anticipation, eager to discover the nature of his present. All right. Her expression remained calm, yet her heart fluttered with an inexplicable excitement, quickening her steps as she ascended the stairs. Ji Yizhao observed her childlike enthusiasm, shaking his head with a smile as Han Shuangjiang guided him toward the study. Ye Mingjin hurried to her room to remove her makeup and change out of her formal attire, donning comfortable loungewear as she made her way to the study. Upon opening the door, she found Ji Yizhao already seated at the table, having shed his gray suit for a simple white shirt, the top button undone. Through the loosened collar, she glimpsed the gentle curvature of his collarbones and a hint of a red string, which she speculated might hold a significant charm or a precious gem, objects often treasured by affluent families. However, her interest in such material possessions paled in comparison to her curiosity about the gift Ji Yizhao had prepared for her. Noticing Ye Mingjin enter wearing the loungewear he had purchased for her, Ji Yizhao felt a surge of happiness. With a slight smile, he asked, "Are you ready?" Ye Mingjin nodded and directly inquired, "What gift do you have for me?" In the light of her eager gaze, Ji Yizhao retrieved an envelope from the desk drawer and presented it to her. A flicker of surprise crossed Ye Mingjin's eyes. She was evidently unprepared for the gift that Ji Yizhao had bestowed upon her, which was surprisingly encased in a file folder. She had anticipated a conventional piece of jewelry or some other valuable luxury item, never considering that it might pertain to written documentation. Ye Mingjin, unable to suppress her curiosity, took the file and opened it, extracting the contents within. Upon recognizing the two items inside, her eyes widened in astonishment. First, she picked up a sheet of paper and unfolded it, revealing the prominent words, "Certificate of Termination of Adoption." The document clearly stated that Ye Mingjin had severed her adoptive ties with Ji Yizhao and his wife, declaring an end to their relationship. Ye Mingjin's hand trembled slightly. Her eyes began to redden, yet she pressed her lips together in silence. Her gaze fell upon the household registration book beside her, and she struggled to maintain her composure, finding it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Holding her breath, she slowly opened the household registration book, and the first page bore the name of the head of the household, Ji Yizhao, with the address being Dongli Bun. After a brief pause, she turned to the second page and found her own details. Her identity was listed as the head's wife, and her name was simply two characters, Mingjin. The surname Yi no longer preceded her name. In truth, her name had always been merely Mingjin, bestowed upon her by her master. It was unrelated to the Yi family or any other individuals. After a convoluted journey, she had finally returned to her origins. This was what Ye Mingjin had longed to accomplish in recent years, but had never managed to realize. Yet now, someone had done it for her. In her heart, Ye Mingjin had contemplated severing her ties with the Yi family and transferring her household registration away from them countless times. Yet she had never voiced her desire. To outsiders, it seemed an unparalleled honor for an orphan like her to be adopted by a wealthy family like the Yes, and she should be living a life of utmost happiness. Who could possibly forsake such a fortunate existence? But no one knew the suffering that Ye Mingjin endured. Being adopted had provided her with a home, yet when they had their own children, she became an outsider, a mere guest living off their generosity. Her unintentional remarks were misconstrued as malicious, and her innocent actions were magnified and interpreted by those with ulterior motives, leading to negative labels and cold treatment being affixed to her. Her master had once wished for her to lead a life free of turmoil. He had also taught her to go with the flow, as everything has its destined course. Ye Mingjin had held on to these beliefs for many years, steadfast in her conviction. Even when her life in the Yi family was not particularly pleasant, she did not feel a strong urge to rebel. She simply believed that the time had not yet come. When she met Ji Yizhao, she had thought he was the destined one meant to liberate her from the Yi family, to extricate her from the quagmire of her existence. Yet, the truth revealed itself. The very person who would take her away from the Yi family, granting her a new life, was her legally recognized husband. His name was Ji Yizhao. Ye Mingjin caressed her name in the household registration book, Mingjin. This was her true name. Her connection to the Yi family was truly at an end. Henceforth, may they each find their own peace, remaining unrelated. With delicate fingers, she picked up the certificate of termination of adoption, and a smile of relief and contentment spread across her face. The household registration book and the certificate, together, were far more precious to Ye Mingjin than any pearls or jewels. This was what she had long desired, the most beautiful gift she had ever received. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. However, she sensed that such a joyful occasion, filled with happiness, did not warrant tears. Instead, she beamed brightly at Ji Yizhao and exclaimed, "Thank you. I truly adore this gift. Really, I love it so much." Ye Mingjin endeavored to express her joy. Yet to Ji Yizhao, it appeared as a profound source of heartache. The girl he cherished deeply, with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears, was on the verge of crying, yet held back her tears. That was her strength and stubbornness. To Ji Yizhao, 1,000 words ultimately coalesced into a single sentiment: heartache. He felt for his girl, recognizing the difficulties she had faced over the years. He empathized with her resilience, which had been cultivated in an environment where she should have been cherished. He regretted returning too late. Had he come sooner, he could have rescued her from the Yi family earlier, allowing her to experience more joy. Thus, in response to Ye Mingjin's gratitude, Ji Yizhao simply said, "As long as Xiao Jin is happy, he would grant her every wish." Ye Mingjin tenderly caressed this special gift, her eyes radiating layers of joy, and earnestly asked Ji Yizhao, "Do you have any wishes? I will help you fulfill them." Ji Yizhao replied, "I hope my Minxi agent is healthy, happy, and free from worries." Ye Mingjin only heard his blessing for her and inquired further, "What about you? Not concerning me. What are your wishes?" Ji Yizhao gazed at her with warmth in his eyes, his sincerity unwavering as he declared, "This is my wish." His desire was for Minxi agent to be his, to wish for his Minxi agent to be healthy, happy, and free from troubles. Ye Mingjin blinked her lovely almond-shaped eyes, gazing at Ji Yizhao, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his profound concern for her. Her gaze shifted, and she suddenly remarked, "Let me see your leg." Chapter 38. It's your business. Support the scene. Ji Yizhao remained silent, merely observing as Ye Mingjin's delicate hand gently pressed against his knee. She asked, "Does it still hurt?" Countless expressions of pain and discomfort danced on the tip of his tongue. Yet ultimately, Ji Yizhao slowly shook his head. "It's all right." Ye Mingjin's fingers began to massage his knee, lightly tracing along his calf, as if igniting tiny flames, causing Ji Yizhao's body to involuntarily tense. He felt as though Ye Mingjin's fingers were imbued with magic. Otherwise, how could her touch feel so uniquely different from anyone else's? Where her fingers touched was warm, making him cautious in his breathing. As Ye Mingjin continued to massage, observing Ji Yizhao's reaction, she noticed his tension and couldn't help but inquire, "Does it hurt a lot?" Ji Yizhao gently shook his head, "Not painful." Ye Mingjin furrowed her brows in confusion, studying his leg with concern, wondering why it hadn't healed yet. According to her previous calculations, his leg should have recovered by now. It was simply unacceptable for him to still be in a wheelchair after so many years. Her estimations had never been wrong. Ji Yizhao, noticing Ye Mingjin's furrowed brow and deep contemplation, felt a pang of tenderness for her. He couldn't bear to see her in such a state. After much internal deliberation, Ji Yizhao finally spoke. "Perhaps it's because someone does not wish for it to heal. Because someone desires for his leg to remain unhealed, hoping he stays in a wheelchair, becoming a burden to others. Thus, he has become what others wish him to be." Though he spoke calmly, Ye Mingjin perceived layers of helplessness in his words. She lifted her gaze to meet Ji Yizhao's, then glanced at his leg, sensing his tension, and couldn't help but offer comfort. "Look, when I touch your leg, you can feel it, which means it should still be treatable." After a brief pause, she spoke with determination, "Rest assured, I will definitely help you heal." Ji Yizhao's hand brushed against his leg, inadvertently making contact with Ye Mingjin's fingers. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, yet he was reluctant to release her hand. Instead, he naturally intertwined her slender fingers with his, pulling her to sit beside him on the chaise lounge, and then asked, "Does Xiao Jin care about my leg?" Ye Mingjin shook her head. "It's not about caring. It's about believing you deserve to be better." a man as gentle and considerate as he ought to stand tall. She suddenly yearned to see him standing before her. Ji Yizhao smiled slowly. All right, I will do my utmost to fulfill Xiao Jin's wish. Whatever Ye Mingjin wished to accomplish, he would help her achieve. Even the expectations of Ye Mingjin would compel him to strive earnestly. Throughout his lifetime, he would ensure that his beloved Ming Xiao Jin harbored no regrets. All right, Ye Mingjin responded, let's endeavor together. She mentioned a pressing matter that required her return to her room, but was halted by Ji Yizhao just as she was about to leave. Xiao Jin, could you take care of these for me? Ye Mingjin gazed at the cherished dossier she had previously clutched tightly, her heart fluttering with joy once more. In truth, she felt she had not yet satisfied her curiosity and wished to peruse it in her room. However, she considered such a desire somewhat immature and chose not to voice it, only to be taken aback when Ji Yizhao proactively presented the idea. You won't keep them safe? She questioned, and what about the household registration book? Everything is entrusted to you, Ji Yizhao replied with a smile. From now on, all valuables in our household will be under your care. It will be a task for you, Xiao Jin. The weight of such responsibility felt burdensome, yet simultaneously brought her an unexpected delight, a sense of being trusted. Her emotions were complex. The joy she felt too personal to express, and she finally uttered simply, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself. Once back at her room, Ye Mingjin spread the proof of her relinquished guardianship and the page of the household registration book containing her information across the bed. She flung herself onto the bed, repeatedly reviewing the documents, hugging her pillow with glee, and letting out soft chuckles. Content in her admiration, she pondered and reached for her phone, dialing a number. When the call connected, she inquired directly, do you know a good doctor for leg injuries? After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end asked, why? Are you injured? Is your leg hurt? No, it's not me, Ye Mingjin clarified, it's my family. She caressed the household registration book, finding the term fitting. After all, she and Ji Yizhao were now on the same household registration, thus they were indeed family. The voice on the line expressed surprise. They treat you poorly. Do you still worry for them? Not them, Ye Mingjin quickly clarified. Then who? Came the pressing question. It's none of your concern, she replied curtly, the three simple words carrying an undeniable chill. The voice on the other end reacted dramatically. Xiao Mingming, how could you be so fierce with me? Telling me not to care? Honestly, are you seeing someone else behind my back? Am I not your favorite little darling anymore? Despite having known each other for years, Ye Mingjin still struggled to adjust to her friend's fervent and unfiltered nature. She clutched the household registration book tightly and asked, is there a doctor? Yes, yes, yes. The voice responded with a tone of feigned melancholy. Why after all these years are you still so unapproachable? My warm heart feels pierced by your icy demeanor. After a brief pause, the tone turned serious. I know a decent doctor for leg injuries, but there's a condition. Ye Mingjin's heart leapt with joy. What is it? Come over next weekend. I'm not sure. Suddenly, Ye Mingjin felt a sense of belonging, realizing that as someone with a family now, her weekend plans should be discussed with someone else. To her surprise, the voice on the other end insisted, you must come, or I want to introduce you to that doctor. He is an experienced healer, reputed for his skills. Apparently, he had a patient who couldn't move for over a decade. After his treatment, the patient was able to run a marathon without breaking a sweat. Ye Mingjin recognized the exaggeration, but sensed that the doctor possessed genuine talent. What is the matter? She inquired. I need you to come to support me. Elaborate. Someone is causing trouble and even injured a student. The voice snapped with barely restrained anger. That individual has the audacity to challenge us next weekend. Ye Mingjin's expression turned serious. Who is it? A little Japanese fellow named Bukawa Kuko, a taekwondo practitioner who has some knowledge of Chinese martial arts. He is particularly arrogant, claiming he will challenge all the martial arts schools in the country, with the losers forced to shut down. We're the most renowned school in Haicheng, so he is starting with us. If we defeat their most famous school, our reputation will soar, and they will likely continue to challenge other schools thereafter with dire consequences. Ye Mingjin absent-mindedly fiddled with the coins in her hand. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You said you were busy lately, so I've kept in touch less. Understood, she replied, hanging up the phone, her fingers absently toying with the coins on her wrist. Deep in thought, following her master's teachings, Ye Mingjin had always adhered to a philosophy of low-key conduct, letting things unfold naturally. Yet, there are always exceptions. For instance, her disdain for the Japanese, who had perpetrated atrocities during the invasion of China, including the Nanjing massacre, and those who, despite their transgressions, merely offered hollow apologies without genuine remorse. Such individuals, hailing from a minuscule yet arrogantly inflated nation, deserve to be taught a lesson on humility, to understand who truly holds authority. Chapter 39. Testing affections. As dawn broke with a gentle light and a cool breeze, Ye Mingjin rose with the sun, exercised, and then returned to her room to freshen up before descending for breakfast. As usual, Ji Yizhao awaited her at the dining table. Yet today, he bore an unusual expression. His gaze clouded, hinting an impending storm. However, when he looked up at her, his handsome face radiated warmth, dispelling her earlier concerns. "Have you arrived?" he asked, flipping his phone face down on the table with a smile, gesturing toward the cold mushroom salad prepared by Aunt Yang. "Give it a try." "Sure," Ye Mingjin replied, sitting down to savor the dish. Its sweet and sour flavor, chilled to perfection, was particularly appetizing and delightful. When Aunt Yang brought out several more sumptuous breakfast dishes, Ye Mingjin felt that the day was truly beginning on a wonderful note. Suddenly, Ji Yizhao inquired, "Do you have any plans for today?" Ye Mingjin shook her head. "No, not really." He offered her a piece of golden cake. There's a newly constructed barbecue area on the back hill. It's quite nice. Would you like to check it out? Ye Mingjin blinked with excitement. "Sure. Since I have no plans, a little outing sounds great." She reminisced about her time with her master on the mountain, often catching wild game to roast, and felt a thrill of anticipation. As they prepared to set off, Ye Mingjin eagerly helped carry the barbecue grill and gather the tent, bustling about with enthusiasm. Ji Yizhao, seated in his wheelchair, watched her, the morning sun casting a golden glow around her, making her appear both ethereal and radiant. His long, slender fingers gently clasped the coin pendant around his neck, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Such a dazzling girl was indeed his. Looking down at his phone, Ji Yizhao noticed a trending topic. School beauty hit someone, emblazoned with a fiery red headline. A cloud of gloom enveloped him once more, dark and foreboding, as if a storm were imminent. Listening to Ye Mingjin's cheerful footsteps, he quickly issued a command. When he looked up again, he was met with her smiling, tender gaze. "Get in the car and fasten your seatbelt," Ji Yizhao instructed. "It's a bit of drive. You might want to close your eyes and rest for a bit. There will be plenty to do when we set up the tent and begin the barbecue." Ye Mingjin blinked. "I'm not tired." "I know you aren't tired," he replied, "but you should at least rest your eyes." He draped a light blanket over her and casually tucked her phone in her bag, softly suggesting, "Or perhaps I could recite a passage for you." "Recite?" Ye Mingjin inquired, suddenly intrigued. "What book will you recite?" Ji Yizhao gently adjusted the small blanket, drawing it closer to her body. "As for the burdens of the past, consider them a form of hypnosis." "All right," Ye Mingjin replied, pulling the blanket open to cover Yizhao's legs as well. Smiling, "You may begin." She obediently closed her eyes, and soon the crisp, soothing voice began to resonate in her ears. "Heaven faces earth, rain meets wind, the continent stretches to the vast sky. Mountain flowers contrast with sea trees, redwood against the azure firmament. Thunder rumbles faintly, mist envelopes the scene, the sun sets against the heavens. The wind soars under the white autumn moon, the rain clears to reveal the crimson evening clouds." Unconsciously, Ye Mingjin found herself echoing the words. Her almond-shaped eyes flew open in surprise, and she laughed, asking, "Are you reciting Li Wang's couplets?" "Indeed, I see you are familiar with it," Ji Yizhao nodded, her eyes gleaming with a hint of anticipation. "Who taught you?" "My master," Ye Mingjin explained. "When I was young, I had to learn many things, and there were characters I didn't even recognize, yet had to memorize. When my master was busy, he couldn't attend to me, so I had to find ways to manage on my own." Eventually, she struggled to recall the subsequent events, remarking, "Eventually I just learned it." A flicker of disappointment crossed Ji Yizhao's eyes as she smiled. "You were remarkable as a child, too." Flattered, Ye Mingjin politely replied, "You are wonderful as well." The two engaged in casual conversation, and Ye Mingjin began to feel drowsy. Her small head bobbed, almost colliding with the car window, prompting Ji Yizhao to swiftly catch her. Gently cradling her head, she leaned it against her shoulder. The height was just right, the temperature inside the car was pleasant, and Ye Mingjin gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon arrival, Ji Yizhao lowered her gaze to the girl resting peacefully against her shoulder, reluctant to awaken her. From the front passenger seat, Han Shuangjiang softly reported, "Everything has been taken care of. Ji Yizhao gently tucked a strand of hair behind Ye Mingjin's ear, only to have her grasp her fingers. Slowly, Ye Mingjin opened her eyes. As their gazes met, she blinked, glanced around, realizing they were still in the car, and suddenly recalled the purpose of their outing. She straightened, exclaiming, "Did I actually fall asleep?" Even she was surprised. How could she have dozed off on such a short journey? Remembering that she had rested on Ji Yizhao's shoulder, she apologetically added, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." "No worries," Ji Yizhao responded with a warm, understanding smile. Upon exiting the vehicle, they discovered they were atop a small hill, the scenery unfolding before them in its entirety. Here, mountains, trees, and bamboo groves coexisted without any artificial embellishment, resembling nature's unrestrained growth. Though it was not a particularly stunning tourist spot, Ye Mingjin found it endearing, as it closely resembled the hill where she had lived with her master during her childhood. Stretching her arms wide and inhaling deeply, she embraced the unique freshness and coolness of the mountain air. Turning to Ji Yizhao, she remarked, "You truly have an eye for selecting locations." Ji Yizhao replied, "This self-service barbecue area has several distinct sections. I chose this spot, though I'm unsure if you'll like it." Ye Mingjin's eyes sparkled with joy as she replied, "I love it. Thank you." She expressed gratitude for bringing her here, for choosing this place, and for allowing her to experience the familiar environment once more. Ji Yizhao smiled warmly, saying, "I'm glad you like it." The greatest joy in preparing surprises or gifts for others lies in the recipient's delight. They set up a tent on the grass and positioned a grill by the stream. Watching Han Shuangjiang arrange the barbecue ingredients, Ye Mingjin couldn't help but rub her hands together, eager to try her hand at grilling. Vegetables, meats, fish, and seafood were placed on the grill in succession, and Ye Mingjin became immersed in the process, bustling about with enthusiasm. Han Shuangjiang, arranging drinks nearby, reflected on how the boss's barbecue set finally garnered the protagonist's affection. Drawing from her childhood memories, Ye Mingjin attempted to grill, but to her surprise, the outcome didn't meet her expectations. It lacked the golden, aromatic quality she had envisioned and had some charred bits. Just as she contemplated how to salvage her creation, a hand reached over and took it away. She watched nervously as Ji Yizhao took a bite, then heard him say, "Not bad." It turns out little Jean has quite the culinary skills. Taken aback by the compliment, Ye Mingjin asked, "Is it really tasty?" Ji Yizhao nodded, enjoying his meal with a beaming expression. Half convinced, Ye Mingjin took a bite of her own creation, savoring the flavor, which was not as dreadful as she had imagined, and felt her spirits lift. Observing Ye Mingjin's lively and endearing demeanor, Ji Yizhao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, as though the girl from his childhood had resurfaced. The peaceful days of yore, long absent, had returned once more. Approaching the grill in his wheelchair, Ji Yizhao picked up a few skewers of lamb, declaring, "Let me give it a try." Ye Mingjin looked at him skeptically. "Are you sure you can manage?" Ji Yizhao placed the lamb skewers on the grill, a playful smile on his face. "You'll find out soon enough, little Jean." After all, how could a man declare he couldn't do something? Chapter 40. Bitter trials, sweet rewards unbeknownst to them. The sun, which had just risen, concealed itself behind clouds, bringing a refreshing breeze that added to the pleasant ambience. Ye Mingjin never anticipated Ji Yizhao's grilling skills to be so adept. Sitting in his wheelchair, manipulating the grill with finesse, he exuded an air of a graceful nobleman orchestrating an elaborate affair. To her surprise, the lamb's skewers sizzled with oil, releasing an enticing aroma of cumin and chili powder that was utterly mouth-watering. Holding the fragrant skewers, Ye Mingjin found that the fish she once grilled alongside her master now paled in comparison. Hesitant, she watched as Ji Yizhao enjoyed the grilled fish with delight, as if she had prepared a culinary masterpiece. Relishing the colorful and flavorful skewers, Ye Mingjin thought to ask Ji Yizhao to grill more ingredients. Just as she pondered how to voice her request, she noticed he was already instinctively reaching for seafood and vegetables, grilling them one by one. As she savored her meal, she remembered to offer a skewer to Han Shuangjiang, who was assisting. To her surprise, he politely declined, saying, "I don't particularly enjoy barbecue. Thank you, madam." Somewhat astonished that anyone could dislike barbecue, Ye Mingjin cheerfully indulged in the skewer. Delicious. After finishing the lamb skewers, grilled seafood, vegetables, and mushrooms followed suit. Each dish perfectly seasoned and cooked to satisfy Ye Mingjin's appetite. Enjoying her meal, she also made sure to share with Ji Yizhao, who was diligently tending to the grill. The picturesque scene of a handsome couple enjoying their meal prompted Han Shuangjiang to reflect on the boss's newfound culinary skills, feeling that all his previous trials had been worthwhile. Recalling the day when the boss had unexpectedly decided to purchase an entire barbecue set, and then witnessing him personally grill the ingredients, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but marvel at the progress he had made. The taste-testing experiences had been a bittersweet journey. As he observed the couple's happiness, he felt a sense of contentment, realizing that the hardships had been worth it. At last, they had emerged from the trials with sweet rewards. After a hearty meal, Ye Mingjin strolled on the grass to aid digestion, wandering over to the riverbank to watch Ji Yizhao fish. Noticing that the fish were elusive, she decided to explore further. She broke off a branch, sharpened the tip with her knife, and headed to the river, declaring, "Let me give it a try." Her almond-shaped eyes fixated on the clear water, where fish swam gracefully among the aquatic plants. With her slender hand gripping the branch tightly, she poised it, waiting for the perfect moment. Han Shuangjiang, supporting his boss's wheelchair, couldn't help but smile at the sight. Madam is truly like a child. How could she possibly catch a fish like this? She will catch a fish, came Ji Yizhao's calm, yet assured voice from the wheelchair. Han Shuangjiang was taken aback. Was the boss exhibiting a form of telepathy, knowing his thoughts? You spoke of promptly supporting your boss's ideas, yet Assistant Han could not help but ponder. Indeed, love can blind one's eyes. Even his boss, who remained unflappable in the face of a calamity, was not exempt from its effects. The technique of spearing fish in water, which he had observed in related videos, undeniably required both tools and skill. Yet here was his wife, brandishing a branch she had plucked from a tree, attempting to catch fish. What a sight! He must have been hallucinating. How else could he explain witnessing her swiftly thrust the branch into the water, only to raise it moments later with a fish impaled upon it? Assistant Han rubbed his eyes, still incredulous. A soft chuckle reached his ears. His boss was applauding, exclaiming how remarkable Xiao Jin was to catch fish this way. Ye Mingjin beamed, proudly elevating her chin, her expression of delight reminiscent of the little girl she once was, full of pride. Back then, she had caught fish effortlessly in the stream, providing him with days of grilled fish and fish soup. At the time, it seemed ordinary. Reflecting now, each moment felt like a cherished treasure. This was indeed his Ming Xiao Jin, such a splendid Ming Xiao Jin. How could he ever bear to share her with anyone else? As he departed, Assistant Han gazed at the bucket brimming with fish, still feeling somewhat surreal. Who would have thought that their mistress, merely indulging in a post-meal pastime by the river, would yield such a bountiful catch? Upon further reflection, he began to understand why his boss held such a deep affection for his wife. It was truly only a girl who was both beautiful and talented, frequently conjuring surprises, who deserved his boss's admiration. Ye Mingjin gazed longingly at the scenery retreating outside the car window, feeling a sense of attachment. This place is wonderful. Let's come back next time. Ji Yizhao handed her a wet tissue, saying, "Give me your hand." Ye Mingjin extended her hand, and Ji Yizhao carefully wiped each of her fingers with the tissue, his movements gentle and tender. She felt a bit shy and insisted, "I can do it myself." "Let me handle it," Ji Yizhao replied. "You worked hard catching so many fish." Ye Mingjin turned back to gaze out the window. After a while, her eyes suddenly sparkled, stopped the car. The vehicle promptly halted at the roadside. Ji Yizhao followed her gaze, asking, "What's wrong?" "There's a place selling food over there. I want to check it out." Ye Mingjin said, "Wait for me here. I'll bring something back for you to try." "All right, I'll wait for you." Ji Yizhao glanced at the front passenger seat, and Han Shuangjiang immediately followed suit, exiting the car. Ji Yizhao's attention remained glued to Ye Mingjin as she dashed toward a small roadside eatery, with Han Shuangjiang closely trailing behind. The eatery, though modest in size, was bustling with customers. Ye Mingjin stood in line, eagerly anticipating her turn, when she overheard a girl ahead say, "Did you see today as trending topic? It's absolutely hilarious." "Which one?" Another companion inquired. "The one about the fastest slap in history?" "Yes, that one," the girl exclaimed. "I was shocked when I saw the video of the campus beauty striking someone with a bottle this morning. How ruthless." I quickly joined the online mob to criticize her. But when I checked back later, a video of her getting slapped came out. After watching it, I thought her movements were so smooth and her aim so precise. "Ha ha," the girl laughed. I immediately deleted my previous comments and switched to supporting her. "Me too," her companion added. "But it's strange. Usually when something happens, it takes at least a day or two for a response. This time, the slapback came like a whirlwind. The reactions were so swift. Upon hearing the words campus beauty and slap, Ye Mingjin's radar was instantly activated. The detail about a bottle striking someone made her increasingly suspect that they were discussing her. Habitually, she reached for her phone, only to find it absent from her pocket. She hadn't checked her phone since leaving the house. So had she missed the latest gossip about herself? Moreover, had she fortuitously evaded the wrath of the online mob? Chapter 41. Taking action. Causing trouble driven by curiosity about her own gossip, Ye Mingjin purchased 2 servings of snacks, including her favorite spicy and sour shredded potatoes and chili strips, and made her way back. Once back in the car, she introduced her find to Ji Yizhao, saying, "This is chow tian pot. I'm not sure if you have any dietary restrictions, so I ordered 2 family portions. Don't be fooled by its simple appearance. It's quite delicious. Try a bit and see if you like it." Ji Yizhao smiled at the pancake roll before him, saying, "What Xiaojin recommends must be good." Ye Mingjin replied, "You could try it later when we get home. You may not be hungry now since we just had barbecue." Her sudden craving for snacks was impulsive, spurred by the fact that she hadn't had coconut in a long while. Memories of occasionally descending the mountain with her master to buy snacks, under the pretense of improving their lives, flooded back. The allure of many delicious foods often lay not in their taste, but in the memories attached to them, colored by the time, place, and people associated with them. When she saw these snacks, she was reminded of the joy and beauty of those moments, making the food seem all the more delectable and meaningful. Ji Yizhao smiled in response, always replying with a simple good to any of Ye Mingjin's requests or suggestions. He always met her wishes with unconditional indulgence. At that moment, he particularly cherished the words "going home" spoken by her. The once ordinary phrase now carried warmth and anticipation, filling him with delight. Ye Mingjin placed the 2 pancake rolls in a nearby box and asked, "Have you seen my phone?" Ji Yizhao retrieved it from his backpack, explaining, "You were asleep earlier and it nearly fell to the ground, so I took it." "Thank you." Ye Mingjin took her phone and immediately went online, discovering the trending topic campus beauty slap. However, above it was another trending tag, the fastest slap in history. Upon clicking the campus beauty slap topic, she predictably found a video of her throwing a bottle at someone, albeit a clipped version, showcasing only her throwing the water bottle back upstairs, accompanied by a shriek from someone hit. The video concluded with a tearful girl, bruised and battered, questioning the campus beauty's cruelty, accusing her of being arrogant. The comments were rife with scorn and hostility. Yet, she noticed that some replies pointed out that the video was taken out of context. As she exited that trending topic, she clicked on the one titled "The Fastest Slap in History," where she recognized a familiar name, Gossip Expert. This post included the full video of the campus beauty slap, revealing the entire sequence of events. Unlike the previous clip, this one provided a comprehensive view, showing the water bottles being thrown twice, with the campus beauty retaliating in self-defense. Additionally, it included a short video of the previously bruised girl, now tearfully apologizing to the campus beauty, claiming she had been manipulated into making false accusations, expressing her genuine remorse and plea for forgiveness. The highest like comment on this post read, "The morning post trending at 8, the campus beauty slap video. 10 o'clock brings the new trending topic, the full video of the slap. A single word difference, a world of difference, the fastest slapback in history, and nothing less." Curious netizens turned into amateur detectives, speculating about who had instigated the bruised girl to spread such rumors. However, comments pertaining to Ye Mingjin were gradually buried under a wave of others. By the time Ye Mingjin read through them, she found most of the online sentiment sympathizing with her, perceiving her as a victim of an inexplicable attack and false accusations. Some individuals speculate that the unexpected turn of events regarding the campus beauty must involve some hidden machinations, but soon their comments were drowned out. Unbeknownst to Ye Mingjin, a fierce battle was waged online about her, only to be swiftly resolved. As for who intervened, Ye Mingjin turned to Ji Yizhao, who was engrossed in his paperwork, and asked, "Have you performed another anonymous act of kindness?" Ji Yizhao looked up with a smile, replying, "No need for recognition. After all, little Jean knows." Ye Mingjin blinked, harboring a suspicion that perhaps her phone being taken away was part of it. Otherwise, had it been within reach, she would surely have seen the trending topics and been caught in the midst of the online uproar. Now, what was initially a crisis had transformed entirely into gossip, leaving Ye Mingjin inexplicably lighthearted. Upon returning home, her cheerful demeanor remained evident. When Aunt Yang saw them, she remarked, "Just look at the young mistress. One can tell she had a delightful day." Upon seeing Han Shuangjiang with a bucket of fish that the mistress had caught, Aunt Yang was even more elated, exclaiming how impressive it was to catch so many fish. With the fresh fish brought back, dinner naturally featured 2 perfectly pan-fried golden fish and a rich fish soup. Ji Yizhao praised Ye Mingjin's culinary skills as he savored the fish and soup, while Aunt Yang and Uncle Lin applauded as well. Ye Mingjin, feeling a touch bashful from the compliments, lifted her bowl of soup and drank deeply, causing Ji Yizhao to chuckle softly. Suddenly, her phone rang. Ye Mingjin answered and heard Chen Xingming's anxious voice exclaiming, "Jin, quickly check the group messages. Something's happened to Xiaoyu." Opening the 521 Beautiful Girls group, she was met with a flurry of messages, the topmost being a short video. In it, Gu Xiaoyu was seen drinking and crying uncontrollably, lamenting how a heartless person could treat her so cruelly. It seemed the video, intended for that unfaithful partner, had been mistakenly sent to their group. It appeared Gu Xiaoyu had discovered her boyfriend's deceit, yet they were left wondering where she was, as she had not responded to any inquiries. Chen Qingming mentioned attempts to call her phone went unanswered, leading her to seek Ye Mingjin's assistance. This was partly because both Ye Mingjin and Li Beiqiao were locals from Haiqing and familiar with the area, and partly to discern Gu Xiaoyu's current whereabouts. Noticing Ye Mingjin's serious expression, Ji Yizhao inquired about the matter. After Ye Mingjin briefly explained, she stated her intention to go find her. Ji Yizhao promptly offered to send someone to accompany her. After she calculated Gu Xiaoyu's likely location and shared it in the group, Ye Mingjin prepared to leave. But Ji Yizhao stopped her, suggesting they finish dinner first. "Just a few minutes. I'll have the car ready," he insisted. Ye Mingjin replied that she was full. "Then at least have another bowl of soup," Ji Yizhao urged. "What if we end up busy until late and you get hungry?" Ye Mingjin complied, downing the fish soup in one go. Ji Yizhao reiterated his instructions, watching her as she boarded the car, signaling to the leader of the group to approach. In an instant, the warmth and tenderness he had shown Ye Mingjin vanished, replaced by an aura of relentless resolve as he coldly instructed, "Protect the lady. Not a hair on her head should be harmed. Otherwise, you all will pay with your lives." As night fell, the stars twinkled in solitude. When Ye Mingjin and her team arrived at the designated location, they found Gu Xiaoyu had already been located. They had come at Xiao Jie's request to facilitate the handover. Gu Xiaoyu, inebriated and emotional, was escorted back to the dormitory, accompanied by Chen Qingming. Ye Mingjin messaged Ji Yizhao, "I'll be staying in the dormitory tonight, not returning home." Ji Yizhao called her immediately, inquiring about the situation. "If you need anything, just call me." "Okay, let me know when you're coming back. I'll pick you up." Ye Mingjin replied, "You should rest early. I'll check on her." "All right, little Jean, good night." "Good night." After hanging up, Ye Mingjin hurried to care for the intoxicated and distraught Gu Xiaoyu. Chen Qingming approached with a glass of water, saying, "Here, have a sip." Gu Xiaoyu pushed the glass away, her eyes red and glistening with tears as she exclaimed, "His school was not even closed. He lied to me. How could he deceive me like this? Spending my money to celebrate someone else's birthday." Through Gu Xiaoyu's fragmented outbursts, they began to grasp the situation. Ye Mingjin's predictions had come true. Gu Xiaoyu had traveled to Fengsheng to surprise her boyfriend, only to find that his school was indeed open. Coincidentally, the boyfriend who claimed he was confined to campus was seen leaving with another girl. Gu Xiaoyu, filled with rage and disbelief, followed them to a hotel, only to discover her boyfriend celebrating that girl's birthday with a group of friends. What shattered Gu Xiaoyu the most was that everyone present knew her boyfriend was in a relationship with that girl. This meant Gu Xiaoyu's boyfriend had taken on another girlfriend at Fengsheng University. It was a blatant act of betrayal, striking a painful blow to Gu Xiaoyu's steadfast devotion. "I worked 2 jobs every day, earning my living expenses while supporting him, only for him to spend my hard-earned money on gifts for other girls. I saw that necklace he bought, I liked it so much, but I couldn't justify buying it for myself. Yet he had no qualms purchasing it for someone else. I'm not materialistic, but it hurts knowing he spent my money on such extravagant gifts for another girl. The gifts he gave me were always cheap trinkets. Yet he splurges on her. Why is my affection deemed worthless? Does he feel no guilt while enjoying life with someone else, using my money to do so? Tell me, does he feel guilty? Speak up. Has his conscience been devoured by dogs?" Gu Xiaoyu cried, her tears flowing freely. Chen Qingming's eyes turned misty as she gently reassured her. Xiaoyu, he is the one who is unworthy. He does not deserve your affection. His failure to cherish you is his loss. Gu Xiaoyu, with bleary eyes, pondered over these words and asked, "Is that true?" Before waiting for a response, she declared, "Yes, it is indeed his loss. I will no longer earn money for him to waste. He will never find someone who loves him as I do. It's his loss. You are right. Out with the old, in with the new. You will find someone even better." Chen Qingming turned to Ye Mingjin, sensing her words carried more weight. Delicately fiddling with the copper coin on her wrist, Ye Mingjin stated, "The one destined for you is not him." Chen Qingming immediately added, "You see, Jin has spoken. Is that so?" Gu Xiaoyu wept, looking at Ye Mingjin. "The person meant for me is not him?" Ye Mingjin affirmed, "Indeed." Gu Xiaoyu pressed further. "Will that person love me?" "Yes," Chen Qingming replied. "You see, Jin has assured that they will." Gu Xiaoyu broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries echoing in the room. Just then, the phone rang. Chen Qingming answered, her expression softening. "Yes, she should be staying in the dormitory tonight. You can head back." "All right, we'll assess the situation tomorrow morning. Good night." For reasons unknown, Ye Mingjin suddenly thought of Ji Yizhao. She pondered whether she should inform him as well, recalling she might have already done so. As she contemplated this, her phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, her lips curled into a smile as she quickly answered. "What is up?" Ji Yizhao said. "I'm bringing you some late-night snacks. Are you free? Come down." "All right." Ye Mingjin turned to Chen Qingming, saying, "I'll step out for a moment." She suddenly recalled that one morning Ji Yizhao had also sent someone to deliver food downstairs, and now here he was again. Standing at the entrance of the dormitory building, she found no sign of the meal deliverer. Instead, a familiar vehicle caught her eye. Ye Mingjin paused momentarily before slowly approaching, only to see the door open and a man inside looking at her with a warm smile, saying, "Don't worry, no matter when you come down. I will be here." Ye Mingjin hurried over, a blissful joy illuminating her face. "What brings you here?" "I thought someone was delivering food," Ji Yizhao replied. "I couldn't rest easy without seeing you." Though they had already discussed it over the phone, he inquired again about her current situation and future plans. Ye Mingjin explained, "I'll stay with her tonight. She should be sober by tomorrow morning." Ji Yizhao nodded, reminding her to take care of herself, then handed her a thermos. "Aunt Yang just made this. You didn't eat well for dinner and might be starving." Upon opening the container, the delightful aroma of fishball noodles sparked her appetite. Ji Yizhao suggested, "Shall we eat in the car before heading up?" Ye Mingjin felt tempted, but, recalling the drunken girl and the wealthy young lady back in the dorm, hesitated and shook her head. "I think I'll take it upstairs." Seeing the sparkle in Ji Yizhao's eyes dim slightly, Ye Mingjin's heart ached, and she added, "We can eat together when I get home." "All right." Ji Yizhao placed a box of fruit salad on top, urging her to eat and rest early. "Yes, you should get some rest too," Ye Mingjin replied. "Be safe on your way back." "Sure," Ji Yizhao agreed. "You head up first. I'll leave after you. Good night." Ye Mingjin waved and carried the thermos into the dormitory. Turning back, she saw the car still parked and waved once more. It was not until Ye Mingjin's figure disappeared into the building that Ji Yizhao's vehicle slowly departed. After ascending to her room, Ye Mingjin immediately leaned against the window and spotted the car, turning around and gradually driving away. Chen Qingming gazed at the thermos on the table, unable to suppress her admiration upon opening it. How thoughtful. This man is truly remarkable. Indeed, Ye Mingjin replied softly, sharing her sentiments about Ji Yizhao. The late-night snack was still prepared according to Ye Mingjin's taste, albeit with less spice, and included fish balls and dried fish made from the catch of the day, alongside other delectable dishes, lavish yet refined. As Chen Qingming ate, she observed Gu Xiaoyu, who was slightly dazed from her drunken state, and asked, "When will she meet her destined one?" Ye Mingjin, savoring a fishball, responded, "She has already met him." "What?" Chen Qingming exclaimed in surprise, then laughed. "I must tell Xiaoyu this good news tomorrow. It will surely lift her spirits." Looking up, she said to Ye Mingjin, "Jin, I really love you." Ye Mingjin took a bite of her noodles, feeling as if she were sailing through a sea of dreams. Chen Qingming continued. After a satisfying meal, Ye Mingjin sent Ji Yizhao a message. "Have you reached home?" Ji Yizhao quickly replied, "Almost there, then rest early, all right?" When will you rest? I'll wash up and be ready soon. I'll catch up on sleep tomorrow. Yes, good night. Good night. At Dongli Bun. Ji Yizhao looked at Ye Mingjin's message on his phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the first time Xiao Jin had taken the initiative to express concern for him. A step forward, he resolved to continue his efforts, hoping to garner more of Xiao Jin's affection, enticing her to draw closer. Chapter 43. Young Master. The fated one. The willows swayed gently in the breeze, heralding the splendid springtime. At the summit of Xuandu Mountain, a 4 or 5-year-old girl leaned against a tree trunk, earnestly reciting from a book. The river faces the Han. Green meets red. The Rain Master meets the Thunder Lord. The Smoke Tower meets the Snow Cave. The Moon Palace meets the Heavenly Palace. Clouds, clouds. The last two characters appeared cumbersome and unfamiliar. She could not decipher them. She contemplated seeking her master, but remembered that he had mentioned a distinguished guest was arriving, and she must not disturb him. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly spotted a young boy sitting at the door of the guest room. She could not see his face clearly. He sat motionless, emanating a gloomy aura that starkly contrasted with the bright spring sunlight. The little girl dashed over, clutching her book, and called out, "Hello, young master." The boy ignored her. Undeterred, she continued, "What is your name, young master?" "I'm Mingjin." The boy remained silent. Little Mingjin placed the book before him, pointing at the unfamiliar characters. "Do you know how to read this? You look very clever. You must know." The boy's eyes flickered over but still did not respond. Mingjin blinked and added, "If you teach me to read, I can pray for you. It's a way to ward off disasters." The boy finally reacted, his voice low and sharp. "I already have my disasters. I don't need it." Mingjin insisted, "Of course you need it. Life is long, and one can never be too prepared." Eventually, after much coaxing, the boy, perhaps finding her persistence bothersome, relented and read aloud, "IDI." Little Mingjin was momentarily stunned before her smile blossomed even brighter. She pointed to the next two characters and asked, "You're amazing. What about these?" "T-N-G-M-ing. And this one?" "J. Thank you, young master." Little Mingjin was overjoyed and began to recite, "YNIDI, RT-N-G-M-ing, and G-Du-E-P-N-G, Gu-Ti-N-X-ing-S-H-G-N, T-P-U-R-G-ing, Y-L-K-F-ing-M, easy Y." After several repetitions, she successfully memorized it and discovered new content. Subsequently, whenever she encountered an unfamiliar character, she would seek out this young master. The 9th month, the hidden dragon does not use. The 2nd month, when the dragon is seen, it is beneficial to meet great people. The 3rd month, the noble man is diligent all day, cautious in the evening. "Young master, what is this character?" The sweet, melodic voice of the little girl echoed in the air, yet the figure of the young boy gradually faded. Throughout, his face remained obscured. The morning birds awakened the slumbering souls. When Ye Mingjin stirred awake, she lay in bed for a few moments, suddenly recalling that dream, the little girl, and the young boy within it. She recognized that the little girl was herself, in the place with her master. But who was that young boy? Ye Mingjin rubbed her temples, realizing she had no recollection of such a person. She felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Returning her focus, Ye Mingjin glanced around, realizing she was back in the dormitory. Having spent the past few days at home, the dormitory felt somewhat unfamiliar. Chun Qingming and Gu Xiaoyu were still asleep. After washing up, Ye Mingjin went out for a run, intending to buy breakfast on her way back. Upon finishing her run, she saw a familiar figure approaching, the same person who had delivered food last time, carrying a thermos and respectfully saying, "Ma'am, your breakfast." "Thank you." Ye Mingjin took the breakfast upstairs, discovering that Chun Qingming was already awake. Gu Xiaoyu, clutching her head in agony, looked particularly unwell, a consequence of her hangover. Though she had no appetite after a night of revelry, her interest piqued upon seeing the thermos Ye Mingjin brought. "What is this?" Ye Mingjin replied, "Breakfast." Chun Qingming exclaimed in understanding, hastily finishing her wash-up, and told the still-dazed Gu Xiaoyu, "Eat first. You need to fill your stomach before you can muster the strength to feel miserable." The old must depart for the new to arrive. As she took a bite of the pan-fried buns from the food box and sipped the fragrant, soft porridge, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't Jean just like this?" All the food she enjoys comes from her man's thoughtful breakfast. Gu Xiaoyu, with a quivering lip, lamented, "How can I have such fortune as Jean? I only encounter scoundrels who betray me." Chen Qingming reassured her. You will have your turn. Gu Xiaoyu, feeling despondent, replied, but I have already been betrayed. There will be more, Chen Qingming stated. Jin said your true soulmate has already crossed your path. You should take a good look at the people you know. Chen Qingming encouraged. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she gazed at Ye Mingjin. Is that true? Ye Mingjin nodded. Gu Xiaoyu pressed further. Will he love me? Yes. Ye Mingjin affirmed. But will he betray me? Chen Qingming interjected with a smile. If he is your true soulmate, it means he will be the one with whom you share your life. Tears welled up in Gu Xiaoyu's eyes as she looked at Chen Qingming and then at Ye Mingjin. You mustn't deceive me. Ye Mingjin nodded again. I promise. I won't lie to you. Just then, Gu Xiaoyu suddenly buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. At that moment, her phone rang. Sniffling, she answered, only to hear someone ask, Teacher Xiaoyu, when are you coming today? I'm not coming. Gu Xiaoyu managed to maintain her composure. Is there something wrong? The caller inquired. We weren't prepared since we didn't know in advance. Gu Xiaoyu cried again. I've just experienced a heartbreak. Can I take a day off to grieve? My absence one tea cost you more. After a moment of silence, the person on the other end quickly apologized. Hanging up, Gu Xiaoyu turned to Ye Mingjin once more. Jin, please tell me I will still have a true soulmate, someone who loves me and will walk through life with me. Ye Mingjin nodded, yes. Someone with whom you will marry. Gu Xiaoyu's spirits lifted instantly. Through tears and laughter, she wiped her eyes and said, You are right. The old must leave for the new to come. Let me shed my tears today, and tomorrow I shall welcome my true soulmate. Looking at Chen Qingming and Ye Mingjin, she added, Thank you both for being there for me last night. I'm fine now. You should get on with your day. Chen Qingming, still concerned, asked, Are you truly all right? Gu Xiaoyu nodded. I'll be fine after a day of sorrow. Tomorrow, I must focus on earning a living. After a brief pause, she continued, I will save up to spend on myself. Chen Qingming repeatedly reminded her to call if she needed anything and not to handle matters alone. Gu Xiaoyu assured her, I will be careful. You need not worry, just this once. Chen Qingming had other plans and went to find her little servant. Ye Mingjin said she was heading home. Chen Qingming scrutinized her for a moment before smiling. It seems he truly cares for you. Ye Mingjin nodded. He is a good man. Chen Qingming added, Let us meet him when you can. I will feel at ease knowing you are with him. All right. After bidding farewell, Ye Mingjin took out her phone, intending to inform Ji Yizhao that she was heading home, but she changed her mind, wanting to surprise him. However, she did not anticipate that the surprise would turn into a shock. Chapter 44 Witnessing a Fatal Incident. The hero Xiao Ming Ye Mingjin stood at the school gate, hailing a cab and providing the address to Dongli Courtyard. As the car slowly departed from the school, she gazed out the window, imagining the surprised expression on Ji Yizhao's face upon seeing her return home, a smile unconsciously curling on her lips in anticipation. The scenery whizzed by, familiar sights flashing past, when suddenly her gaze froze. Just yesterday, she had viewed a tearful apology video from a girl who had slandered her, and today she saw the girl in person. At the entrance of a nearby shopping mall, despite her heavy makeup, the bruised girl was preparing to cross the street. As the traffic lights changed, she hurried ahead, laughing with her friends. Suddenly, a small truck sped by. With a resounding crash, the girl was flung several meters away, blood spilling onto the ground, her body lying in pieces. Her friends were horrified, momentarily frozen before rushing forward to assess the situation. The crowd grew, some calling the police, others summoning an ambulance. Through the throng, Ye Mingjin observed the spreading pool of blood, thick and glaring. The truck that struck her was halted by onlookers, and a drunken man staggered out, cursing, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had hit someone. Ye Mingjin's heart sank, an indescribable feeling of oppression settling within her. A vibrant life had just extinguished before her eyes. Even though she had known the girl's fate, witnessing it firsthand still left her unsettled. Her mood darkened, as if a cloud had gathered overhead, compelling her to seek a place to dispel it. Be careful when crossing the road, the driver remarked solemnly. It seems this driver was intoxicated and has caused a serious accident. Ye Mingjin replied, Driver, I won't be going to Dongli Courtyard anymore. Please change the route. To Changfeng Martial Arts Center. Ye Mingjin alighted from the vehicle, standing before the sign and contemplating the meaning of the 4 characters. The long wind is mighty, and righteousness is imposing. It seemed like a fitting place to clear the clouds from her heart. She donned a mask, stepped through the entrance of the martial arts center, and was greeted by an excited young man at the door shouting, Lai Ge, Mingjie is here. The loud voice echoed throughout the center, drawing the curious gazes of many students. Footsteps rushed towards her, and a ponytailed man in a t-shirt dashed out, wearing only one shoe, seemingly unaware of it. But his face lit up with excitement as he said to Ye Mingjin, "What brings you here? Didn't you say next weekend?" "I came to practice," she replied. Ye Mingjin's gaze lingered on the bruise on his chin for a few seconds. "Did that little Japanese guy hit you?" "I was accidentally kicked. I let my guard down," he said, rubbing his chin while following Ye Mingjin to the changing room. "You should have told me you were coming. It's a good thing I didn't T-step out, or I would have missed my adorable Ming. The new students exchanged curious glances, wondering about the identity of this girl called Ming Jie, who elicited such excitement from their stern and formidable instructor. Some older students couldn't help but smile at each other, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." Ye Mingjin closed the changing room door and changed into her martial arts uniform. When she opened the door again, she found the man leaning against the wall waiting for her. He accompanied her to the weapon rack, and when he saw her choose a sword, he was surprised. "Are we practicing swordplay today?" "Yes," Ye Mingjin replied, testing the weight of the sword before gracefully moving towards the practice area. The man, brimming with enthusiasm, called out, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." Standing in the practice area, Ye Mingjin executed the Taiji stances with her sword, performing a series of movements that flowed beautifully. Thrusts, parries, strikes, and cuts, each transition seamless and enchanting. The long sword danced through the air, vibrant and lively. Yet beneath the surface, it was unpredictable, adapting to the opponent's moves, showcasing profound skill that left onlookers in awe. After completing her sword practice, Ye Mingjin felt a sense of liberation, the clouds in her heart dissipating with the sweat of exertion, and her mood lifted significantly. She exited the practice area, returned the sword to its place, and headed to the shower. The spectators, still in amazement at her impressive swordsmanship, were soon clamoring around the man, eagerly asking, "Is that Ming Jie, the teacher of swordplay? I want to enroll in her class." "Me too. That swordplay was stunning." "And me," the man, clutching his camera tightly, shouted for silence, then stated, "She doesn't teach classes and isn't a teacher." "Who is that person?" A loud voice echoed the thoughts of many new students present. "Ah, him." A man chuckled. "He is our town's treasure gem." Casting a glance at the astonished crowd, he exited the martial arts training hall with his camera. "All right, everyone, disperse. It's time to practice." Shortly thereafter, the renowned martial arts influencer, Hero Xiaoming, updated Wudang sword technique. Ye Mingjin changed her clothes and noticed the man gazing at her, his phone in hand, as if hesitating to speak. "Is there something you need?" she asked, preparing to leave. He presented his phone to her, saying, "Someone wishes to invite you to act." "I won't go," Ye Mingjin replied without hesitation. "You should know I would never agree." "I mentioned that," the man responded, "but the other party said there's no need for you to show your face. Your character is inherently mysterious. Moreover, given your martial arts proficiency, the remuneration is quite substantial." Ye Mingjin maintained her composure, reiterating, "I want to go." "All right," the man quickly replied, then added, he responded, stating that the filming duration is brief in Cloud City, just 3 days back and forth. Ye Mingjin paused mid-step, inquiring, "Where to?" "Cloud City," the man replied, showing her the message on his phone. She stared at the name for a few seconds before saying, "Go ahead." "What? You mean you're actually going?" the man asked, astonished. Ye Mingjin replied, "When do we depart?" "Let me check," he promptly answered, soon returning with the information that filming would commence in a month. "That's fine." Ye Mingjin suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. For years, she had been searching for a master, but could not ascertain their whereabouts. Recently, she had calculated that her master's location was likely in the southwest direction, and Cloud City was nearby. She needed to investigate. Exiting the martial arts hall, she glanced at her phone and discovered a message from Ji Yizhao. "Xiao Jin, are you done? When will you return home? I'll come to pick you up." She replied. "Something came up suddenly. I'll take a taxi back shortly." Soon, a response arrived. "Okay, I'll wait for you." As Ye Mingjin read the last 3 words, warmth flooded her heart. The feeling of someone waiting for her was, indeed, rather delightful. Standing at the entrance of the martial arts hall, she prepared to hail a taxi, only to notice a commotion nearby. A group of flamboyantly dressed youths jostling and causing a ruckus. Among them stood someone she recognized all too well. Her sister, Ye Mingzhu, the beloved jewel of the Yi family, whom she had cared for over a decade. Chapter 45. A Bite Back. Mind your own business. The most conspicuous figure in the crowd was none other than her sister, Ye Mingjin, leading a group of youths in bizarre attire, surrounding a frail girl who was subject to their taunts and humiliation. Some were tugging at her hair, others pinching her face, while a few tossed her backpack far away. The small girl stood there, pushed and bullied, afraid to speak or move. She wanted to cry but dared not, holding back as if she were a marionette, numb to her plight. Ye Mingjin stepped forward and called out, "Ye Mingjin." Her voice, though not loud, carried a clear, resonant clarity. Hearing her name, Ye Mingjin turned her head, and the others followed her gaze. A few youths gazed at her with admiration. Curiosity piqued. Wow, who is this beautiful sister? Disregarding their inquiries, Ye Mingjin impatiently addressed Ye Mingjin. "What are you doing here? This is none of your business. So mind your own affairs." Ye Mingjin truly wished to remain uninvolved, but she understood that if she did not intervene, it could lead to a series of violent repercussions. Having witnessed a life-and-death situation earlier that day, she did not want to endure another, lest it disrupt her hard-won peace. Moreover, considering her years of bearing the Yi surname, she still attempted to reason with Ye Mingjin. What goes around comes around. This behavior will bring you no good. Let her go and return home. Ye Mingjin scoffed. Ye Mingjin, you are merely an adopted child of my family. Not only have you failed to express gratitude for your upbringing, but you also severed ties with us. What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs? Who are you to me? I enjoy hitting her. I enjoy berating her. If she doesn't speak up, why should you, an outsider, play the hero? With that, Ye Mingjin slapped the girl across the face and taunted, "Does that hurt? Are you going to resist? Do you want me to let you go?" The girl's cheek reddened and swelled, her hair being yanked painfully, yet she remained silent. Ye Mingjin laughed. "You see? She hasn't said a word, so don't pretend to be a good Samaritan." Suddenly, Ye Mingjin stepped forward, pushing the others aside, and grabbed the girl, attempting to lead her away. A few were momentarily stunned. Then Ye Mingjin's furious voice rang out, "Don't let them escape. Grab them." A group of young ruffians rushed in to seize the two, but Ye Mingjin swiftly knocked them all to the ground. They did not bleed, yet each bore varying degrees of scrapes and bruises. Infuriated, Ye Mingjin whipped out her phone and dialed the police, exclaiming, "Help! We are being attacked here, near the Qingyao Street Bar." Fortunately, a patrol officer was nearby and quickly arrived, catching them in the act. Ye Mingjin triumphantly pointed to Ye Mingjin, declaring to the officers, "Officer, she is the one who injured all my friends." What had once been a relatively quiet area suddenly attracted attention due to the brawl. Given the number of participants and their youth, the police decided to minimize any negative repercussions by taking everyone to the police station. At the station, several individuals began routine inquiries and documentation. Due to the crowd and urgency of the situation, an older female officer arrived, carrying a stack of materials, seemingly overwhelmed. When questioning Ye Mingjin, she stated that she had intervened upon witnessing someone being bullied and had not harmed the bullies, merely pushing them aside to rescue the victim. Meanwhile, Ye Mingjin insisted that Ye Mingjin had attacked them out of personal animosity. To bolster her credibility, she declared herself the daughter of the Yi family. "I swear by the Yi family, I am not lying," Ye Mingjin proclaimed vehemently, asserting that Ye Mingjin was simply envious of her status as the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, having severed ties with them while still being resentful of her glamorous life. She accused Ye Mingjin of not only verbally assaulting her, but also showing no mercy to her friends. Ye Mingjin expressed her indignation and even stated she could summon her parents as witnesses. The police, recognizing the involvement of familial matters, intended to mediate. Yet Ye Mingjin insisted that the assailant must face severe consequences. With conflicting accounts, the only truth lay with the trembling girl, covered in bruises, who understood the situation best. When it was time to take her statement, Ye Mingjin remained composed while Ye Mingjin smirked with satisfaction. To soothe the girl's anxiety, the older female officer continued to ask questions. However, the girl remained silent, either shaking her head or gripping her hands tightly, too afraid to respond. Her quivering demeanor prompted the officer to soften her tone, saying, "Do not be afraid. Speak the truth." After a brief pause, the officer continued, "Can you tell me if they bullied you, and if this girl helped you?" Upon hearing this, the girl maintained her silence for a long time, staring at her hands as if deep in thought. "You may respond with either yes or no," the female officer encouraged. After what felt like an eternity, the girl slowly shook her head and whispered no. The female officer was momentarily taken aback and continued to inquire. What did you just say? The girl tightly clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms without feeling any pain, and softly replied, they did not bully me. The officer pressed on. Did that girl just now say she saved you? Is there any truth to that? After a brief silence, the girl shook her head. No, I was not bullied, nor was I saved. No one has ever saved me. It was as if she was convincing herself, or perhaps relaying the truth to others. Ultimately, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and she collapsed onto the table, sobbing quietly. When Ye Mingjin and Ye Mingzhu learned the girl's response, one remained serene, while the other wore a triumphant expression. Ye Mingzhu laughed. Ye Mingjin, I have told you time and again, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Without the Ye family, you are nothing. After a brief pause, she added, of course, even with the Ye family, you still amount to nothing. Before me, you will forever be the orphan we took in. Ye Mingjin chose to disregard Ye Mingzhu's taunts, instead gazing at the girl who had denied everything, her eyes reflecting a mixture of expectation and pity. Humanity is indeed a curious creature. Even when engulfed in profound suffering and despair, why would one relinquish the chance of self-rescue and willingly tread the path to destruction? As the girl passed by Ye Mingjin, she heard a faint I'm sorry. Yet, for Ye Mingjin, it was unnecessary. Her gaze shifted towards the smug Ye Mingzhu, delivering her final counsel. Ye Mingzhu, know your place. Lowering her head, she sent a message from her phone. Ji Yizhao, you must come and pick me up. Chapter 46, Taking Charge, Mr. Ji is the parties involved in the altercation. Although the statements have been recorded, someone needed to come and retrieve them. After all, one party was still a minor, while the other, though an adult, was merely a university student, both requiring proper guidance. Each side had contacted their respective guardians and sat on opposite sides, awaiting their arrival. The older female officer, who had remained composed during the statement process, turned her gaze towards the timid, silent girl in the corner, murmuring, we have encountered many such cases before. Many people are bullied and fear retaliation, thus they dare not speak. Ye Mingjin was somewhat taken aback by the officer's words. Hearing her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness as she continued, if they are unwilling to speak, we cannot force their hand. Ye Mingjin understood that she was attempting to console herself and expressed her gratitude politely. The officer added, as young women, it is essential to protect yourselves. In the future, do not act impulsively in such situations. Ye Mingjin nodded, once again thanking her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside, sounding familiar. The Ye family parents had arrived. Upon learning that their precious daughter had been harmed, they were furious. Both parents stormed in, intent on avenging their beloved daughter. Seeing her parents enter with such fervor, Ye Mingzhu initially smiled with delight, then feigned a pitiful demeanor, calling out, Daddy, Mummy, you are finally here. Someone has bullied me, and even my friend has been hurt. Woe is me. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yi, seething with anger, scanned the surroundings and demanded, who dares to act so recklessly? Is there no law? To behave so lawlessly in our Haicheng? This cannot go unpunished. Turning to her daughter, she added, my precious Mingzhu, let Mummy see if you are hurt anywhere. Ye Mingzhu replied, I am unharmed, but my friend is injured and I was scolded. That little wretch even wants to teach me a lesson. Mrs. Yi scoffed at this. What kind of shameless person would attempt to educate my daughter? Do we not teach her ourselves? She glanced at Ye Yizhao, saying, Old Yi, you must stand up for our Mingzhu. Recently, Ye Yizhao had been overwhelmed with issues, as the Yi family's company faced a sudden rupture in its financial chain. With products consistently flagged for quality issues and previously negotiated contracts now in jeopardy, the myriad of business troubles had rendered his position precarious. His mood soured further upon learning that his precious daughter had been bullied, igniting a fury that surged within him. All his frustrations sought an outlet in that moment. And he, for once, accompanied Mrs. Yi to confront the situation. His intent was to teach a lesson to the one who dared to bully his cherished daughter. However, he could never have anticipated that the one who had wronged their beloved daughter would be Ye Mingjin, the very girl they had recently severed ties with. In an instant, his desire to vent his anger turned awkward. Mrs. Yi, in her shock, exclaimed loudly, I never imagined it would be you, Mingjin, who is bullying Mingzhu. You are our daughter, raised for over a decade. How could you treat your sister this way after severing ties? She has called you sister for so many years. Even if you find her distasteful, this is unacceptable. After all those years of nurturing, should you not step forward to assist her in her time of need? How has it come to you being the one to bully her? You have truly disappointed me. Her expression was one of profound sorrow for Ye Mingjin. Ye Mingjin, upon hearing her words, simply asked calmly, Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, what do you wish to do now? What do we wish to do? Mrs. Yi retorted, her anger flaring at Ye Mingjin's indifferent address. You have hit someone, of course you must apologize. You must compensate. What else do you want me to say? Ye Mingjin replied, I did not strike Ye Mingzhu. You did. Ye Mingzhu interjected, you assaulted my friend. Ignoring Ye Mingzhu, Ye Mingjin continued to regard Ye Yizhao and Mrs. Yi. Mrs. Yi suddenly found herself disliking the way Ye Mingjin looked at her, as if she could see through to her very soul. An inexplicable irritation swelled within Mrs. Yi. Then you must apologize. You need to apologize to Mingzhu. Apologize to her friends. We were once family. Let's not dwell on the past. Ye Mingjin smiled slightly. I have done nothing wrong. I will not apologize. Feeling humiliated by the rebuttal, Mrs. Yi coldly declared, if you refuse to apologize, we shall adhere to the rules. Whatever the consequences, be it compensation or detention, let it be handled according to protocol. She turned to the police officers present, stating, the next steps are in your hands. Handle this matter as you see fit. I trust you will act justly. Casting a glance at Ye Mingjin, she inquired, the one who struck must stay. Can we not take the others with us? We are quite busy and cannot afford to linger here. Ye Yizhao, attempting to remain calm, recalled the prior events at the Shujiao banquet, where Ye Mingjin and Ji Yizhao had been treated differently by the Shujiao patriarch, rendering him more cautious. He frowned and said, since we were once family, perhaps we should let this go. However, Mrs. Yi disagreed and insisted on pursuing the matter. She viewed Ye Mingjin as a heartless ingrate, not only having severed ties and embarrassed them at the Shujiao banquet, but now also bullying her precious daughter. This was not something she could overlook. An apology was mandatory, or else compensation, detention. Just as her words fell, a soft voice echoed from the entrance. Apologize? Compensate? Detention? Whose decree is this? Following the sound, a striking man in a dark, intricately embroidered Tang suit approached in a wheelchair, flanked by 4 impeccably dressed men. Beside him, the chief of police bowed respectfully, stating, Mr. Ji, rest assured, we will enforce the law impartially. It has been confirmed that Mrs. Ji did not strike anyone. She acted heroically. We will also recognize and promote such positive behavior. What is the essence of righteous bravery? It is perplexing that she, the aggressor, is now being portrayed as a paragon of virtue. Lady Yi, astonished and incensed, contemplated voicing her objections, but was restrained by the ever-smiling Ye Yizhao, who approached with polite greetings. Director Wu, it has been a while. Are you acquainted with my son-in-law? He turned a glance at the wheelchair-bound Ji Yizhao, continuing with a grin, what a delightful mix-up among family, a mere misunderstanding. With a cold gaze directed at him, Ji Yizhao curled his lips into a sardonic smile. You have erred in your address, sir. You may refer to me as young Master Ji or Mr. Ji. His eyes, brimming with profound affection, fell upon Ye Mingjin as he extended his hand. Xiaojin, come here. Chapter 47. Weaving good connections, sowing malignant seeds with a gaze full of warmth. Ji Yizhao beckoned to Ye Mingjin, who stepped forward and placed her hand in his. He gently grasped her hand, scrutinizing her for injuries. Are you hurt anywhere? Ye Mingjin shook her head. No. Ji Yizhao inquired further. Is there anything else that requires attention? Again, she shook her head. No, nothing. His eyes, glimmering with concern, asked, shall we return home? Yes, Ye Mingjin replied. The two joined hands and made their way outside. As they passed by an older female police officer, Ye Mingjin abruptly halted and addressed her. You want to check the southern area by the water? The older female officer, taken aback, regarded her with suspicion. How do you know I am searching for someone? Do you possess some knowledge? The nearby officers, alerted by her words, gathered around, speculating whether Ye Mingjin was connected to the case they were investigating. Ye Mingzhu scoffed, her demeanor exuding an air of mystery. Does she really think she is someone important? Ye Mingjin continued, the information you hold indicates numerous zones, primarily in the urban area, yet there are no traces in the southern region near the water. It is worth investigating. After a brief pause, she added, I base this on scientific reasoning. One should trust in science. The female officer's eyes widened in astonishment as she examined her documents, her eyes misting with unshed tears. For some time, she had been reviewing the case, exploring numerous potential hideouts for the suspects. yet had overlooked the southern region. The southern area by the water, wasn't that the river? Gripping her file tightly, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. We shall investigate. The surrounding officers, impressed, remarked, your observations are astute, and your deductions are both calm and rational. I dare say you must be studying law at Haicheng University. Would you be interested in joining us in the future? She had no interest. Ji Yizhao took Ye Mingjin's hand firmly and led her away, denying the officers any chance to engage further. The accompanying police chief, along with the station chief and other officers, followed to see them off. Lady Yi found the situation perplexing, given the Yi family's stature. They should have received special treatment here. Yet, it seemed that everyone present was more focused on Ye Mingjin and her disabled husband. Her face contorted with disdain as she overheard her husband, Ye Yizhao, murmur, times change. Can you not see their reactions clearly? I can no longer tolerate your foolishness. Ye Yizhao strode forward, with Lady Yi hastening to keep pace. Slow down. Where are you headed? His face darkened with irritation. He replied, I am returning to the company. Where else would I go? Unlike you, who only knows how to spend money and mishandle affairs. If I do not work harder, the company will go bankrupt. You all will be left to fend for yourselves. As Ye Yizhao entered his vehicle, Lady Yi turned to Ye Mingjin and urged, Mingzhu, hurry. We must return home. Unexpectedly, Ye Mingjin refused. I will not go home just yet. She suddenly turned to the frail girl attempting to slip away and seized her arm tightly, declaring to Lady Yi, Mother, this is a diligent student from our class. She excels academically, and I have decided to accompany her for tutoring today. I will not return home. You and father go ahead. Lady Yi glanced at the trembling girl, clearly different from Ye Mingjin and her friends, who appeared timid and fearful, and felt a wave of relief. Just don't stay out too late. Return home early, and do not cause any trouble. With that, she turned and entered the car, leaving with Ye Yizhao. Watching the vehicle drive away, Ye Mingjin stood silently until it disappeared, then turned to the frail girl, signaling for the others to drag her into a nearby alley. The girl struggled to escape, begging, please, let me go home. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. After what seemed like an eternity, they arrived at a deserted dead end. A boy with green-dyed hair opened the door to a residence at the alley's end. Come in. It's quiet here, and no one will notice. This is a perfect place for tutoring. They shared knowing glances, and Ye Mingjin strode confidently inside, with the others trailing behind. The frail girl, overwhelmed with dread, fought against them, but they forcefully pulled her in. Once inside, the door was shut, and the group began to unleash a torrent of violence upon her. Ye Mingjin stood back, observing as the girl was left battered and bloodied, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Look at your face now. Do you still consider yourself an aloof beauty? A model student? Just look at how you've degraded. You think you deserve to speak to him? How pathetic to think that being studious makes you special. If you seek to be so reckless, I shall indulge you, allowing you to be as reckless as you wish. She glanced at the oddly dressed companions beside her, chuckling, enjoy yourselves and tutor our esteemed student well. If there are things she does not understand, why not teach her? The boys cracked their knuckles, ready to advance, while the girl cowered in fear, clutching herself. Through tears, she pleaded, please, let me go. I'm sorry. I will never speak to him again. I'll transfer classes. Please, just let me go. She bowed repeatedly before Ye Mingjin, begging, Miss Yi, I implore you, release me. Her desperate pleas fell on the ears of those surrounding her. Her forehead bloodied from repeated blows. The previously eager thugs paused, exchanging glances before turning to Ye Mingjin, expecting a decision. However, Ye Mingjin's expression hardened with disdain. Is this your ploy to garner sympathy? Let us see if you will still care for your marred visage. With a cruel smile, she added, you explicitly stated in front of the police that we never bullied you. You must remember your own words. Casting a glance at the boys, she urged, what are you waiting for? Go on. I will take responsibility if anything happens. The midday sun shone brightly, yet it cast no light upon the darkened confines of the dead-end house. Within, male voices erupted in fervent curses, accompanied by the sounds of ripping fabric and the girl's anguished cries for help. Gradually, her cries diminished, overshadowed by the escalating boisterousness of the boys. Ye Mingjin remained, satisfied as she beheld the chaos she had orchestrated, the pent-up frustration within her gradually dissipating. She could never permit anyone to encroach upon her cherished prince. She abhorred the fact that the person she cherished so deeply often treated her with cold indifference. Yet he showed a stark contrast in his demeanor towards a girl who was both poor and unattractive, merely possessing better academic prowess. Why should this be? She felt a deep-seated resentment. All those who dared to covet him must face the consequences. At that very moment, Ye Mingjin was engulfed in a frenzied exhilaration. Heedless of the repercussions, it was only on a subsequent night, when she found herself tasting the bitter fruits of her own misdeeds, that the sage advice of Ye Mingjin echoed in her mind, an unrelenting cycle of cause and effect. Regret washed over her, but alas, it was too late. Chapter 48. Heartache. Missing in the midday sun blazed intensely, while the car's air conditioning provided a comfortable respite. Ji Yizhao scrutinized Ye Mingjin closely, ensuring that she was indeed unharmed. He gently held her small hand in one hand, while with the other, he meticulously wiped each of her fingers with a tissue, his eyes imbued with a pleading tenderness. "Xiao Jin, please let me know if there is anything you need me to do in the future, will you?" Ye Mingjin replied. "I can manage on my own." Ji Yizhao paused slightly, gazing intently at her as he said, "I understand, but I worry about your safety." "Xiao Jin, I won't interfere with your decisions, but please just keep me informed." Ye Mingjin nodded. "All right, I will let you know in advance next time." Ji Yizhao softly acknowledged her response, continuing to tenderly wipe her fingers. Ye Mingjin noticed that he seemed to take particular pleasure in cleaning each of her fingers, especially after she had interacted with others or encountered unpleasant situations. Once he finished, he did not release her hand, holding onto it as if loath to let go. The car swayed gently as Ji Yizhao closed his eyes, appearing somewhat drowsy. Noticing this, Ye Mingjin attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find that each time she contemplated doing so, Ji Yizhao would instinctively tighten his grip, preventing her from pulling away. If she exerted even a little more force, his beautiful eyes would snap open, filled with panic. The sight of his bewildered expression, akin to a frightened little creature, stirred a pang of compassion and guilt within Ye Mingjin. She felt as though her actions had startled him. Observing Ji Yizhao in such a state, she couldn't help but gently squeeze his hand, leaning closer to whisper earnestly in his ear, "Ji Yizhao, from now on, I promise to inform you of any matters in advance. You can rest easy." Ji Yizhao blinked, responding with a soft "all right," before slowly closing his eyes once more. A look of profound fatigue settling on his features. Sitting in the passenger seat, Assistant Han couldn't help but murmur to Ye Mingjin, "Madam, please don't blame the boss. He's been exceedingly busy lately, having not rested properly for days while working on a project. We were in negotiations with a major client when we learned you needed him, and he rushed over." Upon hearing this, Ye Mingjin's heart swelled with even more compassion and guilt for Ji Yizhao. She had never intended to inconvenience anyone, yet unbeknownst to her, she had caused him worry and trouble. Reflecting seriously, she resolved to communicate any future matters clearly in advance, to alleviate Ji Yizhao's concerns. Their hands remained intertwined as they journeyed home, sharing a meal and then retreating to their respective rooms. Before entering her own space, Ye Mingjin suddenly turned to Ji Yizhao and said, "The girls in my dormitory expressed a desire to meet you. Would you be willing?" Ji Yizhao's eyes sparkled like crystal, a bright expression illuminating his face as he replied cheerfully, "Of course, it would be my honor." Inspired by his joyful demeanor, Ye Mingjin felt her spirits lift as she said, "I'll ask them when they are free to gather." With a charming smile, Ji Yizhao replied, "I am available at any time. The choice is yours." After bidding farewell, they each retreated to their rooms, and Ji Yizhao's smile broadened, a blooming joy within him as he spun his wheelchair in delight. The prospect of meeting Xiao Jin's friends brought him closer to his goal. Another step forward, and he felt elated. At Haiqing University, the Monday morning sky was overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling silently, a stark contrast to the previous day's bright sunshine. Ji Yizhao handed an umbrella to Ye Mingjin, earnestly advising her to walk slowly and avoid getting wet, before arranging to have lunch together. With reluctance, he bid her farewell, watching her enter the campus. As Ye Mingjin stood at the school gates, she suddenly turned and waved at the stationary car. The window rolled down, revealing a slender, pale hand that waved back. A smile crept onto her face as she continued on her way. Once her figure had vanished from sight, Ji Yizhao's car slowly pulled away. With ample time on her hands, Ye Mingjin returned to her dormitory, where she encountered Chen Qingming, who was preparing to head out. Upon seeing Ye Mingjin, Chen Qingming's expression turned grave as she said, Jin, remember the girl you warned? She was in a car accident. The driver was intoxicated. Such reckless individuals are utterly despicable. They've ruined a student's life and destroyed a family. Ye Mingjin quietly responded, I saw that. Chen Qingming, unaware of her choice of words, assumed Ye Mingjin had also heard the news. She gently patted her shoulder, offering consolation. You did your part by warning her. It's just unfortunate she didn't heed it. Such is fate. After a brief pause, she added, I'm off to negotiate a collaboration. Do you think I'll succeed? Before Ye Mingjin could reply, Chen Qingming continued, forget it. Don't bother calculating it for me. I'll definitely succeed. As she reached the door, she reminded, we have a big class together today, so please mark me present. All right, Ye Mingjin replied, watching Chen Qingming depart. Her fingers fiddling with the coins on her wrist, her brow slightly furrowed. During class, Ye Mingjin diligently listened, though her classmates were abuzz with chatter. The sudden loss of a previously vibrant peer in a car accident left many feeling unsettled. Some murmured, it just goes to show that one should never engage in wrongdoing. This is the consequence. Others lamented, the cost is far too great, just a bottle of water, and it cost a life. Curiosity turned towards Ye Mingjin, with one student even provocatively asking, Yi, what do you think was the cause of her demise? She glanced at the ill-intentioned face and replied coolly, excessive chatter. The student's expression instantly soured, and in a huff, she retorted, you're crazy. She felt Ye Mingjin was deliberately mocking her. Yet, in Ye Mingjin's eyes, the fate of the girl who had perished was indeed a consequence of her own incessant talking, entangling herself with the wrong people, ultimately becoming a pawn discarded by others. When the professor entered to commence the lesson, many students continued to whisper, but Ye Mingjin remained unfazed, focusing on the lecture. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her thoughts drifted to Ji Yizhao. How would he react if he knew so many were observing her, scrutinizing her, though she rarely lost focus during lessons? Today she found herself gazing out at the gentle rain, thinking of the man in the wheelchair who held her in such high regard. How could someone so serendipitously enter her life and treat her with such kindness? He had been so good to her. How could she ever repay such kindness? She had to ponder this deeply. Remembering his delight when she mentioned dining with her dormitory friends, Ye Mingjin thought perhaps they should gather more frequently in the future. At that very moment, Ji Yizhao, whom Ye Mingjin was so fervently thinking of, was receiving reports from his subordinates. The manager of Chun's Enterprises, Chen Qingming, is here and waiting in the reception room. Without lifting his gaze, Ji Yizhao replied, do not let her in. Chapter 49, Sincerity. Unspoken understanding in the reception room of the Jinzhong group. Chen Qingming, clad in a professional ensemble, radiated an array of captivating charm, leaving the reception staff momentarily speechless. After serving tea and coffee, they discreetly departed, leaving her alone. As the minutes passed, Chen Qingming's professional smile began to fade. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and glanced at her assistant, puzzled by their apparent delay. The assistant, unsure of what to do, recalled Assistant Lu's earlier instructions and quickly said, President Chen, please hold on. I will inquire. As the assistant hurriedly exited, Chen Qingming could not suppress her inexplicable irritation. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of an important client today, she would not have retained Lu Xinghe. Had Lu Xinghe accompanied her, she would not be left here, cold and unattended. Fortunately, shortly after the assistant left, a man entered. Chen General, this is Manager Wang. Chen Qingming stood to shake hands. Manager Wang, may I inquire when we are set to commence our discussion? We have prepared all relevant materials for your review. No need. Manager Wang replied courteously with a smile. We received orders from above to postpone discussions with Chen Corporation. Postpone? Chen Qingming exclaimed in surprise. Is it due to a scheduling conflict? We can accommodate. With a more official demeanor, Manager Wang replied, it is because Chen Corporation lacks sincerity in this partnership. Lacks sincerity? Chen Qingming laughed lightly. Manager Wang, we have crafted several proposals for Ji Yizhao Group to consider, and we have nearly accepted all the requirements your esteemed company previously mentioned. If it is a matter of pricing, we can certainly negotiate. Everything is open to discussion. Manager Wang regarded Chen Qingming thoughtfully. We are well aware of your efforts and the strength of Chen Corporation, but there are factors that could jeopardize this collaboration, and thus we must regrettably withdraw for the time being. Factors that could jeopardize collaboration? Chen Qingming endeavored to maintain her smile, asking, I find this perplexing. Please elucidate, so we may rectify any issues immediately. Manager Wang hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to speak. Under Chen Qingming's eager gaze, he quietly revealed, for your sake, I will disclose a bit of information. It is said that your sister is involved in a matter concerning a life, and we are concerned that Chen Corporation may become embroiled in legal troubles that could affect our partnership. A life? Chen Qingming was taken aback. What do you mean? Manager Wang, you cannot be jesting. Manager Wang's expression turned serious. If you do not believe me, you may investigate yourself. I have done all I can to assist you. Thank you for your warning, Manager Wang. Chen Qingming promptly replied. I will ensure that this matter is resolved before we reconvene, and I guarantee it will not impact our collaboration. Emerging from the conference room, her face was a mask of cold composure. It was not until she exited the Ji Yizhao group building that she asked, What has she done? The assistant was taken aback, clearly not grasping the intent behind her manager's inquiry. Unable to await an answer, Chen Qingming frowned and instructed the assistant to investigate what Chen Qingyao was involved in. Indeed, bringing in someone new had proven ineffective. Over the years, her partnership with Lu Xinghe had cultivated an unparalleled synergy between them. Just a word from her, or even an unspoken thought, would elicit the perfect response from him. Had Lu Xinghe been present, he would have already conducted an investigation and provided her with answers without her needing to ask. In the car, with her fingers stained in rosy hue resting against her brow, Chen Qingming fell into contemplation, only to be interrupted by the ringing of her phone. Upon answering, a gentle voice came through, assuring her not to worry. I have someone looking into it, and will inform you as soon as I receive news. Chen Qingming expressed her frustration. With such a significant partnership on the verge of a breakthrough, how can I not be anxious when it has suddenly halted? First, we need to clarify the issue and eliminate any factors that could impede negotiations, the voice on the other end responded. Ji Yizhao Group has only recently returned to the country and selected us as partners. They will not easily change their mind. Their current stance is intended to gauge our subsequent actions. As long as we handle this well, it will not affect our collaboration. Letting out a sigh of relief, Chen Qingming conceded, You are right. I have been overly anxious. How is your side proceeding? Relatively smoothly came the enticing reply. You must not let anger consume you these days. When I inquire later, regardless of the outcome, let us address it together, shall we? I understand. Chen Qingming hung up to find the assistant presenting her with a cup of ginger tea. Taken aback by the gesture, she listened as the assistant murmured. It was instructed by Assistant Lu that you should avoid coffee today and drink this instead. Taking the tea, Chen Qingming sipped slowly, feeling a substantial amount of her tension dissipate. Moreover, she found herself missing a particular someone. Regaining her composure, Chen Qingming placed a call. Once connected, Chen Qingya's cheerful voice greeted her. Sister, why are you calling me now? Do you have something nice to share? Chen Qingming took a sip of the ginger tea, inhaled deeply, and silently repeated to herself not to be angry before asking, What have you been up to lately? The atmosphere on the other end was lively. Chen Qingya laughed. Oh, nothing much. Just indulging in food, drinks, and fun. You think I am unaware? Chen Qingming's voice turned icy. Chen Qingya, you have committed misdeeds and failed to cover your tracks, leaving me vulnerable to threats. You truly are something. I haven't done anything. What threats? Chen Qingya's voice faltered. Chen Qingming's heart sank as she sternly warned, If this major deal falls through, I will not spare you. Your allowance will be halted. Everything you desire will be gone. I won't allow that. Chen Qingya retorted immediately, I haven't done anything wrong. I merely dealt with someone useless who tried to bite back at me. After a brief pause, she added defensively, I handled it cleanly, and there is no way it can be traced back to me. Taking a deep breath to maintain her calm, Chen Qingming pressed, How did you handle it? Chen Qingya promptly replied, I arranged for an accident to occur, which will only reveal intoxication as the cause, thus not implicating me. No one will investigate further. I have already compensated. Gripping the cup of ginger tea, Chen Qingming felt her hand tremble slightly as she gasped in shock. Chen Qingya, who gave you such audacity? This is a matter of life. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? She threatened me. What else could I do? Chen Qingya defended herself boldly. She accepted my money and failed to handle her business properly. How could I allow her to remain? The more Chen Qingming listened, the more her expression darkened. Then why did you not inform me? I could have approached this situation differently. You're always so busy. Chen Qingya exclaimed. How could I trouble you with such trivial matters? You are to return home immediately. Chen Qingming commanded, pinching the bridge of her nose. In half an hour, I expect to see you at home, where you can imagine the consequences. After ending the call, Chen Qingming felt utterly drained. Her sister, whom their mother had cherished with her life, had been spoiled by her, yet she had not anticipated such disobedience, so unlike a child from their family. However, in this circle, every family harbored some unsavory secrets. Why then was Ji Yizhao group so concerned about this particular matter? Chapter 50, Mother and Daughter, Conflict in Fengcheng. The Chun residence. As Chen Qingya entered, she unexpectedly encountered Mrs. Chun, who had just finished her beauty regimen. Yaya, why are you back so early? Noticing her daughter's sullen expression, Mrs. Chun inquired with surprise. Oh dear, who has upset you? Tell mother, and I shall help you. Fuming, Chen Qingya exclaimed. It's all Chen Qingming's fault. She wants to cut off my allowance. Mrs. Chun blinked in surprise. Why? What have you done to provoke her? I have done nothing. Chen Qingya insisted loudly. She is meddling in my affairs, suddenly claiming I should not handle matters recklessly. But I was only trying to avoid giving her trouble. Oh my Yaya, do not be angry, Mrs. Chun cooed, affectionately patting her daughter's hand. You know her temperament. Just heed what she says. Even if she halts your allowance, mother will provide for you, ensuring you are not impacted. Pouting, Chen Qingya leaned against her mother. Mother, you are the best to me. Mrs. Chun embraced her daughter, gently patting her back as she murmured, What can I say? You are my precious darling, my lifeline. As the tender mother-daughter moment unfolded, a notification from a video call suddenly interrupted. Madam Chun gazed at Chen Qingming's name, then turned to Chen Qingya and said, Whatever Qingming says in the video, you mustn't contradict her. Your mother is here and will protect you. I understand, Chen Qingya replied impatiently, reclining on the sofa while munching on her favorite snacks. Madam Chen opened the video with a radiant smile and said, Ming, are you busy? I wanted to video call you, but was afraid of interrupting your studies. I'm fine, Chen Qingming responded, looking at her stepmother on the screen, and directly inquired, Mom, has Yaya come back? She has, but she doesn't seem very happy, Madam Chen replied. Do you know why? She was secretly crying just now, and when I asked, she wouldn't say a word. Chen Qingming frowned slightly and said, She got into trouble, so I decided to teach her a lesson by suspending her allowance. You must have your reasons for your actions, and I won't interfere too much. However, Madam Chen cautioned, you need to ensure her normal expenses outside and not let her appear too shabby in front of others. Don't worry, I have it all under control. Chen Qingming assured her. This time, she has caused serious trouble and harmed someone, so she needs to make amends. Suspending her allowance is a lesson and a way to atone for her mistakes. All right, I'll talk to her later, and she'll understand your intentions, Madam Chen replied. Then turned her concern back to Chen Qingming. Is everything all right at school? Summer vacation is approaching. When will you return? I'm preparing your favorite food. Soon, but I'm not sure when I can go back. I've been a bit busy lately, Chen Qingming replied. Okay, Madam Chen said, her eyes filled with affection. Make sure to take care of your health. I will, and you do the same, Mom. Chen Qingming had a deep trust in her stepmother and continued. Please keep an eye on Yaya. Don't let her misbehave or engage in illegal activities. I understand. You can rest easy, Madam Chen repeatedly urged Chen Qingming before reluctantly ending the call. As soon as the call ended, Chen Qingya let out a cold snort. I'm not a child anymore. I know what I can and cannot do. Why does she have the authority to suspend my allowance? This family is called Chun, not Chen Qingming. I've had enough of this life. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Madam Chun and pleaded, Mom, how long will this last? I want to be free to do as I please. Will she stop controlling me? Madam Chun tenderly wiped away Chen Qingya's tears and softly said, My precious Yaya, don't cry. When you cry, it feels as though my heart is being sliced open. Let us endure a little longer. Once the conditions are ripe, our wishes will be fulfilled. After a brief pause, she added, For now, it's crucial that you continue to act like an immature child and heed Chen Qingming's words. And most importantly, you need to win over Ji Yizhao. If you have the support of the Ji family, your chances of success will significantly increase. I understand. To achieve great things, one must endure humiliation and carry burdens, Chen Qingya replied. It was fine initially, but his ex-girlfriend, who is now his sister-in-law, is quite troublesome. I feel Ji Yizhao still has feelings for her. On the day of the elder Shu's birthday banquet, Ji Yizhao claimed he had something to attend to and left. Later, His good friends Xu Mingho and Xiao Sihong, along with the disabled young master of the Ji family, went upstairs, and Chen Qingyao followed discreetly, unnoticed. Thus, she witnessed the scandalous incident involving Ji Yizhao in the lounge. What shocked her even more was hearing Ji Yizhao call the woman he was with Mingjin. Mingjin. Ye Mingjin. This name, which she had heard several times, had become a thorn in her heart, igniting her desire to eliminate Ye Mingjin and free Ji Yizhao from all attachments. However, she had not anticipated Ye Mingjin's extraordinary luck. After spending a significant sum to buy trending searches, she even enlisted the help of the girl who had been assaulted to publicly condemn Ye Mingjin, hoping to ruin her reputation completely. Yet, to her astonishment, within just over an hour, the tables had turned. Not only did the trending search revert, but the girl who had taken the money to cry foul also turned against her, siding with Ye Mingjin. How could she endure such humiliation? Throughout her life, Chen Qingyao had been the most cherished little princess of the Chen family, always the one others sought to please. Now, facing such treatment, how could she simply let it go? A perfectly orchestrated drunk driving incident was in the works, but she never imagined someone would leak it to Chen Qingming, leading to her reprimanding and punishing her. The more Chen Qingyao thought about it, the angrier she became, the more unwilling to accept it, and the more she yearned to achieve her goal. Then she heard Madame Chen say, "I know you care. Your father had many women in the past, and I was concerned too. I was even humiliated, but what was the final outcome? I became Madame Chen, didn't I?" Madame Chen spoke with a reminiscent smile, sharing her wisdom from experience. What man isn't a flirt? It's only natural for the future heir of the Ji family to have his flings. Those little wildflowers don't matter, whether they are exes or current partners, as long as the future mistress of the Ji family is you, that's all that counts. She looked at Chen Qingyao and added with a smile, "With the Ji family's backing, your chances of success will multiply, bringing you closer to your ultimate goal." Chen Qingyao inquired, "But what if Chen Qingming also finds a powerful marriage alliance?" "She won tea," Madame Chen chuckled. "With that little kept boy, she's nurturing. She won't look at anyone else. Isn't that perfect?" After a brief pause, she suggested, "However, it wouldn't hurt to find her a marriage partner." "Mom, please don't introduce anyone to her," Chen Qingyao exclaimed. "Let her be with that kept boy of hers. He's of no help at all. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing," Madame Chen replied. Look at how well the Ji family has handled it, finding a neglected daughter to marry that disabled young master, clearly wanting to keep them out of the family business. "I'll talk to your father about it, and arrange a match for her as well." Turning to Chen Qingyao, she declared, "My precious Yaya is destined to be the future mistress of the Ji family. As for that Ye Mingjin, once you're part of the Ji family, you'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with her." "You're absolutely right, Mom," Chen Qingyao exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "Once I marry Ji Yizhao, I'll make sure to torment her every day. And as for Chen Qingming, it would be best if she ends up with a hopeless old man. That would be even better for us. Yaya is so clever." The mother and daughter shared a moment of joy, oblivious to the flicker of red light emanating from the ornate rockery in the corner. Chapter 51. Indulgence and Panic in the Car. After ending the call, Chen Qingming felt disheartened when she received a message from Lu Xinghe. "Make sure to eat well, and don't be upset." She replied, "I'm upset and have no appetite." Soon, another message arrived. "You should eat at Yusher. I've heard they've added a few new dishes." Chen Qingming, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "Let us talk about it another time." She leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Yet her mind remained occupied with how to resolve the situation involving Chen Qingyao and provide an explanation for the Ji Yizhao group. After a while, the vehicle came to a halt, and her assistant cautiously announced, "President Chen, we've arrived." Chen Qingming stepped out, gazing at the elegantly antiquated restaurant before her, with the name Yusher prominently displayed. The assistant sheepishly explained, "Assistant Lu asked me to bring you here for a meal before returning to school. You've worked all morning. You should eat something." Chen Qingming seemed used to Lu Xinghe's unilateral decisions and walked straight inside. Business at Yusher was as booming as ever. Not only did the cuisine and ambience stand out, but the service was exceptional, largely due to the touching love story of the owner. Years ago, to match the girl he adored, the man secretly opened this restaurant, expressing his unspoken affection. When their love story became public, countless netizens flocked to support the establishment, ultimately becoming loyal patrons, enchanted by both the food and the environment. Upon entering, Chen Qingming was promptly led to a reserved table, set by Lu Xinghe in advance. Once seated, she watched as her assistant pulled out a phone and began reading the menu, filled with her favorite dishes. After placing their order, the assistant smiled as she met her gaze, saying, "This is from Assistant Lu, who mentioned that you would enjoy it." Sipping the floral tea, Chen Qingming felt her previously agitated heart calm considerably. Each dish was to her liking, and two of them were new offerings that perfectly suited her palate. As the meal drew to a close, while savoring the restaurant's signature juice, a figure appeared beside her. Looking up, she saw a tall, slender young man wearing frameless glasses. His suit jacket casually draped over his arm, smiling at her. "Have you finished eating?" Chen Qingming's eyes sparkled with surprise. "What are you doing here? Aren't you dining with clients?" Lu Xinghe took a seat across from her. "I just finished and arranged for them to take a break. I thought I would come and see you." "How fortuitous," she replied, but she knew the route from their hotel to this place was quite circuitous. It was precisely this knowledge that made her heart swell with gratitude. She looked at Lu Xinghe and arranged a set of cutlery beside him. "You haven't eaten much, have you? Let me order a few more dishes." "There's no need. This is just right," Lu Xinghe said, continuing to enjoy the leftovers from Chen Qingming's meal, his expression one of habitual pleasure. Suddenly, Chen Qingming's spirits lifted. Watching Lu Xinghe eat with such grace, she recounted her experiences at Ji Yizhao Group that day, including the assassination plot whispered to her by Chen Qingya, pondering how to manage the aftermath. "We cannot increase the compensation too drastically. That would be too conspicuous." Lu Xinghe suggested, "We could send her abroad." "Abroad?" Chen Qingming replied, "That won't do. It's far too chaotic there, and she would be all alone." She was aware that Chen Qingya was tainted by the crime, a stain that she could never wash away. Knowing that Ji Yizhao Group was aware of this situation, remaining in the country would render her a ticking time bomb. Sending her abroad is the best course of action, Lu Xinghe asserted. "Once this situation settles, we can plan for her return." Chen Qingming refrained from immediately countering, sensing the validity in Lu Xinghe's words. "Let me contemplate it." Sending her sister, whom she had cherished since childhood, abroad was not something Chen Qingming could easily accept. After finishing the soup that Chen Qingming had served him, Lu Xinghe added, unsurprisingly, "This decision will likely face opposition. Madam will surely disagree. If she insists on accompanying the second young lady abroad, I believe you could consent. My father will certainly agree once the consequences are clearly outlined," Chen Qingming mused. "Although my mother is my stepmother, she has raised Qingya as if she were her own daughter, so it's only natural for her to want to accompany her." Her biological mother had perished after giving birth to her sister, Chen Qingya, and her father had taken in a woman who had just lost her son to nurture the young girl. Because the stepmother treated her sister as her own, she had genuinely cared for her over the years, leading Chen Qingming to accept her as Mrs. Chen and refer to her as mother. The two discussed various potential scenarios, and once Lu Xinghe finished his meal, they headed back to school together. On the way, Lu Xinghe swapped his frameless glasses for his original pair, letting his hair fall naturally, transforming back into the obedient and refined young man he was. Upon reaching the school gate, Chen Qingming and Lu Xinghe alighted from the car, just in time to encounter Ye Mingjin, who had just finished lunch. Chen Qingming glanced at the departing vehicle and teased, "Again having lunch in your man's car?" "Indeed," Ye Mingjin replied, recalling their prior arrangement. She glanced at Lu Xinghe and said to Chen Qingming, "When you have time, I would like to treat you both to a meal." Chen Qingming, lost in thought about the collaboration with Ji Yizhao Group, sighed, "I've been a bit busy lately. Perhaps next week? I'll try to finalize things before the weekend, so we can have a proper gathering and meet your family." "Sounds good," Ye Mingjin agreed, determined to inform Ji Yizhao of this plan. Later, when Chen Qingming learned about Ye Mingjin's family background, she deeply regretted her decision from that day. Had she known that Ye Mingjin's family was the head of Ji Yizhao Group, she would have organized a dinner that very evening. Unfortunately, one cannot purchase foresight. As the end of the semester approached, professors began to focus their lectures on specific topics, and students immersed themselves in fervent exam preparations. Although university exams differ from those in middle and elementary school, where passing is the main concern, Ye Mingjin approached every task with utmost seriousness, often securing a place among the top 3 in her exams. Noticing Ye Mingjin tirelessly studying in the study room each day, Aunt Yang began concocting various nourishing soups to enrich their meals. Ji Yizhao fully supported this, relishing the collective effort everyone was putting forth for Mingjin's success. That evening, While Ye Mingjin was studying, Ji Yizhao kept her company. Once she concluded her review, they exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. That night, after finishing her evening routine and settling into bed, Ye Mingjin suddenly heard a loud thud from the adjacent room. She hurried out, rushing to Ji Yizhao's room, knocking on the door and inquiring, "Ji Yizhao, are you all right?" "I'm fine, really," came a weak and flustered voice from inside. Hearing the unusual tone in Ji Yizhao's voice, Ye Mingjin hesitated for a few seconds before finally pushing the door open to investigate. Inside, the room was softly illuminated by an amber glow, lending it a gentle warmth. By the bed, Ji Yizhao, dressed in pajamas, sat on the floor in a disheveled manner. His porcelain-like face flushed with either embarrassment or anxiety, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling two shimmering springs. After her initial shock, Ye Mingjin rushed over, asking what happened. "Did you hurt yourself?" Supported by her, Ji Yizhao pressed his petal-like lips together, seemingly suppressing his grievances. His voice was low and hoarse. "I'm fine." He struggled to stand, feeling dejected. "I just wanted to try walking, but I didn't expect." The rest of his sentence was unnecessary, as Ye Mingjin understood. She supported him, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, guiding him back to bed. "You needn't rush. These things take time," Ji Yizhao remarked. "I wanted to stand so that Xiao Jin could see." Pausing momentarily, he added, "I believe you're right. My leg should be fine, but perhaps I'm still haunted by that shadow, which is why I wanted to try so hard." Ye Mingjin glanced at him. "There's no need to rush. If you wish to train, you can talk to me or someone in the family. We can help you together." Unexpectedly, while attempting to sit back on the bed, Ji Yizhao lost his balance and fell onto Ye Mingjin, toppling her onto the bed. Their eyes met, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. Ji Yizhao gazed quietly at the girl, so close before him, a distance they had never shared before. He could detect her unique, refreshing scent, feel the warmth of her breath against his cheek, and sense the softness of her body beneath him. A term suddenly floated into his mind, tender warmth. In that instant, he felt as if he were in a dream, reluctant to awaken. Their faces were mere centimeters apart, their lips only an infinitesimal distance from each other. A mere tilt of his head would bring their lips together, allowing him to taste her sweetness and softness. Ji Yizhao felt as if he were truly unwell, his body ablaze, blood coursing through his veins, concentrating in a certain place, leaving him parched. His long fingers instinctively brushed against the girl's cheek, his voice low and alluring. "Shout, Jean, did you hurt anywhere?" Ye Mingjin gazed at the handsome face enlarged before her, noting that even at such proximity, there were no flaws. Her cheeks tingled, and she gently turned her head away, saying, "I'm not hurt, but..." Although his striking features were pleasing to the eye, the weight pressing down on her was too much. She raised her hands to push him off. "Please get off me first." "Oh, right." Ji Yizhao came to himself, struggling to rise from Ye Mingjin, yet his hands felt weak and continued to press down. "Sorry," he quickly apologized, and with Ye Mingjin's assistance, he exerted himself to roll over to the side of the bed, lying beside her. Ye Mingjin took a deep breath, feeling oddly unsettled by the intimacy she had just experienced. In all her years, she had never been this close to anyone, especially not to a man. Stealing a glance at the side, she noticed Ji Yizhao's face, pale as snow, was now tinged with a rosy hue, his ears blushing as if they might bleed. Suddenly, a smile broke on Ye Mingjin's lips. This man, older than her, was rather endearing. Rising to her feet, she attempted to maintain her composure, saying, "You should rest early. After a while, I will bring a miraculous doctor to examine you. Perhaps it will yield some results." Without waiting for Ji Yizhao's response, she hurriedly departed. Ji Yizhao watched the charming figure flee, a captivating smile blooming on his lips, reminiscent of a blossoming poppy, beautiful yet dangerous. He gazed down his slender, bony fingers and, after a moment, gently kissed them. These hands had just grazed the delicate cheek of the girl, carrying her unique fragrance. She was his girl, his beloved. After a long pause, Ji Yizhao looked towards the doorway where Han Shuangjiang stood and said softly, "The plan must be expedited." He thoughtfully stroked his leg, contemplating the subsequent arrangements. His recovery must progress in an orderly manner to be genuine. Originally, he had not intended to recover so quickly, but since Ming Xiejin wished for his improvement and was seeking a miraculous doctor for treatment, he had no choice but to hasten his healing. He had always fulfilled Ming Xiejin's desires. Back in her room, Ye Mingjin returned to her bed and noticed a flurry of messages on her phone. Upon opening it, she found the chat in the 521 Beautiful Girls group buzzing with excitement. Specifically, Gu Xiaoyu was rallying the girls in the group to support an upcoming battle tomorrow. The Diligent Yuzi link, Top Japanese Martial Artist Challenges, Chinese Martial Arts School, Victory Assured. The Diligent Yuzi, this title infuriates me. It must be a pro-Japanese sentiment. How could victory be assured without even a match? I will wield my 40-meter-long saber against the invaders. The Diligent Yuzi sisters. I'm going to cheer at the match tomorrow. Who will join me? It's at the Changfeng Martial Arts School in Haicheng. A direct bus ride, quite convenient. Let us defeat the Japanese and support our fellow Chinese. The most beautiful Mengzai. I didn't expect you to be interested in martial arts battles, Xiaoyu. You don't show it in person. The Diligent Yuzi. I have no interest in the event itself, but I am keen on defeating the Japanese. My grandfather always said the Japanese have committed numerous atrocities. We cannot forget our personal and national grievances. Dabing, the most beautiful Mengzai. Thumbs up, I have to work on plans tomorrow, so I can't go. Please cheer for me. I could be your supportive sponsor. The handsome Xiaozi, I'll go. The Diligent Yuzi, the handsome Xiaozi, great. Good sister, let us go together. The most divine Jinzai, what about you, Jinjin? Will you join? The most divine Jinzai, I have some matters tomorrow, so I can't go with you. The Diligent Yuzi, what a pity, but at least we have Qiao Qiao with us. So we won TB alone. I'll live stream the thrilling moments of defeating the Japanese for you. The handsome Xiaozi, I just checked the data. That Japanese guy is quite formidable. It might be a challenge. The Diligent Yuzi, I don't care. The Chinese will surely win. China is mighty. Let us defeat the Japanese invaders. Ye Mingjin observed the fervor of Gu Xiaoyu in the group chat and couldn't help but reflect on the significance of family education. Gu Xiaoyu's grandfather was a veteran from the war, instilling a sense of patriotism and anti-Japanese sentiment in her. This strong support made Ye Mingjin feel that losing tomorrow would be a disservice to her. Naturally, losing was not an option. Previously, the Changfeng Martial Arts School had only informed her that the Japanese was skilled in Taekwondo and had injured several students. After researching about Buchuan Kuzi, she realized he was indeed formidable, being a world champion in Taekwondo and also a champion in Karate and Judo. She had watched the relevant competition videos and reviewed the footage of the match with the students, gaining some understanding. However, experiencing a match firsthand was entirely different, requiring personal engagement, and one misstep could lead to defeat. Remembering her plans for the next day, Ye Mingjin suddenly recalled that she hadn't informed Ji Yizhao about her upcoming match. Considering how fragile and prone to concern he was, she decided to withhold this information for now, not wanting to alarm him further. The next morning, after her usual exercise and breakfast, Ye Mingjin stated, I have some matters to attend to today. I will be back before lunch. Where are you going? Ji Yizhao asked, looking at her. I need to go out too. I'll take you, he replied. Ye Mingjin blinked and smiled. There's no need. It's not far. I could take a taxi. Let the driver take you. Ji Yizhao insisted. Did you forget? We have more than one driver? Ye Mingjin paused, momentarily taken aback. During her time at the Yi family, she often heard that the driver was busy and couldn't take her, so she had grown accustomed to solving everything herself, not wanting to burden others. But now, Ji Yizhao's words reminded her that she was no longer at the Yi family. Here was her home, a place where she was valued and cared for. Now she remembered. Ye Mingjin smiled softly. Thank you. For what? Ji Yizhao downed the remaining half of her milk in one gulp, smiling at Han Shuangjiang's astonished expression. I am your husband. All that is mine belongs to you. It is only natural, no need to be polite. Ye Mingjin gazed at his radiant smile and replied, all right. As they were leaving, Aunt Yang rushed out, asking Madam, what do you want for lunch? Ye Mingjin replied, I like everything Aunt Yang makes. Aunt Yang happily saw Ye Mingjin off and hummed a tune as she returned to the kitchen. Ji Yizhao sat on the sofa and opened the trending topic titled Japanese Martial Arts Master Challenges Chinese Martial Arts School, leaving a serious comment. China will definitely win. Glancing at the sycophantic comments from Japanese supporters, he frowned and made a phone call to voice some requests. Soon, those unwelcome comments vanished. Satisfied, Ji Yizhao glanced at Han Shuangjiang waiting nearby and said, let us go. Aunt Yang rushed out again, inquiring, young master, will you be back for lunch? Since the arrival of the young madam, the young master's eating and sleeping habits had become quite regular, and he returned home more often. although she suspected he would. Aunt Yang still asked out of habit. Upon hearing Ji Yizhao's soft affirmation, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Then I'll prepare a couple more dishes." In the car, the driver felt a bit puzzled. Just as Assistant Han had instructed the address, he wondered why it was so close to where the madam was going. Yet the young master wasn't accompanying her. Was their relationship supposed to be good? Could there be trouble? Was he perhaps following her to catch her unfaithful? Assistant Han found the driver's speculation amusing and offered a piece of sincere advice. The boss has his arrangements. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The driver understood he shouldn't pry further, but he couldn't help but feel confused and had to suppress his curiosity. The car stopped in front of a tea house, already bustling with a crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Ji Yizhao and Han Shuangjiang ascended the stairs, witnessing a steady stream of guests engaged in animated discussions. The server led them to their reserved private room, and Han Shuangjiang, observing the throng outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness the boss reserved a spot ahead of time. The aisles are packed." Moreover, their current location was particularly advantageous, as they could overlook the Changfeng martial arts school across the street. Patrons in the tea house eagerly crowded by the windows to gaze across, their murmurs audible even through the private room. The Changfeng martial arts school held some renown in Haiqing. If they won this match, it would effectively serve as a free nationwide advertisement. Not only nationwide, with the internet so developed, it would likely reach a global audience. I hadn't heard about this before, but suddenly I saw it trending. I heard that little Japanese fellow bought the trending spot to create hype, boasting that he would defeat all in China, declaring that all martial arts schools should close. I have also seen his post, and it appears rather impressive. Having secured several world championships and defeated numerous Chinese martial arts experts, it seems that the Changfeng Martial Arts Hall is in jeopardy this time. Must we diminish our own prestige to elevate others? Our Chinese kung fu boasts a rich history, and true masters exist among the populace. We shall undoubtedly prevail. China will triumph. China will prevail. Victory! Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a fervent chant that resonated throughout the tea house. Amidst the fervor, a cold laugh pierced the air, as one individual remarked that some compatriots were both foolish and arrogant, blindly confident without considering the caliber of their opponent. When they're knocked down, they will have their tears to shed. What do you mean by that? Someone immediately inquired. Are you Chinese? Of course I am Chinese, but I understand the value of humility and the willingness to learn. Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Ignoring the glares from the crowd, the individual continued. The Japanese possess the spirit of Bushido. What does China have? The Japanese are cultured and courteous, maintaining cleanliness, unlike the disorderly Chinese. Are the Japanese your ancestors or your masters? A clear, ringing female voice interrupted. The speaker turned to see a round-faced girl, her anger evident as she retorted. To grovel before the Japanese like this is akin to being a traitor during the war. The Japanese, with their high standards, dispose of nuclear waste into the ocean. You praise their cleanliness, yet fail to see the litter that besmirches their streets. And as for that Bushido spirit you mentioned, if that little Japanese loses, will he not commit seppuku? Have you forgotten the atrocities they committed in the past, swayed by those who glorify Japan? Her words elicited laughter and applause from the crowd. The man's complexion shifted from red to pale as he glared at the girl. What do you know, you little brat? Life requires one to look forward. Dwelling in the past hinders progress. What crimes? Those are historical matters. Many young people today are stronger than you. They do not remember that burdensome past. They enjoy Japanese anime, cuisine, and everything Japanese, donning kimonos and fostering friendships with the Japanese. This is the trend toward harmonious development. To forget history is to betray. The round-faced girl countered, "It is people like you who facilitate the cultural invasion of Japan, downplaying Chinese history. Much of Japanese anime borrows from Chinese elements, and our culinary diversity far surpasses their simplistic attire, which pales in comparison to our vibrant clothing. Say what you will. I love China. I support China. Just wait until that little Japanese is left searching for his teeth. Then we'll see who is crying. Do not lower yourself to her level. Just wait and see who cries." He sneered maliciously. "Unfortunately, you won't even have a window ledge to stand upon to witness the prowess of the Japanese master. But fret not. When he wins, I shall provide you with a live broadcast." The round-faced girl, observing the throng by the window, realized she could not squeeze in. She jumped up to catch a glimpse, but was still too short. Frustrated and contemplating a better vantage point, she noticed someone exiting the adjacent private room. A well-dressed young man approached her, politely stating, "Miss, my boss requests your presence in the private room." The girl paused. "Who is your boss? Do I know them?" The young man replied, "A fellow supporter of China." Instantly, she smiled, "Thank you." Turning back, she huffed at the Japan-admiring man. "See, there are still plenty of patriotic Chinese." Inside the private room, Ji Yizhao listened as the outside discussions escalated into a debate. He glanced at Han Shuangjiang, who promptly peeked out the door and returned a report. "Boss, the supporter outside is Gu Xiaoyu, your wife's roommate. The one from the education department?" Ji Yizhao recalled from previous investigations and asked, "Does she know about Xiao Jin's situation today?" "I do not know," Han Shuangjiang immediately replied. "Your wife's identity is well concealed. No one at the school is aware." After a brief pause, he added, "Except for you, no one else knows." Ji Yizhao's lips curled into a slight smile. A glimmer of warmth in his eyes as he touched the copper coin pendant around his neck, murmuring, "Please invite her in." In this world, no one cared for Ming Xiao Jin as he did. He loved her. Thus, he cherished everything associated with her. Gu Xiaoyu, led into the room by Han Shuangjiang, was taken aback upon seeing Ji Yizhao. She marveled at his stunning appearance and was struck by the sight of such a handsome man in a wheelchair. "Hello, sir." Gu Xiaoyu approached with polite greetings. "Thank you for inviting me. How may I assist you?" Desiring to reciprocate the invitation, she felt compelled to contribute positively. Ji Yizhao gestured towards the window. "Just cheer for us wholeheartedly." Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that all?" Seeing the handsome man nod, she beamed brightly, assuring him, "You can count on me. I will definitely cheer with all my might." She retrieved her banner and small horn from her backpack, declaring, "I am all set." Gu Xiaoyu excitedly positioned herself at the window, hung up the banner, and tested the horn. "China will prevail. Go Changfeng Martial Arts Hall. Go Chinese Masters." The sound carried powerfully, echoing in waves. Gu Xiaoyu was thoroughly pleased as she surveyed the crowd outside the Changfeng Martial Arts Hall, searching for familiar faces. Initially, she had been at the forefront with Li Beiqiao, but he soon suggested moving closer, disappearing into the throng. Now, surrounded by layers of spectators, she found herself unable to push through and had retreated to the tea house across the street. To her surprise, the tea house was also crowded. Thankfully, with the assistance of patriotic individuals, she had secured an excellent viewing position. Gu Xiaoyu resolved to fully utilize her cheerleading skills to support the cause. Due to the overwhelming popularity of this match, attendees included not only enthusiasts of excitement, but also martial arts aficionados, numerous field reporters, and several internet celebrities seeking to capitalize on the hype. In a moment, the topic surged in popularity, dominating trending searches. Meanwhile, clandestine wagers began circulating regarding the duel between Chinese martial artists and Japanese samurai. As the betting opened, a substantial number wagered on the Japanese samurai to win, placing supporters of the Chinese martial artist at a disadvantage. As time passed, more people began to side with the Japanese samurai. When Bukawa Kuriko arrived at the Changfeng Martial Arts Hall, the betting on the Japanese samurai peaked. The odds shifted to 1,5,000 in favor of the Japanese samurai. Even a website published a headline reading, 1,5,000. Chinese people show their support for the Japanese samurai through action. Underneath this news, pro-Japanese comments flooded in, praising Japan. Some commented, "I am very patriotic, but I believe in strength." Others declared, "I am that one," supporting the Chinese martial artist. Victory. The instigator of the betting was ecstatic and quietly placed a significant wager on the Japanese samurai. Yet, to his astonishment, he noticed someone boldly supporting the Chinese martial artist. Is this madness? He wondered. Have they not seen the Japanese samurai's impressive resume? World champion in Taekwondo, Karate, and Judo, with extensive studies in Muay Thai and Chinese martial arts. Not to mention victories over numerous martial arts luminaries and a plethora of winning photographs. What about the Changfeng Martial Arts Hall? It is said the hall's master has already been defeated, and now they can only fight back, forced into a corner. Alas, this hefty sum is destined to be lost. Bukawa Kuriko, accompanied by a throng, arrived at the entrance of Changfeng Martial Arts Hall, receiving declarations of affection and support from women clad in kimonos. "Lord Bukawa Kuriko, I love you. Go for it. Get lost." Just as those words left her lips, the sycophantic kimono-clad woman was pushed out of the front row of the viewing crowd. The robust, and muscular Bukawa Kuko donned a pristine white samurai outfit, cinched with a black belt adorned with gold. Under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly revealed his well-defined muscles, eliciting a chorus of cheers. He pounded his fist against his chest, showcasing his formidable physique, and executed several powerful moves, amplifying the supporters' fervor. However, many patriots felt a knot of anxiety in their throats. What kind of individuals emerge from the Changfeng martial arts school? Surely, they must be stronger than him. Undoubtedly, this man may not be tall, but the one we are about to face will surely be both tall and sturdy. Regardless of their appearance, they must be formidable. Otherwise, why would they accept the challenge? Indeed, I have encountered the head of that school before. Although not particularly imposing, his strikes are exceptionally powerful. Is he the one representing them today? He is quite impressive. Impressive? Huh. Someone interjected, unaware of your ignorance. The leaders of Changfeng Martial Arts School have all been defeated by Lord Bukawa Kuko. Several renowned students from this place have also been bested. Huh. What are you still dreaming about? Defeat is inevitable. You are mistaken. The Changfeng Martial Arts School must have experts to take on the challenge. Just wait. A peerless master will emerge and leave you trembling. Just as those words were uttered, the crowd erupted in excitement as they exclaimed, "Look, the representatives from Changfeng Martial Arts School are here." The newcomers wore the distinctive blue uniforms of the Changfeng Martial Arts School, intricately embroidered with gray patterns, and appeared to be quite youthful. The head instructor, Hao Yunlai, shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, his hair pulled back high, and his expression serious as he strode forward. Following closely were the backbone of the school, the adept martial arts instructors. Bringing up the rear was Ye Mingjin, her hair tied in a bun and her face obscured by a mask. Yet her attire still radiated an ethereal grace. The crowd eagerly anticipated each participant's entrance, captivated not only by the distinguished aura of the Changfeng martial arts representatives, but also curious about the hidden expert who would confront them. Where's he? Surely he hasn't fled in fear? Is this a case of surrender without a fight? Amid the murmurs, Bukawa Kuko's gaze swept over the members of Changfeng martial arts, pausing slightly on Ye Mingjin before turning to Hao Yunlai with a smug grin. He then turned to the woman beside him and uttered a few words. The woman promptly declared, "Lord Bukawa Kuko states that Chinese individuals are timid and prone to retreat. Such behavior is to be expected. As long as the Changfeng martial arts representatives kneel and beg for mercy, he will graciously allow you to go." A media outlet seized the opportunity to release a breaking headline. Shocking. Chinese martial artists retreat in the face of battle. Japanese samurai claim victory without a fight. Countless journalists quickly shared and promoted this news, eager to ride the wave of trending topics for maximum clicks and comments. However, they were unprepared for Hao Yunlai's response. "Who says we have fled? Our master has already arrived." Arrived? Where? Is he hiding? Many spectators looked around, attempting to locate the elusive expert. At that moment, a figure emerged from the back of the Changfeng martial arts team. Although masked and hair tied up, it was evident from her stature that she was a woman, one with an air of ethereal grace. A silence enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, laughter erupted. "Huh, is this the so-called peerless master? She doesn't seem very tall. Surely she cannot withstand a mere finger from Lord Bukawa Kuko. She might as well concede. Is this this petite woman against the imposing Japanese man? Has the Changfeng martial arts school truly resigned themselves to defeat?" Amid the chatter, Ye Mingjin stepped forward, bowing slightly to Bukawa Kuko as she stated, "I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 55. The Revelation of the Disguise. Ye Mingjin stood opposite Bukawa Kuko, bowing as she requested, "I look forward to your guidance." Bukawa Kuko regarded the diminutive woman before him, utterly dismissive of her as a worthy opponent. He surveyed the astonished and discontented expressions on the faces of the crowd, suddenly pointing at the martial arts instructors opposite him, giving a thumbs up that slowly lowered, ultimately forming a thumbs-down gesture as he proclaimed in clear Mandarin, "Defeated." Hand down. He pointed at Hao Yunlai, his eyes gleaming with arrogance as he shook his finger and declared, "You are unworthy," returning his gaze to Ye Mingjin, who stood before him, masked and clad in the martial arts uniform. Her petite frame starkly contrasted with his own. He then turned to his translator, delivering a message, which the translator conveyed. "Is this the best that the martial arts school has to offer? Sending such a woman to face Lord Bukawa Kuko?" The Japanese supporters erupted in laughter. The members of Changfeng martial arts appeared disheartened. Many patriots felt that the school had disgraced China, even if they sought foreign assistance. They should have chosen someone formidable, not this petite woman. Hao Yunlai glanced at Ye Mingjin, observing her unwavering demeanor, and breathed a silent sigh of relief. In truth, he had reviewed Bukawa Kuko's record and harbored some concern that Ye Mingjin might struggle. He had sparred with her and knew her prowess, yet had never witnessed her in a true contest. Thus, before she entered the fray, he advised her, if you find it too challenging, do not force yourself. Losing is not a concern. He had expected Ye Mingjin to reassure him with confidence, but instead, she merely responded with a soft "Amirim?" Hao Yunlai felt a twinge of unease. He had prepared for the worst. Should they lose, he would undoubtedly face criticism, but above all, he could not allow Ye Mingjin to be harmed. Bukawa Kuko displayed unabashed contempt in his gaze, raising 3 fingers to Ye Mingjin as he declared, 3 exchanges. I will grant you. The crowd buzzed with speculation. What did this concession signify? It indicated that the opponent was deemed weak. The onlookers regarded Ye Mingjin with heightened tension, convinced that victory was unattainable. A media outlet shared a photograph of the two facing each other, captioned, "This is a confrontation without suspense. The powerful and fierce man against the delicate and slender woman." Any discerning observer could see that the outcome was already determined. Go China. Victory is assured. Defeat those little Japanese. A female voice blared from a loudspeaker, startling several and prompting them to seek the source. At a nearby tea-house window, a banner reading "Victory for China. Defeat those little Japanese" was displayed. Beside it, a girl wielding a megaphone shouted slogans with fervor. This unexpected cheer was both startling and familiar, causing Ye Mingjin to glance up. For a brief moment, she thought she recognized someone beside the girl with the megaphone. After a blink, she dismissed the notion. As the crowd turned their attention back to Ye Mingjin, they awaited her next move. To their astonishment, she stood motionless, gazing at Bukawa Kuko as she uttered 2 words, "No need." "Huh," Bukawa Kuko scoffed, responding in rapid Japanese. The translator promptly announced, "Then do not blame me for being ungracious. You have invited this upon yourself." No sooner had the words left his lips than Bukawa Kuko launched into a swift and ruthless assault, each punch executed with precision and power, revealing the potential pain awaiting any who might be struck. His fists flew forth like a tempest, yet unexpectedly, Ye Mingjin gracefully evaded, retreating skillfully. Bukawa Kuko paused, momentarily taken aback, only to pursue her relentlessly with further strikes. Yet she artfully sidestepped them all. With a frown, Bukawa Kuko suddenly unleashed a soaring kick. Such a surprising aerial strike caused the spectators to collectively hold their breath, many bracing themselves for the sight of the petite woman being flung away. Yet, remarkably, she evaded this attack as well. Bukawa Kuko unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, employing a variety of techniques: front kicks, downward kicks, sweeping kicks, and aerial kicks. Yet each time, Ye Mingjin managed to evade. Frustration mounted within Bukawa Kuko. He had never felt so utterly confounded, unable to land a single blow on his opponent. The crowd, initially astounded, soon erupted into a myriad of discussions. What is happening? One attacks while the other dodges? Constantly evading is hardly a solution. How infuriating it must be for such a formidable world champion to be unable to land a blow on a mere woman. I must admit, our female combatant is quite impressive, managing to evade such fierce assaults without getting hit. It seems the one without pants is so enraged that his trousers are about to fall off. How amusing. Well, he was called the one without pants for a reason. Laughter rippled through the audience. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Why does this female warrior seem familiar?" Others chimed in, "I feel the same." With a black mask, hair tied up in a bun, and donned in a martial arts uniform, she resembles. "Oh my goodness! It's her, the great Xiaoming." The two exclaimed in unison. "You think it's her too? My word, could it really be the great Xiaoming?" Someone excitedly clicked on the great Xiaoming account, opening the videos within. Observing the demeanor and attire of that person alongside the current female warrior, it was undeniably the same individual. The two were nearly brought to tears with excitement. It truly is her. Their discussions and speculations became reality as they shouted, "Go, great Xiaoming! Go, great Xiaoming!" Some were puzzled by their chants, but those familiar with the subject matter understood the significance and joined in. "Go, great Xiaoming!" A confused onlooker asked, "Who is this great Xiaoming?" "A martial arts expert. Look here." Someone quickly found the account, opened the videos, and showcased various Wudang martial arts performances by great Xiaoming, each featuring different weapons. After watching the videos, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible!" Their gazes shifted to the arena where Ye Mingjin was battling, filled with newfound confidence. However, as they observed her continuously dodging without engaging, murmurs began to circulate. What if she is merely skilled in weapon displays but lacks real combat ability? One sarcastically remarked, "Performing with weapons is mere theatrics. True combat reveals one's true capabilities. Just look at her flailing around like a mouse before a cat." Isn't there a Chinese idiom that says talking about military tactics on paper? This is the real-life version. Haha. Due to great Xiaoming's considerable fame, her battle instantly garnered widespread attention. Media outlets seized upon photos shared by netizens. Headlining: Chinese hero Great Xiaoming faces Japanese world champion. Chapter 56. A Turn of Fate. Many who had seen Great Xiaoming's videos were in awe, while others dismissed her as merely a flashy performer seeking attention. Supporters of Bukawa Kuko commented, "I thought she was formidable based on the title, but after watching the videos, I feel reassured. She cannot possibly win. The world champion skills are honed through real combat experience. Can someone who merely plays with swords truly be called a hero?" Amidst the clamor, live footage of Ye Mingjin evading attacks sparked ridicule. Is this the so-called hero who only knows how to hide? She might as well concede. Even local Japanese radio stations quickly began tracking this high-profile event, with sensational headlines proclaiming, "World champion Bukawa Kuko crushes Chinese opponent, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Online discussions were fervent and lively, while the world champion, Bukawa Kuko, was being pushed to his limits by Ye Mingjin's evasive maneuvers. Outsiders watched in amusement, while insiders discerned the nuance. Both online and among the gathered crowd, all they saw was Ye Mingjin dodging Bukawa Kuko's assaults without countering, leading them to believe she lacked skill. Yet Bukawa Kuko knew well that among so many challengers, few could evade his strikes. And only this small Chinese woman had eluded him so many times. Unbeknownst to him, she seemed to be deliberately wearing him down. While he could engage in a war of attrition, he did not wish to be toyed with by this Chinese woman. Resolute, Bukawa Kuko accelerated his offensive, unleashing a barrage of taekwondo, karate, muay thai, and other ruthless techniques, each strike intended to incapacitate. The sound of his fists and feet cutting through the air left the spectators in awe. This was the power of a world champion. If struck, one would be left severely injured, if not crippled. As he surveyed the continuously dodging Ye Mingjin, even the head of Chongfeng martial arts, Hao Yunlai, began to regret allowing her to compete. It was no longer a matter of victory or defeat. It was a question of life and death. After a series of relentless attacks, Bukawa Kuko spotted an opening in Ye Mingjin's defense, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. He unleashed a full power strike. But to his astonishment, the small Chinese woman, who had been dodging all along, finally retaliated. In that moment, Ye Mingjin caught Bukawa Kuko's punch and followed its trajectory. Bukawa Kuko felt the force of his blow dissipate, as if it had plunged into an ocean. No impact, only a sense of overwhelming dread. Then, like a shark emerging from the depths, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He desperately attempted to retract his fist, but found himself trapped. His fist felt ensnared by a colossal wave, dragged beneath the surface, and suddenly he felt a searing pain as if his hand were being crushed and torn apart. He couldn't help but scream. Simultaneously, Bukawa Kuko executed a spinning side kick aimed at Ye Mingjin's head. Here it comes, the ultimate move of Master Bukawa Kuko, the immortal slash. This technique was said to be able to sever the heads of even celestial beings. If all went according to plan, Ye Mingjin's head would be struck, and they would both collapse, with him able to ensnare her neck with his leg, forcing her to surrender. However, given her performance thus far, Bukawa Kuko no longer wished to merely subdue her. He sought her demise. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her. If he did not eliminate her now, she would undoubtedly become a formidable foe in the future. Everyone held their breath, captivated by this extraordinary spectacle. Supporters of Bukawa Kuko erupted in cheers. Bukawa Kuko is supreme. Bukawa Kuko is supreme. Deliver the fatal blow. The thought of the impending scene being brutal and bloody made supporters of the Chinese side instinctively shield their eyes. Previously, many had deemed her evasion unworthy of admiration, But now, witnessing the stark disparity in skill during close combat, it was akin to inviting death. Yet unexpectedly, as Ye Mingjin evaded the lethal sidekick, she leaned back and swiftly reached for the attacking ankle. Following its arc, she executed 2 flawless flips. As she steadied herself, her expression turned cold, and she channeled her energy, transforming her grip on Byukawakuko's ankle into a claw. With a sudden, forceful motion, her fingers extended from the ankle towards his knee. In that moment, the once formidable Byukawakuko suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and howling in agony. The exclamations in Japanese, though incomprehensible, were clearly curses. He struggled to rise, but found himself unable to balance on one leg, tumbling down once more. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Every individual held their breath, ceasing all chatter. They merely observed the bizarre scene unfolding in the arena, their minds echoing the same question. What just transpired? Someone audibly inquired, what just happened? I covered my eyes and couldn't bear to look. Supporters of Byukawakuko loudly questioned, what did she do to master Byukawakuko? What has happened to him? As shock settled in, queries arose, awakening those who had accompanied Byukawakuko to challenge her. They suddenly sprang into action, rushing towards the training area, only to be intercepted by the members of Changfeng martial arts. The headmaster, Hao Yunlai, positioned himself at the forefront, declaring, the battle is not over. Outsiders are not permitted on the field. An agitated woman shouted, what have you done to master Byukawakuko? He is injured and requires medical attention. Hao Yunlai remarked, patience. All will be well once the results are in. He then turned to Ye Mingjin, who stood on the battlefield, flexing her fingers and rubbing her wrist, a slight frown creasing her brow. It had been a while since she had employed this technique, rendering her somewhat unaccustomed to it. Indeed, diligence breeds mastery, while idleness leads to decline. She needed to intensify her practice. Lowering her gaze, she observed the man writhing in agony on the ground and declared, you have lost. Buchuan Kuzi, still eager to continue the fight, soon discovered that a portion of his arm and a segment of his leg ached with excruciating intensity, rendering them utterly incapacitated. It felt as though they were disintegrating from within, with only a thin layer of skin encasing the blood beneath. If you wish to continue, so be it. Ye Mingjin fixed her gaze upon him, slowly raising her hand. Buchuan Kuzi immediately cried out, repeating several clumsy phrases in Chinese, I concede. I concede. He had already sustained injuries to one arm and one leg. He could not afford to sacrifice the other 2 as well. Ye Mingjin withdrew her hand, surveying the crowd that had fallen silent, before her gaze finally settled on Hao Yunlai as she said, it's over. As she began to step away from the battlefield, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. Ah, we won. We won. From a nearby tea house, Gu Xiaoyu shouted through a megaphone, China has triumphed. China has triumphed. Incredible. Soon, the cheers transformed into a collective chant, Hero Xiaoming. Hero Xiaoming. An increasing number of people attempted to rush toward Ye Mingjin, only to be halted by the students of the Changfeng Martial Arts School. However, the spectators were too exhilarated. The astonishing turn of events had ignited their fervor, and they desperately wished to embrace or toss Hero Xiaoming into the air. Ye Mingjin had initially planned to change her clothes and leave, but unexpectedly, a breathless student from Changfeng Martial Arts hurried to inform her, Sister Ming, you should run. The crowd is coming to surround you. Hearing the chaotic footsteps approaching, Xiaoming slung her bag over her shoulder and leaped out of the window. As she steadied herself, she heard someone shout, Hero Xiaoming is here. Once again, the crowd surged forward. Ye Mingjin was contemplating her escape route when a car came to a halt before her. The door swung open, and a pale, slender hand extended outward, beckoning her to enter. Chapter 57. A flurry of emotions, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Ye Mingjin's eyes as she beheld the pursuing crowd. With no time to ponder, she swiftly boarded the vehicle. The car sped away, leaving those who sought to chase Hero Xiaoming grasping at thin air. Inside the vehicle, Ye Mingjin gazed at the dwindling figures of her pursuers, finding their fervor somewhat astonishing. Their enthusiasm mirrored that of fervent fans chasing after a celebrity, quite intimidating. Turning her attention, she met Ji Yizhao's deep, penetrating gaze. After a brief silence, she inquired, did you see that? Ji Yizhao nodded yes. Ye Mingjin scrutinized his expression further and asked, were you frightened? After all, she had never demonstrated her prowess in his presence before. No, Ji Yizhao shook his head, his eyes shimmering like a myriad of stars, radiating with brilliance. He smiled. I'm quite astonished. It seems my little Jean is exceedingly formidable. His smile resembled a winter-sweet blossom blooming in the cold, possessing a unique beauty that made Ye Mingjin's heart flutter. She turned her gaze to the window, a smile unconsciously creeping across her lips. Through the reflection in the glass, their eyes met. She lifted her chin defiantly at Ji Yizhao's reflection, saying, I told you I was impressive. Ji Yizhao, looking at her through the window's reflection, responded with a smile. Indeed, I knew my little Jean was impressive, but I didn't expect her to be this formidable. As he retrieved a wet tissue from the drawer beside him, Ye Mingjin instinctively extended her hand. See, I knew it, she said. Ji Yizhao gently cradled her small hand, using the other to meticulously wipe each of her fingers with the damp tissue. Does it hurt? He asked, observing her slightly reddened fingertips. Ye Mingjin shook her head. It doesn't hurt, he asked the one in pain. Your hand struck against his leg. It's so red, it must hurt. Ji Yizhao gently blew on her fingers. Here, let me soothe it, and it won't hurt anymore. A refined and striking man tenderly coaxed her hand as though comforting a wounded child. This scene elicited a laugh from Ye Mingjin. Do you think I'm a child? In school still, aren't you just a child? Ji Yizhao countered. But I'm an adult, Ye Mingjin replied. Being an adult means being grown up. In my eyes, you are still a little one, my little friend, Minxi Agent. Ji Yizhao continued to tenderly wipe her reddened fingers, blowing gently with a coaxing tone. Blow away the pain, and it will vanish. Though initially skeptical of such sentiments, as his warm breath brushed against her fingertips, Ye Mingjin felt an inexplicable warmth spreading through her palms, a tingling sensation that coursed through her heart, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. She wished to withdraw her hand, but heard his soothing, melodious voice, akin to a gentle chime, say, Be good, don't move. It will be better soon. Ye Mingjin sat there, gazing at the man before her, who held her hand with a serious yet reverential demeanor, caring for her fingers with utmost gentleness. Each touch was so precise that it left her feeling a bit flustered. She felt her fingers warm, her heart racing, and her cheeks flushed. Surely, it must be the result of her long absence from actual combat, causing her body to react in such an unusual manner. The vehicle continued smoothly until they arrived home. Aunt Yang greeted them with a beaming smile. Young master, young mistress, you're back. I've prepared a nourishing soup. Shall we get ready for dinner? To avoid jostling her reddened fingers, Ji Yizhao switched from holding Ye Mingjin's hand to linking her pinky, gently nudging it as he asked, When would you like to eat, little Jean? Seeing Aunt Yang's eager expression, Ye Mingjin replied, Let us wash our hands first and then have dinner. All right. Aunt Yang smiled as she headed toward the kitchen. I'll start serving the dishes. After washing their hands and sitting at the table, Ye Mingjin was astonished to see a feast prepared with all her favorite dishes. She glanced at Ji Yizhao, questioning, Is today a special occasion? Why such a lavish spread? Ji Yizhao smiled. To celebrate your triumphant return. Aunt Yang placed a fragrant pot of bone soup on the table, exclaiming, Young master said that the young mistress won the championship in a super competition, so we must celebrate and nourish her. Ye Mingjin's initial astonishment transformed into an involuntary joy, her usually serene face lighting up with a radiant smile. Ji Yizhao cherished this childlike delight in her and served her favorite dishes into her bowl, saying, Champion, eat more. Thank you. Ye Mingjin returned the gesture, serving him some food. You should eat more too. The meal was filled with laughter and warmth. In the afternoon, while basking in the sun at home, Ye Mingjin called Hao Yunlai. When can I meet the miraculous doctor you mentioned? On the other end of the line, a cacophony of voices filled the air, and Hao Yunlai lowered his voice, saying, Xiaoming, I'm being bombarded by people asking about you. I'll hang up for now. Ye Mingjin. With nothing pressing to do, she joined Ji Yizhao in the study, each seated on opposite sides. Ji Yizhao was engrossed in company documents, while Ye Mingjin studied her exam materials. They worked in harmony, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. At home, Ye Mingjin rarely checked her phone, often falling behind on trends and hot topics. To her, the phone was primarily a communication tool, with a smaller role as a means to pass time by browsing information. Thus, during dinner, when Aunt Yang mentioned news about Chinese masters defeating Japanese opponents, Ye Mingjin paused in surprise. She looked up at Ji Yizhao, thinking he had said something. Ji Yizhao placed a piece of steamed fish dipped in sauce before her, explaining, Aunt Yang learned about it from the news. The official media reported on this spectacular battle, highlighting the spirit of Chinese martial arts. Ye Mingjin nodded. Oh, Aunt Yang excitedly exclaimed. The hero who defeated the Japanese opponents looks just like a young girl. Who would have thought she was so formidable? Ji Yizhao gazed at Ye Mingjin with a smile, acknowledging her prowess. Ye Mingjin shot him a glance filled with playful reproach, further amplifying Ji Yizhao's amusement. After their meal, the two took a leisurely stroll to aid digestion before returning to the study to peruse the trending topics online. Given that it was the weekend, the trending topics were particularly vibrant, with the top spots dominated by the legendary figure, Xiaoming. Legendary Xiaoming defeats the enemy. Xiaoming's decisive move. Legendary Xiaoming's hidden depths. Xiaoming Buchuan Kuzi's devastating defeat in a single night. Xiaoming's fanbase had surged by millions. Among the fervent discussions surrounding these trending topics, the techniques employed by Xiaoming in her duel against Buchuan Kuzi became the focal point of discourse. A multitude of martial arts enthusiasts and experts were engrossed in dissecting the methods Xiaoming had utilized to triumph over her formidable opponent, whose impressive credentials attested to his extraordinary skill. The fact that such a remarkable warrior and combat expert had been so mysteriously vanquished by the female hero named Xiaoming was undeniably a marvel in the annals of martial arts history. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, one particularly popular comment suggested that Xiaoming's final move resembled the Wudang's splitting tendons and bones dragon entwining hand. As this speculation took flight, it prompted numerous martial arts masters and aficionados to scrutinize and analyze the footage of Xiaoming's performance with meticulous attention. Many were astonished to discover the true prowess of the Wudang's technique. Some found it incredible, yet upon closer examination of Xiaoming's technique, it indeed bore the hallmarks of splitting tendons and bones. Especially notable was how Buchuan Kuzi's limbs appeared immobilized, as if his tendons and bones had faltered. Furthermore, upon further analysis, it became evident that Xiaoming's initial evasive maneuvers were less an act of endurance and more a strategy to observe her opponent's moves in preparation for her counterattack. Martial arts experts replayed the video repeatedly, slowing it down frame by frame for analysis. In no time, splitting tendons and bones dragon entwining hand became a trending topic in its own right. Meanwhile, the focal point of the narrative, Ye Mingjin, was bidding Ji Yizhao good night. Xiao Jin, Ji Yizhao suddenly called out. Ye Mingjin turned to find Ji Yizhao's eyes brimming with anticipation as he asked, "Could you wake me up tomorrow morning before you head downstairs?" Ye Mingjin paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively. Ji Yizhao, his eyes sparkling with joy, bid her good night once more. On Sunday morning, Ye Mingjin arose early to exercise. As she reached the stairwell, she recalled Ji Yizhao's request and turned back. Standing before his door, she hesitated, regretting not clarifying whether she was to call him before her workout or after washing up and heading downstairs for breakfast. After a moment of indecision, she gently knocked on the door. If he did not respond, she reasoned, it would imply she should wake him before breakfast. Just as she was about to leave, Ji Yizhao's voice called from within. "Xiao Jin, is that you?" "It's me," Ye Mingjin replied. "Could you please open the door?" Ji Yizhao's voice came again. Uncertain of his intentions, yet compelled to comply, Ye Mingjin slowly opened the door. What she beheld left her in shock, followed swiftly by delight. The man before her, with his exquisite and enchanting visage, and those eyes filled with warmth and mirth, was not seated in a wheelchair, but standing tall like a pine tree. Dressed in a tailored gray suit, he exuded an air of elegance and charisma. "So this is what it means to stand. Am I all right?" Ye Mingjin's delicate features blossomed into a radiant smile as she approached him. Circling around for a closer look, Ji Yizhao, standing with a smile, proclaimed, "I can stand now." Seeing the surprise and joy etched on her face, he added, "Since Xiao Jin is so remarkable, I must strive even harder." Ye Mingjin looked up at him and inquired, "Can you walk?" "Just now I managed to stand, so I wanted to show you first," Ji Yizhao explained. "As for walking," he admitted, "I have yet to attempt it." Ye Mingjin blinked her eyes and suggested, "How about trying a step?" "All right." Ji Yizhao would never refuse any request from Ye Mingjin. "I'll support you." She grasped Ji Yizhao's arm, her gaze fixed intently on his feet as he prepared to take a step. "Left foot, step with me." Ji Yizhao's left foot slowly moved forward, inching ahead before halting. "Excellent," Ye Mingjin praised with a smile. "Now, try shifting your weight onto your left foot." Ji Yizhao concentrated, attempting to move his body forward as Ye Mingjin held her breath in anticipation. Just as he was about to stabilize himself, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ji Yizhao wobbled and began to fall forward. With keen awareness, Ye Mingjin swiftly reacted, her feet stumbling but managing to support him. Ji Yizhao found himself leaning against her, resembling a protective embrace. "Thank you, Xiao Jin," Ji Yizhao said, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Because of you, I took my first step." Ye Mingjin, initially disheartened by her failure to help him walk, found solace in his words. She looked at Ji Yizhao and declared, "You've already accomplished so much. You can stand. And you've taken a first step. There will be a second step and a third. Slowly, you will recover." "You are right, Xiao Jin." Ji Yizhao steadied himself, holding her shoulders as he gazed down at her. "I will recover soon and accompany you wherever you wish to go." "Good." Ye Mingjin assisted him back into the wheelchair for a rest and inquired, "What wish do you have when your legs are better?" Ji Yizhao replied, "To accompany Xiao Jin wherever she desires." "Not that," Ye Mingjin corrected. "What about your own wish?" With a gentle smile, Ji Yizhao articulated, "My wish is for Xiao Jin to be joyful and carefree, safe and happy. I will strive for this." Such sentiments were not new to Ji Yizhao. Initially, Ye Mingjin regarded them as mere platitudes. However, she increasingly sensed that he spoke from the heart. This genuine wish weighed heavily on her. How could someone be so devoted, with all their wishes centered around her? Thus, she resolved to treat him with even greater care. That day, Ye Mingjin unprecedentedly skipped her morning workout. During breakfast, she nonchalantly asked Uncle Lin, "Aunt Yang, did you know Ji Yizhao can stand now?" The usually composed butler, Uncle Lin, dropped the ledger in his hands, and Aunt Yang, always cheerful, teared up with joy. Ye Mingjin surmised that Ji Yizhao must have been the first to share the news with her, as others appeared unaware. But witnessing the two elders so exuberantly questioning, "Is that true?" made her heart bloom with joy, vibrant and multifaceted. That day, the news of Ji Yizhao's ability to stand filled the Dongli courtyard with laughter and cheer. As the end of term examinations approached, Ye Mingjin returned to her dormitory after each test to organize her books and materials. Coincidentally, she ran into Qing Ming, who suggested, "Let us gather before the holiday next week. We won't see each other for 2 months during summer break." "Sure," Ye Mingjin readily agreed. "I'll bring my family to meet you all." Upon completing her final exam, Ye Mingjin prepared to return home when she received a call from Hao Yunlai. "Xiao Ming, that agent wants to meet you to discuss a contract." Ye Mingjin replied, "It's just a few minutes of screen time. Have him sign on my behalf, and I will provide a power of attorney later." "Is that acceptable?" Hao Yunlai queried. "I suspect he wants to capitalize on her newfound fame as legendary Xiao Ming. I've already turned him down several times, but he persists like an adhesive plaster. Let him be." Ye Mingjin then inquired, "What about your miraculous doctor?" "I'm already in contact with him," Hao Yunlai promptly responded. "However, he has too many patients lined up until the end of the year." After much persuasion, he agreed that whenever we have time, we can bring the patients over for a prioritized consultation. "I understand. I will expedite the process." Ye Mingjin hung up the phone and hailed a taxi home, eager to surprise Ji Yizhao. However, upon entering, she sensed a rather somber atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the previous day's joy and merriment. The young mistress had returned. Uncle Lin approached with a smile, inquiring, "The exams are over. You must be exhausted. The young master is in the study. Please take a moment to rest." "Uncle Lin, what is the matter?" Ye Mingjin asked directly, "Is something wrong?" Uncle Lin remained silent for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. "A message has arrived from the Ji family regarding the second young master's birthday." Ye Mingjin blinked in confusion. "The Ji family? Is it the Ji family? I think it is." Uncle Lin nodded. Ye Mingjin found it hard to believe. Did they really need to send an invitation? Uncle Lin's expression darkened with a hint of anger. The butler from their side delivered the message, insisting that the young master must attend. No sooner had he finished speaking than Aunt Yang, with red-rimmed eyes, rushed in from the kitchen, exclaiming, "All these years, they have never celebrated our young master's birthday. Why such a fuss over the second young master's birthday? They even insist on sending an invitation for the eldest young master to attend. Isn't this blatant bullying?" Ye Mingjin turned to Aunt Yang and suddenly asked, "How did Ji Yizhao celebrate his birthdays in the past?" In the past." Aunt Yang's expression turned nostalgic. When the mistress was still around, every birthday of the young master was celebrated grandly. Ever since the mistress passed away and the young master was sent abroad, there have been no more birthdays. Whenever we wanted to celebrate, the young master was always unhappy. Does he not like celebrating his birthday? Ye Mingjin inquired further. Or was there another reason? Aunt Yang exchanged a glance with Uncle Lin, and after a brief silence, she continued, on the day of the accident, the mistress was actually accompanying the young master to pick up a customized birthday cake. The unspoken conclusion hung heavily in the air. If that day had indeed been Ji Yizhao's birthday, and his mother had been with him to collect the cake, only to suffer a tragic fate, from then on, his birthday would forever be overshadowed by the anniversary of his mother's passing. For a child barely into his teenage years, it was an unbearably cruel reality. Ye Mingjin's heart ached at the thought of Ji Yizhao having gone so many years without celebrating his birthday. She could only surmise, so Ji Yizhao has not celebrated his birthday for all these years. Reflecting on the fact that Ji Yizhao had spent those days honoring his mother instead, Ye Mingjin felt a pang of sorrow. She turned and ascended the stairs, determined to check on him. Uncle Lin quickly added, "Please, madam, kindly persuade the young master. If he is unwilling, he should not feel compelled to attend that birthday celebration." Aunt Yang chimed in, "Exactly. After all these years, they have been indifferent to us. I will firmly declare that the young master is not going, even if I have to cry and plead." As they spoke, both elders' voices quivered with emotion. Even the usually composed Uncle Lin asserted, "And I, as an old man, will also prevent the young master from going." Ye Mingjin looked at the two agitated elders and reassured them, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Yang, do not worry. I understand." In the study upstairs, silence reigned. Ye Mingjin gently knocked on the door. "May I come in?" "Xiao Jin." A voice from within responded eagerly, "Is that you? Come in." Ye Mingjin entered, relieved to find everything in the room as it should be. Yet, when she focused on Ji Yizhao's expression, it bore no signs of distress. It was just as it always had been. Approaching him, she asked, "Are you all right?" Ji Yizhao, under the scrutiny of her concerned gaze, could not help but smile. "I am well. I feel even better with you back." Before Ye Mingjin could respond, he inquired, "What brings you back so unexpectedly? You didn't even tell me you were coming." "I wanted to surprise you," she replied. "How delightful," Ji Yizhao said, his smile captivating. "Xiao Jin has learned to surprise me. It's truly wonderful." He opened a drawer and presented a small gift box to Ye Mingjin, saying, "I hope you like this." Upon opening the box, she discovered a jade bracelet that shimmered with a delicate hue. It appeared exquisite, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, gradually warming to her skin, radiating a sense of comfort. This was undoubtedly a piece of exceptional jade, worth a considerable sum. Ye Mingjin placed the bracelet back in the box, remarking, "This is a precious gift. Whether it is expensive or not is irrelevant. What matters is that Xiao Jin likes it," Ji Yizhao replied. She genuinely appreciated it, yet said, "Thank you, but this gift is too extravagant." "I find it not extravagant at all," Ji Yizhao insisted. "For me, having you by my side is invaluable. This small gift pales in comparison." Pausing momentarily, he gazed down at his hands resting on his lap, his voice dropping to a somber tone. "I know my nature can be a bit reclusive, and I am not well liked, nor do I have many friends. Thus, I often find myself unsure of whom to gift." Looking up at Ye Mingjin, his eyes sparkled with warmth and tenderness, his voice soft, as if it could draw water from the air. "Xiao Jin, I am truly happy to have you by my side. I hope you'll accept my gift." Ye Mingjin contemplated his words, recalling Uncle Lin's earlier remarks, and felt a sudden ache in her heart. Ji Yizhao had suffered enough. She could not add to his burdens. She took the gift box back and smiled. "Then I will gladly accept it. Thank you." Ji Yizhao's eyes gleamed with gentle joy. "Xiao Jin, you are truly wonderful." "Thank you. You give me a gift, and yet you thank me?" Ye Mingjin said as she secured the jade bracelet, then looked at Ji Yizhao. "I heard you received an invitation from the Ji family. Do you plan to attend?" Ji Yizhao countered with a question. "What do you think, Xiao Jin? Should I go?" Ye Mingjin fiddled with the coins on her wrist. "It's entirely up to you. I will accompany you regardless of your choice." "Very well," Ji Yizhao replied. "Then let us go. They have sent invitations. So how can we not attend?" Ye Mingjin recalled the tragic events surrounding his birthday and added, "If you dislike it, we need not go. It's really not a big deal, considering the previous conflicts." Ji Yizhao tilted his head slightly, looking at her. "Does Xiao Jin not wish to go?" "If you don't want to, we won tea." Ye Mingjin replied, "I have no strong feelings about it, but I sense you may not enjoy it. Whatever your decision." I will be by your side. No matter what he chose, she would stand with him. In that brief moment, she had reiterated her commitment twice. How wonderful it was to have someone to share life's ups and downs with. Thus, he could not retreat, Ji Yizhao remarked, since they have sent out invitations. They must have something spectacular planned that we cannot miss. Let's go enjoy the spectacle. Ye Mingjin blinked, sensing an indescribable undertone in his words. Yet she still asked, "Are you really going?" Ji Yizhao nodded. "Then let us go." Ye Mingjin affirmed, "I will accompany you and protect you." Very well. The happiness radiating from Ji Yizhao made Ye Mingjin's heart skip a beat, causing her to divert her gaze. She could discern no traces of the sorrow Uncle Lin spoke of. However, she knew those scars were likely hidden deep within him. Yet, despite his past, Ji Yizhao treated her with unwavering gentleness, making her feel cherished. Such a remarkable person deserved her utmost gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, she would ensure he faced no harm from others. As the topic shifted, Ji Yizhao inquired about Ye Mingjin's exam results and upcoming vacation plans. She replied, "Just a couple more days, the break will come swiftly. Once you're on break, let's find a lovely place to explore," Ji Yizhao suggested. "I may have an internship to undertake." Ye Mingjin remarked, "It's akin to social practice, but it lasts quite a while, about a month. It counts as a graduation internship." "All right," Ji Yizhao replied. "I will make the arrangements." As they conversed on various topics, Ye Mingjin began assisting Ji Yizhao with his rehabilitation walking exercises. For the past few days, she had been supporting him step by step. Gradually, a tacit understanding developed between them. Ji Yizhao progressed from merely standing to taking his first and second steps, and now, with Ye Mingjin's assistance, he was capable of walking 5 or 6 steps. Though he still required rest after a short while of walking, this was already a miraculous improvement compared to before. It wasn't until Uncle Lin came upstairs to call them for dinner that they tidied up and made their way downstairs. Ye Mingjin took a moment to glance at her phone, only to find the messages in the 521 Beautiful Girls group had surged to a staggering 99 notifications. Upon opening the first message, she saw the most diligent Yuzai had posted a link asking, "Can anyone tell me if this is true?" Chapter 60, A Shocking Secret. The most diligent Yuzai. Can anyone tell me if this is true? The most diligent Yuzai. The most amazing Jinzai. Jinjin, is this true? The most beautiful Mengzai. I was so shocked, I dropped my sunflower seeds. Jinjin is actually a hidden martial arts master? The most handsome Qiaozai. The most amazing Jinzai. Same question. Ye Mingjin clicked on the link and discovered it led to a sensational post that was trending. Shocking. The identity of the martial artist, Xiao Ming, is actually her. The post began with the author recounting their experience watching a match between the martial artist Xiao Ming and Buchuan Kuzi at the Changfeng Martial Arts School, which left them deeply impressed and turned them into a fervent admirer. Initially, they sought to get close to their idol for even a signature, but were taken aback when Xiao Ming dashed away with remarkable speed. They had thought that with sheer numbers, they could successfully corner Xiao Ming. But she leapt out of a window to escape. Many pursued her, and just as they were about to get a closer look at the admired heroine, a car swooped in and whisked her away. They watched helplessly as their idol vanished into the vehicle, leaving them in despair. Fortunately, they later employed various methods and ultimately located videos and images related to the car. In their quest to gather detailed information about this vehicle in hopes of getting closer to their idol, they spared no effort, using all available resources to investigate any clue. They then uncovered a shocking secret. As for what this astonishing secret was, the post concluded with another photograph. The image showed the same car, but the location had shifted from the alley of the Changfeng Martial Arts School to the entrance of Haiqing University, not far from university entrance. The identical vehicle was parked roadside, and the person preparing to get into the car was none other than Ye Mingjin, the law department's belle, who had recently been embroiled in controversy online. Many had accused her of being kept by someone, only for the narrative to later flip. And now, this same vehicle had reappeared. Most crucially, to preclude disbelief, the author had uncovered a detail. In a photo of Ye Mingjin boarding the same car, a hand could be seen extending from the vehicle. This hand was slender and fair, with long, beautiful fingers, prompting imaginations of what kind of man might possess such hands. This detail further convinced them that the man inside the car was certainly not the kind of old man speculated online. He was likely a young, exceptionally handsome individual. Thus, many even speculated he might resemble a domineering CEO. Of course, that was merely conjecture. At present, the most shocking revelation was that Ye Mingjin was treated in the same manner as Xiao Ming. This could only indicate one possibility. Xiao Ming was indeed Ye Mingjin, or perhaps Ye Mingjin was Xiao Ming. Such a conclusion was hard to believe, yet it compelled more individuals to don the hat of Sherlock Holmes in refuting it. How could this be? The esteemed belle of the law department was known for her aloofness, often dressed in a manner that exuded an ethereal quality, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs. Yet her academic performance was undeniably exceptional, frequently ranking first and, on rare occasions, settling for a third place. It was no wonder that after the defamatory posts surfaced on campus forums, the school continued to support her, shielding this outstanding student from harm. How could such a model student possibly transform into Xiao Ming? They were hardly of the same ilk. Some even shared photos of Ye Mingjin at school. Our campus belle. In the images, she sported a bun hairstyle and wore a sky blue cotton shirt paired with loose trousers, moving with an effortless grace. The more such photos were compared to those of Xiao Ming during the competition, the more apparent the similarities became, not to mention the identical bun hairstyle and matching physiques. Particularly, when someone compared Ye Mingjin's face to Xiao Ming's, adding a mask to Ye Mingjin's, it revealed utterly identical eyes. Could they not be the same person? Yet there remained skeptics, unable to fathom how a mere university belle could metamorphose into such a formidable martial artist. The disparity was simply too vast. Consequently, someone presented even stronger evidence, a video of Ye Mingjin retaliating with a water bottle after being struck by one. When this video first circulated, Ye Mingjin was condemned for her violent response. Now, it resurfaced as a compelling piece of evidence for martial arts enthusiasts and gossip aficionados, showcasing her fluid movements and graceful evasions. Did they not find it eerily familiar? To further emphasize the point, someone uploaded videos of Ye Mingjin dodging Bu Chuan Kuzi during their match, especially during the final moments, as Bu Chuan Kuzi attacked her with punches and kicks. Ye Mingjin's evasive maneuvers were contrasted. The comparison was astonishing. Both utilized the force of their opponent's attacks to counter effectively, but while one merely hurled a water bottle, the other executed a series of devastating techniques that left the opponent incapacitated. Observing these comparisons, the comment section erupted with excitement. They were utterly astonished. Could it be true that the belle of the law department had indeed transformed into a martial arts master? In light of this trending news, the students of Haicheng University were particularly exhilarated, each eager to discuss their campus belle. Naturally, many regarded her with distant admiration, as she was perceived as too cold. Meanwhile, those who had previously defamed her fell silent. This thread was transferred to the campus forum, where everyone praised the belle's valor, with no dissenting voices. Someone jokingly commented, "I wonder if those who slandered the belle are trembling in fear? They must be grateful they didn't confront the belle directly. Otherwise, imagine the repercussions of facing those techniques. Being bettered in would be too tragic." Ha 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 ha. As the exams concluded and summer break approached, Ye Mingjin once again trended online. Accompanying this surge in popularity was the revelation of Xiao Ming's true identity, thrusting Haicheng University into the spotlight. They promptly issued a statement on their official Weibo. "Our university welcomes students who excel in various fields. We invite everyone to Haicheng University." Amid this lively chatter, the protagonist, having acknowledged her identity in the dorm group, continued to assist her resilient husband with his walking rehabilitation exercises. During dinner, Ye Mingjin noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between Aunt Yang and Uncle Lin. A sense of confusion washed over her as she regarded them. Raising a hand to touch her face, wondering if something was amiss, Aunt Yang, filled with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, inquired, "Madam, are you truly the heroine who vanquished the Japanese invaders?" Ye Mingjin nodded, comprehending the source of their unusual demeanor. A pang of sadness tugged at her heart, contemplating whether she had startled Aunt Yang, and whether this might leave her with a psychological scar. Unexpectedly, Aunt Yang scrutinized her from head to toe, expressing concern. "You must eat well to replenish your strength and nutrients." Ye Mingjin was taken aback by her response. Meanwhile, Uncle Lin cheerfully remarked, "I shall send someone to procure more nourishing ingredients to fortify both the madam and the young master." Ye Mingjin felt a surge of emotion, caught between gratitude and amusement. Ji Yizhao, observing her smile, declared, "Indeed, our beloved heroine must be well cared for." He then placed a piece of meticulously deboned fish into her bowl, adding, "Regardless of who Xiao Jin is, she will always be my wife." As Ye Mingjin savored the delectable fish, she glanced at him, choosing not to contest his words. Ji Yizhao's smile deepened, while Aunt Yang and Uncle Lin were animatedly intent on ensuring their young mistress received ample nourishment, their anxious hearts finally at ease. With such a formidable lady by Ji Yizhao's side at the Ji family banquet, what could possibly be a cause for concern? Chapter 61. Old Acquaintances. The main stage, the atmosphere at the Ji family banquet was bustling with liveliness. Guests mingled freely, engaging in lively conversations, while waitstaff deftly navigated through the crowd, offering an array of beverages to those in need. Designated areas for drinks and assorted delicacies allowed attendees to chat and enjoy their favorite culinary delights in a buffet style. However, amidst this social gathering, few truly indulged in the food. Most were merely there to expand their networks and foster business relationships. Such an event provided the perfect platform for these interactions. Outside the banquet hall, Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin were halted at the entrance by an attendant requesting to verify their invitation. Ji Yizhao slightly turned his head, and his assistant Han Shuangjiang, maintaining a stoic expression, produced the invitation and presented it to the staff member. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "Xiao Zhao." Upon turning to investigate, a sprightly middle-aged man with graying hair approached, his expression filled with excitement. Ji Yizhao politely greeted him, "Uncle Su, good to see you." Ye Mingjin followed suit with her own greeting. "Ah, splendid. I heard you were back and have long wished to see you. I was hoping you would attend today. Why are you loitering here instead of going in?" Ji Yizhao indicated the invitation, explaining they were undergoing a check. Uncle Su's eyes widened in surprise upon noticing the invitation in the attendant's hand, followed by a furrowed brow as he expressed indignation. This is the eldest young master of the Ji family, and yet he requires an invitation? What on earth is Ji Weiguo thinking? The attendant, recognizing the formidable presence of Uncle Su and then glancing at the wheelchair-bound Ji Zhao, firmly maintained, "Sir, I must request you to present your invitation as well." "It is my duty." With a cold demeanor, Uncle Su produced his invitation and thrust it before the attendant, asserting, "Ensure you comprehend this. If you cannot, I shall summon Ji Weiguo himself." The attendant quickly opened the invitation, bowing respectfully as he said, "Mr. Su, please, you may enter." He then turned to Ji Yizhao, adding, "You as well." Hand in hand with Ye Mingjin, Ji Yizhao was assisted by Han Shuangjiang as they entered the banquet hall, immediately drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Many guests, eager to converse with the head of the Su family, hesitated upon noticing his somber expression, wary of disturbing his apparent discontent. Observing this, Ji Yizhao sought to alleviate any discomfort by suggesting, "Uncle Su, please feel free to attend to your matters." Uncle Su scanned the room, replying, "I am not busy. I merely wish to see you." After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, "Is he well?" Ji Yizhao smiled gently, affirming, "He is well." Uncle Su continued, "If only I had not been so stubborn back then and had agreed to." The remainder of his thought remained unspoken, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Ji Yizhao lowered his gaze, contemplating the intertwined hands before him, his expression shrouded in somberness. When he raised his eyes again, he maintained a gentle demeanor, reassuring, "It is all in the past. Uncle harbors no resentment. He wishes to return and is currently addressing matters over there." After a moment, Ji Yizhao added, "He has long expressed a desire to visit you and see the Su family." The unexpected news filled Uncle Su with astonishment. His eyes brimming with uncontainable joy as he trembled with anticipation. "He truly intends to return?" Ji Yizhao's smile remained unwavering. Uncle Lin said, "Fallen leaves return to their roots. He is a member of the Su family and must come back." "Excellent. As long as he is willing to return, he shall reclaim all that was his. He can have whatever he desires." Uncle Su's voice quivered with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet in this setting, he restrained his emotions, quickly adjusting his expression and controlling his feelings as he looked at Ji Yizhao, saying, "Xiao Zhao, thank you. He has not contacted me in years. I know he resents me. I thought he would never forgive me. I never anticipated." He left the rest of his thought unvoiced, his demeanor now considerably lighter, suffused with undeniable delight. Noticing Uncle Su's improved spirits, others began to approach for conversation. An increasing number of guests gathered, initially drawn to the head of the Su family. Then, noticing the man in the wheelchair and the woman by his side, as well as the assistant, many recalled the recent events at the Shu family's banquet, particularly the elder's fondness for the Ji family's young master and his wife, establishing a notable connection. As they beheld Ji Yizhao, numerous individuals sought to engage him in conversation, exchanging pleasantries. The radiant Ye Mingjin, beside him, was strikingly beautiful and possessed an exceptional grace, forming an impeccable pair with Ji Yizhao. Had it not been for his wheelchair, they would indeed be the envy of many. Alas, this young master of the Ji family was confined to a wheelchair. Yet, in a way, this imperfection rendered him more relatable, evoking compassion rather than envy. Amid the polite exchanges, guests soon discovered that Ji Yizhao possessed a remarkable eloquence and unique insights, leading to increasingly engaging discussions. No matter the topic, he could effortlessly contribute, fostering an atmosphere of camaraderie. Furthermore, the presence of the Su family patriarch inadvertently elevated Ji Yizhao's status, attracting even more guests eager to converse with him. Throughout, he never relinquished his hold on Ye Mingjin's hand, prompting onlookers to perceive them as a devoted couple, thus adding an air of blessing to their interactions. In stark contrast, not far away, Mrs. Ji Songyueru wore a rather displeased expression. She endeavored to maintain a smile as she observed the scene, yet her features betrayed an involuntary distortion, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Beside her, someone inquired, "Mrs. Ji, who are those people surrounded by so many guests? Do you know them?" The question only fueled her anger further. It was her son's birthday, and he was supposed to be the center of attention, yet this cripple had stolen his thunder. However, in this setting, she could not voice her true feelings. Responding to the inquiry, Mrs. Ji managed to maintain a facade of composure, stating with a hint of pity, "Oh, that is my eldest son. You may be aware, he is the child of my elder sister." A mother and her son were involved in a tragic car accident, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the sister, leaving the child traumatized and unable to remain in such a sorrowful place. Consequently, he sought solace abroad for healing. After many arduous years, he has finally returned. The harrowing experiences of Ji Yizhao evoke a complex sympathy in the eyes of those who inquire about him. Suddenly, someone remarked, "I recall he was quite favored by the patriarch of the Shu family at their banquet. Is that so? To be liked by the patriarch is indeed a stroke of luck." This mirrors the ancient adage of fortune and misfortune being intertwined. Indeed, otherwise it would be too tragic. As the conversation increasingly revolved around Ji Yizhao, Mrs. Ji felt her anger simmering to the brink of explosion, yet she managed to maintain a smile. Seizing a moment of respite, she sent a message to her beloved son. "If you don't return to the main stage soon, someone else will take your place." Chapter 62, Double Joy. I disagree. On the other side of the banquet hall, Ji Weiguo, as the host, engaged in pleasant conversation with various guests when he suddenly heard someone chuckle, "Old Ji, your treasure is well hidden." Surprised by the implication, he pondered its meaning when the speaker continued, "Your eldest son possesses remarkable qualities. He is indeed exceptional." Receiving such praise stirred a complex mix of emotions within Ji Weiguo, tinged with a hint of pride. Although he harbored no fondness for his eldest son and believed the boy resented him, he could not deny the joy of seeing his bloodline acknowledged. "You flatter him. He has just returned and is still quite naive. Unlike your young master, who has already accomplished impressive projects at such a tender age, truly reminiscent of your youthful vigor." With compliments exchanged, both parties relished the mutual admiration. Just as their conversation flourished, an unexpected voice interjected, "Were you discussing so joyously?" Ji Weiguo's smile broadened as he replied, "Chairman Chun has arrived." "Perfect timing," chimed in a nearby guest. "We were just discussing your esteemed eldest son. Though recently returned, his demeanor is quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree?" Chairman Chun Jianjun regarded Ji Weiguo with a subtle glimmer in his eyes, maintaining his smile. "I have yet to engage with the esteemed eldest son, but I have heard commendable things about Isao. It is said he has started assisting Mr. Ji with the company." "Indeed, I have heard that too," another guest interjected. "Although young, he exhibits considerable management prowess. Truly, like father, like son, one should not underestimate him." As the conversation shifted to praise Ji Yizhao, the focus of the banquet, Ji Weiguo felt a surge of satisfaction and expressed heartfelt gratitude for the guest's presence, teasingly adding, "Today is not only my son's birthday, but also his engagement party with the Chun family's beloved daughter. With that announcement, applause erupted and congratulations poured forth. Ji Weiguo and Chairman Chun exchanged glances, each reflecting satisfaction in the other's eyes. Mrs. Ji, Song Yuru, and Mrs. Chun, Lu Yiding, exchanged knowing smiles, striving to present their most graceful and charming selves. Many were aware of the potential union between the Ji and Chun families, having heard whispers of Ji Yizhao's close relationship with Chun Qingya. The rumor of a betrothal to the Yi family had surprised many, especially considering the Yi family's daughter was still underage. Was it a childhood promise? It later emerged that it involved the Yi family's adopted daughter, and the union was not with the well-known Ji Yizhao, but rather with the recently returned and physically challenged eldest son. Subsequent events involving the Yi family's adopted daughter publicly slapping Ji Yizhao had turned this union into a hot topic of gossip. The scene had unfolded at the Shu family's banquet, and although the audience missed witnessing the entanglement between the Ji brothers and the Yi family's adopted daughter, news of Ji Yizhao's humiliation circulated. Today, upon hearing the engagement news of Ji Yizhao and the Chun family's most cherished daughter, Chun Qingya, the guests expressed their astonishment, affirming the anticipated union while also reflecting on Ji Yizhao's fortunate fate. After all, the Chun family's standing eclipsed that of the Ji family, especially in recent years, as Chun Enterprises surged ahead, becoming a leader in the industry. It was rumored that their eldest daughter had secured a collaboration with a multinational company newly entering the domestic market, promising a bright future. In such circumstances, the Chun family's willingness to ally with the Ji family suggested one compelling reason. Their youngest daughter was deeply enamored with Ji Yizhao. Observing the adoration in Chun Qingya's eyes only solidified this belief. Even the Ji family shared this sentiment. Mrs. Ji remarked, "I simply adore children like Qingya. She possesses beauty, grace, and excellent upbringing. Most importantly, their feelings for each other are genuine. It's truly perfect." Mrs. Chun echoed, "Indeed. I also hold great affection for this child Isao. He is handsome and capable. These two have a promising future ahead." While the mutual compliments expressed satisfaction, Mrs. Chun, Lu Yiding, initially looked down on the Ji family, believing her beloved daughter could marry into a higher status. Yet, who could have anticipated that Chun Qingya would be embroiled in a scandal, necessitating her departure abroad? The thought of her daughter suffering overseas was unbearable for Mrs. Chun. Unable to alter that outcome directly, she sought an alternative by facilitating the marriage to Ji Yizhao. Once Chun Qingya became Mrs. Ji, the Chun family would have no authority over her, and they could not compel her to leave the country. Thus, the once opposed Mrs. Chun unexpectedly shifted to supporting the union, even urging for an engagement to be formalized. Chairman Chun had questioned her sudden change of heart, to which she sighed, "What can I do? Qingya is smitten and insists on marrying him. I have no choice but to acquiesce." "You spoil her," Chairman Chun remarked, though he too felt discontent with the Ji family. Nevertheless, knowing their youngest daughter would marry someone slightly beneath them offered a sense of security, and he was content to facilitate the union. The Ji family equally sought a robust alliance to bolster their standing in Haicheng and cleanse Ji Yizhao of the Shu family scandal, allowing him to regain his dignity. Following the announcement of the engagement, those who had previously clustered around Ji Yizhao and his wife began to extend their congratulations to the Ji and Chun families, creating a lively atmosphere around Ji Yizhao and Chun Qingya. Ji Yizhao took Ye Mingjin's hand and pointed towards a nearby lounge area, suggesting, "Shall we sit and rest for a while?" "Sure," she replied, understanding his concern for her standing for too long. "But standing here isn't tiring. Let's see if there's anything delicious to eat later," Ji Yizhao remarked, glancing at Han Shuangjiang, instructing him to remember what to bring home for Aunt Yang. Ye Mingjin blinked, unable to suppress a smile. "All right." Yet soon after, her gaze towards Ji Yizhao betrayed an unintentional tenderness. Even the belongings of the Ji family made him wary, revealing just how poorly they had treated him in the past. As the two were conversing softly, the grand entrance of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open, accompanied by a commanding voice that resonated. "I do not consent to this engagement." Chapter 63. Unexpected turmoil with the doors of the banquet hall flung open. The bold proclamation echoed, "I do not consent to this engagement." The crowd turned to behold a woman emerging against the light, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders as she approached with an alluring grace. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with myriad emotions, albeit now tinged with a hint of coldness. Her gaze swiftly surveyed the surroundings before settling on the focal point of the day, Chun Xingya. With lips parting, she reiterated her earlier assertion, "I do not consent to this engagement." Curiosity rippled through the crowd regarding her identity as they witnessed Chun Jianjun, the chairman of Chun Enterprises, hastily stride towards her, lowering his voice as he inquired, "Meng Meng, what are you doing?" Chun Qingmeng met his gaze, her eyes shifting directly to Chun Xingya, and stated, "The engagement between Ye and the second young master of the Ji family can certainly be deliberated further. Today is the birthday banquet of the second young master Ji. Let us celebrate this occasion properly. The engagement feast can be arranged once everything has been thoroughly discussed." "Absolutely not," her stepmother, Madame Chun, interjected, stepping forward. The raised voice drew the attention of more guests, prompting her to smile awkwardly and say, "I apologize for the disturbance, everyone. This is our eldest daughter. There's been a slight misunderstanding. Yes, a slight misunderstanding." Turning to the Ji family, she gestured subtly, "I'll have a word with my daughter. She may not be fully aware of the situation." After apologizing to the guests, Madame Chun attempted to lead Chun Qingming away, only to find her daughter retreating. Evading her approach, Madame Chen's eyes glistened with tears, a mix of urgency and suppressed anger seeping into her tone as she exclaimed, "Meng Meng, stop causing a scene. You have always called the shots. Is it now that Ye cannot even decide her own marriage? In ancient times, the mandate of parents and the matchmaking of mediators were paramount. Even though we are no longer in antiquity, love is meant to be free. Ye and the second young master Ji are clearly smitten with each other, and both your father and I wholeheartedly agree. We believe this to be an excellent match. Why must you interfere?" As Chun Qingming listened to her reproach, her brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Her eyes, glimmering with an icy sheen, fixed on her stepmother as she replied, "Why? Do you not understand, mother?" Madame Chun pursed her lips, but remained resolute, stating, "I cannot comprehend your words. I only know that today is a momentous occasion. It is the perfect time for the Chun and Ji families to unite. With so many guests present, our relatives and friends, and even some business associates, do you wish for them to witness our family's disgrace? Or would you like them to know that the chairman of Chun Enterprises cannot even decide whether his daughter may marry without the approval of the elder daughter?" Her voice, though not loud, was clear enough for Chun Jianjun to hear. A man who valued his reputation, he would not allow his dignity to be trampled upon, nor would he tolerate his decisions being challenged, especially not by his own daughter. Though many affairs of the company were entrusted to this eldest daughter, her public rebuttal in such a setting was a matter of great concern. Chun Jianjun's expression darkened as he looked at Chun Qingming, his voice growing more severe. "Meng Meng, cease this nonsense. Today is a day of great joy. Any disputes should be addressed later." Chun Qingming remained steadfast. "No, I insist on taking you away now. I do not consent to this union, and you may abandon any hopes of it proceeding." The atmosphere grew tense. The parents of the Ji family exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Mrs. Ji stepped forward, smiling at Chun Qingming. "Ah, so you are Meng Meng? I have long heard of your beauty and exceptional abilities, rivaling many young men. Your contributions to the company are commendable. Your decisiveness puts many young men to shame." She advanced a step, attempting to grasp Chun Qingming's hand. "There are many delicacies over there. What would you like to try? Annie will take you to see." Chun Qingming deftly evaded her outstretched hand, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Mrs. Ji, we are not well acquainted. I wish to reiterate that I do not consent to this engagement. It shall not occur. There are many paths in life. Let's part ways amicably. The Chun and Ji families may still engage in prosperous business relations, but let us forego any notion of union." Mrs. Ji's face paled at such a blatant dismissal. Meanwhile, Madame Chun, with tears brimming in her eyes, pleaded, "Meng Meng, just this once. You know the stakes. Can you not allow your sister's lifelong happiness to flourish?" Chun Qingming regarded her silently before countering, "Mother, are you truly acting in her best interest or leading her astray? Are you aware of the consequences?" Leaning closer, she whispered in Madame Chen's ear, "Do you dare disclose to the Ji family the true intentions behind your approval of this union? Or shall I be the one to reveal it?" Madame Chen's body stiffened at her words. She looked up at Chun Qingming, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her expression pitiable despite her age. Yet even in her state, she tugged at Chun Jianjun's heartstrings. Chun Jianjun stepped forward, grasping Chun Qingming firmly. That is enough. I declare that this engagement is happening today, and it shall be so. If you wish to be present, stay. If not, leave. Turning to the assembled guests, he boomed, I, Chun Jianjun, hereby announce that my daughter Chun Qingya is engaged to Ji Yizhao, the second son of the Ji family. Not long from now, we shall celebrate a wedding. I hope all of you will join us for a toast. Upon hearing his proclamation, the Ji parents exchanged delighted glances, a mixture of surprise and satisfaction gracing their features. Until now, it had primarily been Madame Chun negotiating on their behalf. Chun Jianjun's rare appearance today bore significant weight. With his endorsement of the union, no further complications were anticipated. Mrs. Ji quickly approached the guests, smiling as she resumed her social duties, seemingly unfazed by Chun Qingming's interruption. The guests, too, appeared to return to normalcy, though their eyes often drifted toward Chun Qingming, anticipating the unfolding drama. After all, many had heard of her name and were aware of the formidable role the eldest daughter of the Qin family played. Given her descent, it was clear that the engagement banquet might not proceed smoothly. As Chun Qingming observed her father's unwavering stance, her expression grew colder. She stated directly, Father, I do not consent to this union. The second Ji is not a trustworthy individual, and Ye is unsuitable. She is meant to study abroad. She will not study abroad, Madame Chun immediately retorted. Once engaged, she will be the young mistress of the Ji family. Whether she can study abroad is not for us to decide. So that was her perspective. Chun Qingming turned to Chun Jianjun and said, Father, there is something I wish to discuss regarding Ye. Suddenly, Madame Chun stumbled, inadvertently colliding with Chun Qingming. Yet she quickly grasped Chun Jianjun's arm to regain her balance, inadvertently pushing Chun Qingming backward. Ming. Everyone had anticipated her fall, yet unexpectedly, a pair of hands reached out from behind, catching her. Chun Qingming found herself cradled in a solid embrace. Chapter 64. Loyal Hound. Mad Dog. Aside from Chun Qingming herself, all who witnessed the preceding events had braced for her imminent fall. However, she was suddenly embraced by the refined young man in a suit and glasses behind her, holding her tightly. Once Chun Qingming regained her composure, Lu Xinghe carefully scrutinized her from head to toe to ensure she was unharmed. Satisfied that she was indeed fine, he gently pulled her to his side and took a step forward to shield her, addressing Mrs. Chun, who was just stabilizing herself with Chun Jianjun's assistance. What did you mean by your actions towards President Chun? President Chun referred to Chun Qingming's position within the company, serving as another form of unnatural intimidation. He was asserting to Mrs. Chun and Chun Jianjun that Chun Qingming was not merely the daughter of the Chun family, but also the powerful and capable general manager of Chen's enterprises. Mrs. Chun looked at Lu Xinghe with a mixture of disdain, reluctance, and anxiety, her expression complex. She was well aware that he had been raised by Chun Qingming and had now become her indispensable right-hand man. Furthermore, Lu Xinghe was renowned not only for his own impressive abilities, but also for his fierce protectiveness over Chun Qingming, willing to go to any lengths for her. Initially, Mrs. Chun had not paid much attention to Lu Xinghe, yet she had heard of his reputation. He was obedient in front of Chun Qingming, but would reveal a reckless ferocity against their adversaries. Mrs. Chun was reluctant to provoke a rabid dog. However, upon realizing that she stood beside Chun Jianjun, regardless of Chun Qingming's authority, Chun Jianjun remained the chairman of Chen's enterprises. She quickly regained her confidence, feigning grievance. What do you mean by that, Assistant Lu? I almost fell just now, and it was only thanks to old Chun that I didn't hit the ground. I truly apologize for inadvertently bumping into Meng Meng. I never intended to involve her. After a brief pause, she continued, We are family. Why can't we discuss this openly? Why must we allow others to witness this spectacle? Look at the way they're glancing over, eager to witness the Chun family's misfortune. Our family has dignity, and today is a momentous occasion with Yaya's engagement to the young master of the Ji family. This is a union of strength, beneficial to both our families. Assistant Lu, you should also persuade Meng Meng not to act impulsively, as it may jeopardize our significant plans. Though directed at Lu Xinghe, her gaze remained fixed on Chun Qingming, her eyes reddening as she looked at her like a child oblivious to her parents' struggles. Your father and I are not young anymore. Our greatest wish is to see our children establish their own families. Ming is wholly devoted to her work, and we cannot say much about that. In the future, we will naturally introduce her to good prospects. But now, with Yaya securing a good match ahead of time, it brings us peace of mind, doesn't it? For the sake of filial piety, do persuade Ming. As Mrs. Chen spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Lu Xinghe listened impassively and replied calmly. President Chen has already expressed her disapproval of this marriage. His unwavering adherence to Chen Qingming's directives was a routine occurrence within the company, yet it still surprised Mrs. Chen. Witnessing the chairman and chairwoman receiving such resolute resistance, even Chen Jianjun's expression darkened. He furrowed his brow, glancing at Chen Qingming as if awaiting a conciliatory word from her. Yet, Chen Qingming stood firmly behind Lu Xinghe, silently conveying that his words represented her stance. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward, leaving even the Ji family unsure of how to mediate the situation. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests, though engaged in their own conversations, instinctively turned their ears toward this unfolding drama, eager for fresh gossip. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. Ye Mingjin approached, her smile blooming as she spotted Chen Qingming. What a coincidence to see you here. Visibly, Chen Qingming's tense demeanor softened at Ye Mingjin's arrival. She assessed Ye Mingjin, who, unlike her casual appearance at school, now radiated an air of refined elegance. The simple sky blue blouse paired with beige trousers was impeccably tailored, accentuated by a single brooch that enhanced her ethereal charm. Clearly surprised to see her, Chen Qingming remarked, "Had I known you were here, I would have joined you." After a moment's thought, she added, "But perhaps it's for the best. I came to disrupt things. Shall we sit over there?" Ye Mingjin replied, "I prefer to avoid such commotion." Chen Qingming pondered for a couple of seconds, then nodded and followed Ye Mingjin away. Their departure seemed to lighten the atmosphere for both the Chen and Ji families. Ji Weigua couldn't help but nod in appreciation, saying, "I never expected Xiao Yi to know the eldest daughter of the Chen family." Although Madame Ji had her reservations about Ye Mingjin, her presence effectively alleviated the immediate tension, allowing her precious son's engagement with Chen Qingya to proceed uninterrupted. She refrained from further stirring the pot, joining in. "Indeed, it's quite unexpected." Ji Weigua, looking at Chen Jianjun, said with a smile, "Chairman Chen, if Ah Xiao misbehaves in the future, please feel free to treat him like your own child and discipline him as necessary." The sentiment was intimate. While Chen Jianjun could never truly discipline Ji Xiao, the words were nonetheless pleasant to hear, prompting him to smile in response. "Ah Xiao is already doing quite well. You shouldn't be too hard on him. I think he is quite likable." Mrs. Chen silently exhaled, turning to Chen Qingya and whispering, "Be vigilant today. I doubt she'll let this go easily." "I know, Mama," Chen Qingya replied, glancing anxiously at her fiancé, only to find his gaze directed toward the crowd. Following his line of sight, she noticed in the corner of the lounge, amidst the floral arrangements, Ye Mingjin and Chen Qingming engaged in lively conversation. Though she couldn't overhear their discussion, it was evident they were enjoying each other's company. This side of Chen Qingming was unfamiliar to Chen Qingya, as she had always seen her as a playful little sister, while Chen Qingya had been the indulgent older sister. And as for Ye Mingjin, she despised her. Chen Qingya shot a glare at Ji Yizhao, feeling an intensified dislike for Ye Mingjin. Ji Yizhao remained oblivious to his fiancé's sentiments, focusing instead on the fact that Ye Mingjin had completely ignored him, engaging solely with Chen Qingming before whisking her away for a chat. Today, Ye Mingjin's outfit was markedly different from her appearance at the Shu family, more casual, yet still captivating. Ji Yizhao suddenly realized that since he had let her go, Ye Mingjin had become increasingly enchanting, stirring emotions within him that he could no longer control. Yet he was acutely aware that his best choice was still to align himself with the Chen family through marriage. The dissonance between his thoughts and reality soured his mood, darkening his expression. Throughout, Chen Qingya had been keenly observing his changing demeanor, her gaze burning with resentment towards Ye Mingjin, unaware that, at that very moment, the person she despised was conversing with her beloved sister about her. Moreover, they had unearthed a cruel truth. Chapter 65. A brother is destined for you in a corner of the banquet hall, a beautifully adorned floral basket hung, providing a cozy spot for 2 or 3 people to sit and engage in leisurely conversation or a brief respite. Ye Mingjin and Chen Qingming swayed gently in their seats. One sipping juice while the other savored red wine, their contrasting yet harmonious presences radiating an indescribable beauty. Chen Qingming swirled her wine, casting a glance over the crowd, her eyes tinged with sarcasm. To them, you must seem like a savior, whisking me away like a ticking time bomb. Ye Mingjin took a sip of her juice, observing the woman in the crowd, who was happily clasping Ji Yizhao's arm. You seem quite concerned about today's leading lady. Of course, Chen Qingming replied. She is my only sister, and I wish for her to lead a happy and fulfilled life, rather than being misaligned in her affections. I believe Ji is not her suitable match. He is unworthy, and thus, I absolutely cannot agree. You are indeed exceptionally kind to her. Ye Mingjin blinked and inquired. Is she your cousin or your sister? My biological sister. Chen Qingyao replied. She is my sister, for whom my mother sacrificed her life. Biological? Ye Mingjin paused mid-sip of her juice, her gaze on Chen Qingyao filled with surprise. The intensity of her stare made Chen Qingyao feel a twinge of anxiety. Jin, what is it? Unconsciously, her eyes drifted to Ye Mingjin's wrist, where delicate fingers were toying with the copper coin strung on a red cord. Chen Qingyao held her breath, her fingers gripping the wine glass turning pale, as she fixed her gaze on Ye Mingjin's face, as if awaiting a verdict. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until Ye Mingjin finally declared, You are fated not to have a sister. Instead, you should have a brother. What? Chen Qingming's hand trembled, spilling wine. She shook her head vehemently. Impossible. My mother bled to death giving birth to my sister, and my sister was placed in an incubator. She was so small when she came home. I watched her grow up, even after my father remarried. I cherished her because of how good she was to my sister. Her words trailed off into silence, and she lowered her gaze to the spilled wine, lost in thought. After a long pause, Chen Qingming looked up at Ye Mingjin and pointed to Ji Weigua, who was chatting amiably with the Ji family not far away. That is my father. Could you help me discern his fate regarding children? Ye Mingjin observed Ji Weigua, fiddling with the copper coins once more. After a considerable time, she met Chen Qingming's gaze and stated, 2 sons and 2 daughters. As soon as the words left her lips, Chen Qingming slumped against the swing basket, her demeanor deflated, as if struck by a monumental blow. I understand, she murmured, slowly raising a hand to cover her eyes. I had a brother who passed away in infancy. Thus, it could be counted as 1 son and 1 daughter, and with Chen Qingyao included, it implied the existence of another brother. If she indeed had a biological brother, many thoughts were too daunting to ponder. Yet now, she could not afford to avoid them. If Chen Qingyao was not her biological sister, if her mother had truly given birth to a brother then, who, in this case, was Chen Qingyao's child? Chen Qingming felt she was on the verge of uncovering a profoundly cruel truth, yet she knew she must investigate. After all, that child was one for whom her mother had paid with her life. Would her mother blame her for failing to protect the child for whom she sacrificed so much? At that moment, Chen Qingyao felt a chilling wave wash over her limbs. She attempted to rise, only to find her legs weaken beneath her, nearly collapsing. Lu Xinghe, who had been silently watching from a distance, rushed over to support her. Halfway, cradling her, he heard her weak, trembling voice whisper, We must seek a verification. Chapter 65. The Truth of Fate. In a corner of the banquet hall, a beautiful floral arch encircled a swing basket, offering a serene spot for a few to sit and converse leisurely or rest. Ye Mingjin and Chen Qingming swayed gently in the basket, one sipping juice and the other wine, embodying contrasting yet harmoniously beautiful dispositions. Chen Qingming swirled her wine, scanning the crowd with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. To them, you must seem like a savior, removing this ticking time bomb from their midst. Ye Mingjin took a sip of her juice, gazing at the female lead, who wore a blissful smile while linked to Ji Yizhao's arm. You seem quite concerned about today's leading lady. Of course, Chen Qingming retorted. She is my only sister, and I wish for her to live happily and not be entrusted to the wrong person. I believe Ji is not her worthy match. He is undeserving, and I absolutely will not consent. You are indeed exceptionally kind to her. Ye Mingjin blinked and inquired, Is she your cousin or your sister? My biological sister. Chen Qingyao replied. She is my sister, for whom my mother sacrificed her life. Biological? Ye Mingjin paused mid-sip of her juice, her gaze on Chen Qingyao filled with surprise. The intensity of her stare made Chen Qingya feel a twinge of anxiety. Jin, what is it? Unconsciously, her eyes drifted to Ye Mingjin's wrist, where delicate fingers were toying with the copper coins strung on a red cord. Chen Qingya held her breath, her fingers gripping the wine glass, turning pale, as she fixed her gaze on Ye Mingjin's face as if awaiting a verdict. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until Ye Mingjin finally declared, "You are fated not to have a sister. Instead, you should have a brother." What? Chen Qingming's hand trembled, spilling wine. She shook her head vehemently. "Impossible. My mother bled to death giving birth to my sister, and my sister was placed in an incubator. She was so small when she came home. I watched her grow up. Even after my father remarried, I cherished her because of how good she was to my sister." Her words trailed off into silence, and she lowered her gaze to the spilled wine, lost in thought. After a long pause, Chen Qingming looked up at Ye Mingjin and pointed to Ji Yizhao, who was chatting amiably with the Ji family not far away. "That is my father. Could you help me discern his fate regarding children?" Ye Mingjin observed Ji Yizhao, fiddling with the copper coins once more. After a considerable time, she met Chen Qingming's gaze and stated, "2 sons and 2 daughters." As soon as the words left her lips, Chen Qingming slumped against the swing basket, her demeanor deflated, as if struck by a monumental blow. I understand, she murmured, slowly raising a hand to cover her eyes. "I had a brother who passed away in infancy. Thus, it could be counted as 1 son and 1 daughter. And with Chen Qingya included, it implied the existence of another brother. If she indeed had a biological brother." Many thoughts were too daunting to ponder. Yet now, she could not afford to avoid them. If Chen Qingya was not her biological sister, if her mother had truly given birth to a brother, then who, in this case, was Chen Qingya's child? Chen Qingming felt she was on the verge of uncovering a profoundly cruel truth, yet she knew she must investigate. After all, that child was one for whom her mother had paid with her life. Would her mother blame her for failing to protect the child for whom she sacrificed so much? At that moment, Chen Qingya felt a chilling wave wash over her limbs. She attempted to rise, only to find her legs weaken beneath her, nearly collapsing. Lu Xinghe, who had been silently watching from a distance, rushed over to support her. Halfway, cradling her, he heard her weak, trembling voice whisper, "We must seek a verification." Chen Qingming's words were whispered into Lu Xinghe's ear, her warm breath brushing against him, reddening his ears. Lu Xinghe swallowed hard and nodded in response. Seeing Chen Qingming, who had previously been so assertive, now appearing almost ill, Ji's matriarch approached with concern, inquiring about her condition. Chen Qingming lowered her eyes to mask her disdain, leaning slightly into Lu Xinghe's embrace, choosing to ignore the inquiry. Lu Xinghe tightened his hold, responding politely to Ji's matriarch. "Miss Chen is feeling unwell and needs to rest." Ji's matriarch quickly interjected, "Unwell? Is it serious? Does she need a doctor? I will have someone take you to the lounge immediately." "No need," Lu Xinghe replied. "She merely requires a moment's respite." Ji's matriarch insisted with a worried tone. "Though young, one must still take care of their health. Allow me to escort you to the lounge." As the hostess of the banquet, Ji's matriarch could easily summon a server to escort them. Yet in that moment, she felt an inexplicable fear towards the Chen family's young lady. Unlike her, these affluent women were like nurtured vines, relying on their husbands for support. All expenditures related to leisure, dining, and entertainment are derived from their husbands, leading many to carefully navigate their husbands' moods and often engage in numerous social obligations for their sake. However, Chen Qingming stands apart. She possesses her own career and strength, with nearly half of the Chen enterprise supported by her efforts, which has even left Ji Yizhao in awe. Consequently, as a prospective match for marriage, Madame Ji feels it essential to win her favor. Especially given that Miss Chen currently holds a dissenting view regarding their union, Madame Ji believes she must intensify her efforts. She personally escorts Lu Xinghe and Chen Qingming to a private lounge, stating, "This space is exclusively for our own people. Please rest here. If you need anything, feel free to send someone to fetch me. There is no need for formality. After all, we are family." Upon uttering these words, Madame Ji casts a probing glance at Chen Qingming. Strangely, Chen Qingming does not express vehement opposition. Pleased, Madame Ji continues, "I have long heard that the eldest daughter of the Chen family acts decisively and possesses a broad-minded spirit. Once our families unite, we shall support one another. There will be times when we will rely on you for support. Mississippi naturally, should the Chun family require assistance, they may directly approach the Ji family, who will undoubtedly provide full support. Chen Qingming appears somewhat distressed, her brows furrowed, eyes closed, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe glances at Madame Ji and expresses gratitude. Thank you. Madame Ji, now President Chun needs to rest. Very well then, please do take your time. If anything arises, do not hesitate to summon me. Madame Ji replies with a smile and departs. Her mood has shifted dramatically from her previous anxiety. After all, it seems that Chen Qingming is not as fiercely opposed to this union as before, and she does not refute the notion of family. Could this be interpreted as tacit acceptance? If her stance has truly changed, Madame Ji could claim a significant victory. Chapter 66. Abnormality. The inept monarch. The banquet hall remains lively. Yet every gaze inadvertently gravitates towards the recently returned Madame Ji. After all, everyone had witnessed her departure with Chen Qingming not long ago. Observing her expression, which now radiates a newfound vibrancy and a triumphant smile, curiosity swells among the guests. Similarly, both the Ji and Chun families pay close attention. As Madame Ji approaches, Ji Weiguo scrutinizes her with silent inquiry. With a smile, Madame Ji reveals, it seems that Miss Chen's attitude has softened. Witnessing the astonishment in their eyes, she elaborates. I told her that we are family and should support one another. She did not oppose this, which is quite different from her previous fervent objections. Hearing of Chen Qingming's change, Ji Weiguo nods approvingly and comments to Chen Jianjun. We are truly envious that the Chen family has raised such an exemplary daughter. My own son pales in comparison. Chen Jianjun's spirits lift considerably at this praise, sharing a smile with his wife, Madame Chen. Fortunately, Qingyao has joined the Ji family. Madame Ji adds with a smile, we are indeed fortunate. The atmosphere is harmonious as they converse, until Madame Chen suddenly remarks, your daughter-in-law is remarkable. I did not expect that just a few words could so swiftly temper Qingming's temperament. She must be quite extraordinary. Pausing slightly, she continues, I am surprised. Do you know if she is acquainted with Qingming? The Ji family is uncertain, as is Chen Jianjun. Chen Qingyao remains silent, glancing at her fiancé, Ji Yizhao. As anticipated, Ji Yizhao's attention shifts to Ye Mingjin. He too is puzzled. What did Ye Mingjin say to Chen Qingming to cause such a rapid change in her demeanor? He yearns to inquire, but recognizes the inopportune timing. Ji Yizhao's eager gaze only intensifies Chen Qingyao's jealousy, prompting her to teasingly remark. A foster daughter of the Yi family marrying into the Ji family is certainly no ordinary affair. Although Ye Mingjin has severed ties with the Yi family, she was still raised by them. Following Chen Qingyao's comment, everyone recalls that Ye Mingjin terminated her relationship with the Yi family shortly after her marriage to the Ji family. Thus, whether she remains a Yi family member is a murky issue that no one wishes to pursue, especially since the Ji and Yi families still share a marital bond. By inadvertently performing a good deed, Ye Mingjin has earned Madame Ji's favor, who approaches Madame Yi, also attending the banquet, and inquires, where is your daughter? I adore her. Why didn't you bring her along? In response to the mention of her beloved daughter, Madame Yi smiles and replies, oh, she is on summer break and having a fantastic time. She didn't return last night, and I have no idea where she went. Despite her words, her expression conveys no reproach. Madame Ji chuckles in agreement. Children today have their own opinions and social circles. They often prefer not to play with us. My son was the same way. Let them be, and as they mature, they will gradually find their way back. Madame Yi, hearing this, cannot help but smile. I find myself quite fond of Yizhao. His capabilities surpass even those of Jidong. Upon hearing her praise for her son, Madame Ji's smile becomes even more genuine. As they converse, Madame Ji adds, your daughter is also commendable. Just look at how well she handled that haughty young lady. Originally, her attitude was quite arrogant, but after a few words from your daughter, she became quite agreeable. It's fortunate that even though this foster daughter has severed ties, she still owes a debt of gratitude for her upbringing. Should you need her assistance, I believe she would be willing to help. Pausing briefly, she continues, as we are family, I will share some heartfelt advice. Do maintain your connection with her. You are aware of the events at the Shuji family's banquet. It seems she has garnered favor with the elder there and maintains a good relationship with them. Preserving this connection may prove beneficial in the future. Madame Yi nods in understanding. I comprehend what you are conveying. Only you would confide such intimate words to me, and I shall strive to uphold this connection. She casts a glance towards Ye Mingjin, who is conversing with her disabled husband, her demeanor relaxed and at ease. A stark contrast to her previous expression during her time with the Yi family. Now, Madame Ye's feelings towards Ye Mingjin are complex. On one hand, she reflects on Ye Mingjin's favorable treatment from the Shuji elder and her seemingly solid connections, leading to regrets about her earlier decisions. To be precise, as Ji Yizhao had chastised her, she feels she has mishandled matters, losing an essential networking asset. On the other hand, Madame Yi is reluctant to acknowledge her own shortcomings, instead harboring resentment towards Ye Mingjin. With such valuable connections, why had she never mentioned them? This indicates that Ye Mingjin has never regarded the Yi family as her own. It is no wonder she severed her household registration and terminated their adoptive relationship upon marriage. In a lounge's hanging basket, Ye Mingjin sways gently as she sips juice, suddenly sneezing twice in quick succession. Ji Yizhao, sitting beside her, immediately inquires with concern, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did you catch a chill?" Ye Mingjin shakes her head, blinking her eyes. "I believe someone is speaking ill of me." "Impossible," Ji Yizhao assures, "with someone as wonderful as you. Anyone who criticizes you must be the one in the wrong." Hearing such unequivocal support, Ye Mingjin cannot help but chuckle. "You sound a bit like an inept monarch." As he offers her a tangerine, Ji Yizhao declares, "With you by my side, I would willingly be that ruler who neglects morning court." Ye Mingjin could not help but chuckle, saying, "Forget it. I have no desire to become a calamity for the nation." "How could it be a calamity for the country?" Ji Yizhao said earnestly, "You must be a calamity of a queen." Ye Mingjin, while savoring the small tangerines, found herself in fits of laughter. After all, both were calamities, and there seemed little difference. Ji Yizhao continued to peel the tangerine for her, and suddenly remarked, "I noticed Chen Qingming seemed quite distressed earlier." "Yes," Ye Mingjin replied. "She has just learned a cruel truth." Ji Yizhao inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Ye Mingjin shook her head, asserting she would handle it herself. "We should not interfere in the affairs of others." Hearing Ye Mingjin refer to we, Ji Yizhao found it melodious and nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right, Xiaojin." Amidst their jovial banter, Ji Yizhao suddenly turned to glance at a figure not far off, locking eyes with Madame Yi. The smile on Ji Yizhao's lips remained intact, yet his gaze turned cold and piercing as if laced with ice. It appeared that Madame Yi was startled and quickly averted her gaze. Ye Mingjin looked up to hear Ji Yizhao say, "You're no longer a member of the Yi family. If anyone dares to bully you, simply retaliate." After a brief pause, he added, "Never mind, I shall send someone for you. Let them deal with it." Ye Mingjin replied, "I can fight too." Ji Yizhao remarked, "But your hands will hurt." Ye Mingjin. Suddenly, she found Ji Yizhao's concern rather peculiar. Shouldn't he be admonishing her against violence? Yet his worry was for her hands? Smiling, Ye Mingjin reassured Ji Yizhao, "Do not worry. She will not provoke me. She has matters to attend to." No sooner had she spoken than she noticed Madame Yi receiving a phone call, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 67. Fraud? Identification of a corpse? The banquet hall was still alive with music and laughter, filled with various social interactions and gossip, particularly regarding the Chun and Ji families and the unexpected union. Initially, Madame Yi was displeased with Ye Mingjin, but upon meeting Ji Yizhao's chilling gaze, she felt as if a venomous serpent had fixed its stare upon her, sending a chill down her spine. Hastily, she diverted her gaze, feeling a surge of disdain. Realizing that the adopted daughter was indeed matched with such a peculiar and unfortunate individual. Madame Yi had since learned that this so-called young master of the Ji family had lost his sanity for a time after his biological mother's passing, behaving like a rabid dog, turning on anyone and everyone, until Ji Weigua found a way to send him abroad. Now this madman had returned, paired with an adopted daughter who had never been close to them. It was evident that their lives would not be harmonious. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Madame Yi glanced at the caller ID and, feeling somewhat impatient, answered, only to hear the voice on the other end identify themselves as the Beijiao branch of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. What business did the police have with her? Distracted, Madame Yi inquired about the purpose of the call. The voice on the other end questioned, "Are you Ms. Su Wanyu, the mother of Ye Mingju?" "Yes, that is me. What is the matter?" She responded. The caller continued. We have discovered something concerning Ye Mingjin in the woods of Beichen. Please come to the Beijiao branch. What? Madame Ye's heart quivered, disbelief washing over her as her previously distracted demeanor turned tense and serious, her voice tinged with urgency and politeness. Could you repeat that? It is quite noisy here. Let me find a quieter place. She quickly distanced herself from the boisterous crowd of the banquet, seeking a relatively tranquil corner. Please repeat what you just said. What has happened to Mingjin? The voice reiterated, we have encountered a situation involving Ye Mingjin. Please come to the Beijiao police station. Madame Yi pressed on. What do you need me for? We discovered a female corpse in a small grove, and according to our information, it is Ye Mingjin. Please come to confirm. Madame Ye's hand trembled inexplicably, causing her phone to drop to the ground. Staring at the call interface, she picked it up again, still struggling to comprehend, and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Such words should not be spoken lightly. I have encountered many scam calls like yours. Are you seeking money or something else? I assure you, there is no way. Madame Yi abruptly hung up, quickly re-entering the banquet hall, striving to maintain a composed expression. Though anxiety gnawed at her, she glanced at her phone, reasoning that if the call were genuine, they would surely reach out again. The absence of a follow-up call suggested it was indeed a scam. As she mingled with the guests, Madame Yi found herself glancing at her phone from time to time. It remained silent. Gradually, she exhaled, convincing herself that it had merely been a scam call. Just as she prepared to sip her wine to calm her nerves, Ye Yizhao approached her, his expression serious yet anxious. Have you received a call? Madame Yi, feeling a twinge of nervousness, replied, I just had a scam call. Why do you ask? Ye Yizhao regarded her with a complex gaze. Who says it was a scam call? Madame Yi blinked in confusion. What do you mean by that? The police called me regarding Mingjin. I am quite busy and cannot concern myself with it. You should go check it out. Ye Yizhao frowned. Make sure to communicate clearly with her. Do not let her cause any more chaos. She has already been caught several times in middle school, and with so many messes to clean up, the Yi family is not her personal cleanup crew. Go see her. If anything arises, inform me. You aren't going? Madame Yi inquired. Ye Yizhao swept his gaze over the banquet. Do you see who is present today? What occasion is this? The union of the Ji and Chun families. We are also part of the union, yet observe the discrepancy in their attitudes. If we all leave today, who knows what they will say about us afterward? Ye Yizhao's agitation grew. You go retrieve Mingjin and discipline her properly. Tell her if she does not behave, I will cancel all her cards. Let us see how she wanders about then. Looking at Madame Yi, he could not help but add, and you, stop indulging her. Look at Mingjin, she is far superior. Upon hearing Ye Mingjin's name, Madame Ye's temper flared. Mingjin, no matter how you slice it, she is not truly a Yi. She is not one of us. Your daughter, Ye Mingjin, is the true member of the Yi family. Why must you elevate others while belittling your own child? Ye Yizhao raised a hand to his forehead. Enough. I do not wish to argue. You should go. After taking a step, he turned back to Madame Yi, half threateningly, half advising, I will have my assistant accompany you. Let him handle any issues that arise. Do not make any rash decisions. I am quite busy, since your actions have caused our family situation to plummet. I must exert all efforts today. Otherwise, the Yi family may truly face ruin. Madame Yi, having lost all semblance of defiance, merely uttered a low acknowledgement and left the banquet with a troubled expression. However, before departing, she made sure to bid farewell to the host. Striving to adjust her expression, Madame Yi approached Madame Ji and said, I am feeling a bit unwell and shall take my leave. What ails you? Madame Ji promptly replied, Shall I send a doctor to examine you? Madame Yi feigned a weak smile. No need. This is merely an old ailment. I have a slight headache and dizziness. A bit of rest will suffice. I must depart early. Madame Ji did not insist further. Very well. Take care and rest well. Do let me know if you need anything. As Madame Yi slowly exited, her countenance darkened, and a sense of anger welled within her. Anger surged within her at Ye Yizhao's demeanor, as well as at Ye Mingjin's reckless behavior, oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her. The Yi family was no longer what it once was. When did this transformation begin? It seemed to have commenced after Ye Mingjin's marriage. Now, with Ye Mingjin causing further chaos, even though she was Lady Ye's cherished daughter, Lady Yi resolved to reprimand her thoroughly upon their meeting. What was this nonsense about a grove? What decent girl would venture into such a place? That location was notorious, the site of tragic incidents. To frolic there was tantamount to courting death. Little did she know, her words would soon echo ominously. Chapter 68. Nightmare? Poisonous hands? At the entrance of the Beijiao Public Security Bureau, Lady Su Wanyu stepped out of the car and began to survey her surroundings, only to find that the assistant mentioned by Ye Yizhao had yet to arrive. She glanced at her watch, her brow furrowing slightly. Patience was not her virtue today. This was not her first visit to a police station. In fact, due to Ye Mingjin's frequent escapades, she had become accustomed to such visits. Initially, she had been taken aback, but over time, it had morphed into a routine. Nevertheless, this was her first time at the Beijiao branch. Upon entering, Su Wanyu announced her identity and inquired, "Where is Ye Mingjin? I am here to take her home." After verifying her identity, a police officer gestured for her to follow. "Miss Su, please come with me. Due to the delayed discovery, there have been some changes in her condition. We hope you can confirm whether she is indeed your daughter." Ye Mingjin. The officer's words sent a chilling tremor through her heart. If she had harbored a sliver of hope before, it evaporated upon hearing those words. At the banquet, when she received the call from the police, she had been struck by a shocking term. However, when Ye Yizhao later mentioned a familiar contact, he had not alluded to such matters, leading her to believe she had misheard. She thought this visit would be like any other, merely resolving a dispute involving Ye Mingjin. Yet, the officer's tone suggested a far graver situation. Her steps instinctively slowed as she followed the officer, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Where are you taking me?" "To the morgue," the officer replied earnestly. Given the time elapsed, many details remain unclear. "We need you to identify her based on the student ID found in her bag." The notion struck her like a bolt from the blue, and Su Wanyu felt incredulous. "Are you jesting? Mingjin merely went out with her classmates for a day of fun. Why would I need to identify a corpse?" "You must be mistaken," the officer replied. "We hope this is a misunderstanding as well, but we need you to confirm." As the door to the morgue swung open, Su Wanyu stood frozen in place. The officer turned to her, gesturing toward the bag. "Here, please take a look." He unzipped the bag, revealing the lifeless figure within. Su Wanyu merely glanced before becoming paralyzed with shock, her eyes rolling back as she fainted on the spot. Seeing her collapse, the officer quickly summoned assistants to carry her out to a nearby bench, then returned to administer first aid. Someone promptly brought her a glass of water, and after a few sips, she gradually regained consciousness. Feeling as though she had descended into a nightmare, she grappled with the horrifying reality of witnessing her beloved daughter's corpse. She yearned to awaken from this ghastly dream, but as her eyes fluttered open and her mind cleared, the presence of the police officers around her only deepened her despair. The flicker of hope she had clung to had vanished entirely. The dream she thought she had experienced was, in fact, a merciless reality. Yet, Su Wanyu remained silent, convinced that if she did not speak, perhaps she could still be dreaming. But the officer shattered her illusion with a direct inquiry. "Miss Su, having seen her, can you confirm if she is your daughter, Ye Mingjin?" Su Wanyu longed to deny the truth, but after a mere glance, she recognized her beloved daughter, even in her disfigured state. How could she not? Yet, the more she acknowledged the truth, the harder it became to accept this cruel reality. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. "This is impossible. There must be some mistake. How could she be my Mingjin? She simply went out to have fun. She cannot be dead." The officer pressed, "How long has she been gone? Did you not think to search for her, or attempt to contact her?" Su Wanyu replied, "She often does this. In the past, she obeyed us, but now she has entered a rebellious phase, and we cannot manage her. She frequently goes on trips with friends or studies with classmates for days at a time. We have grown accustomed to it. I did not sense anything amiss. I had no idea when she began to encounter trouble." The officer continued, "According to the coroner's examination, her death is estimated to have occurred approximately 72 hours ago. Based on the injuries and the circumstances of the scene, it appears she fell from the hillside west of the grove." "Impossible. Why would she venture to such a place? What could possibly attract her there? How could she fall from that hill? I refuse to believe it. That cannot be my Mingjin." Su Wanyu shook her head vehemently, adamantly rejecting the notion. The officer, familiar with such reactions, waited for her to vent her emotions before saying, "Ms. Su, please try to remain calm so we can better address the situation concerning your daughter. Can you recall if she mentioned anything in the past 3 days? Any messages or clues?" Su Wanyu shook her head. "I don't know. She is very rebellious and has disliked our guidance for quite some time. Previously, with Mingjin overseeing her, things were somewhat manageable. But now, no one can control her." She paused, recalling Ye Mingjin and the current predicament. A wave of regret washing over her. If only Ye Mingjin were still around to guide Mingzhu, perhaps her daughter would not be in such peril. Back then, no matter where Mingzhu went, as long as she informed Mingjin, everything would be fine. But now, the thought that her precious daughter could meet such a tragic end by falling off a hill struck her, and she suddenly questioned, how could she have fallen? She was out with friends. What about her companions? There must be a murderer. Someone must have harmed her. You must investigate thoroughly. Just as Su Wanyu was losing herself in despair and demanding answers, Ye Jinzhou's assistant finally arrived. As usual, he entered the police station with a calm demeanor, prepared to inquire about Ye Mingjin. They had dealt with such matters countless times and were well acquainted with the police. However, he was taken aback when, before the officers could respond, Su Wanyu rushed towards him, her eyes red and streaming with tears. Grasping his arm tightly, she implored, "Where's Ye Jinzhou? Why has he not come? Tell him our daughter is dead. Our Mingzhu has been harmed. He must find the murderer and seek vengeance." Chapter 69. A turning point in fate. Key figures of the banquet. Ye Jinzhou finally located a guest willing to engage in deeper conversation, animatedly promoting his company, when his phone began to vibrate incessantly. After ending the call, the vibrations continued, grating on his nerves as he contemplated shutting off his phone. The guest conversing with him politely suggested, "Perhaps it is something urgent, Mr. Yi. You may attend to it. We can continue our discussion shortly." Ye Jinzhou's expression darkened considerably, prompting him to utter, "I apologize, I must take a call." Once he distanced himself from the guest, his countenance swiftly transformed into a stormy shade. He answered the phone with a sharp tone, demanding, "What is going on? Do you have any idea how much business you are jeopardizing?" On the other end, his assistant, speaking cautiously and with a hint of hesitation, replied, "Chairman Yi, there has been an incident involving the young lady." "An incident is an incident. You are there to handle it. What more do you need to tell me? I expect you to manage everything." His assistant, now abandoning any pretense of subtlety, took a deep breath and said directly, "The young lady has passed away. The police are investigating her cause of death, which appears to be a fall from a mountain resulting in a head injury. However, Madam is extremely agitated and does not believe it. She wishes for you to come and find the culprit." The cacophony on the line allowed Ye Jinzhou to distinctly hear Su Wanyu's anguished cries. The heart-wrenching despair stirred a tremor within him. After a prolonged buzz in his ears, he managed to suppress his panic and asked, "What did you say? What has happened to Mingzhu?" The assistant repeated the grim news, and Ye Jinzhou fought to maintain his composure as he bid farewell to his host. He hastened to the suburban police station, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him during the journey. Rubbing his temples, he felt as if he were trapped in a surreal dream. Not long ago, his company was thriving, his daughter was astute, and his family was blissfully harmonious. He had no worries. Yet, now he found himself relentlessly seeking a way to survive, only to be met with obstacles at every turn, as his business teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Despite the recent acquisition by Jinzhao Group, which offered a fair price, Ye Jinzhou was loath to relinquish the efforts and dedication of the Yi family so easily. He yearned to fight back, to reclaim what was rightfully his. As a torrent of misfortunes besieged him, Ye Jinzhou felt increasingly powerless. Upon arriving at the suburban police station, he beheld Su Wanyu, who was crying uncontrollably, nearly fainting from grief. This was a side of her he had never witnessed before. She had always been composed and elegant in his eyes, but now she resembled a mad woman, weeping inconsolably, devoid of her former grace. The echo of her desperate plea rang in his ears. "Mingzhu is gone. Someone has killed Mingzhu. You must find the murderer." Despite her anguish, Ye Jinzhou could hardly process the enormity of the loss. He still found it difficult to believe that his cherished child could be gone. Although he had not been a strict disciplinarian, Ye Mingjin was his only precious daughter. After years of trying without success, they had finally adopted Ye Mingjin, and then they were blessed with this daughter, their priceless treasure. How could it be that she was now no longer with them? Ye Jinzhou felt as if he had been jolted awake from a disorienting dream, staring at the police in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could my daughter be in danger? It is impossible." He adamantly refused to accept the reality until the officers led him to the morgue to see the lifeless body of his child, who had been dead for over 3 days. The sight of her transformed appearance, now unrecognizable and painful to behold, caused Ye Jinzhou to tremble as he cradled her in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. This was his beloved daughter, whose name had been chosen to signify a precious gem. Although he appeared to be lenient, he showered her with affection. Whenever Ye Mingjin encountered trouble at school, he promptly dispatched someone to resolve the issue. She was a long-awaited treasure, the princess of the Yi family, meant to shine brightly and grow up free from worries. Yet now, his precious daughter was gone. Ye Yizhao felt as though a vital part of him had been wrenched away, the joy that once filled him upon her birth now extinguished. She was his only daughter, and with her loss, the Yi lineage faced extinction. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame toward his ancestors. This loss seemed more profound than his business troubles. After years of hard work, what significance did it hold if there was no one to inherit, no child to nurture? With tears in his eyes, he implored the police. "I have but one child. I must find the murderer." The police responded based on the scene and the injuries on the deceased. Her cause of death appears to be a fall resulting in a head injury. We will continue our investigation and provide you with answers. As Ye Yizhao held the exhausted Su Wanyu, he suddenly recalled a similar scene from the past. When they had adopted Ye Mingjin, Su Wanyu discovered she was pregnant. They had embraced joyfully, filled with dreams of giving their child everything to ensure her happiness. Who could have foreseen that their cherished child would be lost? Ye Yizhao felt as if his heart were bleeding, overwhelmed by an all-encompassing fatigue. He pondered when this transformation had begun. Perhaps it was after they married off Ye Mingjin. The words spoken by the police officer during that union echoed in his mind. The cycle of fate is unyielding. Good and evil bear consequences. You shall face retribution. Did that retribution extend to his daughter? He recalled how he had treated Ye Mingjin over the years. Her arrival had infused their home with the vitality unique to children. They had intended to care for her well, but as they welcomed their own daughter, they had unconsciously favored her more. They had entrusted Ye Mingjin with responsibilities in caring for their daughter, leading her to sever their adoptive ties. Now, everything seemed to revert to its origin. The flourishing business of the Yi family had begun to wither, and now they had even lost their hard-won daughter. Every twist of fate seemed to hinge on a pivotal figure. Ye Yizhao could not believe in such peculiar notions, yet at this moment they resonated with him. Trembling, he picked up his phone and scoured his contacts, only to find no number for Ye Mingjin. He realized he had never been the one to maintain contact with her. In a panic, he sought out his assistant, asking, "Do you have Mingjin's phone number?" The assistant quickly provided it, and Ye Yizhao, with trembling hands, entered the digits multiple times before finally dialing. "Mingjin, it's Dad." Chapter 70. Panic. Possession. Ye Yizhao's hands shook as he dialed the number repeatedly, akin to a drowning man clutching a lifeline. The call connected, and he immediately stated, "Mingjin, it's Dad. Your mother and I are at the suburban residence. Could you come over?" After a 2-second silence, Ye Mingjin's soft yet emotionless voice responded, "Mr. Yi, have you forgotten? We no longer have any relationship." Thus, they were devoid of the father-daughter bond they once shared. Ye Yizhao felt a pang of inexplicable hurt at her words. He realized he had not shown the appropriate concern for her and attempted to adopt a gentler tone. Lowering his voice, "I understand we have terminated our adoptive relationship, but we raised you for many years. As the saying goes, the bond of birth surpasses that of nurture. Even if we are no longer connected, surely our feelings remain." On the other end, Ye Mingjin sounded somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean? Mr. Yi, do you not know? I have returned all the money I owed you over the years. Everything is settled." "What money? What do you mean everything is settled?" Ye Yizhao was clearly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of Ye Mingjin's statement. On the other end of the line, Ye Mingjin offered a suggestion. "You could inquire with Madame Yi." I had given her my card. Ye Yizhao suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had contemplated that even if their adoptive relationship was severed, he could still engage Ye Mingjin in conversation, leveraging the years of emotional connection they shared. He envisioned her visiting him, perhaps to undertake some task, or even if she did nothing at all, he would still derive an inexplicable sense of comfort from her presence. However, now, even this faint hope had been extinguished. Had their separation truly been so absolute? All the debts incurred over the years had been repaid. Did that mean their affections, all their shared sentiments, had been reduced to mere currency, deposited into a card for his wife? Why had he never heard Su Wanyu mention this? As he pondered, it struck him that he hadn't been particularly invested in the dissolution of his adoptive relationship with Ye Mingjin. Upon hearing Su Wanyu's words, he had thought the child was grown and should be free. After all, she never really had a significant presence in their home. Aside from her weekend visits, she resided at school, and for them, Ye Mingjin was sufficient. She was the true jewel of the Ye family, the sole child of Ye Yizhao. To him, the others held little importance. An adopted daughter, after the birth of his precious daughter, had drifted further away, and the emotional ties had faded. Yet who could have foreseen that he would now find himself genuinely disconnected from this adopted daughter? Upon realizing this truth, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within Ye Yizhao. He entertained a particularly absurd notion that the downfall of the Ye family stemmed from Ye Mingjin's departure. Had she remained, might the Ye family have retained its former glory? Would both the company and Ye Mingjin have been spared misfortune? This thought embedded itself like a seed in his mind, resurfacing repeatedly. The more he contemplated it, the deeper it rooted, and he felt a profound regret over having lost Ye Mingjin. Yet at this moment, he fully grasped that perhaps his connection with her had truly reached its end. Consequently, the Ye family and his beloved Mingjin were irrevocably lost. Ye Yizhao slumped in his chair, as if all strength had drained from him. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, and he lacked the will to retrieve it. His assistant picked it up, hesitating in silence, unsure of what to say, and merely stood by awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, Su Wanyu had already fainted from crying, leaning against the wall like a dying soul. In that moment, the once spirited couple of the Ye family appeared aged and lifeless. Their vitality dimmed. News from the police station, though discreet, had somehow spread like wings along a network, reaching various corners. In the banquet hall, the union celebration between the Ji and Chun families continued to thrive with vibrancy. Today, amidst the significant news, attention was also drawn to Chen Qingming, the eldest daughter of the Chun family, who vehemently opposed the marriage, her stance unwavering. Expectations of a dramatic confrontation dissipated when, to everyone's surprise, Chen Qingming did not reappear after the banquet concluded. For the Ji and Chun families, this was indeed a relief, granting them a moment to breathe and an opportunity to resolve the matter amicably. Chen Jianjun, prepared for a counterattack against Chen Qingming's resolute position, found himself unexpectedly relieved when her outburst fizzled, leading to a harmonious atmosphere with the Ji family. Initially worried that Chen Qingming's disruption would become the talk of the town, he was soon overshadowed by a more shocking revelation. The cherished Ye Mingjin had died. The circles were well aware that Ye Mingjin was doted upon within the Ye family, as she was their sole heir, the beloved daughter of Ye Yizhao and Madame Ye. After years of longing for a child, they finally welcomed this daughter, who was treated with utmost indulgence, leading to her somewhat willful demeanor, which had not endeared her to many. Now, upon hearing of her demise, many expressed their sorrow and began to speculate on the cause of her death. With Ye Mingjin's passing, discussions regarding the Ye family's current plight resumed. The Ye family business was in dire straits, on the brink of bankruptcy and acquisition, marking a period of considerable misfortune for both family and career. In contrast, Ye Mingjin was regarded with a sense of wisdom, having severed ties with the Ye family early on and marrying into the Ji family, thus escaping her hardships. Those experienced in familial alliances speculated, without the Ye family as a support, how could she thrive in the Ji household? After all, a union represents the merging of two families, and when one side falters, the counterpart inevitably suffers as well. Yet, it soon became evident that throughout it all, the Ji family's young master treated Ye Mingjin with unwavering affection and devotion. They were often seen together, whispering sweet nothings, existing in a realm impervious to outsiders, silently asserting that regardless of circumstances, Ye Mingjin belonged solely to Ji Yizhao, unassailable and coveted by none. Chapter 71. Secrets and Aches. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Was the second young master of the Ji family here today to stir trouble? Many were aware that he and his half-brother, the eldest young master, did not share a particularly warm bond. Their appearances together at various events had often sparked gossip. On this special occasion, it was ostensibly the second young master's stage, yet he approached his half-brother and sister-in-law. Speaking of the sister-in-law, Ye Mingjin, some recalled that they had once shared a history. After all, at the banquet celebrating the union of the Ye and Ji families, Ye Mingjin had famously slapped the second young master. Rumors suggested a marriage deception. Insiders knew well that the second young master had pursued Ye Mingjin, only for the wedding day to see the eldest brother step in. Such a scandal would shock anyone. Some even mused that the Ji family must be quite audacious to pull off such a ruse. The Ye family could not have been unaware, for their relationship remained amicable post-event, suggesting both families were in the know, while Ye Mingjin had been left in the dark. This line of thought evoked sympathy for Ye Mingjin. It was no wonder she had sought to dissolve ties with the Ye family immediately after her marriage. At this moment, memories of the rumored scandals from the Shi family banquet surfaced, where someone had reportedly been struck. Notably, the second young master had been absent from public view recently and appeared to have sustained an injury. Participants exchanged whispers, sharing snippets of inside information. Now, witnessing the second young master approach his elder brother and sister-in-law, many gazed on with eager anticipation, wondering what fresh tales he might unveil. Today's engagement banquet was a whirlwind of events, rich with gossip, undeniably worth the visit. Meanwhile, eyes shifted toward the Chun family, where the most favored daughter, Chun Xingya, was intently fixated on the second young master. At her mother's behest, Chun Xingya hastily followed Ji Yizhao. The distance between them was minimal, yet her expression betrayed her displeasure. The stage was set for a grand spectacle, and the crowd's excitement heightened. Ji Yizhao approached Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin, observing them as they conversed animatedly, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. Maintaining a polite smile, he pondered what they could possibly be discussing so merrily. Ji Yizhao looked at him, then turned to Ye Mingjin with a smile, saying, "I shall spare my younger brother the tales of marital merriment." Ye Mingjin nodded with a smile, but Ji Yizhao's expression abruptly stiffened, his heart feeling as though pierced by a dagger. However, he still made an effort to maintain a polite smile on his face, and said, "It seems inappropriate to discuss matters between husband and wife in such a public setting." Ji Yizhao replied, "Indeed, it is not proper, so second brother should refrain from inquiring." Ji Yizhao was rebuffed for the second time, his expression darkening. He fixed his gaze on Ye Mingjin and endeavored to maintain a smile as he asked, "Does elder sister-in-law think the same way?" Ye Mingjin, enjoying the small orange that Ji Yizhao had peeled for her, broke off a few segments and offered them to Ji Yizhao's mouth, casually replying, "What my elder brother says is what goes." After a brief pause, she looked at Ji Yizhao and added, "Matters at home are decided by Zhao. You may directly ask him about anything." Her words caused a stark contrast in the expressions of the Ji brothers. Ji Yizhao, whose beauty was already striking, wore an even more enchanting smile, his eyes shimmering like dew-kissed petals, as if adorned with a multitude of stars, radiating brilliance. This captivating brightness stirred the hearts of several ladies present, causing them to feel a flutter of excitement. Meanwhile, Ji Yizhao's countenance grew even darker. He inhaled deeply, gripping his wine glass tightly, and said, "I wish to inquire about something concerning elder sister-in-law that perhaps elder brother is unaware of." He raised his gaze to Ye Mingjin and asked, "Do you know what elder sister-in-law said to the eldest daughter of the Qin family? She seemed to be in a rather poor state, leaving in such haste, and has yet to return." Ye Mingjin cast a fleeting glance at him, continuing to eat the orange with focus, and under Ji Yizhao's expectant gaze, uttered two words, "A secret." Ji Yizhao's expression darkened like a stormy sky, his frustration boiling over as he glared at Ye Mingjin, saying, "We are all family. Must elder sister-in-law be so distant? Why won't you even share what you discussed?" Ye Mingjin frowned slightly. Looking at him once more, "I have already stated, it is a secret." Indeed, it was a secret concerning the children of the Chen family. Yet, to Ji Yizhao, it implied that their conversation was confidential, hence she would not divulge it. Despite understanding that it was a secret she could not reveal, Ji Yizhao felt that Ye Mingjin should stand by him. In the past, when he had first questioned her, she would eventually share after he pressed her a few times. Now, as he considered asking a third time, he noticed Yizhao suddenly frowning, his hand trembling slightly on his knee, and his complexion turning somewhat unusual. Ye Mingjin quickly inquired, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ji Yizhao's enchanting eyes shimmered with moisture, evoking a sense of pity. He lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, casting a shadow beneath his eyes. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, tinged with a hint of apology, and in a low, innocent voice said, "Xiao Jin, my leg hurts a bit. I wish to go home." "Leg pain?" Ji Yizhao couldn't help but chuckle with irritation. "Your leg doesn't hurt at any other time, but only after I arrived. How coincidental." The implication was that Ji Yizhao was feigning discomfort. Ji Yizhao fixed his gaze on Ye Mingjin, trying to gauge her reaction, knowing she detested deceit. Yet, Ye Mingjin seemed oblivious, ignoring him entirely and gently said to Ji Yizhao, "All right, let's return home immediately. Have you been tired these past few days?" Ji Yizhao replied, "It might be related to the weather. It is just a slight discomfort." His voice trembled slightly, further evoking sympathy. Ye Mingjin, without a second thought, grasped his hand and said, "Then let us leave at once." As they stood, they encountered Chun Qingya, who had followed Ji Yizhao. "What is happening? Is there an issue?" Ji Yizhao remained silent, and Ji Yizhao, distracted by his leg pain, paid her no mind, leaving it to Ye Mingjin to explain, "Zhao's leg hurts. We shall take our leave." Chun Qingya was momentarily taken aback, her face brightening with a smile. "Oh dear, you must hurry then. This cannot be delayed. I will arrange for someone to take you." "No need," Ye Mingjin said, casting a glance at Ji Yizhao and Chun Qingya before taking Ji Yizhao's hand and leaving. Ji Yizhao stood there, staring at Ye Mingjin, unmoving for a long while. In his mind, a singular thought echoed. Ye Mingjin was truly drifting further away from him. The moment Ji Yizhao expressed pain, all her attention shifted to him. Meanwhile, he stood there, entirely ignored. His myriad of words could not compete with Ji Yizhao's simple declaration of leg pain. Chun Qingya, observing Ji Yizhao's stillness, wore a twisted expression. She tightened her grip on the wine glass, watching the couple gradually depart, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. Since Ye Mingjin had a good relationship with Chun Qingming, she could find a way to exploit this connection, ideally ensnaring them all. Yet, little did she know, before her trap could be set, Chun Qingming would drop a truth bomb that nearly obliterated her plans. Chapter 72. Compassion, Cause of Death in the Secluded Courtyard. Ji Yizhao was assisted out of the car by Han Shuangjiang, with Ye Mingjin holding his hand as they walked side by side. Ever since the banquet at the Shu family, their outings had settled into this pattern, no longer with Ye Mingjin pushing him. Ji Yizhao enjoyed holding Ye Mingjin's hand. She looked at his knee and asked, "How are you feeling? Is it still painful?" Ji Yizhao replied, "It is much better now." After a brief pause, he added with a hint of self-deprecation, "It might be a psychological issue. I felt unhappy there, but now I feel fine." Following this, he seemed somewhat regretful for being such a troublesome person, looking at Ye Mingjin and saying, "Xiao Jin, I am sorry for causing you trouble." His expression was so innocent and his guilt so openly displayed that Ye Mingjin felt a wave of compassion and gently patted his hand, saying, "As long as you are well, that is all that matters." For Ye Mingjin, as long as Ji Yizhao was unharmed, even if his leg hurt while at the Ji family, it was entirely acceptable. After all, she disliked that environment, and the occasion was filled with people they both found displeasing. As the eldest son of the Ji family attending a family birthday banquet, the necessity of an invitation card felt somewhat insulting, even for someone like Ye Mingjin, who typically did not concern herself with such matters. Now it was fortuitous. The banquet had not yet concluded, allowing them to leave openly and without pretense. Observing Ji Yizhao's leg, Ye Mingjin added, "Let's take a break from exercising for the next few days." She suspected that his leg pains stemmed from overexertion during their recent rehabilitation efforts. As Ji Yizhao had been walking longer distances and with greater intensity than before, it was only natural for him to feel fatigued. Ji Yizhao, already aware of her intentions to care for him, nodded obediently, saying, "All right, I will follow Xiao Jin's advice." Uncle Lin, the housekeeper, came out to greet them. "Young master, young mistress, you have returned." He gestured towards the kitchen and continued, "Aunt Yang has prepared some delicious food, waiting for your return." This had become their customary routine. Whenever Ji Yizhao went to the Ji family or attended an event, he would often return home on an empty stomach, only to enjoy a proper meal at home. Although he did not eat much, it was certainly better than dining out. Now, with the young mistress present, Ji Yizhao was gradually returning to normalcy in all aspects, even eating more than before. This pleased Aunt Yang immensely. As the young couple entered the living room, Aunt Yang emerged from the kitchen, eagerly asking if they were about to eat. Ji Yizhao looked at Ye Mingjin, nodded, and after a brief tidying up, they took their seats at the dining table. As Aunt Yang served the dishes, she could not help but express her concern. "I heard that the outside world is rather dangerous these days, young mistress. If you go out, be sure to take a few people with you. Today, while out shopping, I ran into a friend whose relatives saw an incident in the small grove. They reported that a girl had an accident there, and the police were already on scene." She speculated that they would soon know more details. Alas, I have heard that the young girl is still quite young. Aunt Yang sighed, reminding Ye Mingjin to pay attention to her safety, while also insisting that her young master ensure adequate protection for the young lady. Ji Yizhao felt it was his undeniable responsibility to safeguard his little wife, and the protected Ye Mingjin couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Aunt Yang, I'm on summer vacation now, so I won't be going out. Even if I do venture out to play, I must have the young master and Xiaohan accompany me. I cannot go alone. It will be wise to bring along more people. Aunt Yang continued her gentle admonitions. Yet, to Ye Mingjin, this was not at all tiresome. She relished the feeling of being cared for and cherished, which brought her great joy. After finishing their meal, they attempted to search online for information regarding the young girl, but found no mention of the incident in the woods. It became evident that the information had likely been temporarily suppressed. Typically, before the police present a clear investigation outcome, there are often baseless speculations circulating online. However, this time, the absence of even such conjectures indicated that someone was controlling the narrative. Ji Yizhao cast a glance at Han Shuangjiang and quickly received an answer. Han Shuangjiang quietly reported to Ji Yizhao, the girl found in the woods is the beloved daughter of the Yi family. A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Yizhao's eyes, clearly not anticipating that the arrogant girl would meet such a fate so swiftly. Ji Yizhao harbored a distinct aversion to the girl named Mingzhu, even contemplating ways to make her disappear due to her bullying of Ye Mingjin. Yet he had not acted on his intentions, or rather, he had planned to scheme cleverly to orchestrate a situation that would rid him of her influence without her knowing of his hands being stained with blood. Now, however, who had taken action on his behalf? Or perhaps heaven had heard his unspoken desire and had granted his wish directly. Ji Yizhao looked at Ye Mingjin, feeling somewhat hesitant. After much contemplation, he stated, the girl discovered in the woods, as Aunt Yang mentioned, is Ye Mingzhu. He closely observed Ye Mingjin's reaction and noted her mild acknowledgement. Ji Yizhao inquired, did you suspect it? Shout, Jin. Ye Mingjin responded with another Ji Yizhao continued, this is a matter concerning the Yi family. It does not pertain to you. Ye Mingjin blinked earnestly and replied, I understand. After a brief pause, she added, rest assured, I will not meddle. Ji Yizhao chuckled. I'm not worried about your meddling. I fear you may be implicated. Ye Mingjin nodded, reassuring him, I will not be. Naturally, Ye Mingjin was unconcerned about such matters and did not fear anyone seeking her out, as she was well aware that the Yi family was currently preoccupied with monitoring the investigation's progress. Ye Jianzhou and Su Wanyu, her parents, had dispatched personnel around the clock to keep an eye on the police station, determined to uncover the truth behind Ye Mingzhu's demise. In the end, despite extensive investigations and surveillance, no evidence suggested foul play in her death. Upon examining her phone records, they traced her last contact to a boy. After reaching out to him and inquiring at the school, it was revealed that he was indeed Ye Mingzhu's ideal prince, though his family background was rather poor. He was an exemplary student, excelling academically, and earned Ye Mingzhu's affections. Her infatuation had spiraled into an overpowering possessiveness, leading her to retaliate against any girl who showed interest in him. The most unfortunate of these was a similarly accomplished girl, who had reportedly faced severe bullying and insults from Ye Mingzhu. Not long ago, she had fallen from a height and tragically lost her life. Chapter 73. The Culprit. The Master. The beloved the police approached the boy to inquire about the events surrounding Ye Mingzhu's last phone call. With an expressionless demeanor, he glanced at them before focusing on his fingers, recounting. She called to confess her feelings, saying she was at the mountaintop and wished to hear my sentiments. Frowning slightly, he continued, when I attempted to end the call, she threatened me, claiming that if I hung up, she would ensure I was expelled from school. Ultimately, he had no choice but to listen to her emotional outpouring, despite his internal resistance. After that, he was unclear about subsequent events. The police probed, have you not found it odd that you haven't seen Ye Mingzhu in recent days? The boy replied, she often goes out to play. There are times we do not see her for days. When asked what he was doing during the phone call, he replied, I was in the yard gardening. His mother was unwell, and due to their financial struggles, they grew much of their own food. The police examined their small garden and inquired, did anyone else see you gardening? He shook his head, stating, only my mother was in the house, and she had already fallen asleep. The police also questioned nearby neighbors, who praised the boy for being diligent, respectful, and devoted to his mother. Regarding Ye Mingzhu's presence in that location, They spoke with her usual companions, revealing a theory. The small hill and woods were rumored to be a couple's paradise. Although not particularly high, it was considered a hill in high city. It was said that many couples experienced successful confessions there, and Ye Mingjin, being one who valued appearances, might have gone there secretly. Evidence from various surveillance cameras confirmed that Ye Mingjin indeed took a taxi to the location that day and ascended the hill. Nearby, a tower's camera captured her pacing back and forth, visibly agitated while holding her phone. She moved forward step by step, ultimately misstepping and falling. The accumulating evidence suggested that Ye Mingjin's fate was genuinely an unfortunate accident. Ye Yizhao and Su Wanyu, however, adamantly refused to accept this conclusion. They could not believe that their daughter would venture alone to confess to a boy of humble means. They had raised her with the utmost care, insisting she never go anywhere without protection. Yet, all of these were mere conjectures in the face of evidence. No matter how much the Yi couple protested, they could not make any further progress. Later, someone casually mentioned to Su Wanyu, "There is a master fortune teller. Perhaps you should consult him?" Su Wanyu immediately inquired, "What kind of master?" "He has a reputation for accurately predicting events," the person replied. "I heard he helped the Qiao family find their missing daughter after many years. Lord Shu paid him handsomely and made a promise. Even their patriarch sought his blessings during an illness." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyu's eyes sparkled with hope as she pressed for contact details, exclaiming, "I will pay any price to find my daughter's murderer." The individual waved his hand. "I do not know how to contact him. I wish to consult him myself, but he seems rather elusive. Perhaps you could inquire with the Shu family?" Su Wanyu promptly relayed this news to Ye Yizhao. Initially skeptical, Ye Yizhao's inquiries yielded sufficient information to convince him of the master's existence. After deliberation, they decided to visit the Shu family, bringing lavish gifts to seek an introduction to this esteemed fortune teller. The master did not reside at the Shu family's ancestral home, but instead lived in an apartment near High City University. After much effort, Ye Yizhao and his wife finally located the place and set out to pay their respects. Upon knocking on the door, they were greeted by a girl clad in loungewear. Her complexion pale, with large, dark eyes and a messy bun atop her head. The Yi couple was taken aback and inquired, "Is Master Chu here?" The girl regarded them silently, and then countered with a question, "What business do you have with him?" Ye Yizhao found her somewhat familiar, but was unable to place her at that moment. Sporting a conciliatory smile, he replied, "We have a matter we wish to consult Master Chu about." Su Wanyu nodded eagerly, her eyes pleading as she looked at the girl. "We have been in contact before and mentioned our intention to visit. You may verify this with him." The girl turned and called out, "Uncle, do you know someone has come to visit?" With her words, footsteps approached, and soon, Chu Yan appeared behind her. He wore the same loungewear as the girl, appearing far more casual than at the Chu family's banquet. Yet his gaze remained as audacious as ever. Squinting slightly, he asked, "What brings you two to me?" Su Wanyu, feeling anxious, replied, "We have something very important to discuss. May we come in?" However, the girl at the door showed no intention of opening it. Chu Yan reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "My little one doesn't like outsiders. Please state your business here or leave." The implication was clear. They could either speak at the door or depart. Ye Yizhao and Su Wanyu exchanged glances, then pleaded, "We heard that Master Chu knows a master of divination. We wish to request an introduction to inquire about our daughter's situation." As Su Wanyu mentioned their daughter, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Ye Yizhao grasped her hand, equally beseeching, "Chu Yan, please, we implore you to introduce us. This is our only hope." Chu Yan shared a glance with the girl, his expression enigmatic as he asked with a smirk, "You don't have the master's contact information?" "No," the Yi couple replied, glancing at each other, finding Chu Yan's words peculiar. They chuckled awkwardly. "This master is quite mysterious. Only someone of your standing could have access to him. How could we possibly have his contact?" Chu Yan remained silent, while the girl coldly interjected, "She's unavailable." Just as the Yi couple attempted to respond, the door was firmly shut. Su Wanyu reached to knock again, but Ye Yizhao stopped her. "Let us go." "Why?" Su Wanyu protested anxiously. "We haven't gotten our answers." "Who is that girl?" "How rude not to open the door for Master Chu." Ye Yizhao pulled her away, casting a weary glance at the closed door as he murmured, "We can't get through. We shall find another way." "Why not?" Su Wanyu was still discontent. "Do you know who that girl is?" Ye Yizhao replied, "She is the cherished one of Master Chu." The young lady returned from the Qiao family. Although she rarely made appearances, Master Chu had once held a grand birthday banquet for her. In his attempt to build connections, he had attended with lavish gifts, remembering her face and name, Li Beiqiao. Master Chu had once stated that her words could represent him. Now, with Li Beiqiao saying the master was unavailable, their path had effectively ended. Little did they know, the master truly was occupied, attending a private invitation. Chapter 74. Where is the brother? In a certain CAF, the master of divination, whom the Yi couple had been searching for, was secretly meeting with her good friend. Ye Mingjin, holding a juice, listened as Chun Qingming excitedly recounted the results of her investigation. Despite having some forewarning, she found it hard to believe that her beloved sister, Chun Qingya, was not her biological sibling, but rather the daughter of her father and stepmother, Lu Yiding. Even more astonishing was the accidental discovery of clues regarding their mother's death during the investigation into her sister's birth circumstances. Current information suggested that their mother had died from excessive bleeding during childbirth under suspicious circumstances. For many years, Chun Qingming had tirelessly worked to uphold the Chun family business. Aware that her father had no son and needed someone to inherit, she had always viewed herself as the future pillar of the family, holding herself to exceptionally high standards. She had showered her sister with love, fulfilling their mother's dying wish. Though they had spoken little before her mother's passing, she vividly remembered her mother's tear-filled eyes and the words, "Take good care of her, be well." Their mother had never seen her child, as the baby was placed directly into an incubator at birth. From that moment, Chun Qingming regarded her sister as a continuation of their mother. She felt her mother's struggles keenly, lamenting that her mother had not witnessed her sister's growth, vowing to love her doubly as fiercely. When her stepmother appeared, she also loved her sister. Chun Qingming had chosen Lu Yiding from her father's numerous paramours, believing her to be a good stepmother who would treat her sister as her own. Thus, she had consented to her father marrying Lu Yiding. While there were many women outside, only the stepmother became the second Mrs. Chun after their mother's death, as she treated Chun Qingyao well. All these years, Chun Qingming had believed Lu Yiding's kindness stemmed from pity for a child who had lost her mother at birth, wanting to provide her with complete maternal love. However, she now realized that it was because Chun Qingya was her own child. Lu Yiding had schemed to make Chun Qingming's mother and her brother, who was lost, vanish from the family, replacing them with her biological daughter. The thought of having doted on her sister, who turned out to be the illegitimate child of her father and stepmother, made Chun Qingming feel like the most foolish person in the world. How could she have been so naive, failing to notice that Chun Qingya bore no resemblance to her, lacking any of their mother's traits, whether in personality or behavior. Over the years, Chun Qingming had attributed these differences to her own indulgence towards Chun Qingya. Now, she understood that it was simply because Chun Qingya did not share their mother's blood. Stirring her coffee, which had gone cold, Chun Qingming still hadn't taken a sip. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her disdain for herself as she looked at Ye Mingjin and asked, "Is my brother still alive?" Her eyes fixed on Ye Mingjin, she awaited her answer as if awaiting a verdict. Upon hearing a gentle affirmation, Chun Qingming exhaled slowly, relieved that he was alive. As long as he lived, no matter where he might be, she would find a way to locate him. Chun Qingming inquired further, "Can you deduce his approximate location?" Ye Mingjin replied, "I need his birth date." "Wait," Chun Qingming said, opening her bag to retrieve a birth certificate. The name on the certificate read Chun Qingya. "Aside from the name, all the information pertains to my brother." After all, the birth date and other details were recorded according to her brother. Only the gender had been incorrectly noted. Ye Mingjin took the birth certificate, examined the birth date, and began to manipulate the coins on her wrist. With fingers dancing deftly, she said, under Chun Qingming's hopeful gaze, "He is in Haicheng." After a brief pause, she added, "In a place with trees and water." Upon hearing this, Chun Qingming felt tears welling in her eyes, astonished that he was in Haicheng, in the same city as her. As long as her brother remains within the confines of Haicheng, Chun Qingming harbors an unwavering confidence that she will locate him. There are only a few areas in Haicheng that boast trees and water, even if she were to search house by house and place by place. She possesses sufficient assurance that she will find him. Overcome with excitement, she immediately rises to depart, but is reminded of another matter. Turning to Ye Mingjin, she declares, "Once I locate my brother, we can consider this matter concluded, and I shall treat you to a meal." After a brief pause, she adds, including your family, of course. Ye Mingjin nods in agreement, but internally ponders whether Ji Yizhao would be displeased upon hearing this news, though she is not particularly concerned about such matters. It seems Ji Yizhao does care. Chen Qingming busies herself with discussing her brother's details with Lu Xinghe, initiating her search for information discreetly. As Ye Mingjin sets down her juice, preparing to leave, she is unexpectedly interrupted by the ringing of her phone. Upon answering, she hears Li Beiqiao's voice, stating, "The Yi family is looking for your uncle to inquire about you, but I did not disclose anything." Ye Mingjin responds with a soft acknowledgement, only to hear Li Beiqiao continue. "Uncle said that once they learn of your identity, they will undoubtedly shed tears." Ye Mingjin smiles slightly, replying, "Perhaps." Li Beiqiao then inquires, "What are your plans for the summer? Uncle mentioned we could visit his company." Ye Mingjin blinks, recalling a previous conversation with Ji Yizhao, where he had mentioned taking her to his company, and replies, "I believe I will also be visiting Ji's company." Li Beiqiao acknowledges this and advises her to keep an eye on the Yi couple, emphasizing, "If anything arises, you can reach out to me." Ye Mingjin expresses her gratitude, hesitant to involve Li Beiqiao, fearing for the safety of the Yi couple. After concluding the call, Ye Mingjin prepares to head home, but suddenly remembers a dessert shop nearby that Ji Yizhao particularly enjoys. She turns to head there, only to find that it has transformed into a trendy establishment. At that moment, the owner is live streaming, attracting numerous fans eager to check in. Accustomed to being surrounded by admirers, the owner assumes that the newly arrived Ye Mingjin is yet another fan seeking an autograph. He enthusiastically addresses his audience, exclaiming, "Wow, the fan who just walked in is an extraordinarily beautiful lady." He eagerly awaits her approach for a signature, but to his surprise, she strides directly to the dessert counter, selecting a chestnut cake and a cream square, and proceeds to the checkout without acknowledging him. The owner's expression shifts to one of awkwardness as he approaches Ye Mingjin, attempting to salvage his dignity. Chapter 75. Married and flirtatious. The owner stands before Ye Mingjin, brushes back his bangs, and presents himself from what he considers the most flattering angle, saying, "Hi there, beautiful. You enjoy desserts too? We have several new offerings, especially the strawberry cake, which is delightful. Would you care to try it?" Ye Mingjin glances at him and replies, "No, thank you." The owner persists with a smile, "No need to be shy. It's on me. You can try it, and if you like it, you're welcome to return." Ye Mingjin remains unresponsive. The owner's expression falters slightly, but he continues, "Don't be so cold, beautiful. Do you watch videos? You might have seen me before." Ye Mingjin finds the noise bothersome, her brow furrowing as she wishes to disregard him. However, the owner leans in closer, proclaiming, "What a coincidence. Today marks my shop's 100th day in business. Let us get acquainted and become friends." Ye Mingjin, feeling uncomfortable by his proximity, subtly shifts away, insisting, "No, thank you." The more she distances herself, the more challenge it presents for the owner, who is self-assured due to his looks and reputation. Many young women are drawn to his delicate, androgynous appearance. Despite being in his 30s, he still refers to himself as a boy. Leaning closer, he lowers his voice, saying, "Please don't be so distant. I merely wish to befriend you. As the saying goes, more friends lead to more opportunities. We could hang out, or you can tell me what cake you fancy, and I'd be happy to make it for you." He finishes with a playful wink, convinced he is making an impression. Ye Mingjin, however, remains silent. The owner's expression darkens, but he persists, "You're incredibly aloof. It saddens me. But that's all right. I believe my enthusiasm will warm your icy heart. How about we add each other as friends?" Ye Mingjin finds the salesperson's demeanor exceedingly poor, as they are slow to package the cakes she has already paid for. A bothersome fly buzzes nearby, increasing her irritation. Just as she contemplates how to escape this persistent man seeking her contact details, a sudden thought strikes her. She lifts her hand slowly and states, "I am married. Please respect that." The owner's gaze fixates on her delicate fingers, noting the modest ring adorned with small diamonds on her ring finger. Initially surprised that this seemingly aloof beauty is married, he closely inspects the ring and cannot help but chuckle at its lack of grandeur, suggesting her marital status lacks wealth. Undeterred, the owner beams with renewed confidence, remarking, "Even if you're married, one can still have friends. Life must go on. Although I'm not a millionaire, I own my shop. If you desire a diamond ring, I could get you one, and we could still be friends." Ye Mingjin regards him with clear disinterest, her expression unmistakably stating, not interested. For the owner, this cool beauty presents a significant challenge. Her aloofness and the fact that she is married only intensify his desire to win her over. The thought of turning a married woman into his admirer sparks excitement within him. He flashes a charming smile, meticulously practiced in the mirror, and states, "It's merely friendship and fun. Surely your husband wouldn't mind. Young people are like that." Expecting her to ignore him, he is taken aback when she suddenly turns to him, her beauty striking him with unexpected force. As they stand face to face, he feels an inexplicable thrill, believing he has finally piqued her interest. Just as he is about to press further, she speaks, "Has anyone ever told you that you're quite bothersome?" The owner's expression falters, only to hear her add, "My husband would mind. He is more handsome than you, taller, wealthier, and treats me well. Therefore, I have no interest in you. Please respect that." She then looks at the astonished employee and says, "I've already paid. Is my order ready?" The employee hastily responds, handing over the already packaged cakes to Ye Mingjin. With her purchases in hand, she glides away gracefully, leaving behind the colorful expressions of the owner and the employee, who is now trying to diminish his presence. This is the first time the owner has experienced such cold treatment from a beautiful woman. After Ye Mingjin departs, he is left seething with humiliation. He turned to gaze at his livestream screen, striving to adjust his somewhat distorted visage, and scoffed, reflecting on the current state of women. They truly seem oblivious to the heights of the world. I still cherish my beautiful fans at home, unlike some who genuinely believe they are something special. Being nice to her has only inflated her self-importance. Such a cold-hearted individual would surely find no joy in marriage. Her husband must treat her poorly as well. Sporting that shabby ring, devoid of diamonds, how could she expect anything better? She must have saved for ages just to purchase those 2 small cakes. The internet celebrity shopkeeper was so incensed that his words became a mere outpouring of frustration. The comments section below was flooded with messages comforting the aggrieved shopkeeper, showering him with praise and denouncing the woman for her lack of discernment. Some even uttered harsh words, speculating about her husband's unattractiveness, suggesting it had tainted her taste. Others mused that while she claimed to be with a tall, rich, and handsome man, he might just be a short, poor, and unremarkable fellow. A multitude of criticisms aimed at her, lavishing admiration upon the shopkeeper, cascaded forth to soothe his wounded spirit. Yet one comment stood out, "Why does this beauty seem familiar?" Another echoed, "I think she looks familiar too." Soon, someone speculated, "Isn't she the heroine from a few days ago?" Such remarks quickly drowned in the sea of consolation directed at the shopkeeper. He considered this merely a minor episode in his life. His previous discontent overshadowed by the support of his fans, unaware that it would lead to a cataclysmic disaster. In the East Bamboo courtyard within the study, Han Shuangjiang respectfully reported the schedule of the lady of the house while presenting the livestream video of the shopkeeper to Ji Yizhao. Ji Yizhao's expression remained tranquil, yet an ominous aura enveloped him, tinged with a fierce and violent edge. How dare anyone brazenly flirt with his little wife? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 76. From gloom to sunshine. As long as she is cautious with the girl he delicately cradles in his heart. How could she be subject to such vile and repulsive advances from that man? Ji Yizhao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon the shopkeeper. The lecherous glint in his eyes, the invasive approach of his hand, the very manner in which he attempted to encroach upon her space evoked a desire to sever his limbs. In that fleeting moment, Ji Yizhao contemplated countless ways to render this man's existence a living hell, pondering which method would be both efficient and undetectable to Ye Mingjin. At that instant, Han Shuangjiang stood silently beside him, sensing that this was a side of his boss not witnessed in quite some time. Recently, he had grown accustomed to the gentle and harmless demeanor of his employer. Yet in the presence of the company and others, or rather anyone outside of the lady of the house, the boss retained his former self. However, it was apparent to all that he had changed somewhat. Previously, he resembled a cold and unfeeling automaton, devoid of empathy. In contrast, the current Ji Yizhao exuded a warmth reminiscent of a normal human being. Yet at this moment, he sat there, his exquisitely beautiful face radiating an aura of dark clouds, as though enshrouded in a thick mist of malevolence. In a tale of fantasy, one might say he was possessed, enveloped in an aura of dread and impending doom. As Han Shuangjiang delicately considered how best to call the lady back to soothe his soon-to-erupt boss, he suddenly noticed Ji Yizhao's gaze fixate on the video of his wife. In the video, Ye Mingjin was praising her husband to the man who had dared to flirt with her. My husband will mind. He is more handsome than you, taller than you, wealthier than you, and treats me well, so I have no interest in you. Please, know your place. He is her husband, and there are myriad reasons to adore him. It was but a simple sentence, yet Han Shuangjiang observed as his boss, who had been teetering on the brink of fury, was doused in a torrent of icy water, extinguishing the flames of rage. It was akin to the winter chill being swept away by the gentle caress of spring, melting the ice and ushering in a blossoming warmth. The oppressive clouds that had surrounded him dissipated, replaced by rays of sunlight that illuminated his form, instantly transforming him back into the gentle, harmless man he had recently appeared to be. There was an undeniable difference today. The contrast in his mood from just moments before was strikingly pleasant. A faint smile graced his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upward like a flower in full bloom. Han Shuangjiang found himself momentarily entranced. To have such a boss is truly remarkable. It is no wonder the lady of the house is gradually drawn closer to him, undoubtedly captivated by his charm. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in the boss's company, Han Shuangjiang understood the character beneath that beautiful exterior. As a competent assistant, he stood silently, awaiting his boss's command, only to see Ji Yizhao rewind the video, replaying the moment his wife praised him repeatedly, over and over again. In the ensuing hour, Han Shuangjiang was engulfed by the echoes of the lady's praise for her husband. Ji Yizhao's mood was akin to a brilliant sun, his countenance radiating joy as if blooming flowers adorned his presence, accompanied by the harmonious melody of chirping birds. The delightful atmosphere emanating from him stood in stark contrast to the dark clouds that had previously hovered, resembling blossoms vying for attention. Unable to restrain himself, Han Shuangjiang mused that indeed, it is the lady who can transform his boss's mood. After what felt like an eternity of watching, Ji Yizhao suddenly inquired, "Where's Xiaoji now?" Han Shuangjiang promptly responded, "She's already on her way back." After a brief pause, he added, "She should be nearing home now." Ji Yizhao acknowledged, retrieving his phone to call Ye Mingjin. On the other end, she confirmed, "I'm on my way home, probably about 5 minutes away." Ji Yizhao replied affirmatively and instructed Han Shuangjiang to escort him to the entrance to welcome his returning wife. As Ye Mingjin approached her home, she spotted her handsome and delicate husband waiting for her, his obsidian eyes quietly fixed on her car as it drew near. The vehicle halted before Ji Yizhao, and upon exiting, Ye Mingjin asked, "Why did you come out? Are you feeling all right?" "It's fine," Ji Yizhao replied. "I wanted to see you as soon as possible." As she approached, Ji Yizhao extended his hand towards her. Without hesitation, she placed her hand in his, a gesture that had become second nature to them. Initially awkward, they had grown accustomed to it, even developing an unspoken understanding. Ji Yizhao's hands were pale and slender, the veins visible, with long fingers that bore a cool touch. In contrast, Ye Mingjin's hands were soft, small, and warm. Their hands intertwined as they made their way home. Ye Mingjin felt as if she were holding a piece of cool jade, while Ji Yizhao experienced the warmth of a cherished abode. As they walked back, Ye Mingjin suddenly recalled Chen Qingming's words and said to Ji Yizhao, "Qingming said that once he finds his brother, he will treat us to a meal." Ji Yizhao momentarily paused, contemplating the meaning behind her words. A few seconds later, he replied with a charming understanding, "We'll follow Xiaojin's lead." In the living room, Aunt Yang had prepared fruit and flower tea. Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin reclined in the lounge chairs, savoring the fruit while relishing the coolness of the summer air in the room. After finishing her watermelon, Ye Mingjin moved on to the grapes. Feeling utterly relaxed in the gently swaying chair, her mind blank, and she began to drift into a light slumber. When Han Shuangjiang arrived to report the situation, Ji Yizhao placed his long index finger against his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Han Shuangjiang glanced at the sleeping lady of the house and tiptoed to Ji Yizhao's side, whispering in his ear, "It's all taken care of over there." Ji Yizhao nodded slightly and then lowered his voice further. "Go help find clues about Chen Qingming's brother." Han Shuangjiang was momentarily taken aback. When had the boss become so close with the Chen family? Upon reflection, he surmised it must be due to the mistress. After all, their boss was not one to show much enthusiasm unless it concerned her. He promptly accepted the task. Just then, Butler Lin entered from outside, also lowering his voice to say, "Young master, The Yi couple is at the door, requesting to see the young mistress. Chapter 77. A Final Resolution. Revealing true colors Butler Lin. The Yi couple is at the door, saying they want to see the young mistress. After speaking, he awaited his young master's instructions. Ji Yizhao glanced at Ye Mingjin, who was sleeping soundly in the lounge chair. Observing her serene and lovely countenance, his eyes softened like a pool of spring water. Recalling the couple outside, he stated directly, "Tell them Xiao Jin is not home." "All right, I will decline them." Butler Lin inquired, "Shall I schedule a time?" "Not necessary." Ji Yizhao held a strong dislike for the Yi family and wished to sever any further ties for Ye Mingjin. After a while, Butler Lin returned and whispered, "They said it doesn't matter that the young mistress is not here. They wish to see you instead." Ji Yizhao frowned slightly and lazily replied, "I'm not feeling well. I cannot receive guests." Just as Butler Lin was about to leave, he heard his master change his mind. "Fine, let them in." In a bid to resolve the matter once and for all, Ji Yizhao decided to spare Ye Mingjin from their future visits. To prevent any noise from disturbing her slumber, he instructed for the Yi couple to be taken to a small reception room in the adjacent building. When Han Shuangjiang wheeled Ji Yizhao into the room, the Yi couple was pacing back and forth, visibly anxious. Upon seeing him, Su Wanyu rushed forward, her eyes filled with excitement as she politely smiled. "Son-in-law, you're here. We initially wanted to find Mingjin, but since she's not here, we must seek you out." Ye Jianzhou followed, smiling but with a hint of frustration as he glanced at his wife. "I presume you have heard that Mingzhu has encountered trouble. Her mother is rather unstable, and I am at my wit's end. I apologize for troubling you." Ji Yizhao quietly observed the couple's performance, his slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the wheelchair. He tilted his head slightly. "What would you like us to do?" When he mentioned us, it naturally referred to him and Ye Mingjin. Ji Yizhao found any term that linked them together quite pleasing. Before Ye Jianzhou could speak, Su Wanyu eagerly declared, "Son-in-law, Mingzhu's death is shrouded in mystery. I do not trust the police's investigation results. I firmly believe she was murdered. Therefore, I implore you to help us find the culprit." Ji Yizhao's expression remained unchanged as he said softly, "Find the murderer?" Su Wanyu nodded emphatically yes. "There must be a murderer. I have learned that just days before Mingzhu's incident, someone who had a conflict with her fell to their death. What a coincidence that person dies. And then my Mingzhu has her misfortune, and she too died from a fall? There is definitely something amiss. Don't you think so?" In her eager gaze, Ji Yizhao replied, "Such matters should be left to the police. We have consulted the police, but I do not believe their findings. How could my Mingzhu coincidentally fall to her death? She must have been harmed." Su Wanyu's eyes glinted with ferocity as she exclaimed, "How can you refuse to help me? Mingzhu has called Ye Mingjin her sister for over a decade. How can you be so heartless?" Ye Jianzhou hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her, his eyes pleading and weary as he looked at Ji Yizhao. "Son-in-law, this is the first time I called you that. We have never had the chance to sit down and talk properly. However, I trust your character and feel at ease in trusting Mingjin to you. We have raised her with great care and hope you can assist us in investigating Mingzhu's case, considering the bond we have shared for so many years." "Son-in-law, my character? A decade of kinship?" Ji Yizhao repeated the key phrases with a mocking glint in his eyes. "If I didn't know better, I might almost be moved to tears. What do you know of my character?" He scoffed, his expression indifferent, his tone icy. "Have Mr. and Mrs. You forgotten that Xiao Jin is no longer connected to you? You took her in all those years ago, yet you did not treat her well. Do not insult the word kinship here. Once the relationship has been severed, it is best to cease contact and let each other be." With slender, pale fingers, he retrieved 2 throwing darts from the hidden compartment of his wheelchair, idly toying with them as he added, "If you continue to bother her, I will not take kindly to it." Su Wanyu remembered the fear these darts instilled in her. When had that been? It was the day Ye Mingjin brought this disabled son-in-law home. On that day, Mingzhu had wanted to taste the soup made by Ye Mingjin, but this son-in-law had disagreed. Reflecting on her precious daughter who had never even had a sip of that soup, Su Wanyu felt her heart wrench. Her eyes reddened as she stared at Ji Yizhao, crying out, "My precious Mingzhu never had the chance to drink even a spoonful of soup made by her sister. Now that Mingjin has climbed to a higher status, she has abandoned us. Truly heartless. I don't care whether you like it or not. I must speak," she declared resolutely. "In any case, our daughter is gone, and we have nothing left to lose." Ye Jianzhou appeared utterly defeated, as if he had nothing left in this world. Little did he know, Ji Yizhao, still toying with the darts, suddenly smirked. Oh, but you do. Su Wanyu sobs abruptly ceased. What do you mean? Your life. Ji Yizhao replied with a casualness that belied the gravity of his words, as if discussing the weather. His obsidian-like eyes sparkled with a hint of danger. If you've had enough of living, I wouldn't mind lending a hand. Ye Jinzhou. Su Wanyu, shocked, exclaimed, You're insane. You are utterly mad. How could someone speak so calmly about life and death? Especially regarding such a matter as, if you've had enough of living, I can help. Ji Yizhao, hearing this familiar phrase, suddenly chuckled, his expression cruel and bloodthirsty. Would you like to try? The Yi couple, of course, would not dare to test such a proposition and hastily retreated in disarray. Ji Yizhao observed their retreating figures, raised his hand, and threw the darts, embedding them into the gift box the Yi couple had brought. Dispose of it all, he instructed, maneuvering his wheelchair back to the living room. He was about to see his little wife, and his mood was inexplicably eager and joyful. Ye Mingjin had a particularly deep and pleasant sleep. When she awoke, the sun was setting, casting a kaleidoscope of colors into the room, painting various corners of the living room. Young mistress, you're awake. Aunt Yang approached with freshly squeezed juice. Come, try this flavor. Recently, she had been busy creating new juice recipes and learning to make desserts, filling her days with activity. Ye Mingjin took a sip of the juice and smiled. Thank you, Aunt Yang. It's delicious. Glad you like it. Aunt Yang's smile turned into a sigh. Alas, I was learning to make cakes from a bakery, but it turned out so poorly. I shall never learn from them again. Seeing that her young master and mistress, as well as butler Lin, were all looking at her, Aunt Yang cleared her throat and said, I was shocked. The owner of the bakery I was learning from has been involved in all sorts of scandals. He has many fans and yet exploits them, swindling their money. What's that popular phrase these days? The house has collapsed or something. Are you referring to a celebrity scandal? Han Tezu timely interjected. Yes, exactly. Aunt Yang immediately exclaimed. That internet celebrity shop has collapsed. The owner is truly wicked. As Ye Mingjin listened to Aunt Yang's descriptions, she suddenly felt that the person seemed somewhat familiar. Had their true identity been exposed so swiftly? What a coincidence. In Chapter 78, Seeking Truth in Online Gossip, Ye Mingjin was initially uninterested in the scandal surrounding the internet celebrity, but the news was so sensational that she encountered related trending posts as soon as she went online. The images in the posts looked somewhat familiar, prompting her to click on them. She soon discovered that the male figure in the expos was recognizable, and the internet celebrity shop featured in the images was none other than the cake shop she had recently visited. At that moment, the man at the center of the online uproar was the very annoying owner of the shop who had been persistently flirting with her that morning. Countless sordid details emerged, leaving netizens astounded. It was shocking to learn that this internet celebrity shop owner had not only deceived numerous fans with his fame, but had also engaged in inappropriate relationships with many female admirers. Several female fans, whose indiscretions were now publicly revealed, found themselves facing disgrace. After all, many of these women were already in relationships. The exposure of such clandestine affairs to the public was devastating, as the online community erupted with discussions and condemnations. Those who had indulged in reckless behavior faced the consequences of their actions. Ye Mingjin was taken aback by the rapid exposure of the internet celebrity shop owner. Although she had sensed misfortune looming over him that morning, she never anticipated it would unfold so swiftly. Had he not harassed her so incessantly, she might have offered him a hint. However, her aversion towards him extinguished any inclination to assist. As she scrolled through the news, she could only reflect. Evil begets evil. As the old saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. The swift karmic retribution meted out to the internet celebrity shop owner was a clear indication that even the heavens could no longer tolerate his actions. Ji Yizhao, who preferred to remain discreet, nodded in agreement, affirming that Xiao Jin was indeed correct. The online gossip did not disrupt their leisurely lives. Ye Mingjin was preparing to visit her school for her report card and vacation arrangements, while Ji Yizhao busied himself with company affairs while accompanying his little wife. Unbeknownst to them, someone online had shared a photo depicting Ye Mingjin in a seemingly intimate pose with the internet celebrity owner, with an eye-catching headline. Shocking. The hero Xiaoming is actually the cake shop owner's intimate companion. The content of the post began by describing the enchanting encounter between the handsome man and beautiful woman, only to later reveal that this striking beauty bore a resemblance to the hero Xiaoming. A series of comparison images were posted, leading to a flurry of questions. Could they possibly be the same person? Such striking features and poise are hard to counterfeit. The post quickly gained traction, as the hero Xiaoming was celebrated for her valor in defeating foes for the glory of their nation. I refuse to believe that this internet celebrity shop owner could have any connection to our heroine. I heard the hero is already taken. If this is true, shouldn't there be an investigation? Is another scandal brewing? Look at those exposed female fans. If their partners find out, they certainly won't be forgiving. Some began to speculate on the potential fallout, imagining how she might face abandonment, while others anticipated how the hero would reclaim her honor. The gossip spread rapidly, being shared by numerous self-media influencers, each crafting sensational headlines to capture attention. In the blink of an eye, the once admired hero Xiaoming became the subject of derision, with many expressing disappointment, asserting that talent does not equate to virtue. Soon after, a user known as Gossip Enthusiast posted, "Shall we let the images speak for themselves? I believe a video would be more reliable." Attached was a video that not only featured Ye Mingjin alongside the internet celebrity shop owner, but also captured the moments leading up to and following their encounter. From the moment Ye Mingjin entered the shop, she directly selected a cake and proceeded to the checkout, maintaining a focused demeanor. In stark contrast, the internet celebrity owner approached her with an overbearing cheerfulness, engaging in flirtation and overtly seeking her attention. The video clearly illustrated Ye Mingjin's disinterest, as she visibly attempted to distance herself. The audience, transformed into amateur detectives, eagerly scrutinized their body language. Yet a few skeptics insisted, who knows if Xiaoming was playing hard to get? There are always those who interpret others' actions with the utmost malice, even when the individuals in question are innocent or victimized. Such skepticism was swiftly countered by detailed analyses, yet some remarked, a fly does not land on an egg without cracks. The hero Xiaoming is not without faults. The comment section erupted in heated debate. Supporters of the internet celebrity shop owner vociferously defended him, claiming he was merely a victim of manipulation, while asserting that the hero Xiaoming was indeed leading him on. They even directly addressed Gossip Enthusiast, demanding, if you have the evidence, release the video with sound. Before long, Gossip Enthusiast posted again, seeking truth, finding evidence, attaching a video of the dialogue between Ye Mingjin and the internet celebrity shop owner. The facts were unmistakably laid bare. One was a greasy individual desperate to befriend her, while the other steadfastly adhered to her boundaries. From Ye Mingjin's gestures indicating her marital status to her clear declaration of her husband's virtues, the conversation was crystal clear. Many who had initially clicked the video out of morbid curiosity about the hero's potential downfall were instead served a dose of sweet affection. The ensuing curiosity shifted to whether the hero Xiaoming was truly married and who her husband could possibly be, although his identity remained shrouded in mystery. With only a glimpse of a hand in a car, many speculated that such a hand belonged to a man of considerable attractiveness. With the hero Xiaoming's own affirmation, the anticipation grew regarding the identity of the man fortunate enough to be her husband. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, and subsequent developments took a different turn. Initially, Ji Yizhao had intended to suppress the situation upon hearing Han Shuangjiang's report, but seeing the current shift in narrative, he ceased his actions. For the first time, he found some merit in the online commentary. Known for his decisive and efficient manner, Ji Yizhao hesitated. On one hand, he had a plan that required careful execution without revealing too much. On the other, he wished for everyone to know that he was Ye Mingjin's husband, the same man she often praised. How can one achieve perfect balance in this world? A person cannot fulfill all ambitions without disappointing someone. Suddenly, Ji Yizhao recalled a crucial matter. Observing his boss sitting quietly, his elegant fingers caressing the copper pendant around his neck, Han Shuangjiang felt compelled to lower his presence. After a considerable silence, the impeccably sculpted man turned to him and said, "We need to reissue our marriage certificate. Arrange it." Han Shuangjiang was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why such a treasured certificate, kept securely in the safe, needed to be reissued. Not receiving a response, Ji Yizhao frowned slightly, his tone becoming colder. "Do you have an objection?" The atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense, prompting Han Shuangjiang to quickly reply, "No. I will arrange it immediately." He hurried out of the study, exhaling deeply as his mind raced with questions about why his boss suddenly required a new marriage certificate. Eventually, He remembered that the original marriage certificate had been collected by someone else on behalf of the couple. Chapter 79, Calculating Farewells, Declaring Identity, takes place at Haicheng University. As this was the last return to school before summer break, students appeared exceptionally cheerful, and the atmosphere among classmates was harmonious and pleasant. After all, a long time would pass before they would reunite, with some students not returning until graduation due to having completed their credits. Upon returning to their respective classes, students discovered that examination results had already been posted. Although I had heard of the news earlier, seeing the results in person still brought mixed emotions among the students. Some soared through with ease, while others faced the disappointment of failing and needing to retake exams. For Ye Mingjin, however, it was no surprise that she once again claimed the top spot and secured a full scholarship. This left many classmates marveling at the undeniable truth that the most exceptional individuals work the hardest. Despite her striking beauty, which could easily attract attention, she chose to rely on her own capabilities. The revelation that she had triumphed over Japanese competitors, thus bringing pride to her compatriots, only deepened the admiration her peers held for her. She was truly a paragon of both intellect and grace. I recalled a recent news segment where Ye Mingjin had mentioned her marriage. Several classmates instinctively glanced at her ring finger, remembering that she had been wearing a simple ring for some time. They had assumed she was merely dating, never suspecting she was already wed. Many female students couldn't help but envy her swift commitment, especially given the luxurious car and the elegant hand that accompanied her, suggesting her partner was indeed a handsome and affluent gentleman. Meanwhile, a number of male students felt a pang of frustration that such a remarkable beauty had been claimed by someone unknown to them. Yet, upon reflecting on their own circumstances, they felt inadequate to aspire to someone of her caliber, leading to the collective sigh that indeed, goddesses are meant to be admired from afar. In the bustling atmosphere before the holiday, all 4 members of the 521 dormitory finally gathered. Each appeared exceptionally busy, preoccupied with packing for the long break. Chen Qingming had already entrusted most of her belongings to Gu Xinghe, leaving her with only a small tote. Leaning against her spot, she was evidently waiting for the others to arrive. Upon seeing Ye Mingjin, Chen Qingming's expression brightened with excitement. She had been fervently searching for her biological brother for some time, yet to no avail. Now, she placed her hopes on Ye Mingjin once more. Hastily approaching her to whisper, Jin, can you help me pinpoint his location more accurately? I've sent many people to look for him, but there's been no news. Her urgency to find the brother her mother had sacrificed so much for was palpable, yet she had to be discreet to avoid alerting her stepmother. After days of searching, during which several false leads had left her disheartened, her anxiety grew. Ye Mingjin gently toyed with a coin in her hand and, under Chen Qingming's anxious gaze, replied, You can send someone to the northwest, near water where there are trees. He has long, traceable paths. Despite having spent 3 years at Haicheng University, Chen Qingming remained unfamiliar with many parts of the city. Upon hearing Ye Mingjin's words, her eyes glistened with hope as she nodded fervently. Okay, I'll remember. If I find him, I will surely reward you handsomely. She promptly relayed Ye Mingjin's hint to Gu Xinghe, who then scanned the city map and pinpointed a location, the scenic walkway by the city moat. It was the only route that traversed the northwest, with water and trees along the riverbank, making it a plausible place for her brother to be seen. Chen Qingming was nearly overwhelmed with joy at this deduction and immediately departed with Gu Xinghe to search for help, excitedly informing her dorm mates that she would treat them to a meal once things settled down. As Chen Qingming hurried away, Li Beiqiao turned to Ye Mingjin and asked, Has anyone from the Yi family contacted you? Ye Mingjin shook her head in response. Li Beiqiao regarded her with a hint of sympathy, sighing, I never imagined you would endure such hardship. It's quite ironic that your adoptive parents remain unaware of your true identity. Reflecting on Ye Mingjin's 3 years in the dormitory, which exceeded even Chen Qingming's time at school, Li Beiqiao felt she finally understood the situation. If you need anything, feel free to reach out, she offered. Ye Mingjin nodded in agreement. Turning her attention to Gu Xiaoyu, who had just entered with her luggage, Ye Mingjin inquired, When are you heading home? Every year, Gu Xiaoyu fretted over securing train tickets for the holiday, a task made easier by the camaraderie formed in the dormitory, where they would coordinate to help her. However, this time, Gu Xiaoyu smiled and announced, I'm not going home this holiday. You don't need to help me with tickets. Under the curious gazes of Ye Mingjin and Li Beiqiao, she elaborated, The tutoring job, I have offered to double my pay during the summer. So I'm staying on to earn some money. Besides, there's not much happening at home. Ye Mingjin lightly tapped a coin on her wrist and asked, "What about your internship?" Gu Xiaoyu replied. Zhigu said I should join his company. Li Beiqiao queried, "Who is Zhigu?" Gu Xiaoyu blushed slightly as she clarified. "He is not really a parent, just a cousin of my student. We've grown familiar, so I call him that." Suddenly, her gaze fixated on Ye Mingjin's fingers, and she timidly asked Jin, "Do you think it's okay?" Ye Mingjin nodded slightly, advising just be careful. "I will." Gu Xiaoyu beamed, then inquired, "What about you two? Have your internship placements been arranged?" Ye Mingjin replied, "I'll be at GS company." Li Beiqiao added, "I'll be with my uncle." With everyone's internships sorted, they exchanged reminders to keep in touch. Ye Mingjin remarked, "I won't have classes anymore, so I might not be around much." Li Beiqiao echoed, "Same here. You've all completed your credits. Next semester, it'll just be me and Meng Meng." Gu Xiaoyu exclaimed, "I still need 4 more credits. I'm not sure how many Meng Meng needs, but she'll definitely be away more often. I'll make sure our dorm is tidy and ready for your return." Ye Mingjin assured her, "If anything comes up, just message in the group." Gu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, "Absolutely." As they parted, they couldn't resist embracing one another, with teary eyes bidding farewell. At the school gate, Ye Mingjin watched as Li Beiqiao climbed into the car belonging to the 4th master of the Chu family. Turning back, she caught sight of a pale, slender hand emerging from the window and a glimpse of a beautifully delicate face. Sunlight bathed Ji Yizhao's hand, rendering it almost translucent, while the ring on his finger sparkled brilliantly, casting a soft glow on his exquisite features. He smiled warmly at her and said, "Xiao Jin, I'm heading home." Ye Mingjin extended her hand, allowing him to grasp it, yet an inexplicable sensation washed over her, leaving her bewildered. That day, a sensational post appeared on the Haiqing University forum. Shocking. The true face of the campus beauty's husband, with an eye-catching title and compelling visuals. It drew an excited crowd of students eager to click and see. The photograph ignited a flurry of chatter among the girls. Although it only revealed half of the man's face, it was undeniably exquisite. From this glimpse, it was clear that he was a striking gentleman. The sight of such a handsome man treating Ye Mingjin with such care stirred feelings of envy among those who had previously admired her. Meanwhile, another photo surfaced, featuring Li Beiqiao, the law department's own wild rose, getting into a car that exuded luxury. Observers noted the vague silhouette within, though they could not see his face. His well-built physique was evident. This revelation left many male students from the law department lamenting, "What does this mean? Our department's twin beauties are both taken and still in their junior year?" The two prominent figures of the law department each possess their unique charm. Although they are undeniably beautiful, their distinct personalities render them somewhat intimidating to many. Ye Mingjin exudes an air of cold detachment, appearing aloof and unapproachable. In contrast, Li Beiqiao displays a demeanor that suggests, "Do not disturb me," with an intensity that could potentially intimidate those around her, leaving many girls hesitant to engage with her. Moreover, numerous boys have been deterred from confessing their feelings after witnessing the brutal rejection of the first brave suitor. Now, as they observe both women in relationships, the emotions among onlookers are undeniably complex. Amidst the gossip surrounding a few photographs, someone could not help but comment, "It seems these two beauties are from the same dormitory." Further inquiry revealed that their dorm room number was particularly amusing, 521. Digging deeper, the discovery was made that another enchanting figure from the finance department, Chun Qingming, also resided in the same dorm. The captivating Chun Qingming had previously piqued the interest of many suitors, but it was soon realized that she always had a devoted knight by her side, resembling an ideal boyfriend. Many boys, initially defiant, found themselves unable to measure up to Lu Xinghe, her steadfast companion from the computer science department, leaving them feeling somewhat defeated by the strength of their rival. Throughout their freshman year, onlookers anticipated a breakup between the seemingly mismatched couple. Yet they remained inseparable even into their 3rd year, their bond seemingly growing stronger and leaving many disheartened. Nevertheless, some persisted in their attempts to declare their affections to Chun Qingming, with predictable outcomes. The most entertaining aspect of the situation involved a newcomer from the construction materials department, who not only persistently confessed his feelings to Chun Qingming, but also openly disparaged Lu Xinghe. This suitor, relentless in his pursuit, faced continuous rejection from Chun Qingming over the school broadcast for 3 consecutive days during their freshman year, yet remained undeterred. It was later rumored that he had gone abroad, disappearing from the scene entirely. Whispers circulated that both he and Liu Xinghe were orphans. When Chun Qingming chose to support a student, she selected Liu Xinghe, leaving him behind. This obsession of his, chasing after Chun Qingming throughout university, ended in regretful defeat. As the gossip deepened, another roommate from dorm 521, Gu Xiaoyu, emerged into the spotlight. Unlike her dazzling companions, Gu Xiaoyu was an ordinary girl, hailing from a modest background, charming yet not breathtakingly beautiful. She reportedly maintained a long-distance relationship, working 2 jobs to support her boyfriend, only to discover he had cheated on her. Despite her struggles, many found her sincerity appealing, and several boys expressed a desire to pursue her as they entered their senior year. Amidst the chatter, Dormitory 521 surged to the forefront of a university forum's trending topics, with other dormitories also garnering attention. Yet, no other 521 could compare to the brilliance of this particular one. Unexpectedly, it was a mixed dormitory featuring students from various disciplines. It stood out remarkably. Many pondered aloud, is this dorm number what I've been missing? Is this the type of man I need? Next time, I must select a good dormitory. It's evidently a place that fosters love. Consequently, students from other dormitories began to wish for similar luck in finding their own romances. At that moment, Ye Mingjin remained oblivious to her newfound popularity on campus forums. Accompanying Ji Yizhao back to Dongley Courtyard, she was met with the joyful faces of Aunt Yang and Uncle Lin, who greeted her with warmth. "Madam, you've worked hard." Ye Mingjin sensed something different in their smiles today. A glance at Ji Yizhao revealed him looking at her with a gentle smile, his fingers softly squeezing hers, urging her to follow. Han Shuangjiang, pushing his boss, reflected on the sight of his boss and his wife holding hands, feeling a wave of emotion. Had someone told him 6 months prior that his boss would become so tender and devoted to a girl, he would have thought them mad. Yet, now it felt entirely normal. Thinking of all the exceptions his boss had made for this young lady, Han Shuangjiang recalled an ancient saying. Indeed, one thing subdues another. Ye Mingjin's heart swayed as she walked alongside the group, speculating whether something significant had been concealed from her. Upon entering the house, she was astonished by the transformation of the living room. What once was a simple, rustic space was now adorned with colorful balloons and vibrant flowers. A large banner hung in the center, proclaiming, "Warm congratulations to our madam for achieving first place and receiving a full scholarship." As she stood in disbelief, Aunt Yang and Uncle Lin exuberantly celebrated, showering her with confetti, while Han Shuangjiang was called to join in the festivities, creating a lively atmosphere. "Congratulations to our madam for achieving first place and receiving a full scholarship." Amidst the cheers, Ye Mingjin blinked, turning to Ji Yizhao, who smiled and softly congratulated her. "Congratulations. Shout Jean, on securing first place and the full scholarship." Ye Mingjin remained silent, her clear, almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing a myriad of emotions within. She was suddenly reminded of the first time she brought home an award to share with her adoptive mother, only to find her preoccupied with her beauty regimen. She recalled the first time she shared her academic success with her adoptive father, who dismissed her with a wave, returning to his idle chatter. Memories flooded her of countless times she sought to share her joy, only to be met with indifference, leading her to eventually refrain from expressing her happiness altogether. Over time, her focus shifted solely to self-sufficiency, seeking to find her own path, wishing to escape a home that felt anything but familial. Now, having merely received a scholarship, she was met with such an elaborate celebration. Waves of emotion surged within her, and she realized that her affection for Ji Yizhao had deepened, if only slightly. Chapter 81. A Tender Embrace. Close assistant Ye Mingjin felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart tumultuous, a flush rising to her cheeks as she remarked, "You've made this far too grand." Aunt Yang smiled brightly. "For our madam to achieve first place in university and secure a full scholarship is a momentous occasion. It deserves a proper celebration." Uncle Lin's expression mirrored that enthusiasm, joining in the applause, and even Ji Yizhao's smile widened. In the midst of the joyful chaos, Ye Mingjin felt compelled to express her gratitude to everyone. Observing the joy radiating from Ji Yizhao, she suddenly approached him, gently kneeling before him. Her hand caressed his knee as she looked up, locking eyes with him. In that moment, her voice trembled slightly, filled with emotion as she said, "Ji Yizhao, thank you." After a brief pause, she added, "I will always protect you, ensuring you walk the path of a normal person." Ji Yizhao reached out, tenderly brushing his thumb over her cheek, his touch lingering at the corner of her eye. Although no tears fell, it felt as though they had, resting upon his fingertips. Stirring his heart, Ye Mingjin's eyes shimmered with a hint of red, as if someone had delicately brushed her cheeks with rouge, transforming her previously icy demeanor into something alluring. Fragile, yet inviting. On that day, Ye Mingjin experienced the exuberance and joy of being celebrated for her academic achievements for the very first time. She resolved to treat Ji Yizhao with greater kindness, fully aware that the attentions of Lin Shu, Yang Yi, and even Han Shuangjiang were rooted in their affection for him. Their master, Ji Yizhao, was their lord or employer, and their goodwill towards her naturally stemmed from their love for him. Undeniably, Ye Mingjin found herself particularly fond of this atmosphere. She relished hearing them refer to our family. She cherished how Ji Yizhao treated her with the same care as a family member. She adored this simple yet warm interaction, which made her feel at ease and liberated. On this day, filled with excitement, Ye Mingjin did not shed tears, but felt a tumultuous wave in her heart, making tranquility elusive. As she bid Ji Yizhao good night, she could no longer contain herself and embraced him gently. Then, with utmost sincerity, she whispered in his ear, "Ji Yizhao, thank you. Thank you for fulfilling my lifelong desire to share my successes with family. Thank you for allowing me to experience the warmth of being cared for by loved ones. Thank you for giving me someone to share both joy and sorrow with. Thank you for providing me with a home, making me feel a little more attached to this world." Ji Yizhao wrapped his arms around her waist, letting out a sigh imbued with unspoken tenderness, saying, "Ming Xiaojin, there is no need for thanks. If anyone should express gratitude, it is I towards you." That night, Ji Yizhao found it difficult to discern whether he felt more joy or heartache. He suddenly realized how easily content this girl, hidden within his heart, was. Her propensity for delight only deepened his affection for her, revealing the harshness of her past in the Yi household, where no one had ever brought her happiness for so many years. The more he thought about it, the more he resolved to treat his little wife with even greater kindness, ensuring she knew that there existed someone in this world who cherished her deeply. As summer vacation commenced, Ye Mingjin's graduation internship naturally took precedence. At Haicheng University, students began their internships in their third year, as their fourth year often culminated in decisions regarding employment, further studies, or future planning. Thus, this internship held particular significance for them. According to the agreement made with Ji Yizhao, Ye Mingjin directly accompanied him to his company. Given her legal studies, the most suitable department would have been the Legal Affairs Division. However, Ji Yizhao harbored reservations, fearing that his little wife might outshine others and attract unwanted attention, or conversely, that she could be bullied in a foreign department. Ultimately, he felt most comfortable having her close at hand, assigning her the position of assistant. As the chief assistant, Han Shuangjiang displayed no surprise upon hearing this arrangement. By now, he had observed that Ji Yizhao as primary consideration when it came to his wife was their emotional bond. The usually aloof and seemingly cold-hearted boss had devoted considerable thought to keeping his wife by his side, making this internship inevitable. Therefore, when Ji Yizhao proposed Ye Mingjin as his assistant, Han Shuangjiang promptly suggested a position that required close companionship and attentiveness to various demands. Ji Yizhao was quite pleased with this suggestion and turned to Ye Mingjin, inquiring, "What do you think, Xiaojin?" She had no objections, as she was also reluctant to engage with others too closely. With her immediate and unwavering nod, Ji Yizhao's spirits soared. Upon arriving at the company, the welcoming staff quickly sensed that their boss seemed to be celebrating a special occasion. Soon, they noticed that a young woman was accompanying him, specifically a young girl. The Ji Yizhao group had been conducting business domestically for some time, and many employees had been transferred from overseas companies. Those who had been around the boss for years had never seen a woman by his side. In fact, everyone knew that all assistants were male. Yet today, a girl had descended from a car, holding hands with the boss. As they witnessed the boss leading the girl into a private elevator, the employees in the lobby and the assistants passing by were filled with astonishment. Some spilled their drinks, others dropped their pens, and a few nearly stumbled. They were utterly taken aback. Who would have imagined that the boss, whom they had believed to be averse to women, would one day appear with a beautiful young girl? Moreover, he seemed particularly gentle with her. A man who had never liked being touched, suspected of having strong cleanliness issues, was now holding the girl's hand as they walked toward his office. What kind of place is an office? The boss had stated that it contained highly confidential matters and was strictly off-limits to outsiders. How special could this girl be? The crowd was perplexed, whispering and speculating about her identity. Their private chat groups erupted in discussions, with even seasoned employees directly inquiring with higher-ups at headquarters about the girl's status. However, many executives, upon hearing the news, urged for photographs to be shared, insisting that without proof, they would not believe it. In an instant, the gossip about their chairman's unexpected companionship became the hottest topic of the day. Meanwhile, the center of this gossip, Ye Mingjin, was unaware of the stir her presence had caused. She gradually adapted to her role as an assistant, but soon realized that Ji Yizhao had little for her to do. As he reviewed relevant documents, he noticed her boredom and handed her a contract, asking her to check for any issues. Ye Mingjin perused the latest project agreement and inquired, "Is there anything wrong with this?" Ji Yizhao flashed a gentle smile, his tone languid yet affectionate. "It's yours to inspect, my lady." Ye Mingjin was momentarily taken aback. She recalled a previous occasion when she had been with Ji Yizhao, and he had been reviewing a document. When she inadvertently glanced at it, he had immediately closed it with a displeased expression, sternly advising her, "This is company confidential. Do not look at it." Many things may not seem significant at the moment, but when similar situations arise and comparisons are made, the disparities become evident. Ye Mingjin acutely felt the stark difference in Ji Yizhao's treatment of her compared to Ji Yizhao's brother. Their perceptions of her and the positions they placed her in were worlds apart. As she delicately caressed the document in her hands, she earnestly assured Ji Yizhao, "I will examine it thoroughly." She would scrutinize it with care, diligently seeking solutions to assist him. Moreover, she would reciprocate his kindness tenfold, for he had treated her with such generosity. For a moment, they exchanged silent glances. Ji Yizhao responding with a smile, "Good." They resumed their respective tasks, enveloped in a serene understanding that spoke volumes of their tranquil coexistence. When Han Shuangjiang knocked and entered with files, he sensed an indescribable calm in the air. He couldn't help but glance at the young mistress, who was deeply engrossed in the document before her. Upon realizing the nature of the confidential documents in her possession, his astonishment was hard to conceal. The boss had entrusted such sensitive material to her. Yet, reflecting on Ji Zhao's recent behavior, he found that such actions aligned perfectly with the boss's character. Thus, it was truly no cause for surprise. "Boss, you have a high-level meeting in half an hour," Han Shuangjiang reminded. Ji Yizhao set aside the documents in her hands and turned to the side to address Ye Mingjin, inquiring, "Would you like to join me, Xiao Jin?" Ye Mingjin gently shook her head, replying, "You go ahead, I will review the materials here." Ji Yizhao acquiesced and instructed Han Shuangjiang to bring along some recent contract cases for Ye Mingjin, while also advising her to rest in the inner bedroom if she felt tired. Ye Mingjin nodded and heard Ji Yizhao add, "Order a dessert for my wife." Han Shuangjiang acknowledged the request, and Ye Mingjin proactively suggested, "Please leave my phone number. It may be inconvenient for you." Ji Yizhao graciously accepted her thoughtfulness and directed Han Shuangjiang to fulfill the wife's request. Once the two departed, Ye Mingjin diligently continued to examine the contracts and related documents in her hands. The chief assistant, Han Shuangjiang, promptly ordered the preferred dessert for the wife to be delivered to the company, intending to leave his contact number. However, since the wife had made the request and the boss had agreed, he noted her phone number. For precaution, he also informed the front desk to notify him upon the arrival of the dessert delivery. Thus, Han Shuangjiang followed his boss to the meeting, yet unexpectedly. When the delivery arrived, it bypassed the front desk and directly called Ye Mingjin's phone. Upon receiving the call, Ye Mingjin descended to collect the order. And as she stepped into the lobby of Jinshao Technology, all the employees who beheld her were astonished, their curiosity ignited. The excitement in their eyes was palpable, for the spectacle of their boss with a lady was an extraordinary occurrence. Some hastily took out their phones to capture the moment, while others recorded videos. This was the first time their boss had been accompanied by a girl, and she appeared to be quite cherished by him, although envy brewed among them. Their desire to uncover the identity of this enchanting figure was insatiable. Initially, They dared not stare when she entered with the boss. But now that this ethereal beauty had stepped out alone, they could not resist documenting her presence. Upon closer inspection, they discovered her beauty was striking, her demeanor exuding an air of serenity, reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Her graceful stride suggested an ethereal elegance, as if she were a celestial being. As she reached the entrance of the company, glancing around, someone felt compelled to assist her, but upon recalling their boss, they reconsidered. It was best not to provoke the girl brought by the boss. Ye Mingjin, scanning the surroundings at the entrance, was puzzled by the absence of the dessert she awaited. She approached the nearby security guard and inquired, "Sir, have you seen a delivery of desserts arrive?" The guard initially shook his head, but then pointed to a spot not far away, saying, "Is that over there? I noticed someone standing here earlier," but they were quickly taken away. Following the guard's direction, Ye Mingjin observed two individuals engaged in a heated exchange. More precisely, a woman was pulling a young man, crying out and cursing. Upon closer inspection, Ye Mingjin recognized the young man was holding a bag from a dessert shop, presumably meant for her. She hurried over and heard the woman exclaiming, "It's you? You can't deny it. Tell me, did you cause Mingzhu's death? She adored you. How could you do this to her? I have records showing you contacted her. What did you say to her before her incident? Speak up. Don't pretend to be mute. How did you cause her demise?" The familiar voice and its content startled Ye Mingjin, and she was taken aback by the disheveled appearance of the woman. Yet she discerned her identity. The once elegant and poised Su Wanyu had transformed into a figure resembling a madwoman. She clung tightly to the young man, accusing him of being the culprit, relentlessly questioning if he was responsible for Ye Mingzhu's death. Ye Mingjin turned her gaze to the young man. She had previously heard about Ye Mingzhu having a favored boy at school, someone she was possessive of to the extent of not allowing anyone near him, eager to affix her label upon him at all times. The boy being accosted by Su Wanyu wore a blank expression, his gaze cast downward in silence. Yet suddenly, he looked up at Ye Mingjin with a calm demeanor and uttered, "She got what she deserved." Upon hearing his words, Ye Mingzhu's mother was momentarily stunned, but then her fury escalated as she lunged at him, exclaiming, "What did you say? You heartless wretch! I will make you pay for this. I will kill you." She attempted to knock him down, but the young man deftly sidestepped, causing Su Wanyu to collide with the wall. Sensing another presence, the young man turned to look, his peach blossom eyes reflecting indifference before a fleeting surprise crossed his face, which quickly reverted to an impassive state. That fleeting glance inexplicably struck Ye Mingjin as familiar. Those enchanting eyes and that face bore a resemblance to someone she couldn't quite place. She gently fiddled with the coin on her wrist, deep in thought. Before Su Wanyu could launch another attack, Ye Mingjin intervened, grasping the woman's hand to prevent her from reaching for the young man. Chapter 83. Jealousy and soothing. Originally intent on seizing the young man, Su Wanyu was taken aback when she felt someone grasp her hand. Struggling fiercely, she found that the grip on her hand seemed to have inexplicably numbed her, causing her to loosen her hold. Turning to face this meddlesome individual, Su Wanyu paused, then quickly covered her face, aware of her disheveled state. In that instant, she seemed to realize who it was. Looking at Ye Mingjin, her expression morphed into one of fervent excitement. "Mingjin, do you know your sister is in trouble? Mingzhu is in trouble. Why are you so cold-hearted? You've been indifferent all this time, and I couldn't find you." She clung to Ye Mingjin, weeping profusely. The security guard, seeing the person brought by the boss being accosted, rushed to intervene, attempting to pull the frantic woman away. Yet, she remained resolute, desperately pleading, "Mingjin, please help us find the one responsible for Mingzhu's death." Noticing Ye Mingjin's indifference, she reverted to her former commanding tone. "Did you hear? You need to go find the one who harmed Mingzhu. It's this little wretch. He caused her death." Ye Mingjin remained unmoved, quietly regarding Su Wanyu, stating, "Madam Yi, have you forgotten that we are no longer connected?" Su Wanyu lifted her gaze to Ye Mingjin, listening to her cold yet soft voice, which inexplicably carried a hint of chill. She suddenly perceived that Ye Mingjin's demeanor and speech bore a resemblance to that of the disabled Ji Yizhao. The mention of Ji Yizhao triggered a recollection of his prior warning. Su Wanyu abruptly released Ye Mingjin's hand, as if scalded, retreating several steps. She allowed the security personnel to escort her away. As she grasped the reality of the situation, Su Wanyu panicked and fled. Before leaving, she glared at the young man, threatening, "I will not let you off. I will never forgive you. You murderer." At this moment, Yi Ming's company had declared bankruptcy, and Su Wanyu was no longer the esteemed Madame Yi. Meanwhile, Ye Yizhao was preoccupied with the chaos of his own company's bankruptcy and acquisition, leaving him utterly overwhelmed and oblivious to the sorrow engulfing Su Wanyu. Ye Mingjin turned to the young man holding the dessert bag and asked, "Are you the one delivering the desserts?" The young man, pale yet handsome, replied, "It's for Mr. Han." Ye Mingjin clarified, "Then it belongs to me. He ordered it for me." The young man dialed a number, and in that instant, her phone rang. "That's mine," Ye Mingjin affirmed. Only then did the young man hand her the dessert. Ye Mingjin gazed at him and suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" The young man looked at her, seemingly seeking to ascertain the reason behind her question. Recalling how she had assisted him earlier, he replied, "Xiaomu." Ye Mingjin continued, "How old are you this year? 13 or 14? The boy answered, 14. Just as they were speaking, a voice called out, "Madam, why have you come down yourself? Matters like this can be entrusted to me." Ye Mingjin turned towards the sound and saw Han Shuangjiang striding towards them. Meanwhile, Ji Yizhao sat in a wheelchair at the entrance, gazing over with a complex expression in his eyes that momentarily darkened before returning to his usual gentle smile. The young man, noticing another person approaching, particularly the one in the wheelchair whose gaze held a menacing aura, felt an instinctive wariness rise within him. Driven by a desire to survive, he hastily placed the dessert into Ye Mingjin's hands and promptly departed. As he retreated further away, Ye Mingjin remained lost in thought, her gaze fixed on him, unmoving. Ji Yizhao's eyes darkened, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Jealousy surged like a wild beast from the depths of the sea, yearning to break free, yet he suppressed it. He endeavored to maintain a facade of tenderness as he turned to Ye Mingjin, asking, "Are you interested in him, Xiaojin?" Ye Mingjin replied softly, her eyes still lingering on the boy growing distant. Ji Yizhao's expression darkened further, his hands clenched tightly around the armrests of his wheelchair, knuckles whitening. Yet he forced a gentle smile, casually inquiring, "He seems rather young. What is it about him that attracts you, Xiaojin?" Ye Mingjin pondered Ji Yizhao's question seriously before responding. "His background. Is it tragic?" Ji Yizhao probed, his gaze fixed intently on her face, his hands tightening in a mix of anxiety. He was acutely aware that Ye Mingjin had a soft heart, which made him particularly wary that the boy might invoke her pity. Holding his breath, Ji Yizhao awaited her reply, but was met with a simple hum. This response, though somewhat anticipated, caused his heart to sink. Despite being a few years older than Ye Mingjin and consistently presenting himself as delicate and indulgent, he felt a pang of frustration. Even as he felt his heart bleed, he maintained a smile and said, "Xiaojin is very compassionate." Ye Mingjin glanced at him, neither refuting nor responding, which implied acquiescence. Ji Yizhao's hands remained tightly clasped together, his demeanor resembling that of a wilting sapling, devoid of vitality. He was genuinely displeased. The melancholy emanating from Ji Yizhao quickly alerted Han Shuangjiang, as well as the other high-ranking associates and assistants nearby, causing a palpable tension. The previously sunny demeanor of their boss had transformed, akin to an impending storm, which was rather alarming. All eyes turned to the young girl, favored by their boss, only to find her in deep contemplation. The discontented Ji Yizhao, feeling increasingly neglected, was further disheartened by Ye Mingjin's apparent indifference to his mood. His appetite waned, and during mealtime, he found himself unable to enjoy the delectable dishes before him. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks, prompting Ye Mingjin, who was savoring her meal, to look at him in surprise and ask, "What's wrong? Not to your taste?" Ji Yizhao's heart leapt at her concern, but he shook his head and replied in a subdued tone, "It's nothing." Ye Mingjin set down her chopsticks and inquired further, "Are you feeling unwell?" The stormy skies of Ji Yizhao's heart seemed to part slightly, allowing a glimmer of sunlight to seep through. Yet he remained silent, gazing down at his hands, his face displaying a pitiable frailty as he said, "It's nothing. Just eat, Xiaojin. Don't worry about me." "How can I not worry about you?" she countered, personally selecting a few dishes and placing them in his bowl. "You should eat these, even if you lack an appetite. You must have something." The food she offered seemed to spark a flicker of appetite in Ji Yizhao. He picked up his chopsticks and, under her watchful gaze, managed to eat a couple of bites. Just as he was striving to finish the meal she had prepared for him, she stated, "I would like to ask you for a favor." Ji Yizhao lifted his eyes. "What is it?" Ye Mingjin requested, "Help me find that Xiaomu." Ji Yizhao asked, "Who is Xiaomu?" She replied, "The boy who delivered the food just now." Suddenly, Ji Yizhao found the food in his bowl unappetizing, his appetite evaporating. A shadow crossed his eyes, but he struggled to maintain his composure, unable to quell the flames of jealousy burning within him, gnawing at his heart like a venomous serpent, leaving him in agony. He wished to confront Xia Mu directly, wanting to obliterate him from existence. He felt Ye Mingjin was somewhat cruel. How could she show such open interest in someone else when he cherished her so dearly? While he could certainly assist her in locating that boy, his intentions would be to ensure the boy's swift disappearance once found. As Ji Yizhao contemplated how to discreetly eliminate the boy named Xia Mu, Ye Mingjin placed a piece of pork rib into his bowl, stating, "Talking doesn't interfere with eating." After a brief pause, she added, "See if he might be the person Meng Meng is looking for." Ji Yizhao blinked, momentarily puzzled before realizing the implication, and he couldn't help but ask, What do you mean?" Ye Mingjin regarded him, reiterating, "The person Meng Meng is searching for. You know she has been looking for someone." Pausing, she earnestly continued, "I think this could be a lead. You have the location, so you should share this information with her." Ji Yizhao instinctively softened his breath, fixating on Ye Mingjin. "You've been contemplating this since earlier?" Ye Mingjin quietly affirmed. Ji Yizhao then inquired, "Are you interested in Xiaomu because you believe he might be the person Chen Qingming is seeking?" Ye Mingjin found his incredulity amusing and countered with a question of her own. Otherwise, what could it be? The clouds in Ji Yizhao's heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by radiant sunshine and blossoming flowers. With a smile in his eyes, he replied, "I think so too." Ye Mingjin was taken aback by the swift transformation in Ji Yizhao's demeanor. The man who had moments ago seemed despondent and apathetic now appeared joyful and ready to eat, as if his appetite had returned. With his spirits lifted, Ji Yizhao's smile reemerged, and his aura shifted back to that of a gentle, warm-hearted man. Han Shuangjiang, who had been diligently minimizing his presence, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon exiting, his colleagues inquired about the situation, and Han Shuangjiang was able to give an approving gesture, which prompted a collective sigh of relief from everyone. Though they had been astonished by the girl's appearance, they were even more surprised by their boss's visible joy. Earlier, they had sensed an ominous intent emanating from him, as if he wished to unleash his wrath upon someone. Now, however, all was well, allowing them to relax at last. Meanwhile, they could not help but lament how rare it was to find a girl who could accompany their boss in his dismal mood and uplift his spirits. Surely, only such a girl could aspire to become the wife of their employer. Unbeknownst to them, the team at Ji Yizhao Technology had already begun to regard Ye Mingjin as their talisman. They hoped for her frequent appearances, believing that her presence could brighten their boss's disposition, thereby facilitating their endeavors. A harmonious work atmosphere would inevitably enhance productivity, making the passage of a delightful day all the more effortless. They found themselves filled with anticipation. Ji Yizhao was remarkably efficient. Shortly after their meal, the relevant information regarding Xiaomu was presented before them. Ji Yizhao swiftly handed it to Ye Mingjin, urging her to take a look. After a thorough examination, Ye Mingjin discerned some usable information, particularly a photograph that bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qingming. The boy's enchanting, almond-shaped eyes were almost identical. When Chen Qingming received Ye Mingjin's message, she was taken aback. Soon after, she received the relevant materials that Ji Yizhao's team had uncovered. Upon viewing the information, especially the photo, she sprang to her feet, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "This is my brother. It must be my brother." The boy's likeness to her mother was uncanny. Accompanied by Lu Xinghe, Chen Qingming proceeded to the residence of the boy named Xiaomu. Regrettably, he was not home. According to Ye Mingjin, he was likely working. Although still a minor, his tragic background had led local shops to offer him employment. He helped with deliveries, earning a modest wage. Being a diligent and well-regarded student known to his teachers and neighbors, he often assisted others with their studies, earning him the community's admiration. Listening to the praises bestowed upon the boy, Chen Qingming felt a mix of comfort and heartache. Had her brother grown up by her side, his life would have been drastically different. He would have faced no worries, for she would have ensured he had everything he needed. Instead, he resided in a dilapidated home, sharing it with a sickly woman she presumed to be his mother. The small garden was carefully tended, indicative of someone's diligent care. Though the surroundings were impoverished, they were remarkably clean and orderly. As Chen Qingming and Lu Xinghe entered the room, They observed the coughing woman in bed and inquired, "Is this Xiaomu's home?" The woman, startled by the sudden appearance of the well-dressed couple, tensed. Attempting to rise, she was overtaken by a fit of coughing and retorted, "What is it? Are you here to cause trouble?" Chen Qingming quickly reassured her, "No, we are merely here to ask a few questions." The woman visibly relaxed, asking, "What would you like to know?" Sensing the woman's unease, Chen Qingming, encouraged by Lu Xinghe's gentle pat on her shoulder, steadied herself and asked, "I would like to inquire about your son. Xiaomu is not your son, is he? How dare you speak such nonsense? He's my son. I am his mother. Who are you to say otherwise?" The woman became agitated, pointing toward the door. "Leave. Get out now. Do not come here and say such things." Chapter 85. Identification. Choice. Witnessing her agitation, Chen Qingming urged, "Please do not be upset. I only wish to confirm something. I suspect he might be my brother. My mother bore him with great sacrifice, and he was taken away. I need to know how he came to be your son." The woman's expression darkened further as she coughed and gasped, declaring, "I do not understand what you are saying. He is my son. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. You will not take him away from me." Chen Qingming attempted to continue, but the woman, seemingly frantic, picked up a glass of water from the bedside and hurled it at them. Lu Xinghe quickly shielded Chen Qingming, but the glass struck his arm. As it shattered on the floor, water spilled across the ground. Chen Qingming, alarmed, turned to Lu Xinghe and asked, "Does it hurt? Is your bone injured?" "It's fine. It doesn't hurt," Lu Xinghe replied reassuringly. "Do not worry, I am okay." Yet, Chen Qingming remained anxious, directing her gaze back to the woman in bed, stating, "Regardless of what you say now, I will find a way to prove the truth. I have searched for him for so long and will not give up easily." Supporting Lu Xinghe as they exited, her complexion paled slightly. Lu Xinghe noticed her concern and softly reassured her, "Really, it's nothing." Chen Qingming, however, was resolute. They would go to the hospital to ensure Lu Xinghe's arm was unharmed. She had clearly seen the force with which the glass had been thrown. As they moved further away, the woman in the room gasped for breath, collapsing back onto the bed, staring at the dilapidated walls. She clutched a tattered blanket and let out a soft cry. She could not reveal her secret to anyone, fearing that if she did, the son she had found would abandon her. She needed someone to care for her in her old age, and she would never relinquish her hold on him. No one could take her son away. She had even devised a plan for how to persuade her son to distance himself from those two. Yet, the distinctiveness of their attire filled her with dread. What if they truly came and took her son away? She racked her brain for a way to spin the situation into something else, hoping to instill a sense of aversion and rejection in Xiaomu toward them. Outside, Chen Qingming and Lu Xinghe were oblivious to the woman's turmoil as they leaned on each other while walking out, only to encounter Xiaomu returning home. The slender boy, with his head bowed, looked up at the sound of their movements. Their eyes met, and Chen Qingming felt tears welling up as she gazed upon his face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her deceased mother. Xiaomu was evidently taken aback by the encounter. A stylishly dressed girl before him suddenly began to weep, her eyes reflecting both excitement and sorrow. Confused and disinterested, he continued on his way home, his head bowed. As they narrowly brushed past each other, Lu Xinghe inadvertently bumped into him. Both were momentarily surprised by the collision. Stumbling, Lu Xinghe steadied the boy's shoulder. The force caused Xiaomu to stumble back a step, and they both fell to the ground. Chen Qingming rushed forward, anxious, asking, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" She directed her question at Lu Xinghe, but her gaze was fixed on Xiaomu. The boy found her behavior peculiar. No, he thought. Both the man and woman were strange. Hastily, he got up and walked toward home, not looking back. Chen Qingming turned to watch him until he disappeared from view, unmoving. She was convinced that this boy was undoubtedly her brother. Otherwise, how could there be two such similar faces in the world? The only one who could resemble her mother so closely, aside from her brother, would be no one else. Suddenly, she heard a sharp intake of breath. Turning to Lu Xinghe, she quickly inquired, "Did you hurt your arm? Does it hurt?" Lu Xinghe remained silent, lifting his hand to show her. The pair of distinctly knuckled hands before her slowly opened, a strand of hair caught between the fingers. Chen Qingming was momentarily taken aback. But then, as if struck by a thought, she gazed at him with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Lu Xinghe nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "We can proceed with the identification now." They sent the boy's hair along with Chen Qingming's to the identification center, engaging a reliable individual and requesting expedited processing. As they endured the agonizing wait, the results soon arrived. The findings indicated a staggering 99.8% probability of a blood relationship between the two, confirming that they were indeed biological siblings. The boy, who bore a striking resemblance to her deceased mother, was truly the brother for whom her mother had sacrificed her life. Clutching the identification results, Chen Qingming was overwhelmed with excitement. She and Liu Xinghe once again sought out the woman who claimed to be Xiaomu's mother. The woman in the hospital bed remained as defiant as before, her attitude even more brazen. No matter what they said, she simply stared at them in silence. Chen Qingming produced the identification certificate, asserting, "We have conducted a paternity test. Whether you acknowledge it or not, Xiaomu is my brother. He is a child of the Chun family, and I will certainly bring him back. So, think carefully. Do you wish to be our enemy or our benefactor?" The woman on the hospital bed appeared taken aback by this unexpected choice, her confidence wavering. Noticing her softened demeanor, Liu Xinghe interjected, "We understand that raising the young master over the years has not been easy for you, and we are prepared to express our gratitude. Your current health condition is not ideal, and the resources available to you are insufficient for proper treatment. However, if the young master returns to our family as his benefactor, you will certainly receive the best medical care. We are well acquainted with many specialists and can ensure you receive the finest nursing, relieving you of worries for the remainder of your life." After a brief pause, he adjusted his rimless glasses, a glint of sharpness appearing in his eyes, his voice laced with a trace of coldness. "Of course, if you refuse, you may continue with your current life. However, we will undoubtedly take the young master with us. If he learns that you sabotaged his future to prevent him from leaving, do you think he would harbor resentment towards you? If you cooperate, we will keep this information from him. What do you think?" With both the good and bad outcomes starkly laid before her, she was left to make her own choice. The woman pondered for a moment before arriving at her decision. Chapter 86. You return. I prevail, she sighed deeply. I understand now. I never imagined Xiaomu's background would be so remarkable. Lost in memories, the woman murmured when I first saw him. He was with an elderly lady from the north courtyard. This lady often washed clothes by the river. And one day, she heard a crying sound and discovered a child hidden in the grass by the riverbank. It was the rainy season, and perhaps the person who abandoned him thought the water would soon rise, leaving him to fate. Unexpectedly, the elderly lady took him in. Later, when she passed away, she entrusted the child to me. He was very young then and didn't understand much, so I became his mother. He was truly well-behaved, obedient, and hardworking. His academic performance was excellent, and he was quick-witted. I lacked the means to support him, and he worked various jobs to pay for his education. I always longed for a child, but never had one. I was married once, but due to my inability to bear children, I divorced. Eventually, I treated Xiaomu as my own son, hoping that he would care for me in my old age. I never anticipated that one day, his biological family would come looking for him, for who would seek out a discarded child? But after your appearance, I truly felt afraid. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to die alone here. Chen Qingming and Liu Xinghe exchanged glances and said, "As we mentioned before, our words hold true. If he returns to our family, we will ensure you do not die alone. We will provide you with medical care, the best hospitals, and nursing." Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude, yet she could not suppress her tears once more, feeling as though she had bartered her son for such favorable treatment, as if she had sold him. Yet he was not truly hers. The dialogue among the three was unguarded, for they were the only occupants of the room. Thus, Xiaomu, who had returned early from outside, overheard everything at the door. Only when Chen Qingming turned to check if he had returned did she realize the young man stood there, bewildered. Chen Qingming, overwhelmed with emotion, approached him, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, "Can we talk?" As her words fell, tears streamed down her cheeks. Xiaomu initially had no intention of engaging with a stranger, but for some inexplicable reason, gazing at this beautiful girl evoked a feeling he could not quite articulate, as if her tears stirred a sense of sadness within him. This unfamiliar sensation transformed his initial resistance into reluctant acceptance. The young man allowed Chen Qingming to lead him to the foyer, where she shared a narrative starkly different from his own expectations. From this beautiful, kind girl, he learned that she was his sister, Chen Qingming. He discovered that his life had been purchased with their mother's sacrifice. Yet, Their mother had not had the chance to see him before he was taken away and abandoned. Now, his sister had finally found him after enduring great hardships. Listening to her words, Xiaomu felt as though he were hearing someone else's story, for it starkly contradicted everything he had believed or been told about his origins. In a narrative he had known, he was an unloved child, rescued by the elderly lady who washed clothes by the river. After her death, he was taken in by his current mother. Little did anyone know, he had memories from a young age. Thus, he was aware of many events. He recalled the elderly lady, her figure growing increasingly blurred in his mind, and he also remembered his current mother and various circumstances surrounding his adoption. Yet, he chose to feign ignorance. Since this woman was willing to be his mother, he was willing to be her son. Having a family was certainly better than having none. So he decided to continue this way. Knowing he was an abandoned and unloved child, he aspired to prove himself worthy of admiration. He had even imagined that if he ever met his biological parents, he would show them how remarkable he had become, making them regret their decision to abandon him. But now, someone was telling him he had been taken away and discarded, that he was a child for whom his mother had sacrificed her life. Blood ties are indeed a curious phenomenon. As Xiaomu watched the girl claiming to be his sister weep, he felt an urge to gently wipe her tears away. However, upon realizing his hands were not clean from delivering takeout, he hesitated and withdrew. Quickly, he wiped his hands on his pants and murmured, "Please don't cry." Chen Qingming asked him, "Do you believe what I have said?" Xiaomu pondered seriously for a moment and voiced his lingering doubts. "They all say that I was abandoned because my parents did not want me." At that moment, Chen Qingming, who had just managed to stop crying, was overwhelmed with tears once more. Her voice trembled with profound injustice. "Do we ever want to abandon you? You are our mother's child, brought into this world through her sacrifice. How could we bear to let you go? It was only because someone secretly switched you that you ended up in another's care. If not for a twist of fate, I would never have known my brother was suffering outside." Xiaomu gazed at Chen Qingming, a hint of urgency in his eyes. "Please don't cry. I won't ask anymore. Just stop crying." Chen Qingming quickly wiped her tears and smiled. "All right, no more tears." She turned her gaze towards the dilapidated house, and then to the young man before her, striving to maintain her composure, as she said, "Wait for me a few days. I will take you to an important banquet then. I want you to see the life you were truly meant to live." Xiaomu furrowed her brow slightly and asked Chen Qingming, "Is the person who deliberately swapped me still around?" "Yes." Chen Qingming's eyes flickered with hatred for a moment, but she added, "Their good days are numbered." As she lifted her gaze to him, tears welled up in her eyes, yet she forced a smile, saying, "Now that you're back, I feel confident of victory. I will ensure that the person who swapped you faces punishment." Xiaomu listened to her words, momentarily at a loss for what to say, ultimately replying with a simple "all right." Observing his obedient demeanor, Chen Qingming's emotions became increasingly complex. There was no fierce resistance, no questions asked. He simply believed her words. This made her heart ache even more, leading her to embrace the young man and cry bitterly. For she herself was uncertain of what this moment represented. The child, exchanged for her mother's life, had not received proper care, lost and abandoned for over a decade without her knowledge. Meanwhile, she had cherished the impostor for so many years. Thankfully, it was not too late. She would make amends for her brother's regrets. On one hand, Chen Qingming began to educate her newly found brother about the Chen family's history, while on the other, she expressed her gratitude to Ye Mingjin, saying, "Jinjin, I found my brother. Are you free this weekend? I would like to invite you and your husband to dinner." This would also serve as an opportunity for her to meet Ye Mingjin's newlywed husband and subtly warn him not to mistreat Jinjin. Chapter completed. Chapter 87. A grateful return. Hand in hand, although she had often mentioned gathering for a meal once her brother was found. Those were merely polite words spoken in moments of faint hope. Now, having truly located her brother, the joy and excitement consumed Chen Qingming, compelling her to seek someone with whom to share her elation. However, this matter required utmost discretion, as revealing it to too many could lead to unwanted exposure. Thus, the ideal person to share her happiness with was Ye Mingjin, the one who assisted her in finding her brother. As previously agreed, she intended not only to invite Ye Mingjin to dinner, but also her family. Moreover, since Ye Mingjin had been married for some time, they had no idea what her family looked like. As the head of their dormitory, Chen Qingming felt it was only right to meet that person and give them a gentle admonition to ensure they do not mistreat Ye Mingjin without familial support. Therefore, She resolved to arrange a private meeting before the collective dormitory gathering. The weather was overcast, with a refreshing chill that provided a rare opportunity for outdoor activity during the hot summer. At Dongli Courtyard, Ye Mingjin took her bamboo sword to the center of the garden to exercise. In a nearby pavilion, Ji Yizhao arranged the tea set, boiled water, and seated himself on a mat-covered bench to showcase his tea artistry. Simultaneously, he attentively watched Ji Yizhao's sword dance, applauding continuously. After completing a set of Wudang sword techniques, Ye Mingjin, hearing Ji Yizhao's applause, could not help but smile as she walked into the pavilion. Ji Yizhao raised the brewed tea, which Ye Mingjin accepted and sipped, finding it perfectly warm, fragrant, and slightly sweet. Observing Ji Yizhao pouring tea for her, she remarked, "Just a casual display. There's no need for applause." Ji Yizhao chuckled. "Your swordplay is exceptional, Xiaojin." I cannot help but cheer. Ye Mingjin glanced at his endearingly pitiful expression mixed with admiration and found herself relenting. "As you wish." Ji Yizhao presented another cup of tea to her, asking, "Do you like it?" Ye Mingjin inhaled the tea's aroma, took another sip, and nodded, "It's quite good." Ji Yizhao smiled. "Then I will ask them to send more next time." Just then her phone rang. Ye Mingjin picked up her phone from the stone table, glancing at the caller ID. Upon answering, she heard Chen Qingming's voice, filled with overwhelming excitement. "Jin, I found my brother. I really found my brother. He looks just like my mother, my biological mother. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you." Her voice trembled with emotion. Even through the phone, Ye Mingjin could feel her excitement. Once Chen Qingming calmed down a bit, Ye Mingjin said, "No need to thank me. I'm just glad you found him." Chen Qingming insisted, "Of course, I need to. I want us to gather alone first. I must properly thank you." "Really? There's no need," Ye Mingjin replied, somewhat helplessly, but Chen Qingming was adamant. "Jin, please allow me this chance to express my gratitude. You cannot fathom how significant this is for me. You can guess, can't you? If it weren't for you, I would have never known I had a brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found him. Can you imagine how I would have felt if I had spoiled an impostor for so many years, only to let my real brother live in such misery? How could I face my deceased mother? Yet, because of you, all my mistakes can be rectified. I can take my brother to my mother's grave and tell her that I've found him. I can fulfill her wishes." As she spoke, Chen Qingming suddenly broke down in tears. Ye Mingjin felt that refusing her again would be inappropriate, especially since Chen Qingming had mentioned her deceased mother. Just as she was about to respond, she heard Chen Qingming struggle to control her emotions and speak lightly. "And I want to meet my brother-in-law. He must understand what a little fairy he has married and cherish her dearly." Chen Qingming chuckled lightly, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Ye Mingjin had initially been indifferent about the dinner, but upon Chen Qingming's mention of her brother-in-law, she glanced at Ji Yizhao, recalling that he seemed eager to meet people from her dormitory. She nodded, "All right." After hanging up, Ye Mingjin looked at Ji Yizhao, who was still pouring tea, and asked, "Mingming wants to invite us to dinner. Would you like to go?" Ji Yizhao replied with a question. "Does Xiaojin want to go?" Ye Mingjin answered, "I agreed." Ji Yizhao smiled sweetly. "I will accompany you, whatever your choice may be." Ye Mingjin couldn't help but smile as she took a nearby cup of black tea, inhaling its scent, and poured a cup for Ji Yizhao, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Ji Yizhao replied, "I will follow Xiaojin's lead." This expected response still brought an inexplicable joy to Ye Mingjin. Ultimately, they received a message from Chen Qingming, agreeing to meet at Yushi, renowned in Haicheng. Yushi exuded a strong Chinese aesthetic from its decor and layout to its culinary offerings and tea selections. The chef, a top-tier culinary artist from Huaxia, ensured that the exquisite style was favored by many affluent individuals and particularly adored by several noble families. Chen Qingming and Liu Xinghe had long awaited their arrival in the bamboo courtyard they had previously reserved. Upon seeing Ye Mingjin and a beautiful man in a wheelchair appear, they were momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining their composure. They had previously had the opportunity to meet at the engagement banquet of the Ji family, but at that time, Chen Qingming had been too preoccupied with opposing the union, and later, when she received news about her brother from Ye Mingjin, she hadn't paid attention to the young master of the Ji family. Although she had subsequently inquired about Ye Mingjin's marriage to the Ji family's young master and heard rumors about his peculiar character and physical limitations, seeing him in person still left her astonished. Clearly, They had not anticipated that Ye Mingjin's new husband would indeed be a disabled man in a wheelchair, with a demeanor and presence somewhat different from what had been rumored. After assisting the wheelchair-bound man into his seat, Han Shuangjiang nodded at everyone and exited the private room. Lu Xinghe could not help but glance up, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the person before him. However, Han Shuang's departure was rather swift, leaving him momentarily unable to recall where he had previously encountered this individual. After a brief introduction, Lu Xinghe presented the gift prepared by Chen Qingming. Chen Qingming followed suit, stating, Jinjin enjoys black tea, and I happen to bring some along. This little ornament is a token for the newlyweds, just for good fortune. I hope it is not too much of a bother. Ye Mingjin's eyes reflected a hint of disapproval as she said, You are too kind. Chen Qingming replied with a smile, There is no need for formality. We are all family, so I chose what is fitting rather than what is expensive. Ji Yizhao glanced at the exquisitely wrapped gift box, which contained a box of Kimon black tea and a jade ornament. Though the jade piece was not a renowned work of art, its auspicious meaning had garnered a respectable price at an auction. The jade carving depicted two hands clasped together, aptly named holding hands together, symbolizing companionship until old age. Such a profound sentiment endeared Ji Yizhao to the gift, consequently softening his demeanor towards Chen Qingming. Thank you, he expressed sincerely. Grateful for this delightful present, he chose to overlook Lu Xinghe's probing gaze. Little did he know that this gentle and polite demeanor only intensified Chen Qingming's feelings of regret. Simultaneously, it solidified her resolve to support Ye Mingjin. For even if he was the young master of the Ji family, he ought to comprehend the immense fortune of marrying such a remarkable woman. If this man were to treat Jinjin poorly, she would ensure an immediate divorce for Ye Mingjin, followed by an introduction to countless other worthy suitors. As the server entered, politely inquiring about their meal preferences, Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin ordered first, subsequently handing the menu to Chen Qingming and Lu Xinghe. Unsurprisingly, Ji Yizhao and Lu Xinghe selected dishes favored by Ye Mingjin and Chen Qingming, respectively. Likewise, Ye Mingjin chose a few items suitable for Ji Yizhao, while Chen Qingming ordered dishes that Lu Xinghe enjoyed. The tea, provided by Yu Shi, was a fragrant lapsang sochong, delightful on the palate. Aware of Ji Yizhao's somewhat awkward position as the young master of the Ji family, they tactfully avoided discussing such matters during their conversation. Instead, they engaged in light banter about recent internships and plans. Chen Qingming primarily spoke about her search for her brother, expressing gratitude towards Ye Mingjin. The two women conversed merrily, while the two men leisurely sipped their tea, gazing at the girls with unmistakable tenderness. Yet, when their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Ji Yizhao recognized Lu Xinghe's fervent admiration for Chen Qingming, just as Lu Xinghe perceived Ji Yizhao's possessiveness towards Ye Mingjin. Fortunately, both were committed to their respective partners, allowing for amicable communication and the exchange of contact details. Throughout the meal, Ji Yizhao took great care of Ye Mingjin, serving her various dishes and attentively peeling shellfish. Lu Xinghe, too, ensured that Chen Qingming's favorite foods filled her plate. Ye Mingjin, noticing Ji Yizhao's devoted attentiveness, occasionally fed him, prompting Chen Qingming to express her admiration. The typically reserved Ye Mingjin had transformed into an embodiment of a devoted partner, leaving her somewhat astonished. Observing their remarkable chemistry, she chuckled, Young Master Ji, I shall not stand on ceremony. Allow me to address you as brother-in-law. Having lived with Jinjin for 3 years, I consider her my sister. I know her temperament well. This is the first time I've seen her care for a man like a devoted wife, and I hope you will cherish her. She smiled earnestly at Ji Yizhao, adding, Though her family may not be particularly strong, we could be a support for Jinjin. Should you mistreat her, I shall not stand idly by. Ji Yizhao instantly grasped her underlying message. Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have devised a plan to undermine them. Yet, Chen Qingming was different. She was advocating for Ye Mingjin, hoping for his kind treatment of her. With a glimmer of amusement in his glass-like eyes, Ji Yizhao gazed at Ye Mingjin, his voice tender and sincere. Xiaojin is my everything. My greatest fear is not treating her well enough. Though his words were few, their weight was profound. Chen Qingming noticed the sincerity in Ji Yizhao's tone and grinned. You two truly are a picture of love. It makes me envious. Ye Mingjin cast a glance at her, her gaze drifting to Lu Xinghe. You could have that too. In her envisioned future, Chen Qingming and Lu Xinghe were destined to be together. Chen Qingming smiled and gently shook her head. Not just yet. Upon saying this, she noticed Lu Xinghe silently sipping his tea, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Chen Qingming continued, once my brother's matters are resolved, we can consider such things. Sensing the atmosphere shift to a more somber note, Chen Qingming turned to Ye Mingjin, swiftly changing the subject. When do you two plan on having children? With your looks, your little ones will undoubtedly be adorable, probably charm everyone around them. I must declare, I want to be their godmother. Coughing slightly, even the usually composed Ye Mingjin found herself caught off guard by the topic. Fortunately, Ji Yizhao quickly offered her a sip of tea, allowing her to regain her composure before she replied, you are thinking too far ahead. How is that too far? Chen Qingming laughed. Isn't that what married life entails? However, you are still young. Let us talk about it later. After all, it's essential to enjoy your time together as a couple before anything else. Ji Yizhao turned to Ye Mingjin, suddenly considering Chen Qingming's suggestion as rather appealing. He even began to imagine how wonderful it would be if they had a daughter resembling Ye Mingjin. He would surely spoil her as the happiest little princess in the world. But if it were a son, Ji Yizhao pondered, shaking his head, that would not do. He certainly did not wish for anyone to compete for Ye Mingjin's affection. Lost in thought, he heard Chen Qingming say, by the way, I have yet to see your wedding photos. Do you have an electronic version? They must be more beautiful than any advertisement. Ye Mingjin blinked. We didn't take any. What? Chen Qingming exclaimed, surprised and regretful. With such stunning looks, you didn't capture any wedding photos? She glanced at Ji Yizhao and remarked, actually, taking wedding photos can be quite troublesome. One's happiness is what truly matters. Whether or not to take such photos is a matter of personal preference. Pausing momentarily, she added, when I eventually marry, I might not even want to take wedding photos. I'd prefer to travel together instead. That sounds much more relaxing. Her gaze shifted to Lu Xinghe, and, at that moment, the previously somber man's face lit up with a radiant smile. Ji Yizhao turned to Ye Mingjin. We do have wedding photos, but I'm not satisfied. So we will retake them in the future. Ye Mingjin turned curiously, meeting his tender, deep-set eyes. In those depths, she sensed an indescribable longing, unable to refuse. She softly replied with an affirmative hum. She did not argue, understanding his intention. Perhaps Ji Yizhao simply wished to save face. She had heard that many men cared about their pride, yet she did not want to elaborate or lie, so she merely nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a small gesture to uphold his masculine dignity, lest others discover their union, and the fact that they had not even captured a wedding photograph. He would surely be displeased. It is remarkable how such a handsome and tall man could possess a heart as delicate as that of a fragile princess. As Ye Mingjin reflected upon her characterization of him, recalling the way he had looked so aggrieved before, resembling a little bride, a deeper smile crept upon her lips. Ji Yizhao caught sight of Ye Mingjin's clear, almond-shaped eyes, brimming with affection as they quietly regarded him, and even in silence, his heart fluttered inexplicably, longing to embrace her fiercely and press his lips against hers, wishing to intertwine their very essences. Lowering his gaze, he felt a warmth rise to his ears, concealing the burgeoning springtime of his heart. He attentively catered to Ye Mingjin's every need during their meal, while also listening to Chen Qingming and Ye Mingjin discuss various topics, ranging from their dormitory sisterhood to future graduation plans. The gathering was filled with laughter and joy. As they parted ways, Chen Qingming produced an invitation from her bag, saying, "This is an invitation to Chen Qingya's 18th birthday celebration. We hope you both can attend." She hesitated for a moment, her smile laden with meaning, hinting at the lively atmosphere expected. The implications of such merriment needed no further explanation. They were understood by all. Due to prior commitments, she informed them that she would return later in the evening. Chapter 89. Supplementing the marriage certificate? Very well. Ye Mingjin glanced at the invitation before turning to Ji Yizhao. With a smile, Ji Yizhao accepted it and assured Chen Qingming, "We will arrive on time." This was a tacit agreement that they would attend together. As they exited, Chen Qingming added, "Just come to enjoy the festivities. There's no need to bring gifts." Ji Yizhao nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Chen Qingming and Lu Xinghe watched them board the vehicle, noticing a somewhat familiar man pushing Ji Yizhao's wheelchair, with Ye Mingjin following suit. Throughout their departure, Ji Yizhao held Ye Mingjin's hand firmly. As the vehicle drove away, Lu Xinghe continued to gaze after them, prompting Chun Qingming to inquire, "What is it?" Lu Xinghe replied, "I can't shake the feeling that the man we just saw seemed familiar." Chun Qingming pondered for a moment. "Are you referring to the one pushing the wheelchair?" Lu Xinghe nodded, and Chun Qingming, deep in thought, added, "I too feel he looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before." Yet, she could not recall where. In the car, Ji Yizhao remained contemplative, leading Ye Mingjin to ask, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" A hint of grievance crossed Ji Yizhao's face, coupled with anticipation and an inexplicable touch of anxiety. Although these emotions were not overtly expressed, Ye Mingjin sensed them nonetheless, prompting her to adopt a gentler and more cautious demeanor towards him. Under her tender care, Ji Yizhao's fluttering eyelashes slowly lifted as he gazed at her, saying, "I wish to attend your dormitory gathering with you in a rightful manner." They had already made plans to reunite with their dormitory sisters once Chun Qingming resolved her brother's matters. Ye Mingjin was somewhat taken aback by Ji Yizhao's request, believing that since they were already married, that status was sufficient. Why would he express such a desire now? She blinked, awaiting further explanation. Ji Yizhao continued, "Shout, Jean. Let's go and supplement our marriage certificate." Ye Mingjin blinked again, her expression reflecting confusion. They had already obtained a certificate, which she knew Ji Yizhao had kept securely locked away. Why, then, would they need to acquire another? Ji Yizhao met her puzzled gaze, lips pressed together in contemplation. His voice low and tinged with grievance as he revealed, "The person in the photograph on our marriage certificate is not me." In that moment, Ye Mingjin understood. She recalled that while the certificate bore Ji Yizhao's name, it was Ji Yizhao who had been present for the photograph. Ji Yizhao had seemed rather perplexed during the marriage registration, and their state of mind had not been ideal at that time. Ye Mingjin had been surprised by the suddenness of their marriage registration, which had required no preparation. It was clear that Ji Yizhao had realized that it was not a genuine marriage, and thus, he had been displeased. Consequently, their wedding photograph had not turned out well. Nevertheless, Ji Yizhao had cherished it. Over time, Ye Mingjin had grown accustomed to considering Ji Yizhao her legal husband, forgetting about the necessity of issuing a replacement certificate. It appeared that Ji Yizhao still held some significance regarding this matter. Reflecting on the man who had accompanied her to obtain the certificate, Ye Mingjin furrowed her brow slightly. She too felt a sense of unease. Although she had never envisioned herself marrying someone, now that she and Ji Yizhao were legally bound, even if only in pretense, she did not wish for Ji Yizhao to linger between them. With Ji Yizhao filled with hope and trepidation, Ye Mingjin nodded in agreement. No sooner had she spoken than Ji Yizhao exhaled a long breath of relief. His previously tense fingers gradually relaxed, and a smile blossomed in his eyes, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze that brings comfort and ease. Observing his joyful demeanor, Ye Mingjin felt an inexplicable happiness swell within her. She had not originally planned to marry anyone, but having spent so much time with Ji Yizhao, she found herself swayed by his emotions. Now realizing how much Ji Yizhao valued the photograph on their marriage certificate, she felt a budding affection for the idea of obtaining a new one, as his joy was infectious. Noticing the delight radiating from Ji Yizhao, Ye Mingjin could not help but inquire, "When do you plan to go?" Ji Yizhao's dark, captivating eyes sparkled as he replied, "There's no time like the present. Shall we go now, Xiao Jin?" The eagerness in his gaze was unmistakable, reminiscent of a pet seeking its owner's affection. Ye Mingjin felt her resolve softening once more, yielding to his enthusiasm. Ji Yizhao's excitement transformed into exuberance. He glanced at his attire, then at Ye Mingjin, contemplating his outfit before ultimately deciding to return home to change. "I need to freshen up," he stated earnestly. After attending a gathering, his current clothing was unsuitable. He intended to don the most dapper and fitting attire for their wedding photograph. Ye Mingjin was taken aback by his earnestness, feeling a mix of emotions. She recalled the circumstances surrounding their previous marriage certificate acquisition, an impromptu event after school, during which Ji Yizhao had casually informed her of the plans without any preparation. Yet now, despite the ease with which they could visit the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ji Yizhao was determined to return home to prepare. This made Ye Mingjin smile as she readily agreed. The car sped back to Dongli Courtyard. Upon their hurried descent, Ji Yizhao wore an unbroken smile, exuding a joy that even surprised Uncle Lin, who wondered what had transpired to elate the young master so. Ji Yizhao, in a rare good mood, responded, "We're going to supplement our marriage certificate." Uncle Lin was even more astonished, pondering why Ji Yizhao would be so overjoyed over a mere replacement certificate. Nevertheless, he complied with his master's wishes and, along with Han Shuang, sought out several outfits that Ji Yizhao favored. After trying on several ensembles, Ji Yizhao remained dissatisfied. Eventually, he sought Ye Mingjin's opinion on what she would wear, ultimately selecting a white tang suit adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery, paired with black trousers. As he emerged, he beheld Ye Mingjin clad in a vintage dark teal top adorned with traditional knotted buttons, paired with beige trousers. The couple's attire and color scheme exuded a unique flair reminiscent of coordinated couples' outfits as they strolled hand in hand. In the car, Ye Mingjin could not resist imparting a legal tidbit. "Actually, the marriage certificate we receive as a substitute is invalid. A legally binding one must be obtained. And to part ways, a divorce is necessary." The corners of Ji Yizhao's lips, which had once been smiling, stiffened, while a tempest brewed in his gaze. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "No divorce. If you wish to separate, it will only be over my dead body. I will strive to live well. Thus Mingxiao Jin can only be mine." End of this chapter. Chapter 90. True Spouses. I only desire you due to prior arrangements. The Civil Affairs Bureau had designated personnel to facilitate the process, ensuring that the appearance of Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin did not attract undue attention. Nevertheless, the staff member assisting them could not contain her excitement and eagerly shared with her friends about the stunning newlywed couple they had just processed, remarking on the beauty of their names as well. When her friends pressed for more information, the staff member was compelled to hold her tongue, recalling the directive from her superiors to maintain confidentiality regarding this significant task. She felt a twinge of recognition upon reflecting on the name, Ye Mingjin, hastily searching online, where she was inundated with a plethora of articles detailing the exploits of the renowned law student from Haicheng University, the legendary Xiaoming. She marveled at the unexpected beauty of the heroine, whom she had presumed would possess a more rugged appearance befitting a martial artist. Regardless of previous videos that suggested Ye Mingjin's allure was a result of digital enhancement, she was astounded to discover that her beauty was indeed genuine. Reflecting on the man accompanying Ye Mingjin, she noted that he too was extraordinarily handsome, exuding a charm that surpassed many celebrities, albeit regrettably confined to a wheelchair. The staff member yearned to share this revelation with her friends, but the warning from her superior echoed in her mind, compelling her to stifle her excitement. Ultimately, her overwhelming desire to share led her to create an anonymous account, naming it the Confessions of a Tree Hollow. Through this outlet, she recounted her experience of hosting a pair of extraordinarily attractive celebrity spouses, noting that the legendary heroine was even more captivating in person, while her husband was breathtakingly handsome, so much so that handsome seemed inadequate to describe him. Yet, there lingered a hint of regret. Indeed, perfection is elusive in this world. A touch of regret is often necessary for fairness. At that moment, this tree hollow went unnoticed, yet unbeknownst to her. It would later surface and trend, triggering a cascade of events. Naturally, that is a tale for another time. Following the standard procedure of capturing photographs and entering information, they ultimately received 2 red booklets adorned with official seals. Ji Yizhao, clutching the new marriage certificate, gazed at the photographs of the 2 of them, and upon reading their names, a smile lingered on his face all the way home. He tenderly caressed the image of himself, and then the one of Ye Mingjin beside him, and finally, he reverently stored the certificate in his document holder, only to retrieve it moments later for another look. This marriage certificate symbolized the genuine union between him and Ye Mingjin, devoid of any substitutes. Merely Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin, truly wed. The expressions captured in the photograph reflected an air of ease, with varying shades of joy illuminating their features. Ji Yizhao's smile deepened, imbued with affection as if to communicate just how much he cherished the girl he had married. Initially, Ye Mingjin felt little significance in the acquisition of the certificate. However, Ji Yizhao's hand in hers, combined with his words before the photograph was taken, "Xiao Jin, I am truly happy," compelled her to smile in return. She mused on how easily satisfied he was, a rarity in her experience. Throughout her life, whether in the orphanage or later with the Yi family, she had encountered individuals driven by greed and self-interest. Even her relationship with Ji Yizhao had often been defined by expectations and standards. Yet, Ji Yizhao was different. Upon reflection, she recognized that his emotions appeared to ebb and flow in harmony with hers. He excelled in all matters concerning her and was effortlessly content. The more she acknowledged this, the more she felt compelled to treat him with kindness. For instance, she was inclined to fulfill his rare desires, such as this renewal of their marriage certificate. Upon returning home with their new certificate, Ye Mingjin, unable to resist, opened her previous one for a glance. To her surprise, she found Ji Yizhao's image on the new certificate to be even more pleasing to the eye than the one before. Meanwhile, Ji Yizhao placed the newly acquired certificate into the safe in his study, only to retrieve it again moments later, opting to store it in a more accessible location within his desk. Observing this behavior, Han Shuangxiang, his assistant, couldn't help but reflect on how love could render even the most rational individuals irrational. How else could their typically decisive boss exhibit such behavior? In his heart, Han silently vowed that should he ever encounter love, he would strive to retain his rationality and not succumb to foolishness. With a renewed marriage certificate, the relationship between Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin transitioned from a mere sham to a bona fide legal union. Although Ye Mingjin did not perceive a significant change, she noted Ji Yizhao's increased attentiveness and a more frequent smile upon his face, which stirred a mixture of surprise and complexity within her. While Ye Mingjin did not place great importance on the certificate, believing that life could not be constrained by a mere piece of paper, she also acknowledged that if she ever wished to leave, no one could prevent her. Divorce was inconsequential. She could simply vanish from others' lives. As she had once told Ji Yizhao, she had no intentions of marrying again. Yet, she found herself reconsidering the value of what she had previously deemed insignificant, as Ji Yizhao treated it like a treasured gem. This reflection prompted her to ponder whether she too should hold it in higher regard. While enjoying a segment of orange that Ji Yizhao had peeled for her after dinner, Ye Mingjin could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Ji Yizhao, what kind of wife do you desire?" Without pausing his actions, Ji Yizhao lifted his gaze and replied, "I want a wife like Mingxiao Jin." Ye Mingjin blinked, responding, "But a person like me is not very suitable for being a wife." Ji Yizhao placed a segment of orange in her hand, his eyes shimmering with tenderness as he declared, "To me, Xiao Jin is precisely the wife I desire." What he sought was Ye Mingjin herself, and it was her essence that defined his standards for a spouse, not some arbitrary criteria against which to measure individuals. Ji Yizhao envisioned marriage as a lifelong journey with the one he wished to hold hands with, and that person was his Mingxiao Jin. Among the myriad of waters, he desired only this single scoop. Others were of no interest to him. What was his, none would dare to claim. As Ye Mingjin savored the orange, she nodded, her understanding nebulous yet profound, and softly exclaimed, "Oh." Initially considering how to alter herself, she now realized such changes were unnecessary. Thus, she resolved to continue treating Ji Yizhao with even greater affection. As they cherished one another, the time swiftly approached the day of the Chun family banquet. The grand performance was on the verge of commencing. End of this chapter, chapter 91. Highs and lows, obsessions as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was painted with vibrant hues, gradually darkening to a deep tone, infused with the tension of an impending storm. Dressed in haute couture couple attire from Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin made their way directly to the Chun family's banquet hall. This gathering was held in honor of Chun Qingya, the cherished daughter of the Chun family, celebrating her 18th birthday. Traditionally, as the fiancé of Ji Yizhao, Ji Yizhao and his wife were expected to attend as family members. However, the Ji family had not informed them of this event. With an invitation from Chun Qingming, they found themselves as guests of the Chun family. Upon their arrival, many attendees approached to greet them, while others observed from the sidelines, speculating on the evident disparity between the two Ji brothers. After all, Ji Yizhao's marriage to the adopted daughter of the Yi family had ended post-nuptials, and the once prosperous Yi family had now fallen into decline, lacking any substantial power. In stark contrast, Ji Yizhao's connection to Chun Qingya was flourishing. Under the guidance of Chun Qingming, the Chun enterprises were thriving, offering Ji Yizhao formidable support. Consequently, more individuals sought to cultivate relationships with Ji Yizhao, hoping to benefit from future dealings between the Ji and Chun families. The Chen family's demeanor towards Ji Yizhao and his wife was far from warm, as they viewed them as rivals to their son-in-law. Some even questioned why this unwelcomed couple had chosen to attend the banquet. As the onlookers reveled in their misfortune, they were taken aback when Lu Xinghe approached and politely guided them to a VIP area. Shock rippled through the crowd. They understood that Lu Xinghe represented Chen Qingming's wishes, indicating her regard for the couple. This unexpected attention led many to ponder the talents of Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin, who seemed to draw favor from influential figures. Not only had they previously garnered the support of the Shou family, but now even the eldest daughter of the Chen family treated them with a different level of respect. Yet, the brothers could not simultaneously receive support, causing some to waver in their allegiances. After careful consideration, while some opted to side with Ji Yizhao, others encouraged their wives to engage with Ye Mingjin. Although the day was meant to celebrate Chen Qingya's coming of age, it was evident that the true power within the Chen family lay with Chen Qingming. Thus, her stance was of utmost importance. Previously, at the Ji family gathering, Chen Qingming's vehement opposition to the union had left many astonished, prompting a cautious approach thereafter. However, today's banquet served as a counter to the Ji family's previous engagement, demonstrating a newfound alliance between the Chen and Ji families. Unless there were extraordinary circumstances regarding their offspring, it appeared they would support one another moving forward. Currently, their relationship seemed relatively stable, with Ji Yizhao appearing more composed and low-key than before, engaging effortlessly with other guests and presenting a mature demeanor. As Ji Yizhao navigated through the social scene, he began to regain his confidence. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If he continued to excel, would Ye Mingjin regret her choice in not selecting him? In this moment, Ji Yizhao seemed to forget that Ye Mingjin's relationship with Ji Yizhao was a result of their collective schemes. Instead, he fixated on the notion that Ye Mingjin had been taken from him. With this realization, he scanned the room, filled with laughter and clinking glasses. Yet he could not find her. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he recalled that, in this setting, Ye Mingjin would not be accompanying Ji Yizhao, for the Ji family had not extended an invitation to them. Suddenly, a commotion at the entrance drew his attention, and he looked up to see the very couple he had just been contemplating. Ji Yizhao, clad in a cream-colored suit and accompanied by Han Shuangjiang in a wheelchair, was alongside Ye Mingjin, who wore a flowing sky-blue top paired with a cream skirt, hand in hand with him. Ji Yizhao's initial surprise at their arrival swiftly transformed into frustration as he noticed their eye-catching couple's attire. The sight of their intertwined hands darkened his expression. He realized he was increasingly intolerant of their display of intimacy. A saying goes that one understands the value of what they have lost only after it is gone. A sentiment Ji Yizhao found painfully true. As he watched Ye Mingjin shine more brightly, regret consumed him. He knew she was the belle of the law department at Haicheng University and that her demeanor was typically aloof, yet he had never anticipated her martial prowess, which he only discovered after being bested by her. Initially, he thought her skills were merely for self-defense, but after witnessing her prowess in various online videos, he came to understand the depth of her abilities. The more radiant she became, the more he felt the weight of his loss. This obsession grew, yet reality tethered him, reminding him that he could do nothing, at least for now. He still needed to pursue a union with the Chen family. Despite his distaste for Chen Qingya, he recognized the advantages this alliance would provide, fortifying his claim to power within the Ji family business. The more Ji Yizhao contemplated these matters, the more complex his emotions became. Fortunately, a voice called out to him, snapping him back to the present. He quickly redirected his gaze, resuming his social engagements. Yet, knowing Ye Mingjin was present, he found himself glancing her way repeatedly. After finishing a conversation, he observed Lu Xinghe guiding Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin toward the VIP lounge and decided to follow. Previously, when Ye Mingjin was still in school, he would seize any chance to see her, even from a distance at the school gates. Now, with the break upon them, opportunities were scarce, as she rarely ventured out, preferring to remain at Donglibun. This left him with the banquet as his only chance to catch a glimpse of her. Ji Yizhao was uncertain of his intentions. He merely wished to see her and inquire about her well-being. However, mere steps into his approach, he found his path obstructed by Chen Qingming, elegantly dressed in a black evening gown, a glass of red wine in hand. Her piercing gaze held an unmistakable note of sarcasm. Ji Yizhao felt a pang of discomfort as she asked, "Where are you headed?" young Master Ji? Her smile was polite yet probing, as she followed his gaze towards Ji Yizhao and Ye Mingjin, commenting, "Do you not think this pair is exceptionally well matched?" "I certainly do." With a poised smile, she continued, "Do you hold any affection for Chun Xingya?" Ji Yizhao was caught off guard by her inquiry. He acknowledged the marriage, understanding the underlying implications. Affection mattered little in the realm of alliances. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, a heaviness settled in his heart. He quickly averted his gaze, meeting Chun Qingming's sharp eyes, which bore a blend of allure and intensity. As he composed himself, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. Although Chun Qingming had not explicitly stated anything, it felt as if she were on the verge of exposing his innermost secret. "Miss Chun, our matters of the heart are ours to resolve. I would appreciate it if you refrained from meddling." Chun Qingming gently swirled the red wine in her glass and scoffed. "I have no time to concern myself with your romantic entanglements." Her peach blossom eyes lacked any hint of mirth as she fixed her gaze upon Ji Yizhao, stating, "I know why you wish to forge a union with the Chun family. It is not Chun Xingya that you covet, but rather our Chun enterprises." With a slight tilt of her head, a trace of sardonic amusement danced upon her lips as she provocatively inquired, "Tell me, if Chun Xingya were not my biological sister, would you still seek to marry her?" Ji Yizhao narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning her, "What do you mean by that?" Chun Qingming slowly took a sip of her wine, her smile reflecting a cruel and schadenfreude delight. "Of course, it is as I said." "Clarify." Ji Yizhao stepped forward, eager for further explanation, only to be interrupted by a chorus of admiration emanating from the crowd. As fireworks erupted, everyone turned their attention, witnessing the grand entrance of the evening's protagonist descending the staircase from the second floor. Clad in a pink gown adorned with diamonds and jewels, painstakingly hand-embroidered, Chun Xingya descended gracefully, her exquisite makeup and crown accentuating her beauty. Beside her walked Madame Chun, Lu Yiting, who, in a resplendent qipao, showcased her delicate figure. The sight of the mother-daughter duo evoked an impression akin to that of sisters. Chun Qingming stood transfixed, pondering how she had failed to recognize this bond over the years. They were, after all, a true mother and daughter. Ji Yizhao also regarded the pair, momentarily casting his gaze toward Chun Xingya before ultimately focusing on her as she approached. As Chun Xingya reached the bottom of the stairs, he remained rooted in place, staring at her intently. Unable to contain herself, Madame Ji chuckled, "Oh dear. Today our Xingya looks absolutely stunning." Ji Yizhao seemed so entranced that he forgot to greet his fiancé, Only then, prompted by his mother-esque reminder, did Ji Yizhao remember the duties of a fiancé. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward Chun Xingya, who shyly placed her hand in his, asking softly, "Do I look beautiful?" "You look stunning," Ji Yizhao replied, his eyes meticulously examining her face with utmost seriousness, a picture of deep affection in the eyes of onlookers. The intimate display between the future couple was indeed a cause for celebration among the families of the Chens and Jis. Observing the scene, Chun Qingming could not help but let out a cold laugh. She drained her glass of wine and approached. Chun Jianjun, initially displeased with Chun Qingming's behavior at the engagement banquet held at the Ji residence, had assumed her silence indicated a change of heart. Given his fondness for Chun Xingya, he had arranged an extravagant union birthday banquet at the Chun household. With Chun Qingming expressing no objections, he had forgiven her previous outbursts. Now, noticing Chun Qingming approaching with a glass in hand, Chun Jianjun directly stated, "Today's banquet is grand, with many important guests. You should mingle." After all, turning 18 carries a different significance. Chun Qingming narrowed her eyes at the evening star, then turned to her father, suddenly asking, "Dad, what if Xingya were not my biological sister? What would you do?" Chun Jianjun looked at her quizzically before glancing back at the radiant Chun Xingya, his expression darkening slightly. "What nonsense are you speaking? She is your sister, born of your mother's sacrifice. You have spoiled her more than I have since childhood. Now, you claim she is not your sister? This is no joking matter." "I'm not joking," Chun Qingming replied, smiling at Uncle Ji. "What do you think, Uncle Ji? If Xingya were not my biological sister, would you still approve of her marrying the second young Master Ji?" Uncle Ji appeared at a loss for words. Turning to Chun Jianjun, forcing a smile, "Old Chun, what does this mean? Qingming's joke seems a bit excessive." Young people often make light of serious matters without understanding the implications. Chun Jianjun chuckled weakly, his composure slipping as he pulled Chen Qingming aside, lowering his voice to a serious tone. Mind your words today. This is not the place for such frivolity. If you tarnish our reputation, I will revoke your privileges at the company. Unfazed by the threat, Chen Qingming continued, Dad, perhaps you are unaware, but Qingya is not my mother's child. She is my stepmother's biological daughter. How could you harbor such thoughts? Chen Jianjun's brow furrowed, his anger simmering. You know she is your mother's child. And your stepmother only entered our lives with your consent. It was because she took such special care of you, particularly in nurturing Qingya, that you agreed to her joining our family. Now, to oppose this union, you resort to such fabrications. Though Chen Qingming anticipated her father's reprimand, it still stung. Turning her gaze behind her, Lu Xinghe produced a paternity test from his pocket. What is this? Chen Jianjun asked as he accepted the document. Only to hear Chen Qingming explain, this is the test result between my stepmother and Qingya. Upon reading the names and conclusions, Chen Jianjun's astonishment was palpable. His gaze shot up to Lu Yiding, who was enveloped in laughter and affection for Chen Qingya, then back to the document in his hand, disbelief etching his features. What does this mean? Qingya is not your mother's biological child? How could she be Lu Yiding's daughter? This is absurd. Yet in the blink of an eye, Chen Jianjun resolved that no matter the underlying truth, this matter must not surface today. It was a family disgrace he wished to keep hidden, as revealing it would only serve as fodder for gossip, shaming the entire Chen family. Quickly, he tore the document and handed it back to Lu Xinghe. Facing Chen Qingming with a stern demeanor, we shall discuss this after the banquet concludes. Observing her father's actions, Chen Qingming let out a hollow laugh, disappointment evident. Dad, I understand your desire to preserve the family's honor, but in the end, this will merely downplay a significant issue. You will continue to regard Chen Qingya as a cherished member of the Chen family, and nothing will change. Pausing slightly, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. But why should a counterfeit enjoy the privileges of a Chen family heiress? It was precisely for this reason that she vowed to unveil the truth at today's banquet, to prevent her father from having any chance to conceal it. With a slight smile, Chen Qingming turned toward the lively young couple, addressing her stepmother, Ms. Lu. Your biological daughter finally has the opportunity to marry into a prestigious family. Aren't you overjoyed? Lu Yiding looked at her in astonishment, her smile frozen for several seconds before gradually returning. Ming, what are you talking about? In my heart, both you and Qingya are my children. I see you both as my daughters. That is not the case, Chen Qingming retorted. She is the flesh of your flesh, and for all these years, I have regarded her as my true sister. What are you saying? Lu Yiding struggled to maintain her composure. You and Qingya are indeed biological sisters. Chen Qingming remained silent. Accepting the paternity test from Lu Xinghe, I possess the paternity test for both of you. Do take a look if you doubt me. Chen Qingming, what are you doing? Chen Jianjun stormed over in anger. Chen Qingming gazed intently at her father, her eyes filled with a resolute determination and unyielding disdain. Father, I am unraveling the mystery of my sister's identity. The most cherished daughter of the Chen family cannot afford to be mistaken. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Jianjun observed his accomplished and increasingly independent eldest daughter, then turned his gaze to his wife, who had stood by him for over a decade, and to the youngest daughter he had doted on for just as long. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to mediate the situation. As the curious and gossiping guests turned their attention towards them, Chen Jianjun felt a flush of embarrassment. He understood his eldest daughter's temperament. Once she had made up her mind, there was no stopping her. Since he could not quell her determination, he resolved to assist her in clarifying the matter. He fixed a cold stare at Lu Yiding and demanded, what exactly is going on? Explain this to me. Lu Yiding had never anticipated that her secret would one day be laid bare. Her child, as the most pampered daughter of Chen Jia, had enjoyed many happy years, and was on the verge of becoming the second wife of the Ji family, the true power holders. Faced with the potential unraveling of her plans, she would certainly not acquiesce. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked at Chen Jianjun and cried, Jun, I did not intend for this to happen. At that time, I truly did not think much of it, but your sister had just passed away. If you were to find out that the child she left behind was also gone, how heartbroken you would be. I did not wish for you to suffer further, so I brought my child to you. I merely hoped to help you recover from your sorrow. Qingya is also our child. My original intention was to quietly find a place to raise her alone. I never meant to involve you. However, by chance, I encountered you at the hospital, and when you expressed a desire to care for that child, my heart softened, as I had just become a mother. But now she is gone. What am I to do? Her lamentations were heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from those present. Chun Jianjun, who had initially thought of Chun Qingya as a product of betrayal, was taken aback to learn that she was, in fact, his daughter. His anger diminished significantly, leaving him somewhat shaken. Though Chun Qingya was not the child of his deceased wife, she had been cherished for many years, and now that he realized she was of his blood, his expression softened considerably. Lu Yiding noticed his demeanor improving and breathed a silent sigh of relief. She understood Chun Jianjun well. He valued his reputation immensely and thrived on the admiration of others. This was the reason she had remained by his side all these years. Among the many women vying for his attention, she was the only one who gained entry into his life, as she was adept at humility and consideration, always anticipating his needs. She made Chun Jianjun feel like he was her entire world, the foundation upon which her existence rested. Therefore, even if the child had been swapped, her actions were aimed at sparing him heartache, and since the daughter was also his, she believed there would be no significant issue. Lu Yiding had never contemplated that the secret regarding her daughter would be exposed. Yet in the initial years, she had often worried about what she would say if that day ever came. The reasoning she had crafted in her mind remained buried for years, and now, unexpectedly, it had become necessary, yielding remarkable results. Chun Jianjun surveyed the guests, noting their expressions of intrigue, and then met the complex gazes of the Ji family. Considering their impending union, he began to weigh the pros and cons. If he were to excessively reproach Chun Qingya, it would inevitably affect the alliance with the Ji family. Although the Ji family was somewhat inferior to the Qin family, their collaboration would yield numerous mutually beneficial projects, achieving a win-win outcome. After careful consideration of the greater good, Chun Jianjun slowly shook his head, fatigue evident in his gaze as he looked at Lu Yiding and said, "Such a significant matter. Why did you not confide in me?" Lu Yiding's tears flowed even more profusely. "You were so heartbroken at that time. How could I bring such matters to you? So many years have passed, and you have moved on. I believed our lives were stable and beautiful now, and since she is your child, I thought it best not to mention it." Chun Jianjun found her reasoning quite agreeable. They had enjoyed a stable life for so many years, and he was confident that the future would be even brighter. Turning to Chun Qingya, he stated, "Since that child has already passed, let us proceed as such. Qingya has grown up under our care for so many years, and you have doted on her immensely. From now on, let her be treated as your younger sister. We shall continue as a family." Chun Qingya regarded her father and then glanced at her weeping, yet smiling stepmother before her gaze fell upon Chun Qingya, who leaned against Ji Yizhao, seemingly frightened, yet wearing a look of satisfaction. They appeared to be a family united. All of them conspired to sway her into submission. Taking a deep breath, Chun Qingya addressed Chun Jianjun, "Father, what if that child did not die? What if the child is still alive? And Lu Yiding exchanged my mother's life-given child for her own daughter?" Pausing momentarily, she continued, "Moreover, you may not be aware, but the child my mother bore at the end was a son. The earlier ultrasound was never mistaken." As soon as the words left her lips, Chun Jianjun's expression transformed. "What did you just say?" he asked, disbelief and urgency etched across his face. "You mean to say that the child your mother bore was a son? An actual son?" Chun Jianjun's greatest regret in life was the absence of a son. He had 2 daughters, yet none to inherit the family business. Despite the myriad of women outside, none had borne him a son. Note: the promotional content has been omitted as requested. Chapter 94. Tears and Death. Due to Chun Qingming's exceptional abilities, Chun Jianjun gradually relinquished his desire for a son and instead focused on nurturing her as his successor. Hearing others praise his daughter as superior to many sons provided him with a modicum of comfort. Yet, the yearning for a son lingered in his heart, an unspoken regret. In his view, a son was essential for carrying on the family legacy, for daughters would eventually belong to other families. However, with no son in sight, and Chun Qingming proving to be so capable, Chun Jianjun ultimately resolved that any future suitor for Chun Qingming must not be of lesser standing than the Chun family. He aspired for her to be the one in control, ensuring that the Chun enterprise would not be usurped by her future husband's family. Moreover, he had devised an ideal plan to find a suitor willing to adopt her family name, ensuring that all matters would be under Chun Qingming's authority. The Chun legacy should rightly be inherited by the Chun bloodline. If Chen Qingming were to bear a son who would carry the Chun surname, he would gladly raise him as the heir to their family business. Yet now, Chen Qingming had revealed to him that the last child born to his deceased wife was indeed a son, and that son had been swapped by Lu Yiding. She had used her daughter to take away his son. This revelation felt like a dagger to his heart, inciting an uncontrollable fury as he turned to Lu Yiding, demanding, "Is this true?" Lu Yiding, whose emotions had only just begun to stabilize, felt a chill of dread at the sight of Chun Jianjun's enraged countenance. Her tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she gazed at him, resembling a delicate white lotus drenched in rain. "Jun, you know how I've treated you all these years. How I have cared for both children. How could I be that kind of person?" Lu Yiding wept, her face displaying profound distress. "At that time, I did not even notice whether the child was a boy or a girl. I only realized that the child was beyond saving. My only thought was that I could not bear to see you suffer. You were already so heartbroken. Your bond with your sister was profound, and we all understood that you were a man of deep feelings. If you were to learn that the child she left behind was also gone, how utterly devastated would you be? From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I fell deeply in love. However, throughout those years, I was acutely aware of my own identity and the boundaries that accompanied it. I sought nothing in return, and even when I found myself a child, I never broached the subject with you, did I? My thoughts were not excessive. I never desired what was not mine. Yet, my love for you was so profound that I could not resist the urge to see you once more, to bid you farewell. When you inquired whether I would care for the child in the hospital, I was overwhelmed with sorrow, for my sister had already departed. As a new mother, my heart ached tremendously, knowing the profound grief that a parent experiences upon losing a child. Thus, I selfishly offered a semblance of elegance in place of the lost child, hoping to gently coax you from your sorrow and guide you toward a life filled with joy. Over the years, I have watched you gradually find happiness, and I have endeavored to nurture our home. Whether it be Yaya or Ming, I have truly treated them as my own children, as you well know. I have never shown favoritism. My only wish has been to provide you with a warm home, a sanctuary where you could find solace after your arduous endeavors." Tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Yiding poured forth her affections, recounting the struggle she had faced, particularly in her constant thoughtfulness towards Chun Jianjun. Her heartfelt words elicited sighs from those present, many men feeling fortunate to have such a woman who cared so deeply for them. Yet, some experienced women regarded Lu Yiding's declarations with skepticism. What could a mistress not do in her quest for elevation? Nonetheless, this was a matter for the Chun family to navigate, and they were merely spectators, refraining from intruding further. Observing the pity in the eyes of numerous men directed at this Mrs. Chun, they speculated that Chun Jianjun's resolve might waver once more. Chen Qingming shared similar thoughts, watching her father as he gazed at Lu Yiding before turning his attention to Chen Qingya. Finally, a long sigh escaped Chun Jianjun's lips. Turning to Chen Qingming, he remarked, "Your mother has been gone for many years now. I believe she would not want our family to be in disarray. Over the years, your stepmother, though not your biological mother, has truly regarded you as her own daughter. Both you and I know this well. I trust that, even if your mother were still alive, she would wish for your happiness to be uncomplicated and joyful, rather than entangled in past grievances. Let us allow bygone matters to remain in the past. Furthermore, although Yaya was not born of the same mother as you, the bond you have forged over the years is profound. From her birth, you have showered her with affection, perhaps more than I have, and your sisterly bond surpasses that of any other family. Thus, let the past be the past. We must continue to live well as a family." With a shift of his gaze, he regarded the expressionless Ji family and addressed Ji Yizhao, saying, "Regardless of whether Yaya is Ming's biological sister, she is still my daughter, Chun Jianjun's daughter. To me, she is no different now than she was before. I still hope that you two can coexist harmoniously." Ji Yizhao looked at Chun Qingya beside him, then at Chen Qingming. He recalled her earlier words. Did it truly matter whether Chen Qingya was Chen Qingming's biological sister? If Chen Qingya's biological mother had not been legitimized, she would be deemed an illegitimate child. Yet now, Lu Yiding had become Mrs. Chun, and Chen Qingya's status had naturally transformed into that of a legitimate daughter of the Chen family. Even if she was not the beloved sister of Chen Qingming, her identity as a Chun heiress remained unchanged. Chun Jianjun's intentions were unmistakable. the union would persist, and all else would continue as well. The Ji family's sentiments shifted due to this development, though they concealed their thoughts beneath a veneer of composure, for they understood that Chen Qingya's status was unaffected. Before the Ji family could voice their opinions, Chen Qingming spoke up, "Father, if my mother were aware that you do not protect my brother, but instead safeguard the one who harmed her, she would surely find no peace in the afterlife." Before Chen Jianjun could respond, Lu Yiding, tears streaming down her face, interjected, "Ming, you must speak with integrity. You truly wound my heart. How have I treated you all these years? You should know that I have always regarded you as my own daughter. Moreover, I have consistently respected your sister. I never intruded or overstepped. Only after her misfortune did I come to care for you both. As for your brother, I was left with no choice." Her gaze toward Chen Qingming was laced with malice and pride. "Even if he were a boy, he's already gone, is he not?" End of chapter.